Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the Analyst Lounge here at EUIC. We're kicking things off with a nice countdown show. Me and my buddies are going to be breaking down the stakes and the players to watch for this massive event. My name is Adam Watson, joined here by, I'm representing TCG, by the way, joined here with Pokemon Go. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I'm Pedro. Nice to be here with all of you. I'm super hyped up for everything that's happening today. It's going to be amazing. It's jam-packed with people and excitement to see who will be the next European International Champion.
And here with VG, we've got...
Hello, my name is Sierra Dawn. I'm going to be here representing the Pokemon VG for the Analyst, a little pre-show thing. Get everyone hyped up for some great video game action this weekend.
And Pokemon Unite down there at the far end.
That's me. Doobsnacks here, excited to be here at EUIC again. Tons of players in the hall, tons of people in the area. Excited to get it going.
This is a massive event, absolutely massive. So many Pokemon fans and competitors here to show their love for Pokemon. The same reason we're here, not just to break things down for you beautiful people at home, but to show our appreciation for Pokemon. It's brought us all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for EUIC. First off, one of my favorite events of all time. It's always so great. The atmosphere here is absolutely amazing. But this European International Championships is also really special because I don't know about for y'all's games, but for VG, we have over 1,200 masters competing, which makes it for sure the largest European event, let alone potentially one of the most stacked and biggest VG events of all time.
Wow. Like, for me in Go, it's the biggest tournament yet. We are still like the babies with Unite. We're just like getting the hang of it. But this, like, it's really, really good. Like every time, every new I see, more people are coming, playing, and having great fun because Pokemon, it's all about that. Communities having fun and enjoying this, this world, you know?
Yeah, Pokemon Go has grown and grown so rapidly. Got to give a special shout out to the fans every single time. Their just love and dedication for their game is unmatched, but I'd be remiss not to mention Pokemon Unite when it comes to community dedication and hype.
That's us. Yeah. First off, ain't nothing baby about this. Come on. What are you talking about? But EUIC historically for Pokemon Unite has been one of the most exciting events just in terms of the amazing grand finals we've had. Now that it's international representation, we have a team from LATAM that won this last year that we'll talk about a little bit later. They're representing. We have former champions that are rolling through, trying to get back their crown on the international stage. So kind of everybody in the world meeting here in London to kind of do a litmus test as we're on the road to Worlds is incredibly important and exciting to see.
And now that you've all had your fun, I do have to, of course, bring things back around to TCG. Absolutely ridiculously big tournament. Over 4,000 competitors here for Pokemon TCG. Woo. We show up in numbers, folks. We love to compete.
Can they even all fit in the hall
here?
Yeah.
How do you do it?
That's why we're here at the XL Center in London, because we need a place big enough to fit all of these competitors for the Pokemon TCG. And, you know, if you're trying to get that World's invite, if you can make top forward in IC, then you're going to lock up that World's invite. You've got to be in the top 0.001% of the competitors for TCG to get that invite. And if my math is off, you know, let me know, viewers, because I know there's nothing.
They will let you know.
TCG players
100% of the comments like, no, that's not it.
Crunch those numbers for sure. But I guess we can move right along to the TCG players that I would like to highlight, actually. Big names here. We've got Tord Reklev, absolutely the Grand Master of EU, a player that really doesn't need an introduction. If you aren't familiar with Tord Reklev, I'm sure over the course of this weekend, he is going to remind you why he is constantly in the conversation to be the GOAT, the greatest of all time. He's been testing not only for this format for UIC, but the upcoming post-rotation format, so this man has the meta on lock. Going up against him, however, Henry Chow, a player who has already won 2 regionals so far this season. Already has his World's invite, is just here taking some victory laps. Has done it with Gardevoir EX, a deck that at the time wasn't considered meta relevant when he took that first win, and is considered to be an incredibly strong meta pick for this specific format with Prismatic Evolutions. However, with these 2 players, we've got a wild card, Alex Szymanski. He won EUIC 2 years ago, took down Tord Reklev, recently got second place in San Antonio, lost to Henry Chow. He's got history with both of these players, and I want to see all three of them make deep runs in this tournament and show the people what they're made of.
I just love how you're like, oh, if someone's not familiar with Tord, who doesn't know Tord at this point?
Yeah.
Like, I
Genuine
know
question.
Tord. Yeah, I mean, every game knows Tord because he is just a perennial champion, especially at ICs, which is like a dominating ground for him specifically. So unsurprising that he made your list of top 3 players to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, you took the easy way. Nah.
But like, work harder next time.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
More creativity, you know?
If you want me to shout you out as a player to watch, then hey, EUIC is the place to make a name for yourself. Let's do it.
I mean, fair play. But you're talking about for Pokemon Go that the events are just getting bigger and bigger. This is the biggest Pokemon Go one, so
Yes. I'm really happy. Like, the community is growing and growing, and it's been really, really exciting seeing this season develop. You know, because there's so many players that are getting like GOAT status. You know, there's if we talk about players to watch in Pokemon Go, we got like a couple of them that are like really, really good in this tournament. We got from Latam, from where I'm from, Marto Galde, one of my best friends. You know, greetings. He's one of the best players in the world right now. He is actually winning everything. In this season, he has won special events, he has won regionals, and he won LAIC. So the only thing left is Worlds, and he has won everything. So he is here to take the championship back to Latam. We now have, we also have Emmy Weedle, one of the greatest players in Europe. He's the reigning champion right now. He's here to defend his title. He was last year amazing with his Skeledirge, and his team was incredibly unexpected and did incredible things. And we have Dumbug, that was the second place finalist last year. He's a great player. He has done incredible things. He's known for being able to win with whatever Pokemon he wants. He won a regional with Shadow Pidgeot back in the day, which was like a totally unexpected Pokemon back in the day. And he's here to take, you know, his little friendly revenge from Emmy Weedle, who defeated him in the finals last year.
I like the picture too. It's like, how many medals was that? You got the trophy, you got all the medals. Like,
Yeah.
We're not on stage too.
Yeah, he wins everything. He can win everything. Yeah. He has been like an unstoppable force. So it's like last year, Emmy Weedle and him was like unstoppable force against an unmovable object. You know, like a heck of a match, and hopefully we could see it again this year.
I mean, we definitely have a couple of those players for Pokemon VG. You're talking about that unstoppable force, or people that just win everything, and talking about the players to watch going into this weekend. Got a couple of good ones, I'm not gonna lie. It was really difficult to make the list. I actually don't know how much y'all struggled with y'all's list, but oh my goodness. But first off, you have to talk about none other than the Pokemon World Champion here for Pokemon VG. And I know, Kirk, taking the easy way out, but no, Luca's team, the world-winning team with this Miraidon, has shaped the meta. We're going back into a meta game that we had at the World Championship. So this is something that is directly impacted, that you have to have a lot of respect going for this event. So that's going to be a lot of eyes, not just on Luca as a player, but his team and what he's been able to accomplish. And Luca, I think more so going for a little bit more of a comfort pick into this, but of course has to be super aware of that meta that he's created and respect it in return. You can also see the meta with the pitchers, with the little skip loom. That's the additional, it's the pitcher meta, guys. And it has worked so well for Marco Silva. This is our LAIC champion, not just from this year, by the way, last year's LAIC champion and winning OCIC in the past. So this is someone who's really looking to make a standout performance at EUIC, which is the one international that he's failed to cut despite being European player. So that is humongous right there. Then his LAIC run, Charizard for this meta of Pokemon, like, is not really common. And that's what he won the event with, after getting second at the regional right prior. So you're talking about a winning player.
Yeah.
He is that for sure. And not just the only one. Coming from NA, none other than Justin Tang. Justin Tang was a breakout star back in 2023, winning his first ever regional that he attended.
Wow.
2 regionals later, wins another one.
Why not?
Crazy stuff. And then just won the San Antonio Regional Championships that happened in January. So this is someone that, even in this current meta, can really just rise to the top. So looking to have that performance here at an international as well. And this is only just a handful of the storylines. There's so much great stuff happening to Pokemon VG right now.
A player that can just show up seemingly out of nowhere, go from winning a regional and then suddenly being a massive point of discussion here for the IC. Spectacular.
Yeah, I love the underdog stories.
He's
those
no
are the
longer
best.
an
No,
underdog. He's
right now. Right now, no. No. But at the beginning, no. He's earning his place amongst the best, you know?
Yeah, and that's so exciting for every international because that can happen at any point, right? Our NAIC champion from last year, this was his first international and then he won. Tim Edwards last year made it to the finals and is here again. So it's like there's so many exciting storylines and it's really cool to be able to highlight the veterans, but knowing at any point that there is someone out there that can rival and can contest them. I love that.
Yeah, sometimes it's just getting that first result to start the train on your way to many more results. I guess I'll talk about Unite teams to watch, right?
If you want to.
We got to do that. So let Old Snack spin your yarn one time. Let's start with kind of the hometown favorites. They've perennially dominated EU. I'm talking about Nouns Esports here. Next to them, you'll see Peru Unite from LATAM and Luminosity from North America. But we're going to start left to right because that's what it is on the screen. Nouns, absolutely dominant squad in EU. They're a fixture. They have been since year one when they were runner-ups to the world champion in just Unite's fledgling season. And this year's no exception. They've won and kind of been on a hot streak all the way up until just this last month where they faltered after they added a new player that they thought was going to give them a stronger chance to win. And that is actually Inder from NA, who's an NAIC champion over there on a different squad. So they came over here. They're rooming with Bruv, the tank player for that squad, and they're looking to find some magic here and kick their season off right at EUIC. I think the cup finish of second place was a little bit disappointing for them because I think they were ramping up, but this is a great proving ground. So definitely an EU team to watch here in London. Next, right on down the line, Peru, formerly known as Fusion.
Right.
They won EUIC last year. And something that we're doing here at EUIC, AOS Cup at EUIC, the AOS Cup champion is the first team in the world to qualify for the World Championships. Wow. So not only are they playing for money, championship points, they're playing for the first world spot allocated. And it's hard to not bet on the past champions. They just had a great run at Worlds as well. LAIC, they had a decent run, setting themselves up for success, or I guess back-to-back success here at EUIC. Bunch of strong, aggressive players that really put the pedal to the metal, and if you're not ready for them, they're going to run right through you. But that leads us to, we talked about LAIC there for just a moment, that leads you to Luminosity Gaming. Back-to-back world champions, a lot of that roster is back. They just won LAIC. They won LAIC, immediately go into the AOS Cup play-ins where you can get a chance to travel here, lose. Next monthly cup, lose. And then they finally got back to the LAIC form, won the last two monthly cups, so they've got a heck of a momentum coming into EUIC. An interesting kind of sub-storyline with Luminosity specifically is if they win this event, they get their World Championship invite.
Oh, yeah.
But because they won LAIC, they qualified for the Asia Champions League. So they're the only Western team that's going to go compete over there. And Asia Champions League is awarding World Championship spots. So they have an opportunity to do kind of like an Infinity Stones World Championship invite thing where they can just gather them all up and by proxy shrink the World Championship team pool, which I think is just a very cool sub-storyline of just global dominance that they have an opportunity to kick off here in London.
Imagine rolling up to the World Championships too, like, okay, like I just won like 4 different invites, no big deal whatsoever, right?
Like,
exactly.
Like you get to Worlds and there's no one there. You took all the invites. Like,
World
okay.
champion.
Preemptively winning Worlds, absolutely new ground being broken by the Unite scene, making the World Championships in a completely new format. But these are just a handful of the stories, folks, that we're going to be looking forward to at EUIC. We've got some special treats for you at home that are taking the time to tune in and pay attention to these stories and these players. We got some TCG distributions. If you're tuning in chat, make sure you enter these codes. EUIC 25 Rainbow DNA, that EVEX, beautiful special illustration rare for TCG Live. And we've got some drops as well. Make sure you've got your accounts linked properly so you can get these cards and these card backs added to your game. I love these new evolutions. There's a lot of rumblings in the works if the evolution toolbox deck is going to be good coming up, but might as well pick it up now, set you up perfectly for the future. I know that Pokemon Go also has some special treats for the viewers.
Yeah, we always try to give some Pokemon that are used on the competitive scene in Pokemon Go. We try to sometimes get the champions Pokemon. For example, here we got, to celebrate, we got Jumpluff. That's one of the most useful Pokemon right now. In Worlds did really, really great. My great friend Marto Galdo used it to get to the 3rd place. And to win, oh, my bad. To win LAIC. He used it to win LAIC, and we got a couple of elite TMs that are really good to... we use them to make Pokemon learn attacks that they are no longer available. So like it's a really, really good tool to start playing Pokemon. If you want to start now and you're gonna get one of those like really special attacks, this is a really, really good moment to go and grab those rewards because they're really, really, really good to start and to get up and play the next event near you. Yeah,
I love that Pokemon Go is always helping new players find their footing to break into the scene. But if you're a Jumpluff fan, you know, VG's got you covered as well.
I did a double take when I saw the graphic. Honestly, I was like, wait, was it my turn next? You're also giving away a Jumpluff. So,
well, I mean, it's a great Pokemon. I love it.
It is, and crazy too, because you were saying that it won LASC. It won LASC for us.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, so we're like
the GOAT. Yeah.
We're so different after all.
Yeah.
But this is, we were talking about Marco Silva. He won LAIC with this Jumpluff team. And even going into a new format for not just this event, but even a couple more events, Jumpluff has been something that we've seen popping up, which seems crazy now that we're in this restricted format, but being able to have great utility. The Sun Pokemon to allow for the Chlorophyll ability, it goes super fast. And then it's super annoying from there on out, guys. It's sleep powders, it can encore, so your Pokemon's stuck doing the same thing. If you're looking to get into competitive, being able to pick up an actual like utilized Pokemon, a international winning Pokemon, great way to start that journey.
Jumpluff is just going to be available for a lot of different team builds as well. Speed control, I know, very important for VG, but it brings us back around to you, Nike. What do we got for the viewers, dude?
Let me check my notes. I'm a fraud. There are no notes on this. I am going to need, I'm eyeing this down. I'm not looking at you at home. I'm actually looking at the folks in the production booth. I'm going to need you to put that graphic on the screen so I know what we're doing. And that's what we're giving away, a globe. There we go. We did it.
That's it.
Just one thing here, if my memory serves correctly, that is an item enhancer. So you can get those held. Thank you, non-game person that I'm supposed to be the expert of.
You're cooked, man. You're cooked.
Absolutely, just crunch.
That's why you bring notes, you know?
Well, but again, fraudulent behavior out here.
At least is already fully enhanced. Just beyond the level of the peons in the audience. You've already upped your game, and you're here to break it down.
Oh, is that right? Okay, well, at least I can say a little bit about item enhancers for the people that might be tuning in and getting those item enhancers, of course, level up your held items, and that's what you do with them. That's what they're there for, so do that. Get those, and then do that. I don't recommend starting with leftovers or like Rocky Helmet. You know, maybe experience share. Put one of those on your Pokemon. Help your team. Be a good teammate. Help us wade through the solo queue crime scenes, please.
I mean,
preach.
Yeah. And I gotta say, at least, like, I really appreciate you being honest, not having anything prepared for the show. Like, that's bravery. That's really brave.
Hold on. Now, what you might have noticed is I threw the front card, right? If I throw the front card, he's not even looking at that when he's got more cards. Guess what? None of them have notes. I'm just a finicky person, and I need to hold stuff in my hand.
No, dude, the cameraman.
I told the cameraman before this whole thing started that I was going to be throwing cards. I did say that.
Okay.
Validation? Thumbs up.
Listen,
thumbs up.
We are the only ones who are allowed to throw cards over here. My players are here to throw down.
That was egregious.
And I wonder, you know, we've got a new metagame with the Prismatic Evolutions now available. Everybody's got their eyes on this new card called Badoo that has the ability to item lock. You probably heard about this. Item lock their opponents. And if you can take items out of your opponent's repertoire, out of their game plan, really slows things down. This is what is making this meta so strange is a lot of decks that take time to set up before they start to beat down on their opponents are a lot more viable as the meta game becomes slower. This plays into, again, the Gardevoir deck. There's a lot of different decks like what Tord Reklev is bringing with Gardevoir. Potentially, he's known as a Gardevoir player. Maybe even Charizard, who knows? If you want to skip over Rare Candy, folks, try to just put some extra Charmeleons in your deck, but that's neither here nor there. I think that if you don't need items and you just start beating down immediately, maybe that might be the strategy.
It could be. It could be. I mean, I think we might be done with Charizard now. I think we kind of left that behind at LAIC. It'd be super cool if it showed up, do not get me wrong, and I know Marco's definitely playing something a little out of comfort zone, but instead, our current format, we have our restricted Pokemon back. So we have stuff like this Calyrex Ice Rider, the Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, we have Miraidon, that is the world-winning Pokemon. All of that is back. And since this is a format that was decently solved going into the World Championships, it's really interesting to see how trainers are leveling that up and using what they learned at Worlds, which was, of course, everyone bringing crazy picks and being able to kind of mold the meta from there. So going into this weekend, I think we're going to see a lot of familiar things, but those little tweaks to kind of elevate just a little bit more.
It's a rare event to really revisit a past metagame. Are you going to refine what we found the last time, or do you think you can take it that next step further beyond? But what's going on with Unite?
I was going to talk about Unite, but I was going to convert that. I was going to transition that because Sierra yesterday taught us that Zamazenta is a horse.
Yeah.
and look, you're probably asking yourself, well, first off, number one, Snacks, that's not a horse, which most of us agree, except for Sierra, of course. Ice Rider, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Calyrex, of course, there's a horse involved.
The rehearsal's got a little wild.
I learned that the puppet is not the thing that changes, it's the horse.
Calyrex is the rider.
Calyrex is the rider.
Okay, so yeah, so the puppet stays the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
The horse changes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've settled that for all of you at home, definitely for your all's knowledge, Galarian Rapidash was just added to Pokemon Unite. And on release, it was crazy strong. It was really, really good. But they kind of turned the dial back on it, turned it from like an 11 back onto the meter somewhere. Might be around 50%, maybe a little bit lower play rate. But because it's so new and the nerfs that came out are so new, we don't know how these teams have been able to prepare with it or for it. So this is a real opportunity for somebody to kind of break the game open if they figure out a strategy using specifically this Pokemon, because it motors around the map, similar to, in our game, Dodrio, which has just a lot of map mobility. So they're going to use that to leverage maybe a scoring strategy, an engagement strategy, use it kind of like as a scout to get an idea of where the enemy team is. So a lot of potential options for that Pokemon specifically. And now that it's been reined in,
I see what you did there.
It's got a reasonable opportunity to be played, because before, if it was involved in the game, it would have gotten banned every single time. But now, because they pulled it back, it's got a real opportunity to hit the island, so I'm looking forward to see it played.
Yeah. Super fast with Go. We got a really interesting meta right now. There's some really interesting picks that I really like. Shadow Zapdos, I saw Shadow Palkia, and Annihilate and Primate with the Shadow versions are really, really interesting. They can do a lot of work and carry teams, whole teams, with the Rage Fist bonus, the Rage Fist special attack that buffs his attack stat. So it's really interesting what's going to happen this weekend.
I mean, we got an opportunity to talk about the players to watch, the Pokemon to watch, the stakes that we have going up into EUIC. I personally can't wait to kick off another great international event. This is the second one of the season. We got so much on the line for the trainers here. And I know that we got even more special ways to be kicking off the event. The internationals have only been gearing up. I know everyone is excited to start getting forward. So with that, we're gonna kick it over to the stage for a special opening ceremony.
Welcome to the 2025 European International Championships. These championships are a cornerstone in the competitive Pokémon season. We're bringing you the world's top trainers for a weekend of electrifying battles. Last season, Emmy Johnny Weedle mastered every strategy and dominated their battles to claim the crown. An unstoppable force in Pokémon Go history. Combining teamwork and flawless execution, Fusion turned each skirmish into a victory and claimed the champion title. Tord Reklev made precise plays and maintained an unshakable focus, outmaneuvering every opponent to become a TCG legend. Through flawless strategy and perfectly calculated moves, Nils Dunlop rose to the top and became the Pokémon VG champion.
This event is going to be one for the history books.
Oh, the energy! Brainsbird is coming through! That is literally the example of 1 HP in a North American dream.
Currently have the lead. Cole thinks that you're Raisa. Kobe Jones earns the ring shield. See if it's there. Get both the counter catcher and the dark energy.
It's been locked in! Benjamin Polster is your champion!
Absolutely incredible scenes here in London for the European International Championship.
Welcome to the European International Championships. Let the games begin.
So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. Very well to Princess Landing Stage, River Mersey, fare thee well. I am bound for California, a place that I know right well. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. Oh, I'm bound for California, a place that I know right well. And the captain's name is Burgess, and they say she's afloat in hell. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. Oh, I'm bound by Yankee Clipper ship. Davy Crockett is her name, and the captain's name is Burgess, and they say she's afloat in hell. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. So farewell to Lower Frederick Street and St. Terrace and Park Lane. I think it will be a long, long time before I see you again. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. But my darling, when I think of thee.
Good morning!
Hello!
Bonjour!
And other greetings.
Insert greeting here to Pokemon trainers around the globe. Wasn't that incredible from the Longest Johns? They'll be back with a very special song, especially for you, in just a moment. But for now, trainers, welcome to the Pokemon European International Championships 2025!
EUIC, let's
Yeah!
go!
EUIC, 4 of the best letters of the alphabet. We are coming to you live from the iconic Excel Centre right here in London, UK. I'm Charlie Merriman.
And I am Jake Sprague. And let me tell you, Charlie and I are beyond thrilled to be kicking off, we got it, this first event here, this second international event of the season. You know, Charlie, EUIC is known for its unmatched energy and legendary moments. And I feel like a little bumblebee here, buddy, because day one is already buzzing with excitement. What surprises does this weekend have in store for us? I cannot wait to find out.
Jake, I've emerged from the hive to tell you becoming an international champion is no easy feat, my friend.
He's not lying.
Oh, no, and only a very few trainers manage to defend their crown, but that means it's all to play for. Anyone here could claim that oh-so-coveted trophy and leave as our EUIC 2025 champion. And just how many competing trainers do we have here this weekend? Wait for it. Over 5,000. How exciting is that?
Incredible. But you know, Charlie, you dashing hero, what really makes an event like this unforgettable is the unity that we have in our global Pokemon community. This event is all about you guys, the fans. So let's hear it for some of your favorite games this weekend. Pokemon Unite fans, give it up.
Not
pretty
bad.
Good.
Not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good. It's not like I couldn't hear you, but I think we can do better. Brace yourself, trainers, because now I want to hear you give it up for our trainers from Pokemon Go. Yeah, there we go. Whoa. There we go.
Good.
You took the note and you ran with it. Very good. Nice.
Now, I know this next group could blow the roof off this place, all right? So be careful, but I want to hear it for our trainers playing the Pokemon trading card game.
Okay. Whoa.
Wow.
That was close, Jake, but I think the roof is just about still intact.
Hanging on by a thread right now, Charlie.
There's some structural damage maybe, but we're okay for now. I'm not sure it's going to stay that way for long.
Okay.
Last but never least, please go absolutely wild for your trainers from the Pokemon video game. There it is. Oh,
there it goes.
It's gone.
Yeah,
it's gone.
They got it. Roof's gone.
That roof is gone.
Yep.
Congratulations, you tore it off. We're in an open-air venue now, trainers. Good luck.
Yeah, fun. I hope you brought your umbrellas. Good luck with that, everybody. And you know, Charlie, this isn't just about the hype this weekend.
Is it not?
Oh, no, my friend. They're competing for so much more. Of course for the glory, of course for the hype, but there is also a massive prize pool this weekend. Let me take, this can't be right. Production, is this right? It is. They are competing for over $500,000 in prizing between our titles. And of course, those all-important championship points. Do you see that off in the distance, Chuck?
What is that, Jake?
All the way down there. That, my friend, that shining light, that is Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The ultimate stage this August. Some of these trainers will be there.
Jake, you colossus of the world. We're going to need some music to accompany that journey to world. It's coming down the road fast, trainers. Tell you what, why do we have one more song that celebrates your journey as a Pokemon trainer? Let it ignite your passion through the competition ahead. You ready, Jake?
Me.
It's not me and Jake.
They will not let us sing.
Yeah, we auditioned, but they were like, we'll get back to you. No, please welcome back to the stage, the Longest Johns.
The stories, the champions and journeys, searching for glory. Awake from your slumber, for now it's your turn. You've made preparations, studied and learned. Find partners to practice, and mentors to teach you, friends to cheer on, and those who'll defeat you. You win some, you lose some, cause that's how you learn. But every tough match is experience earned. Step out and face the world. Once you have learned all your homelands can yield, it's time to face challenges farther afield. Take to the path with friends by your side, new rivals before you from all the world wide. Set your sights firm on the battling ground, where titles are claimed and champions are found. Almost within the realm of the victor, soon it could be you, my friend. Step out and face the world. Won't you step out and face the world? Soon comes the day we've reached the arena where legends are named. There's no room for doubt and no room for fear. Think of the victories along your way here. Surrounded by veterans, the best are the best. You steel yourself now for this final test. You square to the challenge, excitement it swirls. This is your moment, my friend. Step out and face the world. Step out. Distance fades, the pressure's intense. Everyone's waiting, crowd in suspense. The end it approaches, hush fills the hall. It's come down to the wire, but you gave it your all. But you gave it your all. Step up to the podium, hold your head high as you raise the trophy right up to the sky. You are the victor, no one denies. Stand proud and face the world. 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 Good luck, trainers!
Hey, we're back. What an incredible opening ceremony. I loved what the Longest Johns did there. Such an inspired song. We are here with Leo. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I was absolutely mesmerized by this performance of the Longest Johns, and it was taking me to times where I played tournaments, you know. I wish this was running in the background there.
Yeah, and we are here with the great Psionic, who's finally back. I was waiting for you, man.
I am back, and the energy here does not disappoint. I mean, we saw them stand on the instruments while playing that epic song,
Yeah.
and I think that is testament to what we are going to be seeing this weekend.
Yeah, incredible. This is just the start. And we got, like, I'm so eager to see the battles, and people are too. And we got a poll predicting who will win the first battle. There you go. First match, the community choice against, between Crimson K19 and SAF 42. Who would you vote for?
Oh, I think that I would go for Crimson K in this situation. Good trainer. I think solid start to the tournament, I would say.
I'll go on Zaf's side.
All right.
Yeah, okay. I like it. I like it. Friendly rivalry. I just want to start with the battles, but now we're gonna see what's ahead of us in this, and what we had ahead of us in this. Well, we'll see the roadmap here. Sorry, I can't talk. I'm too excited.
I know, I understand it. Yeah, we had the LAIC so far, and now we're in Europe. The EUIC is just happening, followed up in June by the NAIC and Psionic.
Finally, Worlds in August. This is going to be an amazing year for these trainers as they are competing to get that slot at Worlds to become the champion.
Yeah, it's amazing where we have come from and what we have ahead. And now we'll see how the championship invitations work right now, because this year it changes. Can you tell me something a little bit about it, Leo?
Yep, only the top ranked trainers are getting the qualification for the World Championship. It's no longer a threshold of 400 points that you have to reach. You know, you have to compete with everyone in a ranking. And the top 75 of US and Canada get qualified for Europe, and LATAM, it's going to be 50. In Oceania, get 10, and ME and SA get 5 trainers qualifying for the World Championships. And of course, at the IC, you get so many points if you perform well. So there is a lot on the line for these trainers here.
Yeah, and it's a lot harder the past years to get an invitation to Worlds because the invitations are really, really limited. And now for the players that are maybe thinking on joining us on this amazing, amazing competitions, you know, we will talk about a little bit about the format of the battles. If you can tell me about it, Sayane.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be a Team 6 Pick 3 format, double elimination. These trainers have to manage their way through the ever-shifting meta, find answers for that Annihilate, which seems unstoppable right now, or what to do with the Shadow Drapion that seems very powerful and a dominant pick in this meta. And EU, in years past, has always brought the spice, has always brought those unique picks that seems to break through, and I think we're going to see that again this year.
Yeah, now we'll watch a little video to learn a little bit more about the format that we're playing in.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Center here in London, UK. Pokémon Go trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle with trainers dueling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format until only 3 remain at the end of Day 2. On Day 3, Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the European International Champion. Matches are best of 3, except for the high-stakes Winners Finals, Losers Finals, and Grand Finals, which will each be a best-of-5 showdown. Every match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers must craft a team of 6 Pokémon but can only bring 3 into each game, making every choice a game changer. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the European International Champion and receive an automatic berth to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, but we're definitely excited to find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
Now we know we're back. Now we know how this works. It's amazing. The evolution the game has done. You know, I'm really impressed how the game has progressed, how the players have advanced so much. Like it's incredible. How do you feel about it?
I mean, we've seen, when I started casting Pokemon Go, when I started playing Pokemon Go, I feel like there was so much to learn, and I thought, hey, everyone has this huge advantage. They have already figured out how the game works perfectly, and I have to catch up. Now that I've played for a few years, everyone else just got so much better as well. It's unfair. Yeah. They just keep raising the ceiling of Pokemon Go, and it's just crazy to see some of these trainers.
Yeah, and another thing that has evolved are the prizes. Cyanek, tell us about the prizes. It's incredible.
Not only are these trainers fighting their way to Worlds, but also fighting for prize pools. First place winning $5,000, all the way down to 13th winning $600. Money is on the line here, paying for your travel, paying for future travel to other events, because like we said, it is the points, and only the top 50 can make it through, so every point counts. Attending every tournament counts.
Yep, and I mean, those prizes are great. Have you guys ever gotten your hand on some Pokemon prize money?
Yeah.
Really?
yeah. Not that much. I played LAIC this year, got top 32.
Nice.
There we go. Yeah, it was my first Day 2. I really like competing, but I mean, they're really good players over there in LATAM, and now that we got Stephen Awards, like even more players from all around the world are going to this tournament, so every time it's harder. Yeah. And just to let you know, guys, like my first match on Day 2 was against Rajev. So.
Oh yeah, that's not an easy one, huh?
It was a tough one, but it was great. Anyway, have you played?
Nope.
No?
I've played, but I haven't succeeded so far, so I haven't gotten my hand on some prize money, but I'm looking forward to changing that. So I have a few more tournaments on the line this season, so let's see if I can make it to Worlds and make it to a top cut here and there.
Yeah, and talking about battles, we have Emmy Weedle defending his title. Yep. You here from Cyanek, you're from you're not exactly from the UK, but you live in the UK right now. I mean, so
I've been here long enough.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us about Emmy Weedle.
Emmy Weedle has been an up-and-coming champion caliber player over the years, and last year showed just how dominant he is, winning the EUIC with that Skeledirge. It was an amazing set of battles that he had last year. He's here again this year looking to take his title once again, get into Worlds, and win it all. And the testament for this weekend and what I love is the same trainers every year are just pushing the limits. They are back. They're going to be top cuts over and over, and it just comes down to those little decisions that we see in every single battle of who's going to take it all.
Yeah, I'm like really eager to see him play. He's really good. Last year battle, as you said, when we were watching the video, was legendary, that finals. And you know what? Meta constantly changes too, and we have like Pokemon trending up and trending down, and now we're gonna talk a little bit about it. And we're gonna start with Annihilate. Why is Annihilate trending up?
Well, obviously because it's still going bananas, especially the Shadow version deals so much damage. With the introduction of Rage Fist to the format, Annihilate has become a powerhouse. If you land a Rage Fist, you can almost farm down any Pokemon. I think there's barely any Pokemon in the game that beats Shadow Annihilate in a neutral scenario. It is so incredibly strong, and if you don't prepare your team for it, and you get caught by surprise by a Shadow Annihilate, which really shouldn't happen to you, then you're probably just gonna get countered down at some point.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. And another strong Pokemon is Dugong. That's also trending up. Tell us about it, Sayane.
Dugong is always consistent. This is what I love about this Pokemon. Its moveset, the bulkiness that it brings. It is a Pokemon you want to have on your roster as for multiple checks, right? Whether it's the Shadow Kanto Marowak that we've seen be very popular, or those Flyers, or the Grass. It can still do a lot of damage. It has a great moveset, and it's just super consistent.
We see this Pokemon trending up. There's badly Pokemon trending down, you know, sadly. And we got Superior. I loved him, but he's trending down. Why is it?
I mean, trending down a little because you don't want to have multiple grass types on your team. Jumpluff is Marto Galde's favorite, right?
Yeah.
Has been proven to be top-notch because it just beats Annihilate. However, I think there's a lot of play for Superior right now because it beats Diggersby, Azumarill. It has good play versus Dugong. It forces out a shield early most of the time. So I think it's really good. Also, in Birmingham, the latest EU regional, it got to third place with Galaxy Bolton's team with a signature Leaf Tornado instead of Aerial Ace.
Yeah. And we got another trending down. I really like this Pokemon, so I'm really sad he's here. But we are talking about Alolan Sandslash. What do you think?
Alolan Sandslash, I mean, we talked about earlier with the Annihilate how powerful it got, and that just makes Alolan Sandslash, which is now double weak to fighting, just that much more vulnerable in these matches, and why we're seeing a shift to Dugong, which has a little more favorable matchup right there.
Yeah, I'm sad to see these Pokemons trending down. I love them. I love them. And something else I love is watching the fruits of the effort. And here we have the EU leaderboards with Colin leading it.
Yeah, Colin, and then closely followed by Tonton Batu's phenomenal performance this season. Reached every top cut that he could so far. And funnily enough, the only trainer who beat him at day one in a regional this season was Colin's brother.
Dang. That's amazing. There's a lot of good players now. Players to watch. Psionic.
Well, we have Tauntaun Batus, which we just talked about, Palasha, which last year brought that Shadow Magnezone, which actually dominated, and it looks like they're bringing the Zapdos this year, which is going to be very interesting. We also have Colin 6 running the Shadow Primeape, along with a Wigglytuff and the Shadow Quagsire.
Oh, I love that so much. Shadow Primeape has a lot of play right now, but there's also Zweilos going in with the Charger Bug in a regular Primeape. That has been a good pick for him, the Charger Bug, and Tomahawk UK and Inadequate are casting buddies, of course, also bringing in the hype.
Did you see that Pokemon in the bottom
Shadow
right?
Palkia.
Shadow Palkia is going to make an appearance in this tournament, known for the Giratina Origin last year, right? Bringing another legendary dragon to this meta. It's going to be very exciting to see how that unfolds, and with the drop of Alolan Sandslash, maybe there's room for the Palkia to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, why not? He can win with whatever he wants. He's still good. Second in the world, second place right now, defending. So, we've seen EU. Now it's time for the guys in NA. And we have out of pocket. One of the best players of all time, I would say. He's been winning all over the place. Last week he won one.
Yeah, in San Juan, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly. And we have Elam, the Torian. What do you think about this?
Oh, they're phenomenal trainers. Nighttime Clasher, at this point, honorary EU trainer, right? Won the Liverpool Regional Championships. Then we have Dunebug, got into the finals of EUIC last year out of pocket and said Nighttime Clasher. Also, so many Wigglytuff. What is happening? People are preparing for Annihilate.
Yeah, people want to have that preparation for Annihilate. They want to make sure they cover those dragons. They want to make sure they cover the rise of Shadow Primate, which we've seen on a lot of teams. And as we move on, oh man, this tournament is going to be very exciting. We're seeing unique picks already developing in the meta.
Yeah, and Wigglytuff is also really, really good against Corsola, and Corsola is really, really strong right now. So like, it's a Pokemon that has been present like in the years, along the years, but now it's really, really strong.
I mean, the thing is, I've looked at the winning teams of the last 6 regionals and special events and ICs.
Yes.
And most of them were 5 or 6 times weak to Wigglytuff. So it's just actually natural that this Pokemon finds its way back into the meta.
Yeah, the Pink Menace. And now we're traveling to LATAM, and we can see Martogalde with over 2,000 points.
Insane.
What's that?
He is on a different level. Martogalde, I've known this trainer for years, going back all the way to the first official just a grassroots tournament back in Argentina. Marto is a top-class trainer, and he's looking to bring the Jumpluff once again, which he is known for.
Oh, but look at Richie. He's here to win. Look at this smile. He's just absolutely in it this time. And also Lindos Kanan is here in a group with the Inadequans, if I'm not completely mistaken. So he's bringing the Goodra, which I think is a phenomenal picker, paired with the Corviknight, the newest addition to Pokemon Go that has never been played in EU regionals or special events.
Yeah, no, it's amazing what these players have accomplished. Martogalde is unstoppable. He has won everything. He only needs to win Worlds, and he has already won everything. And now we're gonna watch the players from Oceania. We got a Rick Flareon, a really, really known player, Jins and Avery. Do you know, like, do you see something on their teams?
Yeah, I see a Morpeko on the right. That's an absolute menace. So I've seen multiple players disregard Morpeko in their team building because it's so difficult to handle, but rarely it's being played. But if you're getting caught off guard by Morpeko, there is a high chance that you're gonna lose to it.
Yeah, it's really strong if you left him unchecked, like he start boosting itself, then it's unstoppable. And now I think we're gonna get into a little beef because we're gonna talk about caster predictions.
Yeah, I have my Alolan Sandslash right over there. Paired, of course, with another Ice-type Devolver, and I think we're gonna see some of those. But Emolga is also a really nice pick because I like the rise of Zapdos, but I prefer a little more bulk. So I think Emolga has some niche play, and Gastrodon will always find a way back into the meta, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, and I went for Dugong, Mr. Consistent, and the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Shadow Jumpluff, and then Morpeko was a unique pick that I had for this weekend. I want to see the power that it can bring to these battles, especially if unchecked. If we're seeing, you know, more Pokemon take that heavy, super effective or neutral damage because you have that dual typing, heavy, hard-hitting charge move that can really do a lot of damage.
Yeah, in my part, I choose Shadow Pidgeot. I saw Richie was gonna use it, and it's really strong. Like, if there's nothing like Rock type or Electric type, then the Brave Bird's gonna do a lot of damage. And I'm gonna throw a little bit of beef to Amanda back there in the cast area. You chose that Shadow Palkia because you knew it was going to happen. That wasn't a prediction. You knew it was going to happen, but
rigged.
Good prediction.
That's insider predictions right there.
Yeah, no, insider
I was like, that's such a weird pick, but now we know.
I asked Martine about his team too. He told me he wanted to surprise me, and now I think that's beef.
Yeah.
I think we were all surprised by that Shadow Palkia.
Yeah, we were.
He can win with anything, right? So he has just brought picks that make people uncomfortable because they don't know how to play against it.
And he knows how to use them really, really well. And now we have here the socials, in case you want to watch us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we have the social channels. You can put #PlayPokemon on your post. If you want to say something about EUIC, you might see it on broadcast. And of course, follow all the action that we have.
Yeah, now, thank you, Leo and Cyanek, for being here. We are really, really excited to see who will be the next European International Champion this weekend. And now we're getting started because we are going back to the casters to see the first battle today.
Thank you so much, you guys, for that wonderful intro. I'm Insider Trader Lundberger here, next to Blink if you miss him, the speediest Chief 2, ready to take on the action at the European International Championships.
I'm telling you, everybody, for the last 2 minutes, Amanda's been really quiet. You were thinking about that line the entire time. I'm so excited to get into our action here at the Europe International Championships 2025. If you joined us early on in the show, you got a special preview of some of the best players in the world and their picks. So much Steelix, Amanda, so much Wigglytuff. There's a Shadow Zapdos. So many fascinating picks, and I don't think our caster predictions were overall that spot on, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
What we were talking about right beforehand, we each had 5 unique picks for electric-type Pokemon,
That's
so
true.
we'll have to see who will be the one who's doing a lot of that. I know Zapdos has really been kind of coming to play in the different regional competitions. Very interested to see if it will make its way through this international championship as well.
Well, I always look at EUIC as the most innovative tournament of the season. We're at the halfway point, more or less, and these trainers are really trying hard to break the meta. And Amanda, honestly, there's no region better at reverse engineering the meta than the European region. And I'm excited to see something like Morpeko roll through that poison double water line that Nezabethan made so famous earlier on this season, or maybe even the Shadow Zapdos absolutely drill picking through Annihilapes, thunderbolting for alligators, and just closing out big games in big ways.
You know, and honestly, it's not surprising to me that the bred Pokemon Fido has come out lately because, I mean, here at the International Championships, they talked about it in the intro. We're having a lot of prize money. We're also having tons of championship points. There is so much on the line. This is about the midway point, but so many trainers here are wanting their spots for Worlds. The top 50 competitors of Europe will be able to take that, but guess what? There's also people coming in from North America. There are people here from Australia. Everyone wants a little bit of piece of that pie.
I want to piggyback off your point, Amanda. A lot of trainers coming from out of region. Not only are they fighting for the booster packs, the prize money, and the glory of becoming a champion and earning a medal here in London, they also are fighting for the travel awards, trying to get over to the North America International Championships in New Orleans later this season. So I'm sure a lot of trainers, especially from this region, are trying to climb up that ladder because there's a huge difference between top 32, top 16, top 8, and even top 4.
I mean, you talk about a lot of players. This is the most players we've had in a tournament so far, and you guys actually chose this very first matchup that we are seeing. This was our community choice winners here. We got Crimson K19 on the left-hand side against Zaf 42.
This is going to be fascinating to watch. Crimson K coming over from the North America region is going to bring his double Ghost team in Galarian Corsola and Annihilate, double Shadows, Shadow Kento Marowak and Shadow Drapion, and that pesky Wigglytuff, Amanda, is making an appearance on our very first game of the stream. But look at the opposing side. Zaf has Corviknight.
Corviknight, there are so many Pokemon that we've seen throughout this season, kind of ebbing and flowing, right? Malamar was really popular earlier on and sort of dropped off, but now it looks like it is back again. Clodsire, nowhere to be found recently on a lot of different teams, and because of that, I think that's why we're seeing so many electric types like Zaf's Chargebug there, which was really, really popular in previous seasons.
What's the old saying? When one door closes, another one opens, and I think that Clodsire exiting the meta in a big way has opened the door for Fairy-type Pokemon like Wigglytuff. But all right, everybody, we need to see some hype in the chat and in the arena. We have our first battle of the Europe International Championships 2025. Crimson K locking in that final adjustment to his team, and we're about to get started.
Yeah, let's hear in the chat, who are you guys hoping is going to win this with basically 400 competitors? Again, the largest tournament to date. It's so much to play for. We have so many different pods going on, and we are locking in. We are getting ready for that game number 1.
Jumping right into the action here. Crimson K on the left side of your screen. Zaf is on the right. We've got a Wigglytuff lead into Dunsparce.
Going ahead, and looks like a shiny Dunsparce at that. Starting off these battles here, a fairly neutral matchup. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out, but in the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at that backline here. This first drill run coming through.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that Crimson K's wish was to land the Wigglytuff on anything not named Corviknight, and he was able to achieve that here with the Dunsparce. And this is really where the matchup knowledge comes into play. Does Crimson K know exactly how to play this out? We see the swap by Zaf into Corviknight.
This is a catch, but we have to remember the Icy Wind is going to automatically debuff the attack of this Corviknight. So now he has the opportunity to swap out. That's exactly what he does here, coming in with that Dugong. And if one Icy Wind wasn't enough, well, it looks like another one is almost getting ready to be thrown.
This looks like an Iron Head and Sky Attack Corviknight. A lot of trainers that are familiar with the Championship Series probably saw a lot of Skarmory play in years past. Corviknight is the same typing in Steel and Flying, but it does have a different moveset. Sand Attack, Iron Head, Payback, Sky Attack. There's a lot of versatility in this Pokemon and plays very differently than a very similar Pokemon in Skarmory.
Getting cooled down once again by another Icy Wind, getting that first Protect Shield as well, because there's quite a bit of energy now. Even though it's double debuff, cancel that. I meant triple here as the third Icy Wind comes through.
We see this Icy Wind chipping down the Corviknight, and now we see the swap back into the Dunsparce and the Rock Slide queued up as well, taking advantage of that 10-second displacement on the switch timer, trying to trap this Dugong under some Rock-type damage.
Yeah, going ahead, putting up that Protect Shield on Crimson side because you saw that would be super effective. That red shield saying, oh, I don't want this, and in back to the beginning, basically. We got that Dunsparce, Wigglytuff, but a lot less energy now on each Pokemon.
Yeah, I really like the play here about Crimson K as well, to reach back for that Wigglytuff. He does not want to take a drill run on something like a Drapion, and Wigglytuff hangs out for one more charm. Does that put this Dunsparce within farm down range? He doesn't have a lot of fast stack pressure though, Amanda.
Not a lot, but we've seen how dangerous that Drapion can be with a bit of energy, waiting out the switch timer, and now coming back in with the Dugong. Even though these are super effective rollouts, he's going to be able to take this. He has one Protect Shield left. Does he want to use it at this point? Does he want to be able to protect this up? No!
Yeah, I like hedging your bets here as Crimson K. He's going to allow that super effective Rock Slide through it. Now the Superior comes in as the final Pokemon, but it doesn't look like Crimson K is tapping on the screen and giving it some inputs. He's waiting on that switch timer, so we're not seeing a lot go through here, but he is going to fire up that Icy Wind.
Icy Wind will be able to debuff, and it is a Grass-type Pokemon. One shield left remaining on Zap's side. Not going to shield it up here. I wonder if we're going to see a quick pivot into that Drapion to get a little bit of energy here.
Exactly right. Drapion is going to build up to the crunch, but first comes the Aerial Ace. If Crimson K is counting, he knows this is not the Frenzy Plant, but either way, these charge attacks are not going to deal a lot of damage to the Poison and Dark type.
Not only with that was an attack debuff coming in now with the Corviknight, but an Aqua Tail already loaded. At this point, does Zap want to shield it up? He recognizes he has energy. He wants to try to get this Drapion low.
Yeah, you know, if you have that Superior in the back, that this Corviknight is probably your best chance. Goes for the Iron Head, slightly more energy efficient in this situation, and those sand attacks will add up. Iron Head does pull the final shield from Crimson.
Going ahead, getting a little bit, almost to an Aqua Tail. Will he be able to reach it first? Yes, he will. Aqua Tail now being thrown. No Protect Shields remaining. This Corviknight is very low in health.
Shadow Drapion, I call it the gravity well that this meta revolves around, and we see it on the field here in our very first set of the Europe International Championships, closing in on the crunch.
Going right before that Aerial Ace is loaded. Crunch enough at this point. We said it, no Protect Shields. Drapion takes out the Corviknight, takes out the Superior, and takes game number one.
Crimson K chomps his way through this game number one on stage at EUIC. I'm telling you, Amanda, as commentators, you know, we've got a bit of advantage. We're in the booth, you know, we're safe from the battles, but if you're a competitor, you've got to be a little rattled on stage for the first set of an international championship.
Oh yeah, boots are quaking, but you know what? Crimson K looks pretty calm and collected here. I know in the past he said, you know, I just want another medal. He's won a medal. He has top cut in the past. You have to wonder what if his sights are being set a little bit higher for an international championship over a regional competition.
I mean, ever since he got a taste of glory, Indianapolis 2022, 4th place overall, he says, I want another medal, just like you said. Zap's got to make some adjustments of his own, though. I do like the Corviknight pick, but I think that what really set him back that game number one was switching it into the Wigglytuff. I feel like once you give away that switch advantage, he really allowed Crimson to maneuver around. Maybe we could see kind of an ABB style approach here from Zap. Maybe the Corviknight in the lead, and then two Pokemon that answer that Wigglytuff in the back, so maybe he can switch things around, try to pivot, and put that Pokemon in proper alignment.
It's always hard if you're playing against a Pokemon like a Dugong or like a Wigglytuff, which Crimson had both on his team first round, because both of them are carrying Icy Wind. So no matter what, if you're swapping in, you are most likely going to have to take that charge attack, and then you're going to be debuffed until your Pokemon either faints or you swap out yourself. So it takes a lot of energy management. It takes a lot of deciding when is going to be the most impactful time to throw my energy, or what, you know, what do I do in this sort of scenario?
I'd really like to see something neutral here from Zap. Maybe even the charge bug lead could be a potential pick here, but as you take a look back at this game number one, this was the lead situation. Wigglytuff into Dunsparce, the normal fairy versus the normal type, and then later we did see that swap into the Corviknight. So again, I'm looking for Zap to kind of pivot his play around that Wigglytuff matchup. I think that's the most threatening Pokemon for his team.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think that there's a lot of times trainers aren't quite sure, right? When you only see the Pokemon that is in the lead, you have to wonder, okay, how is my opponent playing this? What are they putting in the back? Of course, if you end up swapping in, you kind of give a little bit indication of what that third Pokemon could be. We're hopping into game number two here.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
What a lead here from Crimson K. The Sand Attack is not going to deal much damage, but the counters are still going to be neutral against the Corviknight, and this allows the Annihilate to stay in, boost up the Rage Fist, and build momentum as this battle goes on.
What I noticed also about Crimson's Annihilate, it is on close combat and Rage Fist. A lot of times people don't know if they want to run Ice Punch instead for the current meta. The Rage Fist is going to automatically get that attack risen, but definitely going to have to shield up this sky attack.
And look at the team here from Crimson K in game number 2. He doesn't even bring the Wigglytuff. He's got Dugong and Drapion in the back. Will it work out, though? Because I do like this backline from Zap. What a catch onto the Rage Fist. Here comes Azumarill.
Yeah, Zap's catching game 1. He's catching game 2 here. This is boosted, but it's not going to be doing that much to Azumarill, but still a pivot out now into the Drapion. Drapion's charge attacks aren't doing that much to Azumarill, but it did get that buff Poison Sting and has a potential to debuff with this crunch that is being thrown.
If you look at Crimson K's team, he's got Shadow Drapion, Galarian Corsola, and the Dugong. He knows he's got a Dunsparce weakness, so he sends a Drapion in here now, expecting that Dunsparce in the back from his opponent.
Going for an Ice Beam now. No Protect Shield by Crimson K. Wants to go ahead, take that farm up a little bit more energy. Drapion with energy. We've seen it time and time again. Super dangerous. Going up right before. I think if we see it, he's going to throw right before the next attack is available for the Azumarill.
Yeah, I really like what Crimson K did there, building up to the double Aqua Tail. So just in case this attack gets shielded, he's got another one in the bank. Azumarill hangs on, but gets snuffed out there by the Poison Sting. Corviknight comes back in. Big crunch coming through here from Crimson.
Look at that reaction time to just throwing right away, getting this onto the Corviknight. Corviknight going basically now. Look at it. This Pokemon just keep hanging on by a thread.
Exactly, and here comes Crimson with the scissors, snapping it. And we're going to see the Dunsparce come in as a final Pokemon from Zaf. He lost the Azumarill and the Corviknight already, so now he's just squared up against the rest of this team. And don't forget, there's an Annihilate that we saw in the lead earlier in the battle.
Yeah, even though Dunsparce has a great matchup against the Dugong here, Crimson was even still nodding his head because he can let this Dugong go. He's going to Icy Wind. Dunsparce can't switch out anymore. It is now going to be debuffed for the rest of game number 2 here, and this is exactly where Crimson wants to see it.
Yeah, Crimson K kind of looking up at the camera a little bit. Maybe a bit of the stress coming off of his shoulders. He knows he's got a healthy Annihilate in the back that's going to resist these rollouts, going to resist the Rock Slide, and not take too much damage from the Drill Run. And speaking of Drill Run, here comes one from the Dugong. Icy Wind.
Going for another Icy Wind here, going to debuff a little bit more. These rollouts, again, are super effective, but it's not even going to get a chance to use them because this Annihilate is just going to punch it down.
Absolutely beautiful showcase there by Crimson K of the Annihilate. Again, a lot of the time your opponent expects you to bring a particular Pokemon because it looks strong to the team, and then when you pivot, when you turn left, when they're going right, you can find your opening.
Yeah, I think at this time, it's really strange that we didn't suspect Wigglytuff would be so popular.
Yeah.
We talked about it. It's the rise of Annihilate. We've seen so many Primates as well. I mean, I feel a little bit silly, although I still stand by that pick of Shadow Palkia that I completely came up with on my own, didn't have any insider information about people that could be running it in a tournament.
Yeah, I think you just touched down in London and you just put your hand on the ground, you said, Shadow Palkia, that's the one. Yeah.
I was touching all the grass Pokemon, Venusaur, Superior. no, Shadow Palkia.
Yeah. Well, incredible plays there by Crimson K. And I think something that's very counterintuitive is when you see a Pokemon like Corviknight, maybe if you've been following the Championship Series, you think, oh, it's a Steel and Flying type. It's going to play kind of like Skarmory. It's got Air Slash. It's got Sky Attack. It's going to put pressure on opposing fighting types. Corviknight does not play that way. It's so different with Sand Attack. You can send in that Annihilate, deal a lot of counter damage over time, and because Annihilate paces so quickly, by the time you've boosted your Rage Fist a couple of times, the Corviknight is struggling to get off that second Sky Attack.
This meta is really interesting because there's a lot of different ways that people are playing it. We have people who, will swap in that Shadow Feraligatr and just get up a ton of energy. They're wanting to use Pokemon that don't necessarily have a lot of bulk, but have a lot of attack potential that can just spam out those charge attacks.
Yeah.
Then there's Pokemon like Dugong that can just take a lot of hits. Azumarill can take a lot of hits, but paces a bit slower to be able to get to its own attacks.
Exactly. I talked about this a little bit on our EUIC pre-show. I think if you're going to have a very high-octane Pokemon, a very volatile, offense-oriented pick like Primeape or Annihilate, once you partner that with a Galarian Corsola or maybe an Azumarill or a Diggersby, you kind of balance out the rest of the team. So So we have seen a lot of shadows on these team previews so far. We are destined to see them on stream, and I do think that having a shadow-type Pokemon does kind of lend itself to being a little bit glassier. You can't take as many hits, but I do think that balancing a team overall is definitely very important, especially at an international championship.
Yeah, what I also love about this team too, the very first matchup that we saw at AUIC, I think it gives a good indication of how the rest of this tournament is going to play out. There's so many unique Pokemon that we've seen on these teams. There's 12 individual Pokemon here. We've already seen some of these battles being to play out, and I'm so excited to see what everyone else is bringing.
I've seen a lot of trainers posting on social saying this meta is difficult to figure out. It's frustrating. I don't know where it's going. One week it's one way, the next week it's different, and I feel like it's exciting for viewers, exciting for us as well, Amanda. Like you said, lots of unique picks, lots of different strategies. I think the challenge here is not in just having the same tools as your opponent and trying to outplay them. The challenge is in taking a core, committing to a team, a structure, and then figuring out how you can bend that structure to beat the other compositions that are in the meta.
A lot of times people like to use a core, but there's maybe two Pokemon that they think, okay, I know that these two work really well together, or I'm very comfortable with these two Pokemon.
Yeah.
What is a third that would balance out a team? And sometimes you see people play the exact same three Pokemon all the way through a tournament because they just know the ins and outs, the mechanics. They know when this Pokemon comes in, they have to do a certain amount of attacks before they swap out. And I think a lot of times too, that's where practice in the Go Battle League comes in handy. I was playing Go Battle League a couple days ago against some people, and I saw some names that are here at EUIC, and I saw some Pokemon that I was like, I bet they're practicing.
Wow, Amanda doing research. Even when she's playing, she's working, right?
Yeah, always tapping.
Yeah, I feel like the most common example of that I've seen recently, Amanda, you can agree with me or disagree, is that Shadow Drapion with double water types in the back, being the Feraligatr and Azumarill. I see that trio everywhere, and if you're practicing in Go Battle League, getting reps in against that team is actually really good practice for coming to a Show 6 tournament like a regional, even a local Cup or Challenge. It can apply.
I know in Birmingham, they had a big conversation of either poison double water or water double poison with the different teams that were going on. I think that since it's in the same meta, we probably will see some similar lineups, some similar concepts here. But as we've already seen from game number 1, anything can go here at the European International Championships.
Exactly. Well, one trainer that did go on to the next round is Crimson K19. We actually have an exclusive interview with Pedro and Crimson. Take it away, my friend.
Hey, how you guys going? How you guys doing? We just witnessed one of the greatest battles to start one of these internationals. We're here with Crimson K. He just won the first battle of the day. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Just threw whatever I had onto the wall and it stuck, so I'm pretty happy about that. First round, I led the Wigglytuff, and I figured he would switch to Corviknight in case I ran the same team. So I thought Annihilate was pretty neutral into Corviknight, and I figured he'd be bringing Dunsparce again. So I thought I'd be ABA strong to it. So feeling pretty good.
Yeah, that was amazing team building. I love the alignment that you had. And
I actually stole the team from Pocket. I wasn't sure if he was going to be here. I don't have a Shadow Annihilate, but I didn't build that team. I just stole it.
No, that's okay. That's okay. A lot of regionals have been won that way. Now, I got a question. I love the Wigglytuff Dewgong double debuff combo. What's the strategy behind using that?
I mean, there's really no strategy behind it. I just got to the Icy when I said, hey, this thing would be great if it was debuffed, so I just wanted to debuff everything. That's why I swapped into Dewgong right away into the last. I didn't care about the matchup. I just wanted to debuff, so worked out for me.
Yeah, it worked out pretty good. I got another question that's something I really like to know. Like, what's like the mental state you gotta be when you play in a stage? Because it's pretty hard for some people to like play correctly when you are under pressure. So for you guys that are home that maybe wanna come and play one of these games, one of these tournaments, what's the secret behind winning on stream? Because you have done it a lot of times.
Focus on the game. Just focus on the game if you're up on stage. I told my opponent the same thing because he was a little nervous. This was his first IC he was competing at. He's competing at other regionals. But just focus on the game. Don't worry about who's watching and just play your battles just like you've always practiced.
Okay, you did amazing. I hope you continue to do so. And now we're going back to our amazing casters.
Wonderful, uplifting, and wholesome advice from Crimson K19. I mean, a lot of people say Crimson came early because it's only February, but he was able to get on stage there thanks to your community vote. So thank you everyone in chat for watching the stream and getting involved. Amanda, we've got our next set of players on stage. They're actually almost ready to lock in. Emsley Boy and Yov87. I see a lot of shadows here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of purple on the screen. Heavy damage. Shadows take 20% more, but they also dish out 20% more damage. I think for the most part, usually Shadow Drapion is always the pick. You rarely, if ever, see someone use a regular Drapion, but for Alligator and also Annihilate could be ones that are a little bit more interesting. Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, however, that is also one that's always going to be a Shadow.
Exactly. It's a trade-off between durability and closing power. And if you want more durability, you go for the non-Shadow variant. If you want that closer that's going to close combat anything off the field, you go for that Shadow Annihilate. And like you said, that Drapion being a Shadow variant is very, very common. That Pokemon with the additional slight edge, like you said, 20% additional damage on something like a Crunch, it turns a matchup from a close one to a dominant one. And that's exactly what these trainers are looking to do.
When I see Pokemon that are very popular picks on the team, since it is open team sheets, I always like to take a look too at the charge attacks that they're running, especially when there could be some variability. So it does look like Emsley is running Rage Fist and Close Combat on his Annihilate. And we'll have to see. Everything else looks like pretty standard movesets.
Jumping right into our first battle, Emsley Boy on the left side of your screen, Yov87 on the right. We've got Charger Bug lined up against Shadow Drapion.
And we'll have to see how they want to play this out. Those Volt Switches take a little bit, but it's like a little battery pack. Once that Charger Bug gets going, it's hard to stop it here. Going for a charge attack here, going for the Crunch. That's the potential to debuff here. Also just does a nice chunk of damage.
Yeah, I like the Crunch early on in this matchup to try to put this Pokemon within Aqua Tail range. Defense drop as well means that you can close out this matchup with an Aqua Tail. So I think that Yov is forced to shield, especially considering how much energy he stored.
Yeah, this is charge attack priority, so the Pokemon with the higher attack will be able to throw first. That was that Drapion there, forcing Yov to shield up because he wanted to be able to get off his charge attack as well. This X-Scissor is going through, no Protect Shield used, but a quick swap out now by Emsley.
Oh, and catching a resisted X-Scissor onto the Ghost and Fighting type Annihilate. Great heads-up play here by Emsley Boy. However, he does leave his Annihilate a little bit vulnerable here to the Mandibuzz switch in. This is a Snarl Mandibuzz though, Amanda. Why is that so critical that it's not Air Slash?
Air Slash will be doing very good fast attack damage to the Annihilate. Oh, Emsley Boy here, we got to talk about this. Going straight for here. No Protect Shield is being used. This is a close combat. That does so much damage, but the defense is now harshly fallen.
But I feel like this is such a difference maker because like you're saying, the Air Slash is not pressuring Annihilate too much. If you shield here, as Emsley Boy just did, maybe you can even try to counter down.
I think that's exactly what he's going to try to do. Another Aerial Ace is reached, but there is still another Protect Shield. He has his defenses dropped, but guess what? He's going to come out with a ton of energy into this next Pokemon.
Annihilate looking to load up the Rage Fist and the Close Combat. That is definitely going to get a shield back for you if you're Emsley Boy, because I think that Yov's got to respect that potential damage coming through. Also, the switch timer is available, so he can choose to swap out and save that Annihilate since it is still debuffed.
Well, this is so dangerous here for him because he's got one shield left. The Dugong doesn't want anything to do with this Annihilate, and he's going to let it go down.
Wow, absolutely devastating because now the Annihilate is even more ramped up and these counters are doing so much damage. So even though you're debuffed as Annihilate, you're going to pile on about half of the HP of the Dugong. And Amanda, take a shield back as well.
Going ahead, getting that last Protect Shield because that Close Combat would definitely be enough to knock out the Dugong here. And he's just going to go ahead and let it go down. This is an interesting point. He's going to come back in with the Drapion. I think he was hoping he could reach a charge attack in time that he wouldn't have to show his third.
Yeah, I mean, if you know your damage intervals here for these Pokemon, you probably have a good idea where this matchup is going, but I do think it's a bit curious that we didn't see the Azumarill first, because then if the Dugong does throw some Icy Winds, you can switch back into the Drapion, clear the debuff. But now this Dugong is so weak, Azumarill closing in on the Play Rough, and the Icy Wind will try to slow it down, but will it be enough?
No shields remaining. This will lower the attack for the rest of the game. The real question is, one bubble away from that Play Rough, will it be enough at this point? He's going to keep going a little bit more, throwing that Play Rough, and I think at this point, it's still in the pocket of Emsley Boy.
I agree with you. Excellent. Getting all the bubbles there on the Play Rough, and the Dugong does barely hang on for one more final drill run into this Azumarill, but I do think Azumarill, as we come to expect, can absorb a ton of damage. Takes that drill run, no problem.
it was an interesting play, like you kind of discussed by Emsley Boy, because coming in with that Dropion and then letting it get farmed down by the Dugong not only gave that Dugong extra energy, he no longer had to swap out to clear that debuff, like you said. It turns out he didn't need it at that point. Azumarill tanky enough health at that point to be able to completely take down the Dugong and seal game number 1 for Emsley.
Looking at game number 2, I like this team by MZ Boy. The picks on this team, mainly the Azumarill and that Jump Bluff, allow the Shadow Annihilate to really run free. And when you look at this team from Yuv, I think that he's got to find an answer to that Shadow Annihilate. That was such a problematic Pokemon for him, even after the close combat debuff. MZ Boy didn't even bother switching it out. He says, I know it's good. I'm just going to leave it in this matchup and let it do its thing.
I think from this point, this catch was the moment that Emsley Boy said, I feel in complete control of this situation. And honestly, going for that close combat right away shows Yuv that he's not afraid to go ahead and do that. He's not afraid to debuff himself because he's saying, you know what? You're gonna have to use a shield at some point here. I am comfortable with how this Pokemon plays out.
Once he saw the Snarl Mandibuzz, I think he had a really good feeling that he could allow that debuff to trigger, because it meant that the Annihilate was only taking neutral Snarls instead of super effective air slashes. Now, again, the pressure here is on Yuv to slow down that Shadow Annihilate. What do you think, Amanda? I mean, I think Charge Bug is coming no matter what. The other two Pokemon, though, are kind of up in the air.
I think we saw it in games number 1, right, with Crimson with the Dugong. We just said that Dugong was going to be trending upwards. I think Ice has a lot of potential in this current meta, and that's why we're also seeing so many Electric-type Pokemon. Icy Winds to be able to debuff are nice. In the past, Kanto Marowak has completely been able to power through in 2-shield scenarios. This could be something that maybe Yuv wants to give a try for as well.
Let's jump right into game number 2, everybody. A devastating lead for Yuv here. That's a Jump Bluff from MZ Boy into that ground-type Shadow Kanto Marowak. This is a tough way to start this game number 2.
Yeah, and if you look at it, Yuv has played ABA weak to the Jump Bluff, so he kind of has to either stay in this matchup because he doesn't want to swap out and then have 2 Pokemon weak to Jump Bluff in the back, being that Feraligatr and that Marowak. So he's going ahead, just charging up a ton of energy here, and now throwing another, well, actually the first Rock Slide.
Yeah, we see the early shield, and now the Rock Slide is going to fire back, but here's the difference. That Jump Bluff is so bulky, it doesn't even need to shield that first Rock Slide. Maybe you could argue if it was a Shadow Jump Bluff, you would need to Protect Shield it there, but I do think that MZ Boy is very comfortable in this situation.
Going ahead, using both Protect Shields here. I think if you're Emsley Boy, you're saying, I think my Jump Bluff has a lot of play if Kanto Marowak is staying in, swapping out to a Azumarill here to potentially try to draw out something in the back line. But if you're Yuv at this point, I think you're like, okay, maybe I'll just stay in. This is a nice catch.
Exactly as you said, Amanda. I think MZ Boy recognized that Jump Bluff is strong against something else in the back, so he preserves it by switching it out. Now we see the Feraligatr come in, but the difference now is that Yuv, it came in so late that he doesn't have any energy to fight back, and the Play Rough will connect.
Play Rough coming through here, unprotected. No more Protect Shields for the Feraligatr. Does a lot of damage. This is actually usually a fairly neutral matchup just because Feraligatr paces so quickly. Even though neither one of its charge attacks do much damage, Feraligatr kind of packs a punch when it goes, and Azumarill just paces quite slow.
It packs a punch or even packs a claw. I think it's the Shadow Claw damage that slowly chips away at the Azumarill, and as you can see, it's down into the red, but it is going to get to the second Play Rough here against the Feraligatr, which is going to be enough to pick up the KO. And again, MZ Boy controlling the pace of this matchup.
Going ahead, these bubbles do super effective damage, but this Marowak has a lot of energy at this point. Coming back in with the Jump Bluff here and going for a bait. This is a very risky bait, but there are 2 shields left, and it works out for Yuv. Give it that first one.
I really like this bait by Yuv. He maybe has a chance to do one more here, but he's going to go ahead for the Rock Slide right away. Excuse me, the Aerial Ace, though, from MZ Boy is going to cut off all that energy.
It's sometimes hard, right? Because you want to throw on good timing. You want to make sure that your opponent doesn't get an extra fast attack through, but sometimes because of that, it allows them to pace quicker than you. This Aerial Ace is not going to be doing much, but I tell you what, Mandibuzz, even though it's bulky, its dark typing does not like these Furrow Winds from the Jump Bluff.
Man, I'm telling you, when we talk to the other casters, they are always shocked at the fun Pokemon that are in Pokemon Go. So things like Azumarill, Annihilate, Diggersby. We have a Jump Bluff versus Mandibuzz matchup on the screen right now, and I promise you're not going to get that in any of the other titles. So always fun to see these matchups play out.
2 Aerial Aces going through. Mandibuzz still in the green, just now knocked down to the yellow, going for a flying type attack of its own, saying, okay, you can throw them, I'll throw them too. Super effective damage, still not enough to knock out, and those Snarls are just doing nothing.
Yeah, Yuv kind of on the back foot here. He really needs a positive matchup for that third Pokemon, which I'll remind everyone, Boy is not even revealed yet. Turns out it is that Shadow Drapion as his third.
Now, Shadow Drapion is a Pokemon that we've seen quite a bit. I think a lot of people are calling it maybe their most valuable Pokemon. A lot of people have been bringing it, going to throw those Aqua Tails because they're going to be doing more against this Dark-type Pokemon than the Crunch would. There's so much energy on Yuv's side, but no Protect Shields left. This next Aqua Tail now coming through.
Yeah, second Aqua Tail I think will be enough. Shadow Drapion, very, very healthy. Mandibuzz just can't overcome the shield advantage, the HP advantage. Boy signaling to the crowd there. Probably has some friends watching him battle it out, and I'm sure they're proud of him for taking a swift 2-0 on stage here in London.
What's that home turf advantage, right? Emsley Boy is a UK player. He's saying, all right, this is EUIC. This is in my home territory. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make a showcase for myself here.
Exactly. And when we look at trainers like Emmy Weedle with such an incredible competitive history, honestly, I've been joking about this all weekend. I'm sure we'll see him on stream later, so make sure to stay tuned. But the joke is that Emmy Weedle has won so often in this exact venue, in the Excel Center, in one hall or the next, that it's kind of like home turf for him. He's got home field advantage, so to speak.
Yeah, we were talking with his mother a little bit earlier on. She's just like, man, I have so many memories of all the different Pokemon players taking him to all these. So, I mean, I'm really excited to see how they will be progressing throughout this tournament.
It's funny, right? Because when you walk into the venue, I think it was a hall on the left side last year where EUIC was, and that's where Emmy Weedle won. If you walk all the way down the hall and look to the right, there's another venue where he won back in 2022, and then now we're here. So who knows?
I mean, anything can happen. This was where Pokemon Go kind of got its humble beginnings, right? You know, because it's like in 2022, this was where Worlds was actually set.
Yeah, exactly right.
And now we're going on for the EUICs, and they're all going to be here. I'm really liking it.
Yeah, it's really exciting. We've seen some exciting plays on the field as well. A bit of Wigglytuff here or there, some Charge Bug as well. Again, Amanda, I think it's so much fun for viewers, for players, for even our casual trainers to watch these battles and see these unique picks and see the inventiveness, catching the X-Scissor on a Shadow Annihilate here, and then kind of YOLOing that close combat into the Mandibuzz, and then double shielding in response to power through that matchup and chip down the Dugong. I mean, Emsley Boy kind of nailed everything that we wanted to see in that series.
Calm and collected. They're giving those little nods of approval, saying, okay, I know exactly what I want to do. This was so good for him in the lead here, because just to give that brief update of what an ABA combination is, could you kind of talk through the team composition that you've used and why it was difficult to play through?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many typings at play, but as we take a brief look at Emsley Boy's team, he's got 2 water types, he's got a fighting type Pokemon, a ground, a grass, and a poison. You kind of pick, if you're going to run ABA, you say, I really don't think he's going to bring the Diggersby, for example. It's a ground type Pokemon. So you put a Pokemon with a ground type weakness in the lead, but also in the back. So it might be something like a Clodsire in the lead and maybe a Charjabug in the back. And you say, oh, there's no way we're going to see a Diggersby. That's exactly what Yuv expected about the Jump Bluff. There's no way I'm going to see a Jump Bluff, so I'm going to leave something weak to it in the Shadow Kento Marowak. I'm going to have my water type in the back. And guess what Grass Flying does? Beats them both.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those, it was a calculated risk. Unfortunately for Yuv, it did not pay off for him in that. A lot of times when people are running an ABA strategy like that, they tend to put the Pokemon in the front that soft loses more.
Yes.
Rather than something that has a completely hard and difficult matchup. Kanto Marowak has a very difficult time against Jump Bluff. Feraligatr, on the other hand, can actually fight back a little bit harder, has the potential for Ice Beam, and also the Shadow Claw damage can just add up. The Fairy Winds aren't doing anything. It's really only those charge attacks from the Jump Bluff. If he would have played it differently, perhaps having that Feraligatr in the lead instead, we might have had a completely different matchup.
I'm really excited to hear from the trainer himself. Pedro's on the floor with Emsley Boy. Take it away.
Thank you, Will. We're here with Emsley Boy, who had a solid 2-0 match. Amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. It's been a while since I've been on stream, so I'm happy to get back into it.
Yeah, you did great. And let me say, your use of Annihilate was masterful. Masterful. That catch was amazing. What was the thought behind that catch?
I had a feeling that he was going to build up to 2 moves and throw straight away to get rid of the Drapion, so I just brought in the Annihilate to get an energy advantage and bait some player in the back.
Yeah, that was an incredible play. Now, a question for maybe someone who's trying to build a team. Why not Ice Punch on the Annihilate?
I think close combat is just really good in neutral situations. You saw against the Mandibuzz, it still did about 60% of its health, even without it being boosted by Rage Fist. Ice Punch is nice if you're going to come up against things like Jump Bluff quite a lot, but I think the just neutral damage output from close combat is useful.
It makes sense, and it worked. It worked super good. I'm hoping you continue to do this good. I'm sure of it. You're doing great. So good luck to you. Best of games, and maybe see you in the finals.
We'll have to see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. If I perform like that, who knows?
Yeah, I'm sure of it. Okay, let's go back to our beautiful casters.
I was thinking that Will did look pretty beautiful today.
Well, you know, I caught the wink from Pedro. That was very nice of him. And it was great to hear from Emsley Boy. You could see kind of like the modesty coming out of him as well. Pedro said, see you in the finals. And I think as a competitor, you realize that is a long road to get to the grand finals at EUIC. You cannot get ahead of yourself because as soon as you take your eye off the ball, you might drop it.
The journey is long, and guess what? We just started. This is going to be our Friday show. There's so many competitors. Each day we're going to whittle it down a little bit more to see who will be the new 2025 European International Champion. Do we think it's actually going to stay in this region? Last year it came so close. Junebug 97 wiping out so many competitors across Europe, getting that second place, but Emmy Weedle able to take it.
Exactly right. You're in my mind, Amanda. I was actually going to ask everyone in the chat that's watching at home, who do you think is going to win the title here? Is it going to be a trainer from EU, maybe LATAM, maybe Oceania, or maybe North America is going to take the crown here? I have my own personal thoughts. There's something about this venue. There's something about the trainers here and the kind of earnesty that they approach EUIC with. I fully expect, Amanda, just being transparent, I fully expect the trophy to stay in the EU again this year.
Wow, I think a lot of times trainers are kind of hoping for people from their own region to win. And Europe is one of those regions that it's kind of all up for grabs. It's the hugest tournament that we've had so far. There's trainers coming from all over the globe to play here. And these trainers, I mean, you see LNDS a lot of times in Brazil.
Yeah.
Lindo here, we got Azure. He's actually a UK native, but he does play with that Brazilian team.
Excited to see Azure take the stage again. Feels like 2022 all over again, and his opponent is going to be Yasuya. Yasuya's actually got a throwback pick as well. Look at that Altaria on the team.
I like this. Azuya, also from Belgium, which is where I live, so I'm very excited to see a little bit of this play. Two fairy-type Pokemon on the team with that Whimsicott and the Wigglytuff.
I'm looking at the team here from Azure, and it looks like unfriendly skies for the Altaria. Unfortunately, he's got a Zapdos, a Dugong, and a B-Barrel with rollouts. That's going to be very tough for Yasuya to play that. Will she decide to go with something like the Whimsicott or the Wigglytuff? She's got double fairy types, and she even brought Clodsire out of semi-retirement.
What I like about that is a lot of trainers are going to say, you know, Clodsire, no one's bringing it anymore. I can bring a team that's actually fairly weak against it. I was looking at some of the different opponents' teams earlier on, and I was thinking, man, this is actually 5 times weak to Clodsire. Fortunately for Azure, it doesn't have that exact problem, but I would also say, you know, Annihilate doesn't have the best matchups, although it could potentially 2-shield through. I mean, Mandibuzz, Zapdos, because Clodsire have a lot of play into this team.
Clodsire's got potential, especially when you start thinking about the moveset as well, because that Pokemon does have some incredible coverage options. This one is going to be running Stone Edge and Earthquake here from Yasuya, which Stone Edge, again, very punishing to Pokemon like the Zapdos, like the Dugong, and the Earthquake. I mean, nothing wants to take an Earthquake, even if it's resisted.
We're going to go ahead. We're going to see these two trainers are locking in. We're getting into winners round 1 for group number E. Azure on the left-hand side here. Yasuya on the right. We got that Clodsire against the, oh no, for the Quagsire.
Yeah, battle of the sires, but you got to give the edge to the Shadow Quagsire due to that water typing. It's going to hit so hard against the Clodsire from Yasuya, which is shiny, I might mention. We're going to see a Stone Edge get fired off here into the opposing Shadow Quagsire. Does Azure decide to shield?
You see Azure debating. I think he was looking at the count saying, is this going to be actually the super effective move? But no, going now for the Aqua Tail. But Will, look at the back Pokemon there. There's a Charjabug in the back, and there is a Dugong and a Bibarel. If Yasuya can get through this matchup, I think that there's actually some decent play on the back line.
I think that's the good news, right? But as we kind of take this bird's eye view and we look at the third Pokemon, the Altaria basically has nowhere to go against this back line from LNDS Azure. Maybe against the B-Barrel it could fight back a bit, but it's going to be very, very abysmal against the Dugong. But let's focus on the matchup on the field. Another Stone Edge coming through here. Shield from Azure.
Getting that first shield from the Clodsire Stone Edge. We saw that blue shield means not very effective against the Pokemon, but the Quagsire is getting very low, has a lot of energy left, and I think Azure is saying, okay, I want to try to get this low as possible. No Protect Shields left remaining. We're seeing how much this Unprotected does to Quagsire, almost enough to knock it out, but able to get to another Stone Edge, forcing Azure to throw.
But it's actually a charge tag priority. Azure recognizing the Stone Edge was queued up, throws on alignment. The Aqua Tail will come through and KO that Clodsire, and now Altaria comes in. I like this play a lot, but Azure does not want to allow the farm down, switches into the Dugong. Do we see a pivot, a counter swap by Yasuya? Yes, we do.
Going ahead, getting a little bit of energy here, and now going for its attacks. No Protect Shields remaining, which means this Icy Wind will connect, and it looks like it's going to be able to debuff that Charge-a-Bug.
Do not adjust your screens. That is a Spark Charge-a-Bug here, 2-turn Spark. What we typically see is a 4-turn Volt Switch, but the Spark is going to deal significant damage over time. Coming through now with the Discharge after the debuff, though. Will it be enough?
Going ahead, we'll have to see, not even close here. Going ahead, getting up to another Icy Wind. Good timing by Azure here. But this is the fun thing. When an opponent is running an attack that you're not as familiar with, you sometimes forget, like, I know that Volt Switch is a 4-turn attack. What is Charge?
Yeah, exactly. It's like being in school and studying for the test, and then all the questions look like they're in a different language. You don't know what to expect. Yasuya coming in now with the Altaria, and honestly, this is probably going about as well as it could because she's got a weakened Quagsire and a Bibarel to face down against.
Going ahead, throwing that attack that's going to be able to connect, I think, with this Bibarel. Azure deciding if he wants to use that last Protect Shield there, wants to keep it as healthy as possible, knows that if he can get up to this Hyper Fang, it's going to do a lot of damage plus those rollouts that's been going through.
The pacing here for Altaria is the problem because that Sky Attack energy was recently increased, so it can't quite close in on the Charge Attack when it wants to. There's also a catch potential here for Azure. Does he decide to go for it?
It doesn't even need to at that point. Going to be able to just completely roll out down, get that game #1 on the side of Azure.
Honestly, pretty close. I mean, it was a little bit surprising to me to see Azure swap the Dugong into the Altaria. I was kind of expecting a softer switch in the Bibarel there because he has 2 Pokemon that kind of do a similar thing in the rollout Bibarel and the Ice Shard Dugong, but turned out to be the right play.
Yeah, I think got a shield at the beginning off of that Quagsire with a not very effective attack. Coming in with kind of a little bit of a spice pick of that Charge-a-Bug with Spark. I think that there's some tricks definitely up Yasuya's side of the sleeve. I'm really excited to see what she'll bring for game #2. And the adjustments that I think she'll make, right?
There's certain things that I don't think Azure is going to look to do either. I don't think he can bring the Zapdos. I think it's very perilous to try to bring the Mandibuzz as well due to the pressure of the double Fairies and the Stone Edge Clodsire, not to mention the Electric Charge-a-Bug. It's very unfriendly skies. Maybe a no-fly zone here for Azure in London.
I mean, if I'm looking at Yasuya's team, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Will, I don't think Wigglytuff looks that bad.
No.
A two-shielded Wigglytuff could do a lot of damage to this whole team.
And the pressure is as well is that if you can convince your opponent not to bring 2 out of their 6 Pokemon, you can narrow things down. And if you look at those 4 remaining, I agree with you 100%. I do think Wigglytuff has a ton of play. So I would be very, very surprised to not see it here in game #2.
And I'm just kind of, looking at the different Pokemon that's bringing. Quagsire is a pretty old, it's a throwback pick, I think, on Azure's side, but it does have a lot of nice spammy potential, being able to throw its charge attacks rather quickly. Also has a really nice bolt to it.
Exactly. Quagsire is kind of like the bell-bottom jeans that you like so much. You wear them all the time, and everyone tells you they're not that cool, but you bring them anyway. I do think Quagsire is a very fun Pokemon, very reliable. But let's jump right into game #2 here. Azure on the left side of your screen, Yasuya on the right. Can she bounce back?
Coming back into the battles here. Oh, this one is a more evenly matched up here. That Dragon Breath damage from the Altaria is going to be doing a nice chunk of damage to the Annihilate. And a quick pivot out into that Quagsire here. But guess what? Yasuya going ahead, staying in a little bit. Now popping into that Poliwrath.
Exactly. And if you want to resist all of these charge attacks from the Shadow Quagsire, the Poliwrath is the Pokemon that can do it. Fighting and Water is going to resist the Rock and Water type attacks from the Quagsire. I like the Shield on the Stone Edge, though, just to preserve HP.
And going ahead, throwing that Icy Wind, knowing, okay, if I go ahead and get that deep up on the attack, I probably won't even need to shield up the next one. I'm going to come out with a decent amount of energy. Azure already at another Stone Edge. He will be able to reach it, but this this is not going to be doing as much damage.
I think as Yasuya, you want to take this damage because you know that there's an Annihilate on the other side, and if you can weaken your Poliwrath a little bit, it means less farm for that opposing Annihilate. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see a late throw on the charge attack here, but she's going to go right for the Icy Wind. Maybe she can reach 2. I think that's the plan.
Going ahead, throwing that first one here. No Protect Shield on Azuray's side. He knows that there's an Altaria. It has a little bit of energy already here, but guess what? The attack falls. You know what else happens? Rage Fist goes and boosts the attacks, completely farming down, and now a quick pivot into that Dugong, and we'll have to see what Yasuya wants to do because these Ice Shards are doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, I kind of like what she's doing here, building some energy, going to throw the Sky Attack to try to chip down this Dugong and kind of scramble the signal here. Azuray doesn't know what's in the back. He's a bit confused as to why she would stay in here, and I think that it's all part of the plan.
She wants to be able to use this, perhaps, yeah, going ahead, getting that first Icy Wind out of the way, saying, okay, my attack is going to be debuffed, but guess what? My timer is up. I'm just going to switch right out of here.
But the difference is that she banked a little bit of energy as well, which can close the timing gap on the Annihilate matchup, which I think is very clever. Going to see an Icy Wind from the Dugong. The question is, though, can Yasuya spark down? I think she's going to have to throw the X-Scissor.
I think at this page, you have to decide what you want to do. Like, what is your possible win conditions here? I think maybe the Spark Down would have been a way to be able to get a lot more energy because Azuray doesn't want to protect this up. He's recognizing the power of Annihilate with this much health, and now a little bit of a boosted attack being able to throw this Rage Fist.
Rage Fist going to connect here onto the charge mode. This is the final Pokemon for Azuray, and he doesn't have that much health on it. So as you look at these sparks adding up, I mean, Charge Bug's resisting the counters. He's dealing a lot of damage. No shields. Here comes the Altaria.
Going for yet another Rage Fist here. No Protect Shields. It's already boosted a little bit. This is going to be doing a little bit more damage. So the real question is, will he be able to reach the next one before the Dragon Breaths completely knock him out? It's coming down to the wire. He's punching me. He is down.
2 shields for Azuray. Uses neither of them and ends up losing that game number 2 to the Altaria. You see a little smirk there from Yasuya. She says, yeah, that's exactly what I was planning.
I mean, I tell you what, like I said, she's got a little bit of tricks up her sleeve there because I was like, interesting. She's staying in with the Altaria on that Dugong, but then recognizing, oh, she was just trying to waste that Dugong's energy at this point because she knew she could still have a shield. She knew she could take that, swapping into the Charger Bug. I mean, brilliant play.
This is the thinking behind geniuses like yourself, Amanda, who picked Shadow Palkia as your caster pick. Dragon type damage is largely unresisted in this current meta. Very few steel types, very few fairy types. We're seeing more Wigglytuff now, more than we have all season. Clodsire, again, out of the meta has kind of allowed that. And the steel types might be what? A Corviknight? Maybe the occasional Alolan Sandslash, but that's it.
That's true. And of course, we talked about Alolan Sandslash being on the downward trend because when there are Pokemon that have lots of weaknesses, such as 2 fighting type Pokemon, which are so popular right now, perhaps 2 fire, which is also could be a popular pick, it just seems so dangerous to bring.
And when you have a team like Yasuya's with the double fairy type Pokemon as well, you put so much pressure on Azuray's team. Again, it feels to me personally like he's playing a 4 versus 6 matchup. This is a no-fly zone for Azuray. He cannot afford to bring the Zapdos or that Mandibuzz and align them against something like Wigglytuff.
Yeah, you see Azuray not super happy with how that turned out, but that just means we get a decisive game number 3, and everyone at home, I think, is pretty excited about that.
I'm really excited. I can speak for myself. I do think Azuray is going to stay committed to that Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire, so reliable, so versatile, and I think bringing the Poliwrath, Yasuya, put a little bit of fear here in Azuray and his strategy.
I mean, Poliwrath has decent matchups against half of the team. With that Mandibuzz, against that Dugong, against the Bibarel Quagsire, but it just has such volatile matchups against the Annihilate, against that Zapdos, which, I mean, I have to admit, I kind of want to see, but I think there are some really strong answers on the side of Yasuya, so I don't know if we will see that Zapdos.
It's so tempting, right? You just saw that Poliwrath. You're like, oh, I just want to drill peck that Poliwrath and get it out of here, but will Azuray take the bait? Game number 3 here. LNES Azuray on the left side of your screen. Yasuya on the right. Zapdos takes to the skies.
We are in the skies for the start of this matchup for both of these trainers here, and we have a shiny Altaria immediately swapping into the hardest counter for the Zapdos and the Clodsire, and now being met by Azuray's Dugong.
This is tricky, though, because the Stone Edge is going to deal super effective damage, so Azuray forced to shield early on in this matchup to preserve HP. I think if you're Azuray, you got to throw at least 1 Icy Wind, maybe even 2 before you start taking these charge attacks.
Going ahead, throwing that first one going through. It looks like it is a Mudshot Clodsire as well. This Icy Wind now will be able to go, but but getting that first Protect Shield because it does super effective damage. But now the attack is going to be falling a little bit on this Clodsire, getting up to yet another Stone Edge.
Great timing by Yasuya there. The 4 mud shots converting that into the Stone Edge. 7 and then 6 for the fast attacks here for her, so she's able to outpace this Dugong.
Dugong now saying, I recognize how valuable I am. I'm going to use both of these Protect Shields here, getting both Protect Shields in return. Now double debuff, but what do? You don't want to swap in the Altaria into this. I mean, we're going now into the Charge Bug. To be met by 1 Charge Bug's harder counters here in the Quagsire, but Shield's down. X-Scissors gonna hurt.
This is clever from Yasuya as well, because she knows that the third Stone Edge, would not be enough to KO the Dugong after the double debuff, so she's got to change things up. And like you said, cannot bring in the Altaria, so she reaches deep into that bag, pulls out the Charge Bug.
Coming for that Stone Edge, no Protect Shields remaining, both of them using that middle matchup between the Dugong and the Clodsire. This is gonna hurt, but is it enough to take it out? It is!
Now the question is, can the Altaria, doesn't even bring in the Altaria, actually sends the Clodsire into the Quagsire, trying to close this out with the Altaria in the back, but this is so tricky because you're going to take a really hard-hitting Aqua Tail.
Aqua Tail does so much damage, super effective, switch timers aren't even up, gonna have to throw right away for the Stone Edge. There's a little bit of health left on this Clodsire. I think if you're Yasuya, you got to do a quick pivot into that Altaria in the back and hope for as much damage as possible because Dugong now knocks it out.
Ice is such a potent typing, especially when you're playing Dragon Flying and Ground, and Yasuya is in a tough spot now because Azure has lined things up. He's got the Dugong versus the Altaria.
And we talked about ABA before. This team was ABA weak to the Dugong. Dugong, of course, coming on Azure's side, and Dugong will be able to close out the match for him, get that decisive game number 3, and keep him moving on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, definitely a tough matchup for both players. I think that the team from Yasuya puts so much pressure on Azure, and it's something you don't really, infer just looking at the team sheet. But if you put yourself in the trainer's shoes and you say, wait, if I was going up against this team, can I afford to bring Mandibuzz? Is Zapdos even viable in this matchup? So much pressure there from Yasuya, and very well played as well.
And if you really think about it, in her head, she was like, there's that Zapdos on the team. Azure might bring it. She had the Clodsire in the matchup, she just couldn't get that alignment that she was hoping for between those two.
Exactly right. Very, very well played by Azure as he advances through our winners round 1. As a reminder to everyone, this is a massive, massive tournament. 400 trainers have signed up, our biggest one to date as far as I am aware, and this bracket is going to be a gauntlet. So make sure to stay tuned and check out all these battles as we progress. Some of the stars that we highlighted, some of the trainers from out of region will be making appearances. So if you have friends that love competitive Pokemon Go PvP, tell them to get in here.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss any of this action. And if you were a fan of Yasuya, don't worry, this is a double elimination tournament. Keep your eye on the bracket. On certain players that you're hoping are going to do well, check in with them throughout the tournament, because just because she lost that first game doesn't mean she's out of the tournament yet. She will continue on the loser side of the bracket, and we might see her later on. You never know.
Yeah, I want to remind everyone, our first world champion in the Masters division, Dancing Rob, he actually won over 7 rounds straight in the loser side bracket in this very venue 3 years ago. So it is absolutely possible. The bracket resets are some of the most exciting moments in competitive Pokemon Go, period, full stop. And if we get one of those, it would definitely be a treat. But that's down the road, Amanda. Again, we can't get too far ahead of ourselves.
I know that a lot of trainers, if they're in the competitor's seat, they want to be on that 2-0 side, right? They want to say, oh, I swept, I did so well. But of course, if you're in the caster's booth, if you're at home, if you're watching, you're cheering for people, you want it to go to that decisive game 3. You want to see all of the different action.
Right, action, entertainment. We've got it all here at the Europe International Championships. We've seen a few trainers from EU, right? We've seen one from NA. I do expect to start to see some of the LATAM stars taking the stage here, whether it's someone like Richie or Marto Galde or even Javier V20. Those trainers are in the venue, in the building right now. But let's take a walk down memory lane here. Azure taking on Yasuya. Game 1, a little bit tough for her because that Shadow Quagsire was so difficult to get rid of.
I mean, when you have a bad volatile matchup like he had in the lead, I think that Yasuya really came back. This game came a lot closer than I think a lot of people would have expected from that bad lead, and she was able to take game number 2.
Exactly right. As we look towards game number 2, I think the difference here was that Poliwrath. Like you said, Poliwrath popping in here. I might have to steal that one. That was so clever. And like you said, Poliwrath also with many favorable matchups against the team. you see, you played that really well.
I think the big thing for Azrae, however, was that Dugong. Dugong was the cincher in all of the games. It seemed just being able to really do well. I love this. This came down to the absolute wire. Azrae going down with 2 shields on that Annihilate still. And this is when you see you had taken that game number 2.
Yeah, I've made that face plenty of times. Getting melted by Dragon Breath is something we're all familiar with, and sometimes it happens to the best of us. But game number 3, I do think Azrae righted the ship here. Quagsire, very, very potent and versatile, and then closing the gap, like you said, Amanda, with this Dugong.
You know, you talked about a lot of those players, the well-known players within the circuit, and I love that we have, at the beginning of the tournaments, a lot of local people as well, people that we don't get to see as often. With a big tournament like this, with so many people being able to come in from all of the different regions, we really get to see different play styles. We get to meet new trainers, and every single trainer who has become a champion was a new player at one point or another. So I really encourage people to get in here and try it out.
That's the challenge, right? Because I feel like a lot of trainers are accustomed to their local area, maybe even their regional meta. Stepping into an international championship is an entirely different experience, but it's also the closest thing you're going to get to Worlds, because obviously Worlds is the big boiling pot. Anaheim this year is where it's all going to go down. But right now in the venue, we have an exclusive interview. Take it away, Pedro.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Will. This is the closest we've got to Worlds, before Worlds, and we're here with Azrae that had a really, really interesting combat. How are you feeling right now?
Still shaking. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, I loved your team. I love the Zapdos, the Bibarel, the Quagsire. What is the thought behind that curious team?
Well, people said Zapdos is pretty good for this meta. I saw my teammate Harjef run Zapdos and get second in Rio. I don't have a Corsola. I've got 4 lucky Corsola, so I've been very unlucky. So I kind of built my own version of that with, you know, Bibarel to counter the Corsola, and I'm running Shadow Quag instead of his Gastrodon, because Gastrodon doesn't do very well against flyers, and Quag is a bit of a all-rounder. So yeah, kind of inspired from him and tried to tweak it to my style.
I actually love those Pokemon. Those were great. Now, one more thing. So what's like the strategy when you play a team that's not conventional, like the one your opponent had? Because it's kind of difficult playing with things you're not used to seeing, right?
Yeah, it was quite difficult. That was probably hopefully one of the toughest teams I'll have to play. There was, you know, double fairy, dragon, Poliwrath that not many people are running, but, you know, completely destroys my Quag. I mean, I just ran like my best Pokemon. I thought like Dugong was very good. Just pick the Pokemon that seemed to be doing the best and try to form some sort of strategy from there. So yeah.
I'm really glad it worked, and I'm hoping to see you battling till you win, basically. I hopefully see you later today continue in this winning streak. Now, we are going to see some special battles that our casters have prepared for us. Let's go.
Welcome in, trainers, to a very special skit. This is called the Continental Clash. EU versus NA, but this time, there's a twist.
Now, I am Lundberger. I have been casting in EU for quite a while. And you, my friend.
Casting in NA, Speediest Chief 2. And the twist here for our segment is that I'm representing Team EU today, and Amanda...
Well, I'm obviously looking forward to NA winning this epic battle.
But before that, our competitors are also friends, and we have an awesome trade set up between these two trainers. Let's give them an intro while we flip down to this stage, right? We've got the Triptondo. I call him the Van Gogh of Pokemon Go from the Netherlands. And your candidate here, Amanda, is somebody that a lot of trainers know as well.
Yeah, someone from NA, but also from Canada. So he is actually one of the few players who won 3 regional competitions in one season. We have Lyle Jeffs III, or Lyles Jeffs, depending on how you want to call him. But look at these 2 trading here. We got a Wobbuffet for an Enamorus.
It's all about where you place the S, and the S is for special. Here's our special lucky trade. Fingers crossed by Triptondo. We want to see those perfect stats come across the board here. A Purified Wobbuffet and Enamorus. How do we roll? Whoa! Unbelievable. Triptondo actually got it. A perfect, lucky Wobbuffet. That's going to be great in the Great League.
Yes, I think that since it's Purified, it is running return, and that is the only way to get that charge attack. It's what you definitely want for your Wobbuffet. Triptondo, I don't know if he's going to win the match, but he definitely won the trade.
Did he use all of his luck, you know? And because I'm representing Team EU, I'll say no. That's just the beginning of what's going to go down here, Amanda. I think Lyle Jeffs is really talented. He's got no ground to stand on here in the EU.
I don't know. He just flew in, and boy, are his arms tired, but not too tired to tap. He's going to go ahead. He's going to take this matchup. I can feel it in my bones.
You can feel it. All right.
I feel it in my bones.
These teams are going to be interesting because we did see Lyle Jeffs actually win a Championship Series event with Shadow, Kanto, Marowak earlier on in the season, but Triptondo is kind of a wild card. And I think he's kind of reading what Lyle likes to do. I think he's got a good plan in place. I won't tell you what it is, but I've got some inside information.
Yeah, I know if you're going to be on his team, I'm sure you will know a little bit more than me. I do know the last time we actually saw Triptondo play was at NAIC. Now we're here at EUIC. He did really well. I believe he got like 17th overall. Wow. So, I mean, maybe the ICs is really where his luck shines.
Yeah, I think Triptondo's actually been behind the scenes a lot, kind of watching the players, helping to set up some production things. So he's definitely in tune with the meta, knows what's going on. Shadow, Drapian, of course, he's got to bring answers to because Lyle loves playing that Pokemon. And I'm sure Triptondo's going to mud slap it right off the field.
I remember the first event of this regional season, Lyle Jeffs played a Shadow Drapion, and we were both casting that, and we were amazed at how he played it. So I think that you're absolutely true. It's going to be seen on his team. It might even be seen on the field. We have a Diggersby versus a Galarian Corsola.
This is a great lead for Amanda and Team NA because Lyle Jeffs able to stay in this matchup. Now the Diggersby is paired up against the Azumarill. Triptondo's kind of in a tough spot.
Yeah, going for that Scorching Sands here for a potential debuff, but also just wants to get some damage out of the way here. But Azumarill so tanky, able to take it, still charging away, and now Lyle Jeffs' own Azumarill comes in.
This is something that Lyle likes to do a lot, you know, the old chip and dip strategy, but what he doesn't realize, Amanda, Triptondo's going to take full advantage of that switch timer. It's going to come up a lot earlier for him. He's got that Superior in the back, and I think Lyle Jeffs' Azumarill's in trouble.
I mean, at this point, we also have to remember these two, they're only going to be playing a best of one, so if there's nothing to take home for next game, they have to lay it all on the line here. Play rough coming through, no Protect Shield, and Azumarill is still in the game on both sides.
Oh, throwing the play rough here. Triptondo trying to chip down that Azumarill, but I do think Lyle is close to the Ice Beam. Amanda, I'm calling it. Triptondo's going to send in that Superior at any moment and try to get an advantage.
At this point, look how much energy there is on the Azumarill, though. Do you really want to take that risk? Because you know you might have to take an Ice Beam. Looking like they almost threw at the same time here. A Play Rough coming through. Still no Protect Shield on Lyle Jeffs' side.
Well, he's going to throw the play rough here, winning the charge tag priority tie. Triptondo is going to land that damage, and now Lyle Jeffs is going to fire back. The thing is, though, Amanda, look, I think Triptondo is going to lose this Azumarill, but his Superior can come in and farm down an energy dry Azumarill. Actually, the swap by Lyle, but look, Superior actually has a good matchup here as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, Lyle Jeffs, even though that Galarian Corsola is pretty bulky, has to shield up this Frenzy Plant. It does so much damage at this point. Lyle Jeffs, he's not out of it. I still have confidence in him, but look what just now comes in. I'm a little bit nervous.
Nah, look at this. We've got the Galarian Corsola mirror matchup here. Triptondo needs energy, though. He's a little bit behind in the matchup already because the first Nightshade does come through. A lot of damage, though, Amanda. I think he's going to get to this next Nightshade and actually threaten Lyle Jeffs' Galarian Corsola.
Coming at it and actually throwing the attack right away. He did have a shield, so there's potential that he could just farm down. Look at this. Absolutely no Protect Shield used here. Super effective damage. So low at this point, and is he even going to throw? No.
Well, I think what Lyle Jeffs is trying to do is trying to quick attack down the Galarian Corsola. Double resistant quick attacks. Got to throw the power gem here and try to get back to the timer. Let's go, Triptondo.
What a play by Lyle Jeffs. He knows that even though this quick attack isn't going to be doing so much, those fire punches are going to be hurting that Superior there. He's got an Azumarill at back for a potential safe swap or a sacrificial swap. In comes that Superior only to get punched.
I'm telling you, Amanda, this doesn't look that good for EU. Triptondo is going to try to pull through here, but all of that energy on the Diggersby means the fire punches are going to rain down on that grass-type Pokemon. It's going to deal so much damage, and plus, Lyle still has the catch available, so he could reach for the Azumarill. Triptondo isn't going to fall for it, though.
Knows he has to put up this Protect Shield. This would do a lot of damage, enough to knock out the Superior at this point, but he's got energy of his own. He's building up. Great timing by Triptondo there, throwing right before the attack is available, but Oh, Jeff says that's okay. I've got that shield.
It's got that final shield of the game, though. I think Triptondo applying a lot of pressure here. We're going to see a Fire Punch queued up at any moment, but the switch timer is also almost up for Triptondo. It might be after this Fire Punch, he might be able to swap here.
Look at this. Both of these still have so much energy. No more Protect Shields either for Triptondo at this point. Frenzy Plant is loaded and gets the catch. Huge play by Lyle Jeff.
I'm going to be honest, man. It's not looking that good for Team EU right now because all that Frenzy Plant energy went down the drain. Diggersby's ready. He has the Fire Punch. Waits a turn. Lyle Jeffs might be getting the better of EU in this round 1.
Heating things up. This punch will be enough for NA to take game number 1 here. Will, looks like I might be a little bit in the lead.
Yeah, it looks that way for now. I mean, a little bit of a tough matchup there for Triptondo, but let's throw some respect on his name, right? That lead situation, Diggersby into Galarian Corsola, that's so abysmal for the Ghost-type Pokemon Galarian Corsola. So I think Triptondo did a great job to make that match close.
I mean, that was absolutely close, and if Lyle Jeff didn't end up getting that catch at the end either, Triptondo looks like he was kind of in the driver's seat for a while. Both of them waiting, both of them not quite sure when to throw, but I'm gonna take it. As the NA support, I'm gonna take it.
All right, and I do think you won that best of 1 that we saw between Lyle Jeffs and Triptondo.
Welcome back, everyone. We were, of course, rooting a little bit for Triptondo here on the EU side, but however, that was a phenomenal match by Lyle Jeffs. So, Zionic, welcome here as well. How are you looking forward to the next matchup, huh?
Oh my goodness. EUIC has the best players in the world coming to compete because, again, this year we have the top 50. They're going to be coming out of this region. Yep. So it doesn't matter about hitting the points threshold. It's about maintaining your position in the rankings. Yep. So every battle is going to be on the edge of our seats, just like we saw that last one, right? Both trainers having the sacrificial swap opportunity. Yeah. It was a beautiful match, and we have one coming right up very soon.
Yep, looking forward to more of those catches today, but now we're going to go over to the Oceania region, basically, because Rick Flareon, previous Perth regional champion, is going to hit the stage here, playing versus Lee the Based God, also a trainer that has been around the competitive play Pokemon circuit. And there we can see them both. Look at those teams. We can see, I think, already to say, the surprise of the tournament, Wigglytuff.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? We have seen how dominant Annihilape has been, how free Mandibuzz and Drapion have been able to run. And with that charm damage, you can really, and shields, right? You can just run through teams who are not prepared. We've seen a lower use of Steel-type Pokemon, even though Alolan Sandslash is on Rick Flareon's team, which will definitely come in clutch in this tournament, I think. Overall, if you're not prepared for Wigglytuff, get ready to get steamrolled.
Yep, that is true. However, Lee the Base God has Ariados on both sides, actually, so that's a very, very good answer to that Wigglytuff, because charms are resisted and you can of course ramp up with those quick Trailblazes boosting the attack. Of course, the damage of Poison Sting has been increased in the past as well, so that's a very, very strong win condition for Lee the Base God against the Wigglytuff. I still think that it might come to the field here because Wigglytuff is just so good against everything else. I think Azumarill is the one that puts up the biggest fight there. But it's still manageable. Like, you're still dealing a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, if you can have that neutral matchup by utilizing your defenses, right, to survive through, that's a great option. But I think a lot of trainers, like you said, bringing those poison options for those fairy-type Pokemon, or if we see an uptick in Corviknights on a lot of teams this weekend with the Steel typing and that Iron Head. And what I love is the Sand Attack as well to handle the Shadow Drapions, maybe some of the other Steels, doing that super effective fast damage, as opposed to typically Flyers having flying-type fast moves like the Mandibuzz with Air Slash.
It's not like the strongest attack in terms of damage, the Sand Attack, but it's sometimes funny that
it adds up.
Yeah, it adds up. It's just tickling, but sometimes a little too much, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many close matches before in the past where your Clodsire, if it had Mud Shot instead of Poison Sting, it could have won because of that extra neutral damage instead of resisted. So those little bits of damage add up, because 1 HP in a Dream is a factor in these games, and that Sand Attack, I think, might come in crucial in some close matchups this weekend.
Yep, but also in the Corviknight versus Wigglytuff matchup, on paper it sounds awful for Wigglytuff, right? But you actually you take one Iron Head like a champ, and there's not too much damage. So you can basically reach an Icy Wind, deal a lot of damage with Charm Still, because it's just such a powerful attack, and then you can possibly farm it down later with another Pokemon. So even that is not the worst matchup for Wigglytuff.
Yeah, and just because you lose a matchup, right?
Yeah.
Just like you said, it's the soft loss. It's setting yourself up to come in and do an aggressive farm. And this tournament and previous tournaments before have been all about those sweeper-type Pokemon, right? The Shadow Feraligatr with a lot of energy is dangerous.
Picks up the broom.
Yep, picks up the broom, and I think we're going to see a lot of those strategies this weekend where they don't really care about maintaining alignment like we've seen at EUIC last year, especially in the Lickitung meta. You care more about setting up an energy farm down and doing a hard sweep, which I think personally is far more entertaining.
What we've seen a lot as well is that players are leading strong into Shadow Drapion or Shadow Feraligatr, because those are the Pokemon, you mentioned it earlier, that are trying to win you the game with even one Shadow Claw advantage. Shadow Feraligatr can tear apart entire teams, but if you lead strong into it, they can't safe split and get an energy advantage. So I think this is a very common strategy for players, and I think this also might be why some players have picked up Ariados again, just because you're going to be able to beat Shadow Feraligatrs. They definitely can't swap it into this matchup, and that's where you get your advantage.
Yeah, and it's so unique to see the meta shifts. We compare last year's EUIC to this one, right? Shadow Drapion wasn't even a part, really, of the meta. A lot of us, myself included, loved using it in the Go Battle League. Such a fun Pokemon to use, but it never really got to shine on the main stage, and now it has been dominating recent tournaments where it's like the top Pokemon used.
We've had 16 tournament wins so far, and 10 of those teams had Shadow Drapion in there.
Yeah,
in this,
and it's incredible. And then why would players be choosing that? Like, why is it in this meta for those at home watching, maybe tuning in for the first time?
So basically, the only weakness that you have is ground type. So whenever your opponent doesn't have a ground type, Shadow Drapion is just so safe in matchups. You can always get some sort of advantage in of those matchups. It's a very safe pick. And also, if you get energy advantage, the fast pacing, same type attack bonus boosted crunches, and of course the Aqua Tail coverage, it is so strong to pick apart entire teams. So it's very flexible, and it can win you games on the spot.
Yeah, and the fact that you said it's, not a lot of ground types in the meta, which is why we've seen Shadow Kanto Marowak. As we're getting into the first battle, we have Ariados versus Azumarill here on the lead.
Yep, that's a huge lead for Rick Flareon, going to swap in the Annihilate. Oh, we're going for a Trailblaze. Rick Flareon might want to stay in this matchup. Is this a Mandibuzz with Snarl or Air Slash?
We'll have to find out as Annihilate decides to no Protect Shield right there, letting the charge move go through. We see the Mandibuzz come through, and look, an Ice Punch instead of the favored close combat, which I think is very crucial in a meta where the Shadow Kanto Marowak has become much more popular with that Mud Slap update.
Yep, I think it's also a very important tool against Jumpluff, because it's basically the hardest answer except for Wigglytuff for the Annihilate. But I really like how Rick Flareon played this, throwing a Trailblaze before to just put this Annihilate into Aerial Ace range, because otherwise this matchup isn't too great when you're running Snarl for the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, unfortunately Annihilate does go down. Azumarill coming back in, but Mandibuzz has quite a bit of energy, able to get off double Aerial Aces right here, do a nice chip damage, but Azumarill's going to have to be careful, make sure it has plenty of energy on the back end.
Yep, because you're not really doing that much damage with those Aerial Aces.
No.
But you're trying to get out of this matchup and putting it at least into a Trailblaze range with a few Poison Stings for the Ariados to handle it later on. And I think that's going to be very much accomplished here.
Yeah, Aerial Ace is going to be landing. Azumarill getting close to 50% HP as an Ice Beam is going to be thrown. This will be knocking out the Mandibuzz, and a no Protect Shield right there from Rick Flareon.
Yeah, and I think this isn't quite Trailblaze range here, but we're getting closer to it, so the Poison Stings will add up. There's barely any damage on that Ariados, just a few counters. The Base God is going to reach an Ice Beam, and this is going to be shielded up by Rick Flareon already here, okay?
Yeah, Ariados is in a position to really potentially sweep this game, especially in the mirror match if it has ton of energy, and the advantage is we will see the Lunge be thrown. And this is something that's very dangerous. If you're the first to throw Lunge, you can do a lot better in that matchup because the opponent now is debuffed.
Your opponent is always going to be more debuffed than you are, but Rick Flareon decides to pivot out into the Quagsire, wants to threaten with those super effective Stone Edges. However, Mud Shots do add up, and Aqua Tail will soon be enough as well. But this is a double super effective Trailblaze. No shield by Rick Flareon. It's almost going to knock out the Quagsire. Actually hangs on with quite a bit of HP.
Yeah, the Lunge came in crucial right there, softening up that attack damage. And now we will see the Aqua Tails come through, giving up a shield right there on the Aqua Tail as another Trailblaze. Oh no, deciding to go for the Lunge right here instead.
Oh, that is interesting. Thinks there's going to be a shield. There is a shield. Rick Flareon is not happy about that. Goes for another Aqua Tail quite soon. No, there's a catch.
Catches the charge move right there and catches the Aqua Tail with debuffed attack as Azumarill is going to be able to soak this quite nicely.
Yep, this is absolute chaos already. However, this opens up quite some play for Rick Flareon because the Azumarill is just energy dry. Rick Flareon can just bring in the Ariados, farm up more energy and throw a Trailblaze here.
Giving up a Protect Shield right here on the Trailblaze. Wants to chunk some more health. Maybe get the Ariados down very, very low with this Ice Beam. So we'll have to find out if this can be enough. I think Ariados still hangs on right here with plenty of health, but how much energy can it get? Those Poison Stings are starting to add up.
I really like this shield because this is the best way to damage the Ariados here. Rick Flareon has to throw a lunge here. Doesn't even go for the Trailblaze against the Ariados. Maybe predicting a catch as well. The question is, can it be Poison Stinged down in this situation, or will you reach a lunge?
No! It does go down in time. Trailblaze is ready to go. Lee, the base god, has the super effective charge move.
So based.
Eliminate the Quagsire. And that is going to be a good game.
Wow, that was very, very well played in the end game there from Lee, the base god. Rick Flareon was...
That was a very good back and forth right there. We saw the setups, right? Knowing that the Quagsire can survive now that you've debuffed with Lunge, right? The Trailblaze, even though it is double super effective, right? Those Mud Boys, the Quagsires, the Swamperts do not like seeing grass-type moves, but if you have debuffed attack from Lunge, they can start to survive those.
And I think that maybe Rick Flareon had a window to play this differently. When we were thinking back that Ariados was swapped in and he went for a lunge there, could have just stayed in, right? Because I think that Quagsire, energy down versus Ariados is really, really, really tough to play. You could have just kept it for the basically half HP Azumarill there, because Azumarill has no way of hitting you for super effective damage, and then play out Ariados versus Ariados being less attack debuffed. So that's also an option.
Yeah, and what we saw here was the Annihilate with Ice Punch instead of Close Combat, having that coverage type move because you can still get the boost, the damage boost from Rage Fist, and now you get coverage as well. Flyers and ground type Pokemon, and even some grass that might be in this meta, like Jumpluff, like you mentioned, have to now fear, right? Before it's like, oh, I'll let a Rage Fist through. No. Now you have a boosted Ice Punch, and that is going to hurt.
That is true. Also, letting Rage Fist through against Annihilate is also a very dangerous game, just because most of the Pokemon in the game can be easily countered down.
I loved this moment right here, risking it all the way to the end, hoping to go for that aggressive farm down, but then decided, no, I have to throw the charge move. Those bubbles are doing too much damage, and it came down to the wire right there.
He wanted to throw on Charge Attack Priority later on in the Ariados mirror match, and I think we haven't seen who wins that one yet, so that's also very interesting, knowing, hey, I kind of need energy advantage here on the Ariados, but actually, I think at this point it was over, right? Because a lunge wouldn't have knocked out. Lee, the base god, wasn't forced to throw. Could have just farmed down the Ariados and then throw Trailblaze into the Quagsire anyway, so that was a lost cause there. But
well, let's see if they decide to mix up their approach in game number 2, as we do have Shadow Feraligatr on the lead versus Azumarill.
Yep, and this sounds like it's bad for Shadow Feraligatr, but it's really not, because those Shadow Claws do add up. Your pacing is so incredibly fast. Leader Base God goes into the Shadow Dropion, but now Rick Flareon has the energy advantage here. Now it becomes bait dependent.
Yeah, we do see the Protect Shield there on the first Hydro Cannon. A swap out now into Mandibuzz, but thankfully the Shadow Dropion does have that Aqua Tail for some nice chip neutral damage. And with how much energy it has, there's going to be a lot of charge moves coming through, putting pressure on this Mandibuzz.
Yep. Fortunately for Mandibuzz, it's incredibly bulky and it withstands those Aqua Tails with ease, as you can see. I mean, you take a few minutes to relate.
That's what I'm saying. We're going to be sitting here for a minute with all these Aqua Tails are going to be flying through, chipping down the Mandibuzz slowly but surely.
Next one.
Right? There's so much energy. This is why Shadow Drapion has been so dominant, not only with the typing matchups in this meta, but its ability to just put pressure on with these charge moves.
And look at that, he even got rid of his timer. This could also be a moment to just farm up a little more energy, go into Azumarill, and completely soak up the energy that the Mandibuzz has to offer. However, Rick Flareon also has his timer down now, goes for another aerial ace just before the next Aqua Tail is reached.
Yeah, switch clocks were misaligned, but now they're going to be coming back to alignment as we see both trainers have it ready to go. We do see that swap out with the stored energy coming back with an Azumarill, and we do see the Ariados now come onto the field.
Yep, Ariados paces so much faster than the Azumarill does. Rick Flareon, of course, is going to go for that trail. He's going to boost up that Ariados. This is a massive win con.
Oh my goodness, this is a lot of damage that's going to be coming through, and Ariados gets very dangerous. Like I was mentioning earlier, with those sweepers, if you can set it up, it starts getting very dangerous towards the end of the game, as an Ice Beam now is going to be no-shielded.
Yep, that's very smart. This is barely going to tickle. 50% of the Ariados gone only, and now this is threatening a knockout. You also have this high HP Shadow Feraligatr in the back. It is looking good for Rick Flareon. He also has a shield up against Lee the Base God, but there is still a charge attack on that Shadow Drapion.
And the thing is, Shadow Drapion's power is its charge moves, and there's still 2 shields remaining for Rick Flareon, so you have to come in and take this damage in the mirror fight.
Yep, that is true. Lee the Base God will be severely debuffed after this one, especially if he wants to farm more. Going into the Shadow Feraligatr immediately, Trailblaze is going to be the answer to that. Going to give up a shield immediately for Rick Flareon. We're equal shields now.
Do we see a swap out now back into the Drapion with the loaded energy? No, we're going to be seeing them stay in. Deciding to go for a Trailblaze. Oh, over-farming right there on the Shadow Feraligatr and giving up a shield.
Oh, that's super dangerous, because now Lee the Base God can come in and go for a crunch combo play. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Throws the crunch here. Can the Feraligatr withstand this? There's so low HP on the Drapion.
I called it one shield too early. The Shadow Drapion, boom! Takes out the Shadow Feraligatr. And now we're going to see the mirror fight once again here at the end.
Yep, but the Rick Flareon Ariados has a lunge ready, and that is going to be able to go into
he does have a shield. Saving all shields for these sweepers. This is now going to be Lee the Base God getting to the final charge move. The switch clock is up, but there's a Mandibuzz with loaded energy. The Aerial Ace is going to be connecting, and that is going to be the end for Lee the Base God's Ariados.
Did one more snarl for good manners, for good timing, even though that almost got the Ariados to another lunge there. That would have been crucial, but Rick Flareon managed to get the Aerial Ace off and win that game. Those are dynamic games, let me tell you.
Yeah, it was all about that energy management, right? Storing up the Shadow Drapion, low on HP, but plenty of energy to put that pressure on the right situation. Now, I called it accidentally one turn too soon, but swapping it in to catch something off guard with that charge move is what was needed for victory right there. But ultimately, the Mandibuzz was still lurking in the back. It had an Aerial Ace loaded, and they were both surprised that, I mean, I was surprised as well. It's like, oh yeah, the Mandibuzz has the Aerial Ace and getting the knockout.
Yep, supreme energy management from Rick Flareon. He just went in with all of these Pokemon. Ariados almost had a move as well, so he just went in with all of those Pokemon, switching them in and out, confusing the opponent, trying to get rid of their energy counts in their head because it's just too many. But this was also nice play from Lee the Base God.
And this is what separates great players from amazing players, right? Because all these players are phenomenal in their own right, but that extra step to be able to manage the energy count on all of the Pokemon from your opponent's roster, knowing where they're at, because if we're swapping out all the time, you got to keep track, and that starts to add up in your head.
My old math teacher is laughing right now because he just knows that I can't keep count on those.
As both trainers are tied 1-1 in the series. This is going to be a best of 3, so this is going to be the final match. Do we see the same Pokemon come? Do we see a mix-up? Maybe that Shadow Kanto Marowak deciding to come out onto the field. Who knows, as we're going to be getting into the first battle.
Oh, and the lead is going to be what? It's going to be Shadow, regular Alolan Sandslash versus the Mandibuzz, but it is Shadow Claw. This makes this so much better for the Mandibuzz, but also the Air Slash makes it so much worse.
And that's what's so cool about the Alolan Sandslash is the moveset, the fast move it decides to use, gives it unique coverage, which melds better with your team, what you need it for. And that Shadow Claw is definitely a powerful fast move for this meta, as we do see the Hydro Cannon connecting.
But now we're going to see Rick Flareon pace through Hydro Cannons so quickly, while Lee the Base God will take a while to get those play rough. You can easily take one and then you still won't get bubbled down, but it deals a lot of damage, so it makes a lot of sense to shield this up. Keep the Shadow Feraligatr healthy.
Yeah, Rick Flareon wanting to get some more utility here out of the Shadow Feraligatr as another play rough is coming through. No shield right here. Going to be able to survive, but having back-to-back Hydro Cannons, I believe after one more Shadow Claw, or maybe they're at it right now. No, they're already at it. Is going to be nice because they might be able to farm down here with Shadow Claw, but it's going to be close, right? Shadow Feraligatr's health is on the edge.
It's going to be very, very close. And then do you even get to 2 Hydro Cannons, or will you just faint to the first fast attack? Oh. Is an Air Slash going to be enough to take this out? I think we're just... Are we going for a Hydro Cannon, or are we going for an Ice Beam here? That's very... Oh, it is going to be the Ice Beam. Lead the base gone. Does not shield. This is the super effective damage from a Shadow Feraligatr.
Wow, that's going to be doing an incredible amount of damage, knowing that they're going to go down to the fast move right there. Throwing the Ice Beam instead of double Hydro Cannon was a great play, as we see a swap out into the Ariados as the Ice Punch is going to be connecting.
Oh, that's an absolute nightmare, because I thought that Mandibus had a tough time versus the Alolan Sandslash, but Ariados has nothing to say in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough. We talked about how Alolan Sandslash is falling down from the meta picks, but it looks to be dominating right here with that typing and its moveset.
Hey, I was always a believer.
I know, it was on your caster prediction.
Yeah, I'm always believing in my boy.
As we do see the charge attack connect, but doesn't do that much damage. That typing really come into play, as another lunge is going to be coming through. But what's great is switch clock is up. And if you're debuffed from lunge, even though you're still in the match, if you swap out, it clears those debuffs, which is going to be crucial here at the end if you want to use that energy correctly from the Alolan Sandslash.
The Ariados is going to be dry. Puts up a shield. That is going to make it a little more difficult for Rick Flareon. Now we're going to see a swap out into the Quagsire. And the Quagsire is not really wanting to play anymore at the moment, but we're going to go over into the Mandibus. Mandibus is going to go for an aerial ace. I don't think you can shield this. I don't think you want to.
No, I think Quagsire is in a great position right here. There's no shields left, or there's one shield left on Lee the Base God's side. Or no shields, sorry, I'm getting confused on the screen here. No shields left, so this Stone Edge is going to be doing a lot of super effective damage, knocking out the Mandibuzz, and this is looking to be a good game.
Yeah, but there is also the lunge. There is a decent amount of energy on... Oh, we're calling the lunge here, and this is going to be no shielded. The Quagsire hangs on. You still have a shield def. Go for the Aqua Tail, and Aqua Tail is going to, even though you're debuffed, knock out the Ariados. Rick Flareon wins 2-1.
What a beautiful comeback sweep right there. Losing game 1, but they're coming back in game 2 and 3 to secure victory. Knowing their win conditions, managing the energy correctly with that Mandibuzz in game 2, storing that aerial ace. What a beautiful set of battles, and congratulations to Rick Flareon.
I also want to mention that the surprise Alolan Sandslash in game 3 completely took Lee the Base God off guard, because he had Mandibuzz with Air Slash in the lead. You can't play that matchup. And yet Ariados in the back, which is also very, very bad, because Poison Sting is double resisted, Trailblaze is resisted, Lunge is resisted. What are you going to do? You win charge attack priority, so you outpace basically, but your attacks don't really do too much damage. Neutral Shadow Claws or Powder Snow, neutral Ice Punches, Drill Run as well. It's super tough.
Yeah, and I think the reason why the Alolan Sandslash did so great right there, right? That typing, we haven't seen a lot of Steel-type Pokemon, and that's actually really needed, especially in the tournament this weekend with how many Wigglytuffs we're going to be seeing in the meta based on the trainers' picks.
However, Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash doesn't do too hot against Wigglytuff, I want to say, because these double resisted Shadow Claws, they are an issue. Wigglytuff is fairly bulky, so you're going to get a lot of charms through, especially if you use shields against those Ice Punches.
Yeah, you're right. For as much as we favor these hard-hitting charge moves and the typing resistances, fast moves do come into play in these battles, and every bit of damage counts. And if you're double resisted Shadow Claw into normal typing, that is going to be very tough.
Yep, that's also a reason why Wigglytuff is such a great answer to the Shadow Feraligatr. Yes, Hydro Cannon is one of the best charge attacks in the game, but you have seen how good, how valuable this Shadow Claw on the Shadow Feraligatr is as well in matchups like Azumarill or Dugong. This neutral damage from the fast attacks just really makes the difference as to why you can win against those bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, and there was a great play there in game 3 that I wanted to talk about that you had mentioned. Will the Feraligatr survive that Air Slash coming in? And we saw that they had double Hydro Cannons ready to go, but knowing that, you know what, the Air Slash is going to come through, that's likely going to knock me out. Instead of trying to go for 2 Hydro Cannons, I'm just going to go for the guaranteed Ice Beam. If I get a shield, great. If it lands, sweet. We just got 50-60% of their HP.
Yep. And Lee the Base God probably thought, hey, he has 2 Hydro Cannons. He's probably going to go for 2 Hydro Cannons, so I will no-shield that and hope that my Air Slash knocks out. But surprise, it was an Ice Beam. It dealt 60% to a Mandibuzz, which is something that we don't see too often because Mandibuzz is incredibly bulky.
Yeah, gone are the days where Registeel's Zap Cannon was coming in for a lot of damage. Will Registeel make a comeback if Wigglytuff starts being more popular? You never know.
I mean, it could. There's plenty of targets in the meta, right? There's Ariados, there is Azumarill, there is there's Mandibuzz. Honestly, you take a knockout probably with one Zap Cannon versus Shadow for Alligator, but once shields are up, it's going to be so hard. Annihilate is also, let's face it...
it's living up to the name, right? It's annihilating meta right now.
That is true.
And what's really interesting, right, is the choice. We've seen this in tournaments past, right? Whether it was Night Slash or having Ice Punch, right? Choosing the moveset based on the team that you're running. And now it's like, okay, do you run close combat or do you run the Ice Punch for that coverage? And I personally, as much as I love the damage that comes from close combat, what I have seen with how dominant the Shadow Kanto Marowak can be, mind you, the close combat and Rage Fist would knock that out anyways. The Ice Punch's coverage is going to be really crucial here, especially if you're boosting and you get an aggressive farm down.
Yeah, but you can also, it's just so strong. Annihilate can just almost counter it on everything. You're absolutely right. But for now, we have an interview with Pedro and Flareon.
Won a really thrilling battle. What are your first thoughts about it?
Yeah, it was a tough match. I think I could have played a bit better, but I got the win, so I'm happy. It's, it's a bit nerve-wracking being on stream because I don't get to do it very often, but yeah, it's good to get that under my belt and move on.
No, that was great. That was great. I was really impressed about the energy management you had on those battles with saving the energy with the Mandibuzz at the end. What's the secret to counting energy in such a precise way?
I think you just get used to it. Like, I've been playing this game for way too long, so it just sort of comes naturally right now. But yeah, I think just practice.
So just practice. You hear it first here. And one more thing. Sandslash was key at the end. What was like the thought process to bring it on the last battle?
He kept going like ABA weak to it. I think game 2 he was like triple weak to it, so I just brought in the lead and paid off. So yeah.
It really did pay off. Congratulations. I hope to see you advancing even more. And we're going back right now. We are with our casters. Thank you.
Games there with Rick, Flareon, and Lee the Gods. Great use of the Alolan Sandslash, like we saw, being so strong there in the final battle. And you're one of your favored picks for this tournament. Now, one of mine that I hope to see today, Unique, might struggle against the charm that we see, or the Mud Slap, is that Morpeko.
Or counter.
Yeah, or counter, right? There's a lot of fast move targets against it, but the damage that it can output can't be overlooked.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many teams that have an offensive and defensive core of Shadow for Alligator, Dugong, Azumarill, and Shadow Drapion. Against all of those, Morpeko really shines. Drapion can be dangerous because the Aqua Tail actually outpaces a Morpeko, but still, you deal a lot of damage. Once a shield is down because you play Morpeko in the back, maybe, you get some easy KOs.
Yeah.
The Aura Wheel, it forces your opponent to play different as well, because they know, hey, once I give up one shield, this Morpeko might be able to sweep me if I don't have any super effective fast attack damage on it.
Yeah, and we are ready to get into our next set of battles, as we do have Sandudu versus V Tenacity.
Yep, and I think that they are swapped. So I think that on the left side we have V Tenacity, and on the right side we have Sandodu. But we see a Starmie!
Oh, Starmie with that Legacy Psywave, Surf, and Power Gem. Like I've always said, every Pokemon is one update away from coming into the meta. We've seen it time and time again, and now Starmie, such a unique pick, and double Goodras on both players' teams.
Goodra is an amazing dragon. It has play against almost everything in the meta. It even hits Azumarill for super effective damage, and Dugong as well, so there is great play for it. The only Pokemon in the meta that is surprisingly bad for it is, I feel like, is Serperior, because you deal neutral Dragon Breath damage, and that is really good. But Thunder Punch and Aqua Tail that are not same type attack boosted as well against the Serperior, it just does nothing.
Yeah, and even then, right, you're still getting hit for neutral with the Aerial Ace, unless they're trying to be trying to be a bit sneaky maybe with Leaf Tornado.
The Frenzy Plant is even more damage than the Aerial Ace.
Well, yeah, the Frenzy Plant is such a strong move, right? All those Community Day moves, whether it's Hydro Cannon or Blast Worm, are very strong. And Dragons, like we've seen with Inadequate's pick with the Shadow Palkia, Dragons making a little comeback on a lot of teams. So it's going to be interesting to see how we progress through this weekend with the rise of Fairy, the rise of some of these Dragons. How will the dust settle in that format?
And I mean, the only Pokemon that really beats Goodra in the meta would be Superior. There was, of course, a little joke. I mean, we have seen Wigglytuff before, so that is horrible. And you lose versus Azumarill and Dugong as well, because, they just have the advantage of this super effective damage on the side of Dugong, and, of course, the resistance, the double resistance of Dragon Breath. But you still have play against all of those, and this is where those key losses can come in as well.
Yeah, and what I love about these EU tournaments is they love to go a bit spicy, right? Yeah. From what I've seen traditionally, NA loves to be like dominant meta, kind of, master the ins and outs of every single battle. And EU kind of loosen up a little bit, whether it's in previous seasons, we saw Tauntaun Battus with the Shadow Dragonair, or, last year with Emmy Weedle with Skeledirge. These previous champions bring those little wrinkles to their teams that are the extra coverage that they need that maybe people aren't prepared for.
And I can see Starmie being it, honestly. Right. Because it's so good against the Annihilate. It beats Dugong very hard because of this power gem that it has. It can also beat Azumarill, so against most of the defensive Pokemon, it's really strong. Of course, Superior is a big issue. You have super effective damage and neutral damage with your fast attacks versus a Jumpluff, so this is not the absolute worst. Of course, you can't take an Energy Ball, but still, this is a strong Pokemon. Shadow Feraligatr and Shadow Drapion, difficult story. So the opposing offensive core that we're seeing from V-Tenacity is going to be very tough to overcome for Starmie.
Yeah, Starmie, such a unique pick, rising up in the meta that we would never have thought possible before, getting that Legacy Psywave. And, like you said, it can do well against that Annihilate, which is interesting because it's Psychic versus Ghost, but you also have to add in that fighting typing.
The magic of dual typing.
Right, the magic of dual typing, where even on paper, it all comes down to the energy management. So Annihilate, right, if it's able to get a healthy farm down, now Starmie's not in a great position because of that Rage Fist.
Yep, that is true. And also, I mean, sometimes when the Pokemon are less bulky, those fast attacks do matter more and more, because if Annihilate had Astonish, goodness gracious, if Annihilate had
let's just give it Shadow Claw.
Oh yeah, that would also be an absolute menace. I don't think the hands can be claws, to be honest, for Annihilate.
Yeah.
It's more of a punching guy, but that would flip the matchup completely.
Yeah, as we do see the full team rosters right here for both trainers. It's going to be
4 Shadows.
4 Shadows. Wow, okay. And Dugong as well. Dugong on both teams. I said this at the beginning of the event today. Dugong has been such a consistent and strong pick. It's really in the caliber, in my mind, of what Lickitung used to be and what Azumarill still is, where it's these bulky Pokemon that just add that defensive structure to your team, where even if it's a bad matchup, you can still overcome, as we do see a Goodra on the lead versus Dugong.
Yep, and this is where Dugong wants to be, because it can just debuff, and especially also now, you can just go for one of your Icy Winds before you swap out.
Yeah, and this is so cool about Dugong. Not only do you have the super effective damage for Dragons, but you also can do so well against Grass-type Pokemon.
Yep, you really didn't want to see it here on the side of Sandodu. You can swap out now if you want to. Actually, no, stays in here. Now I got a little bit confused with the Pokemon here, I think.
Frenzy Plant gonna be coming through. Will we see a Protect Shield? No, letting it go. Dugong able to survive, but there is double Frenzy Plants ready to go and opting to throw it. The Aerial Ace actually right away. Good call.
Yep, Aerial Ace would be enough to knock out here, possibly. No, actually, the Dugong hangs on deaths to the Icy Wind Sandodu. Can't believe it.
1 HP in a dream. Dugong showing what it is made of as it gets a second Icy Wind off against a Grass-type Pokemon. All shields are down for Sandodu.
Yep, gets an immediate switch out here. Now we have the Shadow Annihilate onto the Dugong. V-Tenacity is living the dream right here, because Rage Fist is going to be crucial, but counter is so strong here.
This is probably the most dangerous situation to be in if you're facing a Shadow Annihilate 2-0 shields with a full healthy farm down with counter. Well, actually, no, deciding to go for Rage Fist, which is all right. Maybe not wanting to get hit by another Icy Wind right there.
The question is, does this knock out? We are debuffed at the moment. No, the Dugong again.
Another one! Wow, my goodness, Dugong really getting its worth right here in this battle as Icy Wind is going to be getting the final shield from V Tenacity.
Dugong is really putting in work today. Double debuff now. Actually, only one-time debuff because he landed a Rage Fist before. V Tenacity has the Gudra in the back. That is looking good against those Pokemon. Now the Ice Punch coverage comes in. No Protect Shields remaining on the side of Sandodu. Is this going to take out? This is resisted or debuff damage? No, this is a 1 HP again!
1 HP again, and a swap out into the Starmie to get ahead on energy, but this Gudra does have the Thunder Punch, which will be doing super effective damage.
Yep, there is going to be a big Power Gem coming in. This is going to deal a lot of damage, but it can't knock out a Gudra from this range, and a Thunder Punch is going to deal super effective damage. Starmie is a lot more frail than Gudra, so I reckon that this might take out.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't, you still have that Dragon Breath damage, which is going to do a lot. Does knock it out, and then we will see the Superior go down to Dragon Breath, and that's going to be a good game 1.
1 HP surprise here. What was that? Both Gudras, and then, of course, also the Superior just hanging on there also with a charge attack loaded. Very, very strong performance by these Pokemon. In the end, good closing by the Gudra here against Starmie. Gudra is so good in neutral scenarios because it has so much flexibility with this Water, Dragon, and Electric type coverage.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, versatile Pokemon.
Yeah.
And V Tenacity as well, giving those shields to Annihilate, which is a very dangerous situation, right? Giving it 2 shields, almost farming down, had to go for the Rage Fist, but then also goes to show how great Dugong can be on your team as a defensive sponge, right? Both Dugongs living with 1 HP in a dream, able to get to those last-second Icy Winds, which was a make and break in these battles.
Yeah. The defense, the attack drops, they do matter sometimes.
They do.
When those attacks come in, we saw the Aerial Ace trying to save up some energy there, just barely hung on. It was a 1 HP survive, and that might have won V Tenacity the game. But here you can see Annihilate on Dugong. This can never happen to you if you want to win games.
Yeah, and this is why Dugong is so powerful, even though the Rage Fist is boosted, able to hang on. And basically what that did right there is it basically canceled out that Rage Fist attack boost because of the Icy Wind debuff. So it just basically reset the board, but ultimately it didn't matter because the Gudra was able to clean up this match here with this Thunder Punch.
Yep, nice little closer. Usually Gudra can also be used as a great lead that soft loses most matchups, or as a safe swap that has neutral play into everything and can force your opponent to play weirdly into you. So Gudra is kind of the best loser that we have in the rating right now.
Every Pokemon has its purpose on your team, right? Whether you're deciding to have it as pure bench pressure, which is a big thing, right? In this Team 6 format, you got to look at what you need to account for on your opponent's side. Gudra's role, though, great neutralist across this meta as we do get into the game 2.
Yep, and this is a horrendous lead for Sandodu. The Shadow Dropion on to that Starmie goes into Gudra. A great save swap here. Of course, V Tenacity is going to stay in for a little while. Is going to throw a Crunch, hoping for a possible debuff. Will this get a shield here?
Oh, let's find out as the Crunch will be landing. Will we see a debuff? No debuff right there as the Thunder Punch will be going out into the mirror fight.
Ooh. The mirror match is so intense there because Dragon Breath is basically the only form of damage that you have, because look at this pitiful damage from a Thunder Punch here. So if you can chip in the mirror match quite heavily with a Crunch, you're going to be able to easily farm down and resist.
This is kind of tough. What do you come in with? You take super effective damage on both Pokemon, and this is a tough position for Sandodu to be in, especially down 1-0 in the series.
But you have to go in with the Starmie at this point, because Starmie can deal some damage with Psywaves against the Gudra. It can farm up more energy that can be used later on. If you go into the Mandibus takes unnecessary damage, and your Starmie, because it is on the Shadow Dropion aligned, it's not your win condition anymore.
Yeah, and knowing that there was a lead of the Shadow Dropion, right, you basically have to sacrifice it. You have to put all your trust into the Mandibus to potentially win, hoping that there's no Dugong in the back.
Yep, and there is no Dugong in the back. There is a Shadow Jumpluff waiting for the Mandibus, so there is play for Sandodu. V Tenacity, of course, going for some energy lead here. That is very, very nice.
Ooh, opting to go for the Shield Bait Surf right here. Let's see if they get it from V Tenacity. Yes, able to get it right there. Now it's going to be race. We do see a swap out right away into the Mandibuzz, knowing that the last two Pokemon are the Shadow Jumpluff and the Shadow Drapion.
Yep, and Drapion has neutral ways of hitting the Mandibus, so that is great. But Aqua Tail, same type attack bonus boosted, is not the strongest attack. Aerial Ace is also not the strongest attack. Mandibus is in a good position here, but it is maybe a little much to handle.
I don't think it has enough energy. Maybe if it had the same health but an extra charge move right here, it might be able to make it. But the Shadow Drapion is going to be able to get to 2 Aqua Tails and put a lot of pressure down on Mandibus because it's getting so low.
Also, there is nothing you really want to shield on that Mandibus. It feels so bad to shield an Aerial Ace or an Aqua Tail. Goes up to full energy, goes for an Aerial Ace who is going to start spamming those charged attacks.
Now let's see if the switch clock is back up for Sandudu. So there is a potential right here to catch the charge move as they throw one more Aerial Ace. This is going to put the shield pressure now on Shadow Drapion. Do they save it for the jump bluff? Yes, that's looking to be the case as Shadow Drapion will go down.
Oh, that is interesting. V-Tenacity has one more shield, wants to shield more damage because this is super effective on the jump bluff. Of course, you can take one more. Jump bluff takes this one like a champ. It is going to race to the Aerial Ace. It's going to outpace. Are we going to see a potential catch here? Aerial Ace is going to connect on that Mandibus. Mandibus has a shield left. Are we going to see a win with a Starmie here?
I think Starmie might just be able to do it. The Aerial Ace has to be thrown to get that final shield from V-Tenacity, and now it's going to be a fast swap in, and it's going to... We've got it glued into your screens right now. Let's see how this plays out.
Oh, but the jump up is so fast-paced. Gets to the Aerial Ace, and this is 2-0 for V-Tenacity against Sandodu. The Starmie is going to faint. Go back to your Pokeball, Starmie. Jump Love is the king of the court.
What a good comeback there from V-Tenacity. Letting, you have one shield remaining. Who do you invest it in? Knowing the Pokemon that are left on your opponent's team, right? Knowing that Starmie's in the back, trusting in the jump bluff. It has a bit more health. It could survive, right? That surf that they're going to try to get to, because no way they get to the Power Gem in time. So trusting in the jump bluff to sweep V-Tenacity, taking it 2-0.
I mean, the Power Gem is only one more Psy Wave away, but still, this does matter.
Yeah, one fast move is the make or break in these tournaments, like we've seen time and time again, but V-Tenacity ultimately dominating a 2-0 series right there. It was great to see the Starmie, though, and the double Gudras.
That is a tough loss for Sandodu, because if we remember last year, Championship Sunday, we've talked a lot about Doonbug. We've talked a lot about Emmy Weedle. But who was in the winner's final?
Sandodu took 3rd place in last year's EUIC, a very strong and dominant competitor in this series, so I fully expect him to make a comeback in the loser's bracket as we progress through this weekend.
I would agree with that. V-Tenacity also no stranger because he has top cut regional before. I think it was Liverpool 2024 where he made top 16, I suppose, or top 12 maybe even. So both trainers that are very well known within the community here. We can see those highlights. The surf bait from Sandodu giving him the hopes of getting back into this. Mandibus did so well. Mandibus tried so hard. You can see it flapping in the background, but it just wasn't enough.
You know, that was such a good play from Sandodu, right? Knowing that the opponent has 2 shields remaining, going for the surf to not only bait for that for energy, but potentially come back and win at the end of the game like we were hoping to see, but ultimately just a little bit behind in terms of the fast moves.
This is also, I like the team building of Sandodu because he brought 5 of his 6 Pokemon in just 2 matches, so there is a lot of flexibility with his team, with this meta where he could say, hey, I can basically bring all of my Pokemon into you, you just have to adapt with your lines and you have to kind of predict what I'm bringing. The problem is if they do, then they have a good shot.
Yeah, and the mind games, right? When you're picking these 6 Pokemon, you try to find your win conditions, especially in Game 1 and Game 2. You try to look at the consistencies that your opponent is doing, right? What do they favor? What do they like using more? And then maybe you mix it up in Game 3, like we saw with Rick Flareon bringing the Alolan Sandslash there at the very end, throwing in a curveball, and ultimately that gave him victory.
Yep, that is true. So PvP is always high stakes on these stages. Rick Flareon said it before. It's nerve-wracking to play on stage, but there's also a big other aspect of the game, and that is PvE. Are you excited for the Go Tour?
Oh, yes, the Go Tour with Victini this weekend. This is going to be a fun event, full Pokemon Go event that we are having. This is going to be a great experience.
Kyurem White and Kyurem Black also being introduced.
Look at that art.
The game.
That's amazing.
And of course, Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus. Some of my favorite legendary Pokemon, actually. I'm a big Unova guy.
Oh, yes. Very strong in their own right. We do have some great 12-kilometer eggs, I should say, right there, with great Pokemon. Mandibuzz, if you guys need that Volibee, is going to be in there. And then, obviously, our Pikachus with our hats. We all love them. We all collect them.
That is true.
We all have them named based on the year that we got them.
I don't think I've met any Pokemon Go trainer that isn't collecting different Pikachu.
Yeah. I have hundreds.
Yeah,
I have hundreds of the Pikachus, whether it's different costumes or shinies or from Go Battling.
And they all come out during Little Cup. They're always battling in the Little Cup as well.
And the one with the balloons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. And of course, the Flying Press one. The one that you get when you hit Legend in Go Battle League. I completely forgot about the name.
Pikachu Libre.
Pikachu Libre, exactly. Yes. That has some nice attacks always, so that's also a nice Pikachu to collect. And you can play that in the Go Battle League as well.
Yeah, and I know a lot of trainers at home still competing their way up in the Go Battle League, trying to get Legend as we are at the end of our season, right? We got 12 or 11 days remaining now. So hopefully all of you at home battling, I hope you guys make it. I hope you get there. And it should be a fun weekend, whether you're here at the event or back home watching. There's going to be so many amazing Pokemon Go battles that we're going to be seeing.
Yep, and we are actually just being informed that we have an interview ready of Pedro and V-Tenacity.
In fact, we're here with V-Tenacity. We just witnessed a really thrilling battle. Like, so many 1 HPs on Pokemon, like making honor of your name a really tenacious battle. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, really good. A bit shaky still because we go a bit back in the grassroots scene. But yeah.
It was amazing. Let me tell you something. I was watching the battle, and when your Dugong survived with 1 HP, I didn't see you surprised. Did you know that was going to happen?
No. I have a rank 1 Dugong, so that probably helped a bit, but I was expecting another Frenzy Plant, to be honest.
That was one of the my favorite moment till now of the championship, and we'll have a lot of more of those moments in this tournament. But one more thing. Can I know why did you choose the Shadow Jumpluff over the regular one?
I think it's got enough bulk, so the extra damage on Shadow Jumpluff really helps. That's pretty much it.
Okay, you heard it here first. So if you're thinking of using the regular or the Shadow, that's the reason why you can choose one over the other. Now we're going back to our casters.
V-Tenacity, great trainer, but who else is great? It's the final boss. It's Colin 6 versus Mochas 3 with his signature Gengar hat.
I love the hat right there. Flexing what you love in Pokemon, that is what it's all about. And flexing, talk about these teams right here.
Yep, it's gonna be a field day for Wigglytuff, actually. Look at this, Shadow Drapion, Annihilate, Charjabug is in there as well, paired with a Pidgeot. And, of course, Marowak and Shadow Feraligatr.
I was trying to set you up a little alley-oop, but the Shadow Primate looks to be a lot of fun. Colin 6 bringing that. We have seen in so many tournaments in previous past, like the fighter that you choose to bring can be a make or break in these metas. And with that Karate Chop on the Shadow Primate and the Rage Fist, it can get very scary very quickly.
It is a little risky to bring in this matchup, I suppose, because Pidgeot, of course, is a nightmare to face. Annihilate is also not that good. You can get some shield advantage there, but the Annihilate is going to be pretty big with a lot of HP and a lot of energy after it countered you down. So that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's also great to see Talonflame come back. This is a Pokemon that I have loved using myself and love seeing in these tournaments, that Fire Flyer dominance, especially when Skarmory was so powerful. It was like the Skarmory and Talonflame Flyers.
Are you a Brave Bird or a Flame Charge guy?
Brave Bird. Are you kidding me? Do you know who I love Brave Bird. No,
you like to boom, huh?
I like to boom. I like to boom, but I do respect the Fly as well. Fly is a great charge move. The Flame Charge makes a lot of sense if you're looking to invest those shields and ramp up your damage, much like we see with Annihilate and 2 shields earlier. It can be a great asset to your team. Brave Bird, though, great option. Throws people for a curveball when it does land.
Yep, that is true, and it's always threatening, you know. If your opponent has Flame Charge and Fly on their Talonflame, you're very easily letting the first charge attack go because, you know, they're trying to boost themselves, right? But I think that Flame Charge is a good attack if something like Registeel is in the meta, just so you can make that matchup even better. But Fly and Brave Bird offer some great utility as well. Let's see what Colin chose here and what Mochas is going to choose to bring as well, because, again, this Wigglytuff of Colin 6 is looking threatening.
Yeah, we're going to be getting locked in here to the first battle. We have Colin6 versus Mod Chest. Game 1. Let's see that lead.
Oh, and what are we going to see here? This is Azumarill versus Shadow Drapion with the Wigglytuff lurking in the back. Mod Chest bringing the Pokemon that lose the least hard to the Wigglytuff in this one. And now we're going to see Azumarill versus Shadow Drapion, which is always an odd matchup, I think.
Yeah. Like you said earlier, Colin6 being the final boss, right? I think in this matchup, Wigglytuff with 2 shields might just be the final boss as well.
Yeah, that is true. I wonder if Feather Dance is an option for Mod Chest against the Wigglytuff. But this matchup, it's so funny because everything that Azumarill does is neutral to the Shadow Drapion, but everything that Shadow Drapion does is either resisted or super effective.
And the thing is, it does have access to Sludge Bomb as well, but the meta that we have is demanding Crunch and Aqua Tail.
Yeah, I love the Sludge Bomb though. I'm a big fan of it. Oh, and now we're going to see a swap in for the Shadow Quagsire trying to farm down. Big swap out here for Mod Chest, bringing in the Pidgeot. The stage is shaking because Pidgeot with those big gusts is coming in. Colin6 is going for the first bait here with the Aqua Tail. It gets a shield.
Does get the Protect Shield as the Aqua Tail will be blocked right there. But this is a scary position to be in. You see a Shadow Quagsire on the other side with loaded energy, knowing that it has access to Stone Edge. It can take you from it can take you from full health to 0 very quickly. As a double shield now is going to be going. Wigglytuff, I think, has free reign now.
Yep, that is definitely true. Feather Dance is being thrown into the Shadow Quagsire, and Colin says, yeah, I'm low on HP. I'm just going to let this go. I want to bring in Wigglytuff now. Let me get in the Wigglytuff. Is he actually going to reach another Stone Edge? Doesn't want to risk getting knocked out by a gust. Goes for the debuffed Aqua Tail.
This is a great option here from Colin6, knowing that, you know what, any chip damage, I will take it because that just makes it so much easier to farm down. Maybe get the knockout here with the Azumarill's Ice Beam or the Charm Down, as we do see a counter swap into Wigglytuff and Charge Bug.
Yes, every day we're wiggling now. Wigglytuff is going to charm on this Charger Bug. Charger Bug is going for this discharge for neutral damage. Is Colin going to invest the first shield, or is he calling an X-Scissor?
No, he's going to decide to no shield. The discharge will land, but Wigglytuff still able to hang on. Shields have to be used now by Colin6 as Wigglytuff is hoping to sweep. Pidgeot low in the back has a little bit of energy, but that Charge Bug desperately trying to get Wigglytuff off the field.
Yep, and also don't forget that there is still a Drapion with a lot of energy in the back, but the full farm down here with a shield left remaining. We're a double Swift, so he kind of has to go for a charge attack here if the Shadow Drapion is being brought in. Goes for an Aqua Tail. This will eat a shield. Oh, it doesn't get a shield?
Knowing that the Pidgeot has no shields remaining, going to be coming in with the Azumarill close to the Ice Beam. This is a great composed play here by Colin6, and that is going to be a good game.
Colin6, you're a genius. Who would let a Wigglytuff go that has 2 charge attack? It's Colin6 because he knows that he can win the game on the back of the Azumarill, taking out the Shadow Drapion as well. GG for Colin. 1-0 against Mod Chest.
I loved the strategy right there, right? Putting Wigglytuff in the back, knowing there's really no extremely hard answers or resisted defensive answers for the Wigglytuff, giving it a full healthy farm down, risking the no shields on the discharge, not trying to shield early, right? You have plenty of health. Why shield when it could have been an X-Scissor bait? Wait till the end, give it the shields that it needs, and then find your win condition, and that was with the Azumarill and Ice Beam.
Yeah, it was very, very well played by Colin6 here. Different ways to win that as well. So the Wigglytuff is just putting him in such a great position. Brave Bird Fly on the Talonflame as well. Also, really like that Mod Chest just brought the Pokemon that don't lose to the Wigglytuff. However, I think this is exactly what Colin wants in his team building, right? That his opponent doesn't feel comfortable bringing Shadow Feraligatr or Annihilate against him.
Yeah. And I think the Pidgeot as well is a great pick in this meta, right? Has that normal typing to resist the Shadow Claws or other ghost type damage that we do see, while still having great coverage against other flyers like Jumpluff.
Oh, that is true. How did you like the Shadow Quagsire performance, by the way?
Wow, the Shadow Quagsire, I mean, there are a few things that I get very scared of with energy, and Shadow Quagsire is definitely one of them. Having a great versatile moveset, right, with Stone Edge and Aqua Tail that the Colin6 is deciding to use, but you could still run with that Earthquake depending on what the meta demands. It can be a strong force to bring, especially when there's no hard-hitting grass like the Razor Leaf damage that we've seen in previous years.
Yeah, but I also really, really like that the way Mudshot changed didn't really cause any problems for the Shadow Quagsire, because now it just has a little bit more fast attack pressure. You know, the pacing to Aqua Tails and Mud Bomb is still very, very fast. You're pacing straight 7 to the Stone Edge as well. But we're going to get into the next game. Let's look at the lead. It's Wigglytuff versus Pidgeot here.
Now, Pidgeot actually in a good position to soften up the Wigglytuff with that Feather Dance, but same with the Wigglytuff with the Icy Wind doing that super effective damage. It's all going to come down to this first charge move.
Yep, and we're going to go for the Brave Bird immediately. Colin6 might not want to be baited here with a Feather Dance. Puts up a shield. He knows it's going to be a Brave Bird. Put the shield on the Wigglytuff, and there's a swap in on the drop here. We're going to answer this with the Shadow Quagsire. Look at the Mudshot damage. Look at it.
Oh my goodness, already down to 75% HP, but a crunch now coming through. Shadow Quagsire still in a great position. Lots of health. Not the glassiest Pokemon and not the bulkiest, just a great middle ground. And the Aqua Tail, oh, it does get the defense drop right there though, but that still won't do much with the Poison Sting, as Aqua Tail now is going to be coming through in a no protect shield.
Yep, Mudchess is one shield up. He got that going from him. He's going to reach another charge attack just before the Quagsire can. So basically he can reverse the switch if he wants to.
This is such a tough position to be in because this is your last shield, and Quagsire can do a lot of damage on the other side to Modchess. He wants to utilize that energy effectively, especially with the Pidgeot there. Going to be taking quite a bit from Aqua Tail, even though it's neutral.
Now you're going 2 shields down versus a Pidgeot in the back. Is going to go for the Aqua Tail bait here. Is Modchess going to call it? No, he's going to put up a shield for safety. Doesn't want to get hit with the Stone Edge, and this is going to almost reach another attack, swapping into the Azumarill. So the switch doesn't really matter to Colin anymore.
Yeah, I think going for the Aqua Tail was a great call there, and swapping it out and saving that energy at the end here could be a crucial play, as the Hydro Cannon now is going to be coming through, but Azumarill standing strong, has lots of energy. He's got to be careful about the Pidgeot potentially catching it.
Yep, but I mean, the Pidgeot also is still looking rather healthy. Would get knocked out by an attack and has gust pressure against basically everything in the back here. Colin is going to go for an Ice Beam here, hoping to reach another charge attack after this gets maybe shielded. Modchess is going to get baited again in this one. Can Colin reach another charge attack here? As Modchess is going to be able to knock out before, throws just one before Colin reaches the Play Rough.
Wow, going for the Hydro Cannon here. This should be just enough to knock out the Azumarill, and now it is going to be up to Wigglytuff and the energy-loaded Quagsire to win this game.
Oh, and we're going to see a Swift here. How much damage does a Swift from Wigglytuff do on that Shadow Feraligatr? Can it withstand another charm after hanging on to the Swift just barely?
Oh, able to survive in the swap out.
Oh, wow, and now the Pidgeot doesn't have any energy whatsoever. Colin is tapping on that Swift. This is a very low Pidgeot. The Wigglytuff is looking to close this game out.
Oh my goodness, the Wigglytuff now going to be knocking out the Pidgeot. Charm going to be coming through. The Feraligatr has one hope, and that's the Hydro Cannon, but ultimately there is still the Quagsire with energy in the back.
But does it get to another move? Does it take a Shadow Claw? Is this going to be a simultaneous knockout? No! The Shadow Quagsire hangs on to 1 HP and the dream, and he's called the final boss for a reason.
Oh my goodness, saving the Quagsire. I mentioned in the middle that might be the key to victory, and it sure was, but that came down to one fast move's worth of damage. How close was that game?
I really didn't see that coming. Great play by Modchess, knowing Pokemon Go mechanics, by the way, going for a Shadow Claw and swapping it out before the damage is going to be registered from the Wigglytuff charm there. So he had the Hydro Cannon stored up, was able to throw this into the Wigglytuff. Well played by both trainers, but Colin in the end, he just had the heads up here.
Yeah, well played to Modchess as well, because as we saw from the roster, didn't have amazing answers to Wigglytuff, and that's why Colin6 brought it both times, whether it was anchored in the back with 2 shields or on the lead with 2 shields there against the Pidgeot. But Modchess brought the game to 1 fast move's worth of damage. It doesn't get any closer than that. So congratulations to Colin6 moving on. Modchess going to be fighting his way through the losers bracket. I'm excited to see both these trainers later on in this tournament.
And also keep in mind, there was such an important call in the early game. If Colin decided to no shield in the first matchup, thinking it's probably a Feather Dance bait, he would have had a really, really tough time losing that Wigglytuff immediately, and then that double debuff Pidgeot would have probably just swapped out immediately, clearing those debuffs.
Yeah, and that that goes to the mind games of what your team is able to handle. And right, and Colin6 knows that Modchess couldn't handle the Wigglytuff, so the odds are he might be going for that sneaky, hard-hitting charge move, as we do see a previous matchup here with the Quagsire and the Shadow Drapion, the Feraligatr doing so well, as it always does in these tournaments.
Yep, and of course, he needed that Wigglytuff to hang on so badly, because there is barely another Pokemon on his team that can really handle Shadow Feraligatr. So Modchess could have just swapped out the Pidgeot after throwing a Brave Bird, connecting to the Wigglytuff, going into Shadow Feraligatr. That could have cleaned up everything. But here you can see that Shadow Quagsire hangs on with
Look at that!
Fail.
Oh my goodness, it doesn't get any closer than that. You can see the sigh of relief, both trainers knowing they put up their best effort right there. And that's the story of this weekend.
Yeah.
It is all about maintaining that position in the top 50. So if you guys have think previous EUICs have been intense, this weekend, 2025 here in London, is going to be the most intense battles you have seen, I think, in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, everyone is on the race to Worlds. It's just getting tougher and tougher and tougher. And yeah, in the end, some trainers will qualify by winning a tournament like a special event or a regional or an IC, but most of them will have to fight their way through this leaderboard. And just everyone grinds these tournaments to get more points, to qualify for the World Championships, to, in the end, call themselves a Pokemon champion.
Yeah, and we do have an interview right now with Pedro and Colin6. Go ahead and take it away.
Yes, thank you, Sayane. We are here with Colin, one of the strongest players this season. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I want to ask you something. So I saw Talonflame in your team. You didn't use it, but it's not that common to see fire types right now in this meta. What's the thought process behind that pick?
I'm running double fairy, so I was looking for some coverage against stuff like Ariados and steel types. So came out with Talonflame because it resists the ground types as well, which makes it the perfect partner for those Pokemon, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great pick. I love that Pokemon. And also, another Pokemon that's trending up is Wigglytuff. So why is it trending up, in your opinion?
I think because Drapion is the most popular poison type at the moment. It's also a dark type, which means it takes neutral from the charms. And it just often means Wigglytuff is very safe to use.
Yeah, it's super safe, it's super strong. I call it the pink menace. It's always there, watching you from behind and charming you away. But well, right now, I'm 100% sure I'll see you advance. You're really, really good. You're really crushing it this season, so congratulations again. And now we're gonna see the part 2 of the Continental Clash with Will and Amanda.
Skit. This is called the Continental Clash. EU versus NA. I do think we are going to get a switch up of players, though. We're going to get 2 new contestants. And these trainers, I think everyone is very, very familiar with.
Yeah, new, but maybe a little bit old school. We're going to bring it back to last year's finals at the 2024 EUIC.
Our trainers are about to get locked in here. I'm so excited for this matchup. We're going to get Dunebug, who's on Team NA, right? He's going to be on the left side of your screen. Then we've got Emmy Weedle, Team EU on the right. So
I don't know. Listen, he's got enough accolades to his name. He was, he was already a world champion. He was a regional champion. He was an international champion. Let's go ahead and get him off the stage and give it just to NA already. And it looks like we are going to kick into it here. Oh my goodness, we have a Steelix versus that Shadow Drapion.
All right, let's go. We've got a Thunderfang Steelix here from Emmy Weedle. I know Thunderfang Steelix and Annihilate is a very popular core in the Go Battle League these days, but I do think the Shadow Drapion can hit very hard with these Aqua Tails, but Emmy Weedle's Steelix can take it.
Going ahead, taking that super effective damage, still in the green, and the interesting charge attacks here of the Steelix, because Breaking Swipe has the potential to lower the attack of the opponent, and then Psychic Fang lowers the defense. So both of these are going to be doing a lot of decent damage to that Drapion. Look at the attack did fall.
You say interesting, Amanda. I think what you mean is genius. All right, these attacks from Emmy Weedle are absolutely inspired, because now he's going to be able to slow down this Drapion, deal even more Thunderfang damage. And look at this, he's got the Breaking Swipe first before the third Aqua Tail.
Going ahead, throwing it here. Dunebug doesn't even worry at this point, saying, okay, fine, if the Drapion's down, you're going to have to see what is coming in. And he's able to get off that Aqua Tail just as Dunebug does.
Ah, shucks. Emmy Weedle's going to have to absorb this, but he did debuff that Drapion twice. No, Oh, it's too much. Now he's got to bring in that Superior, so taking control of switch advantage is Dunebug. But the Superior, what a core breaker pick this is. Look at the read, though, from Dunebug. He's got that Dugong in the back.
And interesting movesets, we're talking about this as well. Like if we talked about on the Steelix, also on the Annihilate, running Ice Punch with the Rage Fist. Look at how much damage that does. Swapping into the Mandibuzz, trying to catch an attack, but Dugong in the back versus Mandibuzz. I have to say, looking again pretty good for NA.
Looking a little bit tricky here. Knowledge of the charge type priority ties Emmy Weedle. It's going to lose that one. Dunebug does fire off the Icy Wind onto that Dark and Flying type Pokemon. I don't know. I think Emmy Weedle can bounce back.
I mean, if you think about this before, Emmy Weedle was able to get that attack debuff with the Breaking Swipe. Dunebug saying, I remember that happening a little bit earlier on. How about my own attack debuff here onto your Mandibuzz? And this one is super effective.
Air Slash is dealing a little bit more damage than that Snarl would be doing here, but Mandibuzz is going to have to fire off a Foul Play to deal any meaningful chip damage to the Dugong. And after the debuff, things get really complicated. Dunebug shielding here. This is really not a good position for Emmy Weedle, but he's got to try to find a way out.
Yeah, look at this. Dugong is just so bulky, has so much energy at this point. Waiting to turn there too, because he's able to completely fast attack down. In comes the Superior. It's about to get debuffed. And Emmy Weedle shaking his head just a little bit.
Emmy Weedle, yeah, he said, you know what, I can win in the real competition. This one, I might have to tip the hat to the NA competitor, but let's all remember who the reigning EUIC champ is, Amanda.
That's true. Playing against that finalist of last season, Dunebug, able to take out the Superior here. NA able to take this clash 2-0 in the European International Championship Series.
You know, Amanda, I was going to say, if it came down to a tiebreaker, you and I would have to lock in some kind of regional teams, and we'd have to go, you know, coach versus coach and just throw down. But it does look like this time, unfortunately for me and Team EU, Team NA is going to win.
Yeah, this time. But, you know, we're always going to see. There could be other clashes in the future. For this one, all right, NA, we'll give it to you.
All right, that's been Speedy Sheep 2 and Amanda Lundberg for the Continental Clash, EU versus NA. This time, NA gets the better of us, but EU trainers will be back, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Back to the action.
Breathtaking views of downtown London, but we are here in the Excel Center just east up the river. It's going to be an exciting day of action as we continue our progress through this bracket. We've seen, I think, maybe 6 different pairs already on screen. Amanda, I think we're going for a record. Let's see just how many pairs we can get.
Can't wait. I also say, speaking of pairs, that last pair that was shown in that skit, beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that Team EU was unable to win that exhibition match that we had, but that was the practice. That was the prep, right? Let's take a look at the tools these trainers actually brought in our day 1 meta. Azumarill. You know, Amanda, as much as things change, some things stay the same. Azumarill way up there, 64% usage.
Azumarill has been around since the very dawn of PvP. And I tell you what, it is here to stay because look at that, 64% of trainers in this competition, the largest competition we have so far, has been using that Pokemon. But right behind it, no surprise here, Shadow Drapion.
We've got actually 4 Shadow Pokemon total in our usage charts. We've got the Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr on the top side, but look at the bottom side. That Shadow Kanto Marowak is popping off here and there, but it's very, very hard to predict. Sometimes it'll go and win an entire championship event, like Lyle Jeffs won early on in the season, or even Elite winning in San Antonio, but sometimes it just fizzles out. And I think Pokemon like Jumpluff are a big reason for that, and we don't even see Jumpluff on the top usage.
I know we had Superior as trending down, but look at that. It's actually in that top contention, in the top 12 Pokemon being used. A lot of interesting picks, a lot of things that we've already seen so far. You talk about tried and true Pokemon. We were surprised a little bit that Clodsire has been there so much, but look at that, actually on the top 12 graphic. Clodsire might be back.
I think this is also a testament to team building and how it evolves over the duration of the season, because to start off the max out season last year, we had Feraligatr paired with Clodsire almost every single time. Now we're seeing a lot of Shadow Feraligatr in particular paired with Diggersby instead of the Clodsire, because that Diggersby is just a bit more flexible, a bit more bulky, and that Fire Punch does offer some really, really nice coverage. And speaking of Diggersby, we actually have Diggersby on both sides here. Gordon the Flash versus Lucidius.
Yeah, Lucidius running that Diggersby alongside the Shadow of Alligator. Good call, Will. That seems like that has been a pretty popular pair. Also, with Toxapex, at the very beginning of this season, a lot of people were running Toxapex. It doesn't have great matchups against that Clodsire, but Diggersby is able to handle it quite well, and it faces off against Azumarill. Azumarill has a very tough time.
Amanda, you have to hit me one more time with that pronunciation. Les Suédois?
Les Suédois.
Les Suédois. Les Suédois. Okay,
I mean, don't quote me on it either.
I'll try, but let's go ahead and get right into the battles. That's what everybody is here to see. Gordon the Flash, actually from the North America region, taking on Les Suédois. I'm going to get it right, Chad, I promise. We're going to see Diggersby into that Shadow Drapion.
This is pretty favorable, actually, for the Diggersby because those fast attacks go a little bit more damage now. Scorching Sands has that possibility to debuff, but Fire Punch can also be a decent bait. Aqua Tail, however, is going to be super effective, and it's going to start chunking away at Diggersby.
I like this team composition from Gordon the Flash as well. He's got the Charge Bug and the Talonflame in the back. That's actually a very solid core. They complement each other very well, and Diggersby actually looks relatively safe into this team from the Suédois, with only the Annihilate as the real challenger in the even shield matchups.
Going ahead and protecting up that drop down because it just has a ton of energy and great timing, great pacing there. Wants to throw its attacks before the next Scorching Sands can even go through. But are you going to double shield in this scenario? Looks like trying to catch an attack, and it is successful from Gordon the Flash's side, getting that Aqua Tail onto the Charge Bug.
We saw this earlier. Another trainer was speaking about how once you see that build up to 2 charge attacks, you expect your opponent to throw back-to-back. We're going to see the Charge Bug fire up some Volt Switch damage into that opposing Shadow Drapion, but the Aqua Tail's queued up. The Crunch was loaded, though, so Gordon actually shields, thinking it might be the Crunch.
I mean, this is actually great for Leswood if you think about it. That Charge Bug coming in, look at that backline. Neither one of those Pokemon want to take it. Leswood was banking maybe that it wasn't going to be there, and now that it's come out to the Drapion, saying, okay, well, at least I'm going to chip it down, but choosing to let it go down with all of that energy.
This is incredibly uncomfortable for Les Suédois because now he's got a Mandibuzz and a Feraligatr, and neither of them want to see Charge Bug. This pick from Gordon the Flash is making waves.
Charge Bug charging up here, just getting a ton of energy, releasing this attack. No Protect Shield. This is a very bulky Pokemon, but look at that super effective damage. Basically almost already bringing it down to half before a first charge attack is even loaded. Throwing now quick charge attack onto Gordon the Flash's Talonflame. Gordon is nodding, but guess what is in the back?
Did you see that swap, Amanda? Ding, 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 fresh out of the oven, comes and gets the full Incinerate through, which actually now puts him on pace with the Feraligatr. What a play from Gordon the Flash.
Going for this attack, there is one Protect Shield remaining. Where does Leswood want to use it? Looks like he's going to use it here, and it's correct because that Brave Bird would have done so much damage.
Exactly. You only live once, and maybe in this matchup, you only Brave Bird once, and he's actually going to go ahead and probably let this Talonflame go because he does have the Charge Bug with the shield advantage at this point, but it is low on HP. So it's back in the Diggersby. Here comes the Scorching Sands.
So much energy on that Diggersby here. Happy grinning away as the Scorching Sand connects with the Feraligatr. Not enough to take it out, but these Shadow Claws are doing absolutely nothing here. Forced to stay in, forced to throw. There's still one Protect Shield left remaining.
But look at this Shadow Feraligatr. It's within single Volt Switch range, and Gordon the Flash knows that, so he's going to send in the Pokemon, throw that single Volt Switch, bam, that's a KO. Les Suédois can't do much about it, and now the Mandibuzz is defenseless. Here comes the Discharge.
Discharge going through. One hit earlier to knock it down to half. This one's going to knock it out of the skies. Gordon the Flash taking game number 1 in a flash.
High voltage in London. Charge Bug making waves early on in the tournament today, but Amanda, that was only game 1. Gordon the Flash needs to do it again. And you could see kind of in the body language, right? I love to watch the players and see how they react to certain situations. You saw him with that huge sigh of relief to get that Incinerate through on the Talonflame. If he doesn't make the swap exactly that way, that matchup could have gone completely differently.
I completely agree with that. Another thing I want to bring up is that the fact that he's running a Primeape instead of Annihilate. Annihilate has been very popular. We saw it in that top 12 usage, but having Primeape on your team gives a little bit of a different pacing because Karate Chops are able to get a little bit quicker there. And I don't know, what would you prefer if you're actually running in this meta?
Honestly, in this meta, I think there are tons of opportunities for it. Against this team from Les Suédois, I do not see many openings, right? Because you've got the Annihilate and the Toxapex, not to mention the Mandibuzz. So even though you have that fast-pacing karate chops, it's going to be difficult to use. I like what Gordon did in game number 1, leading that safe Diggersby, right? You're only really scared of one Pokemon, and that Pokemon is the Annihilate. Then you have a solid duo in the back of Talonflame and Chargebug, which should also answer for an Annihilate lead if you would have seen it. So I fully expect Gordon to stick with Talonflame, Chargebug, but I do also expect him to switch up his lead.
Yeah, what do you think was going through Les Suédois' mind when that Chargebug came in? Because it's so risky to shield up your Drapion with so little health left and have no Protect Shields for that backline. However, Chargebug was able to just completely run through both the Feraligatr and a Mandibuzz with both its fast attack and charge attack pressure.
That's the power of relevancy, right? I'm sure that he's thinking about that going to this next battle. He is not going to come double weak to Chargebug. That is one thing you can be guaranteed of. Let's go ahead and jump right into game number 2, though. Gordon the Flash needs one more to notch a victory for North America here in London.
We saw before Team NA, Team EU were perfectly impartial in these matchups, but I have to say, Les Suédois has a really nice matchup in this. And maybe he didn't have the lead last time, but he's doing well in the start here, getting a ton of energy on both ends, and now actually going for the Scorching Sands.
Every time Diggersby comes out of that Pokeball, it's got one of the most iconic cries, almost sounds like a belch, right? And it's going to eat up this Chargebug, so Gordon the Flash has to get out of there. Goes into the Azumarill. Now we see the Feraligatr switch in. Gordon the Flash with a bit of a knowing nod there, but with the shields up, as we talked about in our previous cast, Amanda, this is actually pretty palatable for the Feraligatr.
Yeah, Feraligatr just charges so quickly, and we will watch this. Hydro Cannon won't do much, but by the time that third one goes through, you really have to debate if you want to shield, and it's going to get there so much quicker than the Azumarill gets to its charge attacks, with that bubble just being a little bit slower, getting that first Protect Shield on the Play Rough.
Yeah, I like the shield here by Les Suédois because I do feel like once you take that Play Rough, yes, you resist the bubbles, but it does make this matchup a lot riskier, and you're also kind of showing your opponent where you are placing your resources. Investing in the Feraligatr makes Gordon less likely to shield his Azumarill in kind.
And we're talking about this, one more Hydro Cannon will be enough to knock out the Azumarill at this point. This Play Rough might not quite do it, and then we have to decide who's going to do his shield. Ooh, a combination play. Look how quick they both reacted here, catching this X-Scissor onto the Diggersby. That was a mind read.
Exactly. Les Suédois is one step ahead, catches the resisted X-Scissor, and he's back where he wants to be. Diggersby versus the Chargebug. This was such a problematic Pokemon for him, and just like we talked about, he does not come unprepared in this game number 2.
And not only that, these two trainers are now locked in. You can see the faded Pokemon on the sides. This is how much longer it takes to be able to switch your Pokemon back out. Meanwhile, just getting a ton of extra energy, throwing this Fire Punch and getting the first Protect Shield off of Gordon the Flash.
Wow, Gordon throwing up the shield, that tells us two things. First, he wants his charge attack to come off here and chip down the Diggersby, but secondly, most importantly, he wants to get back to that switch timer. He knows how important Chargebug is, and he's at the switch timer, but Les Suédois got the charge attack. Does he throw it? No! Tries to make the catch.
Going for the heavier hitting attack, I don't even know. At this point, I think a Fire Punch would have still been able to knock out either Pokemon. Wants to play it safe here. That Azumarill is gone now. What will come back in?
Well, at this point, I think it's safe to send in Diggersby. Gordon the Flash going to wait out that switch timer. He does have a 10-second cooldown, which takes 10 seconds off the 50 seconds. So now he's only got 40 seconds in this matchup. I fully expect Gordon to probably go for the quick attack down and carry some energy over. A debuff here, though, would be a huge, huge problem for him.
Quick pivot out, no debuff. This is not great for a drop-in if the Diggersby already has some energy. We'll have to see how they want to play this. Is Gordon baiting? Is he throwing the heavy attack? He's getting the shield, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like the Scorching Sands here from Gordon the Flash because he knows the Aqua Tail is not going to be enough. 2 Aqua Tails will bring this matchup a little bit close, but its switch timer is available, so if he decides to try to catch the second one, he can.
Going ahead, letting this one go through. It is super effective, but we've seen the bulk of this bunny many times. Coming in with the Chargebug, it doesn't quite have any energy yet. Going for one more fast attack, but now throwing that Aqua Tail.
But he forces Les Suédois to throw his energy here, which is so critical, and the switch timer is not up for him either, so Gordon the Flash needs to capitalize right now. He can't overcharge too much or the swap might become available, and he knows it, going for the Scorching Sands.
Super effective damage, no Protect Shields remaining, no more Drapion on the field as it connects, and now what do? There's still a shield left. There's a ton of energy on the Feraligatr, but he's got to get through that shield!
Wow, tries to make a catch, but Gordon doesn't fall for it. Gordon the Flash is going to blaze through this series 2-0. But we see the Hydro Cannon get fired off and one more complimentary shield to make this matchup look close.
This is why Gordon kept the shields. He needed it because Feraligatr gets the energy so quickly, but getting quick attacked down. 2-0 sweep, Gordon the Flash.
Gordon the Flash has been such a fun player to watch over the seasons. I think last year he actually did play a lot of Guzzlord and Skeledirge core. Now, switching things up, bringing that Talonflame Charjabug duo that is so useful. And again, some of these Pokemon kind of fall out of fashion, but then they come right back in, just like your bell-bottom jeans, right, Amanda?
I love my bell-bottom. He's brought it up twice now. Does he not like my bell-bottom jeans? Everyone likes my bell-bottom jeans, right?
I don't know, Amanda.
Right?
They might be too nice to you. I don't know.
To my face.
Incredible matchup there by those two competitors. Gordon the Flash moving on. I think we're going to kind of see this, though, kind of a push and pull between the regions. Gordon the Flash was able to take down an EU trainer in Les Suédois, but I do think that a lot of EU trainers like Colin, as we just saw, is progressing through the bracket as well. So, again, this is kind of like the rumblings early on in the tournament, and when the dust settles at the end of day number 2, we're going to have a much better idea of how things are going.
Well, you brought it up earlier. We have travel stipends now, so this is an opportunity for trainers to come from different regions, and the top ones are able to go there for a little bit of extra. And I think that that's something nice. It's something different this season, and it's also a big reason why we're seeing a lot of out-of-territory competitors coming in and showing what they have in a region that is not necessarily super familiar with their gameplay. Or I think a lot of times, if you were to play against someone like if Colin 6 plays against his friend Tomahawk UK, they know each other's playstyle. They've played together. They've scrimmed against each other. It's completely different when you're playing in a tournament this large against people that you've probably never actually had any experience with.
It's always fascinating because you can have the same tools, right? You can have the same Pokemon on your respective teams, but the play styles, the way you deploy them is very different depending on the region. There's just something unique about how trainers adapt, and when they come together, there's something very special about how those styles mesh. So I'm really excited to see more of this inter-regional clash and how that plays out. But yeah, I mean, so far, a lot of what we expect. I haven't seen any Shadow Palkia yet, though, Amanda. What's up with that?
Well, not yet. Well, we do know for sure that it was being brought to the tournament, and I like to hedge my bets. And I think that we're guaranteed to probably see it at some point or another. We know that Inadequence is a trainer who did bring it to it. He got second place at Worlds with the Giratina. He's really liking those Shadow kind of ultra legendary beasts.
Dragons are incredible, right? We talked about the lack of dragon-type resist in the meta. Pokemon like fairy types are not that common. Steel is also not very common, so Dragon has a ton of utility. I heard some folks were actually bringing Shadow Dragonair, which personally is one of my favorites, but it's not. When I think of dragons in this meta, I think of maybe a Goodra, I think of maybe a Guzzlord perhaps, but not Shadow Dragonair. That was 2 years ago.
Dragonair, that was 2 years ago. Here there was some Dragonair action in the grand finals. There is a lot of interesting Pokemon that everyone is bringing. With a tournament this large, you're guaranteed to get some unique picks that we're not going to see at other points. Already, I mean, if people are having a bingo card, they're like, okay, we saw a Shadow Pidgeot, we saw a Goodra mirror match. We've seen plenty of Pokemon that don't necessarily get a lot of play. Maybe you don't see it in the Go Battle League as often. Maybe you don't really see them, but you get really see it highlighted here on the big stage.
I think that's so important too, because these trainers, they scrim, they practice, they theory craft for weeks leading up to EUIC, and they want to do their very best. So this is total seriousness, right? When you see a Morpeko on the team, this trainer has committed to that Pokemon. They know it's going to be strong. Let's talk to a trainer who committed to a winning strategy. This is Gordon the Flash, Talonflame Charjabug. Pedro, tell us about it.
Okay, we're here with Gordon the Flash. Amazing battle, flawless use of your Pokemons. So, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. I can't say that I prepared to have a result like this, but I'm happy to have a result like this, of course.
Every great player always says that. Yeah, they always say that. Okay, hear me out. Charjabug, really strong right now. Wasn't that strong a couple of weeks ago. Why is that happening?
So many things weak to electric. So much disrespect for electric. It had to come. Charjabug had to come back.
It did marvelous things in that battle. Also, the other pick that did incredible in your battles was Diggersby. It was amazing in the last one, KO'd the 3 opponent Pokemon. So tell me, how could you use that Pokemon in that way? Like, what's the secret to using that particular Pokemon?
taking advantage of its bulk. You always have to remember the bulky Pokemon can take so much damage, and when you have more than one bulky Pokemon, you can switch around, you can move around, take a move that's not so effective, that kind of thing. So being able to play like that with the bulky Pokemon, I think, is the key.
Indeed it is. And now we're going back to our casters.
Thank you, Pedro, and thank you, Gordon, for the little bit of insights, how to play different Pokemon. Bulky Pokemon he was talking about. I see a pretty bulky Pokemon on the side of Dunebug on the left-hand side in that Dugong, but it has to kind of balance out those 4 shadow Pokemon that he's running to compensate.
The way that you found the bulk in Dunebug's team was like finding the needle in the haystack. I was like, wait, what's bulky about this? He's got 4 shadow Pokemon, 4 out of 6. This is something that we very, very rarely see, but I do think that a player like Dunebug can pilot his way through some tough matchups. But I don't know, what's going on here, Amanda? Because there is a ton of bulk that he has to cut through on the opposing side as well. It looks like his opponent, Dipdax, has a Mandibuzz, a Diggersby, a Toxapex, as well as a Superior. How can Shadow Pokemon measure up to that kind of HP?
I think if you're Dunebug, and listen, we've already seen him in a bit of a skit earlier on. This is the player that everyone is watching at EUIC to see if he can have the run that he had last year. I believe he knocked out 9 European competitors on his way to the grand finals.
Yes,
he's up against a European competitor right now, and Dipdax will have to see if he can do that again. But look at this team. If anyone can stop it, I think it might be this. Look at that Toxapex. It actually has a pretty decent matchup against, I mean, that Wigglytuff.
It looks
Jumpluff.
So formidable.
Feraligatr.
Yeah.
Half of that team. I mean, honestly, even the Annihilate.
Exactly, even Annihilate is going to struggle. Even though the Ghost typing is going to resist the poison jabs, I do think Annihilate needs time to build up the Rage Fist and try to punch its way through Toxapex. If there's one Pokemon that's going to come every game from Dipdax, I really sincerely believe it will be the Poison and Water type. So Dunebug really has to deal with that. He really has to find a strategy around it. I think Drapion and Annihilate would be a really good combo, maybe the Dugong to round them out. But then at that point, Amanda, if you bring those 3, does it open you up to some other weaknesses on the opposing side? For example, maybe Superior, being ABA weak to Superior with a fighting type in the front and a water type in the back? That doesn't sound very fun.
That is going to be sort of the complex situation that Dipdax will have to balance through. I'm looking at his team, and I think a lot of times if you're team building, you're either playing a fighter or you're fighting the fighters. Like, I mean, and it looks like his team is just pretty much structured to be like, okay, I want to scare away things that will be doing well against it. That Mandibuzz is going to do great against that fighting type. That Toxapex is going to do good. I mean, even Superior can handle it fairly well. It's just finding that balance. And I think he did a good job knowing that Annihilate was so popular. We'll have to see how they want to play it.
Jumping right into our game number 1, Dunebug, the finalist from last season, is going to take on his opponent Dipdax here in winners round 4. Let's go ahead and jump right in.
Dipdax leading that Shadow Feraligatr, Dugong on the field. This is, I don't know, how do you even want to play this out? Neither one of the attacks on the Feraligatr are going to be doing that much, and it's different than the Azumarill.
Yeah, if you look at the back line here for Dipdax, he's got a grass type and a poison type, and what does Dugong do really well? Beats both of those. It's got ice and ground type coverage, so I think the pressure here is on Dipdax to stay in this matchup.
And a lot of times trainers go for that heavier hitting drill run. Dunebug's going for the Icy Wind to debuff the Feraligatr to take that threat away of that little, shower potency. But meanwhile, just being able to just keep going here, almost 2 Hydro Cannons loaded, the next one coming through.
Dunebug's got an interesting position because he's probably expecting the Toxapex in the back. He knows that he needs energy for the next matchup. So what he's going to do here, looks like he's going to leave the Dugong in, throw a second charge attack, try to get a shield advantage, and then probably fast attack this Feraligatr down, right?
At this point, look at this. He does get that shield there, but now a quick pivot already by Dunebug into that drop in. An immediate simultaneous swap. It looked like both of them going for that. Now we'll have to see who will win that charge attack priority. We're not going to find out because Dipdax goes for yet another fast attack first.
Aqua Tail coming through here from Dunebug, trying to chip down this opposing Shadow Drapion, but it's still, this is kind of like a smoke screen, seeing the simultaneous swap into Shadow Drapion. Dipdax not really tipping his hat to what that third Pokemon is in the back.
Going ahead, throwing the Aqua Tail does a lot of damage. They're basically both at another. One shield has already been used. Dipdax says, I'm going to use that second one. I have the energy, and I'm going to force Dunebug to do something as well. Those switch timers are not up yet. He's got the energy. He's charging up even more. He's going so high, going for a waiting a turn, and now throwing his Aqua Tail.
Let's zoom out. Look at this. Look at this situation, Amanda. Doombug has 2 Protect Shields to 0 for Dibdax. And we talk about the best closers in Pokemon Go. Annihilate stands atop the list. 2 shields to protect it from all this charge stack energy. I don't know, Shadow Annihilate might go bananas here.
Going for that crunch on Dibdax's side, getting that first protection. He does get the defense drop and a combination play. You talked about having 2 shields. Where did they go? In the matter of 2 seconds, they are all gone from the field.
They evaporated, but look at this for Alligator. It's about to evaporate as well under that counter pressure. And now that third Pokemon is still in the back, which is currently unknown to Doonbug, but he's got a lot of energy, about half health, and he's got Ice Punch. Not close combat, but Ice Punch on this Annihilate.
This is probably why he's running it for situations like this. No protection. Look how much damage that does, and he's going to pace quickly. He could potentially go for a catch. Look at that. Great timing by Dibdax. He knows what's going to happen.
Wow. We see Doonbug take the stage. We get hyped, and Dibdax says, Doon who? I'm going to play the way I play and try to pick up a win, and that's exactly what he's going to notch here in game number 1. Doonbug had 1 win condition, and Dibdax said, make it 0.
Yeah, Dibdax calm and collected there. You saw them both. No, there wasn't a stall. Neither one of those players was tapping. They wanted to see that fast attack animation go through. Dibdax did not want to throw a heavy-hitting charge attack onto that Dugong that Doonbug would have wanted to use as a sacrificial swap, just getting it out of the game and letting that Annihilate get so much energy. That was his win condition. Dibdax recognized it and said, nuh-uh, not gonna happen.
Let's zoom in here a bit at Dibdax's team. He does have the dual Shadows and Shadow Drappy and Shadow for Alligator, but also Toxapex Superior. This is not the Galaxica Bolton Leaf Tornado variant, right? But he is running Aerial Ace instead, but every other moveset looks pretty standard. Air Slash and Foul Play makes a lot of sense because Foul Play is slightly lower energy cost than the Dark Pulse. So I really like how this team comes together, and this comes back to the question you and I had initially. How can Doonbug deal with all this bulk?
I mean, it's a lot of bulk on one end of the team, and we talked about how Dugong was really the only one that had a lot of bulk on Doonbug's side.
Yeah.
Does that mean that the Dugong has to come basically every game to try to negate, to try to at least draw out the matches a little bit more?
Yeah, I think actually it does. I think Dugong is absolutely vital to the team composition here from Doonbug, because seeing something like a Toxapex is probably not what he anticipated, especially this early on at EUIC. And we talked about Toxapex quite a bit to start game 1, but it didn't appear for Dibdax, didn't bring it. Does that mean he leaves the door open in game 2 or what?
I think that is always the hard thing. When you play against someone you've never played against before, you're like, are they just playing a mind game with me, or do they just not recognize the potency or the strength of a certain Pokemon? I think that sometimes happens as well. We'll have to see if it was a mind game, if it is going to be on the field, because both of these trainers have locked in. We're getting ready to go into game number 2.
Game number 2, Doonbug on the left, Dibdax on the right, and what a lead! Here comes Toxapex into Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff saying, get him out of there as quickly as possible. And now we have 2 of the safest swaps in the game right now. Shadow Drapion versus that Shadow for Alligator. Going for the heavy-hitting crunch right away. Dibdax, it's like he knows. He's putting that shield up because he's got to keep that energy.
The fast pivot there by Dibdax was absolutely key, because both of these Pokemon need only 5 fast attacks to get to their hard-hitting charge attacks. Meanwhile, the Shadow Claws are resisted. The Poison Stings are not. Now we see the shield start to come up. I think for Alligator's going to win the charge attack priority every single time, but this Drapion, I mean, it's pacing. It's already got the crunch.
Going for one crunch, going for yet another one, getting both shields here. We'll have to see if Doonbug wants to go for shield parity, because basically at the energy on Dibdax's side as well, charging up a little bit extra, now throwing the Hydro Cannon.
This is so dicey, but Doonbug has to put his foot on the gas pedal to get through this matchup. Final shield comes up. We've spent all 4 shields, Amanda, in this game already. The crunch is ready. Oh, and he waits a turn just to make sure.
Going for that crunch. This was so impactful for Doonbug because he had such a horrible matchup with that Wigglytuff and Toxapex. He's ensuring that Wigglytuff stays away. But even so, it's going to be really interesting to see how they want to play this out in the back.
Yeah, I mean, this could be anybody's matchup at this point. We're going to see the crunch from the Shadow Drapion trying to debuff this Toxapex and cut through that high defensive product.
Crunch going to be able to connect. It does have a chance to debuff, but we don't see the little sprinkles, as we call it. This Toxapex is staying nice and bulky, nice and healthy, trying to go on that charge attack priority. But Drapion, you talked about Shadow for Alligator always winning. Drapion's always going to win against that bulky Toxapex.
Well, of course. And I like that Doonbug made the move there to get a bit more chip damage on the Charge Attack Party tie. If he lets the Brine come through there, he misses out on that Aqua Tail damage, which honestly doesn't look like much right now, but it could make a massive difference. Undercharge by Dipdax as well. We see the counter swap into Superior met by Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff just starting to wiggle onto the field, starting to try to maybe charm its opponent, but Superior says, I'm not having any of that. Going in for a Frenzy Plant. It's going to be heavy hitting. It's going to be same type attack bonus, but it's not going to be enough to knock out the Pokemon.
The challenge here is the Wigglytuff's going to get to a charge attack. Superior's needs to throw. It's going to take a Swift here. I don't think you really want either Pokemon with much HP going to this next matchup because they're not going to have energy either.
Coming in with that Swift, the Superior is into the red, going to have to throw the Aerial Ace, but look how low it has gotten it. It has completely been able to avoid that Toxapex.
Exactly. We're going to see the Aerial Ace connect. That's enough to KO the Wigglytuff. Now, Dugong, the glue of this team for Doombug, comes in, gets a 2 Ice Shard advantage, and now it's squared up against the Toxapex. And what started as Toxapex versus a Fairy type has totally flipped. Doombug throws the Icy Wind here.
Going for the Icy Wind instead of the Drill Run, which is an interesting play because Drill Run is super effective. This is the last Pokemon, however, and he knows that Dipdax will not be able to knock him out.
Doombug knew as well that the single Drill Run was not enough at that range, and he needs to withstand this Sludge Wave. So the Icy Wind makes total sense in retrospect. Doombug doing Dune things.
Going ahead, taking that Sludge Wave like a champion now that it's been a little bit frozen out here. This time, going for that Drill Run. Toxapex, nothing to hang on to, no shields to hide behind. Going to have to take the full brunt of it, and Doombug is going to tie up the series.
Some trainers come into these venues and they don't really have a plan like we've heard before. Gordon was surprised to win a few rounds, but I feel like Doombug's got a plan for every single situation. As soon as he saw that Toxapex, he said, I'm pressing the escape button, I'm going right to that Shadow Drapion, and I'm going to take back Switch.
I think that is a really good point, Will, because a lot of times, you know, players will say, oh, well, I lost the game because I lost the lead. And I think this is a perfect indication that just because you lose the lead doesn't mean you lose the game. Have a bit of a plan of what to do. If I lead a certain Pokemon and I see another one, what is my game plan? Am I going to stay in? Am I going to swap out? Am I going to do a couple charge attacks? Am I going to try to catch a move? So many different possibilities come into these couple seconds when the Pokemon enter the field.
Exactly, and I think that if I had to just kind of pinpoint one question for each player, I think Doombug is asking, where is that Toxapex going to be? And Dipdax, meanwhile, is saying, how in the world do I beat a Drapion safe switch? Because I cannot allow that Pokemon to take control of switch advantage again in game number 3.
It's so good this season. That's why it's number 2 on that top 12 usage, because it does be able to win this switch advantage against things that you think originally maybe it wouldn't be able to do. Drapion is, I think, probably the best Pokemon in the meta.
I would agree with you, honestly. I mean, it doesn't, it doesn't have flashy plays, it doesn't Brave Bird things and absolutely delete Pokemon, but it's so versatile, so flexible. We're gonna go right into game number 3, though, a decisive game here early on in the bracket for EUIC.
Going ahead, we have a Superior up against that Shadow Annihilate. We saw earlier on, it is carrying Ice Punch, which packs a punch against the Superior. Both of them staying in, and the Aerial Ace is going to do a hefty amount of damage should Doombug choose not to shield.
Here's the thing, I sincerely believe because Doombug does have that Wigglytuff in the back, he's going to do everything he can to take control of switch advantage. I would not even be surprised to see him 2-shield through this matchup. I might be calling it too early, but based on the team composition, let's see if I'm right.
Going for that Rage Fist instead of the Ice Punch as well. His attack is boosting. In comes the Toxapex, and it was little, it was subtle, but those shoulders dropped because Doombug says, this is exactly where I want it. My Wigglytuff will now completely avoid its hardest counter.
Exactly. I mean, if you're scared, you're looking for the Haunter that's under your bed. The Ghost type might not be what you need to be afraid of. Instead, it's the Toxapex, and once you see it, once you face it, it really changes the dimensions of the battle. No shield there on the Brine, knowing his Shadow Annihilate can absorb it and get off one more Rage Fist.
This is the 3rd Rage Fist that's going through in the game. This is the only Pokemon Dipdax has even seen so far, and the Toxapex is basically gone. The Superior is basically gone. Now comes the Dugong just to get a little bit of energy advantage, and this is great for Doombug. They're being able to Ice Shard down before that Brine was able to get released.
Very nice plays there. Superior is deep into the yellow. The 3rd Pokemon for Dipdax has not yet been shown. Superior comes back out, but look at the Ice Shards absolutely chunking away. He's going to throw the Icy Wind as well. I think Dipdax needs to shield this and get off that Frenzy Plant.
He wants to be able to have Pokemon to swap out to as well, because if there's only one Pokemon left on the field, you're not going to be able to. Banking all of that energy for later, but this is still dangerous because Drill Run is going to do a lot of damage. Icy Wind is going to debuff the Pokemon. You only have one shield. Where are you going to use it?
Only one shield to go, but it's too risky not to shield this charge attack from the Dugong. That's just the pressure of the coverage. Honestly, Amanda, these two Pokemon on the screen, Dugong and Shadow Drapion, are two of the most flexible, most versatile picks in the current Open Great League meta.
Crunch coming through here. Not even a Protect Shield. Dunebug says, I know that if I get the defense debuff, that's when I would need to use this shield. Next move coming through, getting that shield up regardless. Dunebug doing a little bit of counts in his head. You can tell he's using this couple seconds to moments to relax and figure out his absolute win cons.
Yeah, and I think now, realizing that the switch timer is not up yet for Dipdax, he's going to fire off this Drill Run and try to KO this Shadow Drapion. He still has his third Pokemon. It has not even been shown in this battle. Dugong might do it all.
Dugong doing it for Dunebug here. 2-1, what we call a reverse sweep to be able to stay inside of the winner's bracket, and that's one more European to add to his list.
Seeing Dunebug smile on stage is a little bit poetic, right? The Dunebug of old might have been really, straight-faced, not showing much emotion. Might just kind of be business as usual, but Dugong here at EUIC, Dugong, I get Dugong and Dunebug mixed up. Dunebug here at EUIC, cool as Dugong.
Yeah, Dugong 97, throwing those icy winds, being able to take the games. Really, really good gameplay by both of those trainers, right? We saw Dipdax being able to take game number 1 against one of the most well-known players in our Pokemon Go community, and he did it with such cool collectiveness. He knew exactly what Dunebug was going to try to do. He knew what the highest caliber play, and he made it, and he took that game.
Yeah, Dipdax, honestly, very impressive, and taking a win off of last year's finalist is a huge, huge boost to self-confidence. So again, because we are in this double elimination bracket, we might see Dipdax continue his way through that loser's side bracket. If not mistaken, that was the winners semis that we just saw. So those trainers are on their way to the group finals.
Last time we talked about how Primeape also has some play, but Annihilape seems to be the Pokemon. Most people are running Annihilape with Rage Fist and Close Combat for that closing out potential, but I tell you what, I think that Dunebug is making a pretty good call for perhaps Ice Punch instead of Close Combat. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, I'm shocked to see the Ice Punch and Rage Fist combination. I think Rage Fist is such a good charge attack. It is that Community Day charge attack. I think every Primeape and Annihilape will carry that, but Close Combat, the undeniable ability of that charge attack to absolutely end games just straight up is really hard to pass up on. I mean, I know that Ice Punch is very versatile, helps you in the jump bluff matchup, but you still need 2 Ice Punches to get that KO anyway, so Dunebug must be cooking something. I'm just not sure what.
I tell you what, Annihilape was here before. It went away for a bit, but when it was here before, completely different charge attacks. People were running Night Slash on it, Shadow Ball, and where are these moves? Now that Rage Fist has been entered, I think it really gives a whole different dynamic play of how you want to play around with the Annihilape and also the Primeapes.
It's curious because I'm sure in all the titles here this weekend, trainers are constantly optimizing, right? And you kind of expect what the most optimized thing is, but then sometimes you see some changes. For example, Talonflame used to always run Flame Charge and Brave Bird. Now, the double fly, as we call it, with Fly and Brave Bird, that Talonflame is very prominent. Charge Bug with Crunch is not that crazy to see these days. I do think there are some small tweaks and techs that these trainers can make to fill coverage gaps in their team, which is probably the most important thing. You want to be prepared for anything that trainers can throw at you at an international competition.
I was talking with Arceus Aurelius, and I don't believe he actually put a Talonflame on his team, but at Worlds, he made the claim that he's the best Talonflame player in the world if they're running Flame Charge and Brave Bird.
Yeah, I thought Rocho was.
Well, I mean, I tell all of them want to be the best Talonflame players, but there are so many different movesets. You're right. A lot of times people were running. I remember at the very beginning, German trainer Ziz Weilis was running both Fly and Brave Bird, and everyone thought he was crazy. They were like, "Look at this moveset; it's not going to be able to do anything." And now that's a thing that everyone is preferring to run.
If it doesn't work out, it's crazy. If it does work out, it's absolute genius, right? And I think that these trainers are open to experimenting. That's what we see at EUIC time and time again. But we had a very impressive set on stage. I would love to hear from the trainers themselves. Pedro, take it away.
And talking about geniuses, we are here with last year's second place finalist, Dunebug. You made me sweat in this battle. Really, really tense battle.
Those battles were insane. They were really close. It was a very tough team for me.
Hey, I want to know, how do you come back from such a terrible lead? What's the thought process? Because like Toxapex against Wigglytuff is terrible.
So I knew that my Shadow Drapion was very safe into his team, so I was able to utilize that very well against him, and that was just able to help me flip that game into my favor.
That was amazing. Now, the question that everyone here wants to hear. So, last year, you end up finalist, second place finalist. I'm 100% sure you won the championship title now. What was your preparation, your training for making this dream come true?
I actually did not do much preparation going into this tournament. I kind of threw this team together, and it's just working so far.
You know what? I've heard the greatest trainers in the world tell me they didn't prepare enough, and then they win championships. So this could be this could be that case. Well, I hope to see you continue winning, and we'll go back to our casters.
Last year, Dunebug soaring like an eagle. This time, a little bit more calm. Maybe we'll see that from a day 2 or day 3 performance. He could bring back the wingspan. In the meantime, we're in the winners finals of the next group, and I'm really excited. We're talking about the kind of the clash between NA and Europe. We have not only a really good NA trainer, he's also an international champion, but this time from North America.
Ooh, the reigning NAIC champion, I might add, is about to take the stage. I'm always excited to see this trainer play. You know, as much as we say kind things about this player, I do think a lot of trainers are looking at him as starting a wave of Wigglytuffs. Maybe he's partially responsible, as he did go down to play a special event in LATAM this past weekend and actually perform really well, winning the tournament itself with Wigglytuff on the team. So my question for you, Amanda, is will we see Wigglytuff on this team now in London?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Pocket, he likes to play different Pokemon. He likes to play Pokemon that have a little bit of divisive play style, and it wouldn't surprise me if he brought it. Also, I feel like someone said they stole a team out of Pocket earlier on in the tournament,
Crimson.
and that team had a Wigglytuff on it.
Crimson K.
Crimson did. So,
Yeah.
so yes, I'm going to say guaranteed. But what I also want to bring up is before in our caster predictions, we had 5 unique picks of electric types.
Yeah.
Let's add a 6th to this because I know for a fact, because I've seen this team in scrims, I've played against this team, the Mega Junko is running a Pachirisu.
No way.
Way.
Wow. Every time I see this Pokemon, it makes me think of Sejun Park and the absolutely hype video that we had recapping his World Championships in VG a few years ago. But I'm excited to see Pachirisu. It is a mono, or as a single type electric, right? It's got no other subtyping, and its charge attacks are also all electric.
And I know that everyone knows Out of Pocket's name, but the Mega Junko is pretty well known within Europe. He has top cut before. He's a really good player, and I'm excited to see this other clash of titans that we're taking to the stage.
On the left side of your screen, Out of Pocket, the reigning international champion from North America, trying to take a crown across the Atlantic, but he's got to go through the Mega Junko to do it.
And look at this team composition. It's something that's a little bit different, right? We have some double flyers there. We have the Mandibuzz and Talonflame together. We saw the team from Pocket a little bit earlier on in the stream from Crimson's side, so we'll have to see if these two trainers play it similarly or if there's a different team composition, different strategies behind the two different players.
I like the core duo here. The first 2 Pokemon on Pocket's team are Shadow Kanto Marowak and that Galarian Corsola. Of course, the one thing that you are worried about as a duo there is Mandibuzz, and we do see a Mandibuzz on Mega Junko's squad. So it feels so empowering to have good cores, good duos, but you also have to pivot and be prepared. I think that Wigglytuff is a great complementary piece to that duo, but Out of Pocket, I mean, he's no stranger to the stage, and he's got to get through a lot of rounds if he has any dreams of getting to the championship.
There's a lot of different ways that both of these trainers can play it. I know that Mega Junko likes to play that Pachirisu, but do you really risk it if there's a Kanto Marowak on the other side just to negate all of that energy? However, Marowak, like you stated, doesn't want to face off against the flying type Pokemon. It doesn't really even want to face off against that Diggersby.
Exactly. There's one pick here that was on my caster predictions, the Mega Junko making it come true. I think Leo picked it as well. Let's go Walrein on that team there from Mega Junko. Will we see it in Game 1, Amanda? Yes or no? Quick.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and say yes because Walrein looks like it has a pretty decent neutral matchup against a lot of things. Really just only has to avoid the Annihilate. And actually, now looking at the team fully, Mega Junko is maybe trying to lure that Kanto Marowak into it because the Pachirisu is on the field.
I want to know how many of you in chat have studied your Galarian Corsola versus Pachirisu matchups, because this is not something that I expected to see, but here we are at EUIC. This is a tough turn cycle to time because it's a 3-turn Astonish versus 4-turn Volt Switch. So you want to give your opponent as few free turns of energy as possible. These trainers are no slouches, though. They know exactly when to throw.
Thunderbolt coming through. Look at that. Corsola is still in the green. It's just such a bulky Pokemon saying, all right, you released your charge attack. Now it's time to let mine fly here. This Nightshade coming through. Also, going to be able to connect because these two are very bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, but look at this. Pocket actually going for the double Astonish there, allowing another charge attack through. He had the Nightshade, but didn't throw it. And now another Thunderbolt connects. Galarian Corsola getting pretty low.
Going to be able to go for another Nightshade. Will it be enough? We saw that first one did a decent chunk, but Pachirisu still standing firm here. No shield used from Mega Junko, getting that nice and low, potentially going good for a farm, and Pocket wants to completely negate that, coming in with a Dropion now to be met with a Wall Rain.
Yeah, Pocket does not like getting farmed down. He makes that swap immediately. Wall Rain, though, does have that Earthquake coverage, but this is a tricky matchup because you have a Shadow Wall Rain or a regular Wall Rain that's non-Shadow variant, but the Icicle Spear does a lot of damage regardless.
Going ahead and throwing that, still charging up to the Earthquake energy, wants to be able to get that shield, but he did get a defense drop because of that crunch, so now everything that the Dropion is throwing is just going to be doing a little bit more damage, and this is where the shields will most likely come through on Junko's side.
This is a big call, though, for Junko. He knows the Aqua Tail is likely here after the defense fall. Does he call it? Does he do it? Oh, at the last second, he shields the Aqua Tail.
We were all waiting with bated breath to see for sure. He wanted to make sure to get off this Icicle Spear. I think the shield was well worth it, though, because he's getting that shield back from Pocket.
Switch timer is up for Mega Junko as well. He can decide to catch a crunch here. Does he make the swap? Does he stay in? Actually, perfect timing by Out of Pocket to go for the Aqua Tail here.
Going for the Aqua Tail at this range, especially with the debuff, it will be enough, but at this point, there's only one Pokemon left. He's got a shield remaining, but will he be able to get this Dropion out of the way?
This is so tricky. Mega Junko needs to decide when to use his final valuable Protect Shield. Uses it here on the crunch. Will it debuff, though? That's a big question. No, it doesn't. Now Superior might be able to close this matchup out.
Going ahead, waiting a turn, which is pretty risky, but high reward here because this Dropion is now gone. This Superior has a decent amount of energy. Pocket does have that Corsola that he'd use as a sacrificial swap at one point because there's no Protect Shields remaining, and he's already out of Frenzy Plant.
Wow, actually throws a Frenzy Plant on great timing in the midst of the Ice Shard, so Pocket is unable to switch out. Out of Pocket knows he can survive one Frenzy Plant, though. Gonna look to get to the Icy Wind here before Superior paces to another.
That's exactly what's gonna happen. Icy Wind is reached in time. This is a Grass-type Pokemon. No Protect Shield left for him, and Pocket is swiping all of the bubbles.
Gonna land this Icy Wind into the Grass-type Superior. It is enough to knock out, and Out of Pocket, a little bit of a scare there to close out that game, but he's able to take this first match against his opponent, the Mega Junko.
Now, these trainers locked in before I was like really digesting the whole team composition of Mega Junko. If I'm looking at Pocket's team, he does have that Shadow Marowak. That's the main counter for Pachirisu.
Of course.
But look at everything else on Mega Junko's team. It does so well against that Marowak. Do you really want to risk bringing it for one Pokemon when basically the 5 rest of them can handle it well?
That's just poetry in team building as well, because he's got so many coverage options, and it really kind of makes your opponent think twice or even 3 times about what they're going to do. And I think that's why Mega Junko felt so safe leading that Pachirisu in game number 1. But honestly, Amanda, it was fun to see, and I really love that he hit the stage here in London. But did it make as much of an impact as would warrant bringing it again? That's my question.
That is a good question, but now imagine that it was a Dugong in the lead. I mean, there's a lot of potential for that Pachirisu, and Mega Junko has been playing a lot of practice tournaments. He's been scrimming against a lot of different people using this team or a very similar team that was featuring a Pachirisu. So he does know how a lot of these matchups go, while a lot of other trainers might not have that same knowledge about the Pokemon.
That's true. I mean, Out of Pocket's got a ton of experience, not only in grassroots, but also across the competitive circuit. If I'm not mistaken, this might be his 28th Championship Series appearance of his career, which is absolutely astounding. I mean, he's pacing to 30 appearances real quick. But let's see what we get in game number 2 here. Again, Pachirisu, a big question mark. I think Out of Pocket's flexibility and experience really shining in that first game. But I don't know. Mega Junko might bounce back here.
I mean, once again, for everyone just tuning in, this is the winner's final. So whoever wins this, guaranteed to be in day number 2. The other one will knock down to the loser's bracket. We still might see them in game or day 2 because, I mean, there's still a lot of competitors left in this. We're going to jump right into the battles here. And you wanted to know if we're going to see it again? Well, guess what, Will? We are.
Pachirisu hops out of the Pokeball, but a Shadow Drapion menacingly standing on the other side of the field. Pachirisu going to look for a lot of energy here. Crunch coming through first, though. Let's see how much this does. I'm actually curious.
Last time the Crunch got a debuff on a Pokemon, it doesn't have a 100% odds. It actually does a decent amount. My goodness. Pachirisu does have a lot of bulk to his name, but Crunch is such a good attack, especially from a Shadow Pokemon.
Building to the Thunderbolt, Mega Junko throwing the Thunder Punch, which is less damage, and Out of Pocket calls it, letting the Thunder Punch through. Wow, absolutely steely reserve here, and gonna win the Charge Attack priority tied to boot.
Throwing another Crunch, still no Protect Shield. Like I said, Mega Junko's played this out so many times against so many people. He knows he's gonna be able to get that. He does get the defense drop, however, that isn't going to be great, and he looks like a little bit of an undercharge here.
Yeah, both trainers desperately want to farm down their remaining HP, and both trainers don't allow it, so they swap. Here comes the Talonflame into the Dugong.
Talonflame going ahead with those Incinerates, a 5-turn attack against that Dugong here, and looks like Dugong is going to be able to throw first. This Icy Wind is going to, once again, we've seen it time after time, it's going to debuff the opponent, so whatever charge attack is going to be thrown now is not going to be as effective.
This is a double flying type charge attack Talonflame, the Z-Wireless special as we like to call it. Charge attack coming through here. Is this a Brave Bird? Is this a fly? Let's see what Talonflame decides to do. It's just a fly, but it is some meaningful damage.
Going ahead and say, okay, one fly is not enough. You didn't shield it. You're going to have to shield at some point, and it looks like Pocket says, nah, not on this Dugong. Dugong.
No, actually it hangs on. Gonna go for the Incinerate through though, and now the Icy Wind, but another undercharge. What is going on with these trainers undercharging and trying to farm down? They're basically doing it back and forth, and another swap. Here comes Annihilate into the Superior.
2 shields remaining on both sides, but 2 shields on Annihilate is so dangerous. What's even more dangerous is Pocket keeps count of energy.
Exactly, Pocket fast on his feet. Aerial Ace does connect. 0 bubbles means you get 1 more Vine Whip to boot, but that Annihilate is keeping all of the sword energy, and this is another Shadow Annihilate with Ice Punch as well.
Rage Fist here with 2 shields on Annihilate. Even though it's the end here, this counter damage is now going to be doing more. There's 2 shields once again on Pocket side. We're going to see him punch through so many Pokemon, but can he punch to the end?
I'm telling you, when you see a 2-shield Shadow Annihilate and the Rage Fists are mounting, this is what Grandma used to say, you're cruising for a bruising here in London. We're going to see that shield come up and another boost come through, and the first shield of the game from Out of Pocket.
And knows he has to keep this Annihilate healthy. He's going for an attack here. Fast attack after fast attack. But there's another Aerial Ace, and this is what the shields are for.
Now, at this point, if you're the Mega Junko, what's your win condition? Can you pivot to Talonflame and try to get a charge attack? No, going to the Pachirisu. Pachirisu's bulky, but it's not bulky enough. I think Shadow Annihilate might sweep here.
1 punch, 2 punch. It's all the punches here. Now the Superior is knocked out again. Out of Pocket takes game number 2, continues on to day number 2.
Out of Pocket takes the headphones off and the pressure off as well, winning the Group A winners finals, like you said, Amanda, guaranteeing him that spot in our top 32 here in.
There's a staple question that is usually asked, and I hope that we can see how confident Pocket feels about winning this tournament a little bit later on.
You're right.
But in the meantime, let's just discuss the fact that he's been doing so well lately. Everyone's been saying, Marto Galde, my goodness, you know, he was a special event champion, he was a regional champion, he was an international champion, he got 4th or 3rd at Worlds.
Yeah.
Pocket's on a similar trajectory and run, and he already has an international championship under his name as well.
That's true, but when you compare the two, I mean, if we gave out rings instead of medals, I mean, Marto would have a full hand of rings at this point. He's won so many titles, but Out of Pocket, again, another fierce competitor. And both of these trainers we mentioned, Amanda, from out of region, LATAM and NA respectively. But let's take a look back here. Out of Pocket able to get past the Mega Junko. A couple of close calls, a couple of tricky moments here, but I think it was really fascinating to see that they were both on the same wavelength, trying to farm down, trying to switch out, trying to maintain an energy lead.
This was crucial. That was a crucial moment. I thought the Dugong would have been able to be knocked out. Being able to hang on to throw off that charge attack completely changed the game, but this was the moment with that catch on the Aerial Ace that I think Pocket knew for sure that he was going to go ahead and take that serious.
It's the fast twitch reflexes, right? Sometimes you assume after a swap or after something happens, you assume that the trainer maybe has like a mental cooldown and they're not ready to make another switch, but out of pocket swaps in that Drapion to absorb that aerial ace, and like you said, totally just cement his momentum. He says, are you not entertained here at EUIC?
He says one punch for the Drapion, one punch for the Talonflame, and you know what? One for the Superior as well.
Got good form, man. I would not want to step into a boxing ring with hers.
Yeah.
Look like you've been practicing a little bit, but I'm sure that...
They call him the final boss, but that's just because, well, he is. I mean,
yeah, well, actually he is. Yeah,
he is.
So that being said, out of pocket, very impressive. And I would love to hear from him because, like you said, he has a almost like a catchphrase, right? And it leads from that question. Yeah. But you lost me in the first half of that. I was like, what?
Where is she going?
You saw my face. I was like, no, I'm not picking up what you're putting down. But yeah.
Well, let's hope that Pedro is, because he is with Pocket, and I would love to know, Pocket, how confident is he that he's going to win this event? Take it away.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Pocket has been unstoppable for a couple of years now. NAIC last year, you just won last week, another regional, well, special event. You're literally on the top right now. How confident are you that you're gonna have a great placing in this tournament?
Honestly, I was a little worried going to this tournament that I may miss day 2 or I may have a harder bracket. But I mean, going 2-0, 4 matches to get day 2 in winner's side, very huge confidence boost. And I'm very glad I trusted the team that I used to win the special event last week.
Yeah, it looks like you know what's gonna happen. Like I know that maybe you look too calm when you're playing, but maybe your mind is like thinking, what's the thought process? Because I really, I see you play, I don't see any feelings, but I'm sure it's not like that.
I would say I'm not really feeling anything unless I do a really cool play. But I would say that a lot of the times, just my mind is constantly racing. What do they have in the back? How are they playing? What are they gonna do? So, for example, the quote-unquote, probably better play against Junko in the second game was to being in Annihilate against the Pachirisu to try and counter down before he could swap out and respond. But I knew that Junko's plan is probably to get energy up on Talonflame and sweep me. So if I go Annihilate and he spends his shields on Talonflame against my Rage Fist, then I have no chance. So I'm just constantly thinking, okay, what's my best play, but also what's his best play?
That's the thought process of a champion, people. That's the thought process. Thank you. Congratulations. And now we're going to a little break. So see you in a while.
Welcome to the 2025 EUIC edition of Speedburger. I am Lundberger here, and I am alongside my co-host, Speediest Chief 2, and we have a special guest in from Europe. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
I'm Arceus Aurelius. My real name is Marcus Borger, which is very close to burger, actually. So we have a couple burgers here, is what I want to say.
All right, well, Marcus, this is a very fast-paced game. Speedburger is the name. We're going to read off some questions for you, trivia questions related to Pokemon, and you have to answer them quickly so you can snag your ingredients and build the perfect burger. Are you ready to start?
I guess so.
All right, first up, most important part of the burger is the bread. Let's go ahead and secure that. According to the Pokedex entry, this Pokemon is smooth and moist to the touch. Its yeasty breath ferments the air in its vicinity.
Whoa, yeasty breath? I have no idea, but maybe yeast, I'm gonna say some mushrooms, maybe Shinate?
Maybe bread related.
Bread related? What Pokemon is bread related?
That was recently...
Like a Fido, for example? Like a Fido? Fido? How do you say
Fido.
Fido. I mean, English pronunciation is not my game, but I'm gonna say Fido. Fido.
All right, okay, we'll give it to you. We'll give it, it's a warm-up round at the beginning. We are already burger related. It's already in the name. For your lettuce, what grass-type Pokemon is typically paired with Bastiodon in a classic Go Battle League team?
Is my least favorite Pokemon of all time, but I know that James loves it. It's Victory Bell.
Very, very well done. So we have the bread, we've got the lettuce. Let's go ahead and lock down some of the toppings that are so important for a tasty burger. Name 3 regional Pokemon that can be found in Europe, but nowhere else.
I'm gonna go with Mr. Mime, Mime Jr., and Sigilyph is the Middle East as well. Klefki.
All right, there is your ingredients. You've secured basically everything except for the sauce on top. So for the sauce, who had the sauce last year at the 2024 EUIC, winning the whole tournament, and what spicy Pokemon did he use, if you remember?
I remember the spicy Skeledirge from Weedle, and it was an incredible run, and I'm here to stop him this year.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I think you secured all the ingredients we need. Let's see what we cooked up.
All right, so that was the European edition of Speedburger with the burger, the Borger, and the Chief 2. Join us for the next one. In the meantime, we're gonna enjoy.
Well, back to the Pokemon action.
Wow, I am now getting a bit hungry after seeing those burgers. What a fun little episode right there with Will, Amanda, and Arceus Aurelius. But what I'm also hungry for is what this tournament has in store for us as we progress through the day. We are now getting into the bracket finals.
Yes.
And we have, oh my goodness, we have an amazing set of battles coming up next.
Yep, we have Colin 6 versus Bart the Gamer. This is the Group C finals. Group B is still concluding their semifinals, I think. So there is also still Marto Galde in the running. But let's focus on Group C because Colin 6, the final boss, has had a phenomenal career in Pokemon Go. There was never a time where he was lacking at all.
Yes, and we've seen him dominate today with Wigglytuff, which has been a great answer for a meta that hasn't really been respecting the charm as much as I think it should. And today, actually, there's the Ariados there, so that is a huge threat to the Wigglytuff. But as we see with Colin 6, bringing something unique like Talonflame, which is also a great answer for other Wigglytuffs, right? You do that neutral damage, resisting the charms.
And the Ariados.
Yeah, yep, and the Ariados. And then we also have that Shadow Primate, which I really want to see with the Karate Chop and the Rage Fist. It can get out of control if given the right amount of energy in the right situation.
Yep, also very frail, so you have to be pinpoint perfect to play the Shadow Primate. So let's analyze the matchup for a little bit, because we have this dangerous Wigglytuff and Talonflame core on the side of Colin 6. So Wigglytuff, great time against Shadow Feraligatr. Against Shadow Drapion, phenomenal time against Mandibuzz. The other ones are okay, except for the Ariados. That's a really bad one. How's Talonflame looking like here?
I mean, Talonflame looks pretty strong. Like, you have to watch out for charge move pressure here, whether it's the Rock Slide for the Shadow Kanto Marowak or the Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr. And the great thing is with those Protect Shields, in the right situation, like we've seen Colin6 do time and time again, investing shields in the right time. Masterful gameplay, knowing what needs shields in order to win this game. Talonflame could be a key there.
Yep, Talonflame just needs to be wary of those hard-hitting charge attacks. However, in the Kanto Shadow Marowak matchup, it's a lot easier to control. It's supposed to be the Shadow Feraligatr on the opposing side. That would be out of control quite quickly with those fast-pacing Shadow-boosted Hydro Cannons. Honestly, you don't even need a Shadow-boosted Hydro Cannon. And in this matchup, a normal Hydro Cannon might be enough.
It would just be enough, unless you get Icy Wind debuff, which seems to be coming crucial in our battles today. So many 1 HP in a Dream matchups. If you've been tuning in all morning long, the battles have been on the edge of our seats as these trainers are going to be selecting their roster of 3 to bring to the battle.
Yeah, but I think this is something very unlike Colin6 because I have never seen him go for this alignment-based playstyle. I think that also the Wigglytuff is maybe a meta call that it's going to be rather free against many teams, as we have seen before versus the team of Modchess 3. However, with the Talonflame and an Ariados on the opposing side of the team, this could be very alignment heavy.
Yeah, it could be coming to that. And like we've seen in previous battles too, even with alignment heavy, if you can at least sacrifice a Pokemon and just go, right, I'll lose alignment, but get a ton of energy to sweep, there are strong Pokemon in this meta, especially on Colin6's team, whether you give that Shadow Quagsire a healthy farm down, which can be very dangerous, or the Shadow Primeape. Heck, even the Shadow Drapion can be very dangerous with energy advantage.
I mean, this is a Pokemon that it has to be reckoned with. What I would love to see if there was a Jumpluff on the team of Colin6 would be a safe swap of the Shadow Drapion. If your opponent doesn't bring the Kanto Marowak, you're golden. If your opponent does bring it, they're going to farm you down quite quickly. They might have to invest a shield or get rid of their energy, and then you take the Kanto Marowak out with the Jumpluff, and then have your last Pokemon free of it to guarantee a pretty nice ABA strategy against.
Yes, and the thing is, you can't count the Shadow Kanto Marowak out right away too, because we've seen so many battles where when it gets enough energy, it becomes a huge threat. Those rock slides really start to add up, especially if you're in a situation where they invested their shields, they're maxed out on energy. Maybe they throw a charge move or two and then bank out and swap out into another Pokemon, reserving that for later, because those Mud Slaps are actually very strong in this meta.
Yep, they are, I mean, they help do so much damage. They generate energy quite quickly if you're taking into account just how much damage they are doing. Ground typing, decent offensive typing in a meta where there is so many poison types around. So I'm really, really curious. The good old ground and rock type coverage that has been a threat in the video game for an eternity already, and it's also a threat in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, and Rock Slide's been a popular charge move on a lot of Pokemon through the years, right? We saw the Galarian Stunfisk be top meta years back with Rock Slide. We saw Vigoroth when it got access to the Rock Slide, and the Body Slam when it was the fighter meta last year, which is a bit chaotic, but a lot of fun to watch.
But it's just, Rock Slide got nerfed very, very hard, so it's not the most optimal attack to use, but the rock coverage is just so good. But I think that our players are ready to get into the game. Let's look at the lead. It is Colin6 versus Bart the Gamer, Talonflame versus Shadow Drapion.
Well, this is a dangerous situation, as we do see the swap out now into the Shadow Quagsire, getting ahead on energy. We will see Bart the Gamer looking to go for a crunch here, maybe hoping for that debuff, chipping down the health before potentially swapping in to that Dugong.
Yep, that is a little bit of chip damage from the mud shots already, but now the...
Coming with the Feraligatr instead. He's going to have to invest a shield as if he wants to keep it alive in case this was the Stone Edge, but Colin6 going for the Aqua.
What a call!
What a call by Bart the Gamer, and we see a fist pump there, knowing that that was the optimal play, going for a no shield. Probably once again going to be able to survive and get a healthy farm down.
If he counted this perfectly, he knows it's not, gets to go for a shield versus the Aqua Tail, but farms down the Shadow Quagsire, and this is a difficult situation for Colin6 because he has 2 shields, but he needs to get rid of this Shadow Feraligatr.
No one on Colin6's side wants to see this double Hydro Cannon, and Shadow Primeape needs to get rid of the Shadow Feraligatr as quickly as possible as we see the first Protect Shield.
Yep, and there we're going to see another Hydro Cannon. You just can't take it with any Pokemon. You have to deal this cross-chop damage. At this point, you would want to have an Annihilate in this situation. Immediate swap out here into the Shadow Drapion. And this Talonflame is just not positioned well at all in this game because there is Aqua Tail spam and there's Hydro Cannon spam.
And there's still a Dugong lurking in the back, which can still do that great neutral damage. As we see, the Aqua Tail does land, but the Shadow Primate now able to get to the close combat. So we are going to see a knockout right here. Undercharging it as well, hoping for the Talonflame. No, it's doing way too much damage. Going to be knocking out the Shadow Drapion.
That is true. We're going to see an immediate Rage Fist into the Dugong. Bart the Gamer no shields this, knowing this is not another close combat. How much damage is the Ice Shard going to do? Knocks out the double debuff Primate immediately. Now Talonflame comes in here, but there is a shield on the side of Bart the Gamer. However, no energy on the Shadow Feraligatr anymore.
Yeah, I think Colin6's opportunity here to potentially win is he can get back-to-back flies.
Yeah.
But even then, there's still a shield on Bart the Gamer's side. And with these debuffs as well, those Incinerates aren't going to be able to knock out the Feraligatr in time before he gets to a Hydro Cannon.
Yep, this is a very, very tough spot for Colin6. He's going for a Brave, but that will knock out the Dugong in the process. But Bart the Gamer knows his win conditions lie within the teeth of the Shadow Feraligatr and is just going to farm this down before even reaching the first Hydro Cannon here.
And it was still extremely close. Look how much health was remaining in order to win that game or lose it, right? A couple HP, which just shows how close these games can come. But Colin6 kind of knew that his win condition was lost right there with how much health was remaining on the Feraligatr. The debuff from the Icy Wind making those Incinerates, even though resisted by Feraligatr, doing less damage to be able to survive.
Yep, and he was... Let's actually check out the teams here. I think that Bart the Gamer didn't respect the Wigglytuff too much. He actually went quite weak to it with Shadow Drapion, which is okay versus his Dugong is also quite okay, but Shadow Feraligatr is rather weak to it. No hard answer in Ariados was brought, and this was the downfall of the Talonflame of Colin6 because there were no targets at all.
Yeah, as we do see the Quagsire now. Oh, this was the replay from the previous matchup right there. The Quagsire that swapped into the Drapion now going for the Aqua Tail on the Feraligatr, getting that extra little bit of chip damage. A great no shield, as we saw. That could have been a Stone Edge, right?
Yeah.
But knowing that Colin6 goes for the most optimal play, which is the lower energy, swap out, get the shield bait when the pressure's on, and he called it. Bart the Gamer called that no Stone Edge, and it paid off huge in that matchup.
That was very crucial because you have seen which Pokemon ended the game, right? It was the Shadow Feraligatr after using so much energy. So that was quite the risky one, but it paid off so well because Shadow Feraligatr was absolute MVP for Bart the Gamer. How is Colin going to adapt to this situation? I don't think that he can bring the same line once again because it was too weak to the Feraligatr.
Yeah, too weak to the Feraligatr, but Colin's like, he really wants to bring that Wigglytuff, but knowing there's the Ariados there, knowing that there's the Shadow Drapion, even the Shadow Feraligatr in some situations with loaded energy can put a lot of pressure down with those Hydro Cannons. I think what Colin6 needs to do is maybe make a riskier play, right? Because not only are you fighting the Pokemon on the other team side, you're fighting the player. And if they have consistencies, like we saw Bart the Gamer call, maybe you mix it up. Maybe you throw the Stone Edge this time.
Whoa, we see a risky strategy, and that is Shadow Drapion leading into the Kanto Marowak. Immediate switch out into the Shadow Quagsire, but there is not a great answer in the back for Bart the Gamer here. Going to go for an Aqua Tail immediately. That one is going to connect.
And an instant no shield. Even though this is going to be doing super effective damage, Bart the Gamer knows that it can survive the Aqua Tail, load up on energy, and go for the Bone Club here.
Bart the Gamer actually stays in here. I was already seeing the Shadow Feraligatr coming in here, putting this down into the Hydro Cannon range, maybe knowing that you don't need as much HP. Oh, this is a nasty farm down here as well. Has to go for another Aqua Tail. Does Bart the Gamer know that this is an Aqua Tail? He does.
He does. He calls it. He knows that this was not enough energy, and he timed that perfectly to be able to come in, soak that resisted damage, load up on energy with Shadow Feraligatr, which is always a huge threat as you see the Shadow Drapion come back in.
Yep, Shadow Drapion has the advantage against Shadow Claw because it's resisted. However, Hydro Cannon still deals so much damage. This is gonna land, almost take out the Shadow Drapion deep in the red, but you need those shields for the Shadow Primate in the back.
This is the risky call, though. Do you give up the shield on the crunch? Yes, he's looking to give it up, hoping to maybe survive long enough to be able to swap back out. No, we see a swap now into the Shadow Primate, and now giving up a shield on the Hydro Cannon.
There was also a defense drop on that crunch, so this might be crucial for Colin to farm down that Shadow Feraligatr. It gets swapped out immediately. Now you are in this matchup locked with your Shadow Primate. You want close combat to close out this game. Is this going to be shielded?
Oh, this is going to be close. Close combat will do a lot of neutral damage if it lands. The shield given up by Bart the Gamer, calling it correctly. But there is an Aqua Tail ready to go. Having to give up the final shield now. Can the Primeape get to the back-to-back close combat before another Aqua Tail comes through?
And this is going to be so much
able to get it, the double close combat.
Oh, that is looking good for Colin 6. There is still a rather low Marowak in the back. The Drapion that he has is not looking... Oh my goodness, those Mud Slaps deal so much damage. Can you farm down the Marowak? No! Bart the Gamer advances to day 2 with a Bone Club.
Wow, a 2-0 sweep with the Shadow Kanto Marowak Mud slapping its way to victory. What an amazing game 2 right there. And Bart the Gamer smiling, knowing that he took down the final boss. But guess what? Colin 6 is not done. We will see him later this weekend.
Oh, but Bart the Gamer, he can't even believe this. Have you seen the damage of those Mud Slaps on the Shadow Primeape? That was absolute insanity.
It reminds me of the old days with Confusion on Shadow Hypno to Toxicroak. The amount of damage that it did looks like a charge move. That's how powerful those hard-hitting fast moves can be, especially in a debuffed or buffed situation.
And this was again a shield call from Bart the Gamer. If Colin had gone for a Rage Fist and it would have been shielded, he would have had the close combat to throw on charge attack priority with the Shadow Drapion, giving him another shield that he doesn't have to use in this situation. And that could have potentially won him the game, even though I think that the Shadow Kanto Marowak would have still looked very, very good into the double debuffed.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Kanto Marowak would have still swept that one. But going for double close combat again, not doing the bait like Colin 6 is known to do in this previous battles, going straight close combat was a nice addition, but it's met with the Mud Slap, and that was ultimately the downfall.
It was so much fun. Shadow Primeape was still at 50% HP, and we know that Primeape is really, really frail, but Shadow Primeape is even more frail, especially after 2 close combats. We're going to see some highlights of those matches. The 1 HP Aqua Tail, Bart the Gamer knowing this is...
That was a big call right there as well. 1 Mud Shot away from the Stone Edge, and when you're on the stage and the pressure's on, you may miscount 1 fast move, right?
Yeah.
But called it, known that it was just an Aqua Tail, knew its counts, and able to use the shields at the right time.
Bart the Gamer has perfect count. That's why he's celebrating this shield call, because he knows, hey, my opponent can't get to another close combat before I throw an Aqua. Look at the damage.
So much damage. Shadow Kanto Marowak was a Pokemon that I chose to be popular and strong in this tournament, and it just showcased how strong it can actually be. And even though we're talking about all the decisions, right? A lot of the decisions of choosing your roster coming into the battle, getting that hard lead alignment of the Shadow Drapion into the Shadow Kanto Marowak was huge for Bart the Gamer.
Yep, you get so much momentum if your opponent has to switch out. There's hardly any good save swaps that can handle the pressure of the Shadow Kanto Marowak, because it paces so quickly to those Bone Clubs. It's not the strongest charge attack, but it is a decent one that paces fast. And also, those Mud Slaps deal damage. If they are not resisted, just a Bone Club and some Mud Slaps are almost always enough to put something into like 50% HP ratio, and then you can swap out, keep the alignment, and get a farm down on the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, and what I love about charge moves is the ability to get new ones on Community Day, as we do have one coming up here very shortly.
Oh, yes.
We're going to be talking about that here. We do see that Skeledirge is going to be getting charge move. I don't even know if Skeledirge needs an extra charge move, because its moveset is already amazing.
Now, I mean, it won an EUIC already last year with Emmy Weedle on the team. We've just seen this in the Speed Burger game as well. Fuecoco is a very cool Pokemon. Can't wait to get the shiny, and I just can't wait to get more of this, because it's been quite rare recently.
Yeah, it has. Now, we haven't seen its performance this weekend, but we did see Bart the Gamer dominate that last matchup, and Pedro is ready with an interview.
Exactly, we are here with Bart the Gamer. Great matchup. It was an insane show. Like, you showed incredible amount of ability, counting energy, calling the calls when you need to. What's in your mind right now?
I'm so excited. Beating like one of the best players Europe has to offer is amazing. I can't tell you how I feel right now.
It was amazing. And I wanted to ask you something about that, about your rival. How's your mental state when you face with someone that's so good? Like, you know, Colin is one of the best players in the world. How do you manage it? The nerves or whatever it's in your head in that moment?
play very safe, have a strict strategy, and stick on it. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's a man with few words, but those words means a lot. Now, at the end, when you're watching your team, you know, you use a lot of your Pokemon. What's the MVP for now? What's your MVP for now?
It really depends on the matchup, but for Alligator, I think it's a crime not to bring it to the battle. It's a really good Pokemon, and I am so happy that I brought it in my team.
Indeed it is. Feraligatr is awesome. And you know who else is awesome? Our casters. We'll go back to them right now.
You know what? I agree. This Pokemon is so incredibly strong with this ice and water coverage. Hydro Cannon, Shadow Claw. What more do you want, Zionic?
I would love Icy Wind, but that's just me instead of Ice Beam. I love the debuffs.
That's a crime.
No. I love the debuffs. I love the Dugong. The Feraligatr getting Icy Wind would be amazing, but overall, yes, it has been an incredible Pokemon. The second that it got access to Shadow Claw, I think we all knew when we saw that, we're like, yeah, this is meta.
That's happening.
This is here to stay for a while.
But now let's focus on the next match, because we have the Group B winners finals, and that's a big one, everyone, because we have, of course, Nickname, who has had phenomenal performances in Europe, but he is up against one of the best trainers in the world, who has proven it on the biggest stages, on regionals, on ICs, and also made it to the 3rd place at the World Championships, Marto Galde.
Marto, man, he is dominating this season, and it's going to be incredible to see his gameplay now in a few moments. But Marto's Jumpluff has been dominant as of late, as we get to see the teams here soon. But bringing the Feraligatr, holding, I think that looks to be an EV.
Huh?
It's an EV.
I like that.
Carrying the team, Feraligatr. Oh, man. Such a force.
I mean, Marto Galde is the only trainer that is above 2,000 points for the world race, so I think he's got it, you know.
I think it is in a great position right now. This EUIC is a comfort tournament for him. He still has, still full pedal to the metal. But as we see, if we look at his teams right now, he's got the Feraligatr, he had the Annihilate, he had that Jumpluff, a lot of common, safe picks that we see that are very meta-dominant. So on Marto's side, it's about execution.
Yeah, and we all know that he can do that, but also Nickname is no player that you could just easily beat at all, because he's an absolute insane player, and I think that he's running a Pokemon that I was predicting for this tournament, and I'm just very giddy right now because this is absolutely crazy. We're going to see an Emolga on a team.
Emolga, such a unique Pokemon, much like the other Flyers Electrics like Zapdos, is such a fun Pokemon to be using. So unique, like we saw Pachirisu earlier. Those are those spicy Pokemon that I love to see come out of Europe.
That is, by the way, the funniest thing ever, because the Mega Junko was running Pachirisu, and Pachirisu is a Pokemon that doesn't go up all the way to 1500, so you want to best buddy it, right?
Yes.
His Diggersby is the one that's best buddy. Doesn't even use best buddy Pachirisu.
Oh no! I'm sure more miles can be walked.
It's a decision, right?
Yeah.
It's a decision. If your Diggersby doesn't also go up to the 1500, you also want to accomplish that to win like possible mirror matches and have some more advantages there. But that's something I just found extremely funny. But yeah, so Marto Galde is keep on playing his Jumpluff, and some people have pivoted away from the Jumpluff as well, because they thought that they were prepared enough for Annihilate, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a shift to different flyers, right? Manabuzz has always been popular and strong ever since its release into Pokemon Go. We saw Talonflames this weekend. We've seen a few Corviknights, Jumpluff, though, I think has that added grass typing to help out in a lot of situations, like against the Kanto Marowak or against those water-type Pokemon, but does have to respect the hard-hitting ice charge moves.
That is true, and I think both trainers are locked in. Marto Galde versus Nickname is going to start very soon. What are the leads? We're seeing a Shadow Feraligatr on Nickname side versus the Shadow Dropion from Marto Galde.
Let's see the movesets, as we will see the Crunch and Aqua Tail there. Both trainers loading up on energy, looking to go for the charge move right away.
Oh, we're going to get a shield on the side of Nickname. Marto Galde immediately opening this with a bait, going for the Aqua Tail. He wants to drag out a shield from from Nickname to immediately outpace and determine how the rest of this game goes.
And yeah, Nickname has to respect the potential crunch. This is early on. The damage and debuff could be detrimental in that matchup as we see the shield on the Aqua Tail, and now he's going to be able to outpace, looking to swap to try to catch the charge move, but Marto fully expecting that overloads on energy and goes into the mirror. That Shadow Drapion is going to come back with a vengeance later on in this game.
This just reminds me of the good old Licky Tongue mirror matches that we had before, where you basically win the lead, your opponent swaps out at some point, you overload on energy, deal a little bit of damage, and then you go out into your own Licky Tongue. And now we have this with the Azumarill mirror. Azumarill Diggersby core has been incredibly popular lately as well.
You know, if you're not going to be swapping out right away when your opponent swaps, you want to get an advantage in some way, right? It's going to be that health, and those poison stings from the Shadow Drapion really started to add up, where now Marto's still in a good position. He's not really that far behind because he was able to chunk like 15% of Azumarill's health.
Yep, that is true. And those energies, it's going to be very, very important later on. Shadow for Alligator swaps in as well for the charge attack priority catch here.
I don't think this is going to be enough. I think this is going to be able to survive and get the play rough off.
Yep, so Azumarill is going to get this here. The question is, can Nickname ever afford to shield this, or will he have to let his Shadow for Alligator go? Because if he shields, wow, we actually hang on to quite a bit of HP. Big farm down here as well. Shadow Drapion has all the energy in the world.
And the thing is, Diggersby on paper is like the only really big answer, right? That ground typing with the Scorching Sands. But it's weak to Aqua Tail, and you have a max 100 energy. This Shadow Drapion from Marto Galde is going to dominate this endgame.
Yeah, and he also throws another Poison Sting, over farming basically, but this one would have been free as well. Now goes for another crunch on the defense debuffed Azumarill here, unloading all of the energy onto that Azumarill. Azumarill can't take it anymore, and now it's Diggersby against the world.
Yeah, Diggersby against the world. Still has an opportunity, but there is so much energy on this Shadow Drapion that I don't think Nickname is going to be able to come back, because there's still the mirror.
Yep, there is a Diggersby waiting for Nickname right there in the back, and also, of course, the damage just adds up here. Tries to go for a catch on the side of Marto Galde. This is maybe good. Oh, gets to the Ice Beam as well. Marto Galde can't even believe it.
That almost backfired.
Yeah.
He tried to catch the charge move. Great play by Marto, but ultimately Nickname held it and almost got a full farm down with the fast moves.
Oh, Nickname immediately knowing that the Shadow Drapion is one away from another Aqua Tail, goes for a Fire Punch. Marto has still not revealed the last Pokemon on his team yet.
Oh man, Aqua Tail now coming through. I think this seals the deal, because like there's still a Diggersby in the back for Marto Galde, which is full health. All they have to do is fast move down, and that'll be game over. So tough game one here, but ultimately we saw Marto Galde utilizing the energy correctly there on the Shadow Drapion, which is all about this tournament. Those sweepers, that potential.
Yeah, I think what Marto Galde tried to go for here is to not reveal the Diggersby and the fact that he brought it with him, but that was maybe a little bit too much to ask for.
Yeah.
Marto Galde is staring down the camera, now looking at his plush that he brought, so getting a little distracted here, but I think at this point with the HP range of the Diggersby of Nickname, I think that's okay.
Yeah, and we know, right? If you can keep an ace up your sleeve, being that third pick, your opponent never knows what you brought. So that was a good call, because there's so much intricacy when it comes to these battles, and not only from the roster you choose, the choices you make during the battle, but also what you don't show to your opponent.
No, and I think at this point Nickname just needs to bring Emolga.
Yeah.
I'm 100% set on this. Emolga is the key to success here. I don't even think that the matchups look too good, but it's just so cute. And it has to be the answer. I mean, it's a flying type that answers Diggersby, kinda, because Thundershock is not that great against Diggersby. Not to say it's bad, but Acrobatics is a decent attack. It's good against Jumpluff with the Acrobatics as well. You have great play against Azumarill, which we've seen before. If you can land an Acrobatics on Shadow Drapion, it's a fine one as well. So I think Emolga has a lot of play.
I think there was a pivotal moment in that game, which we were about to see with the Azumarills, where the Azumarill came in and was able to barely survive and get that Ice Beam off, and that shield that it got was so crucial in order to win this game.
Yeah, Nickname just staring the air down here, thinking what to do in the rest of the game.
Right here.
We're going to see, yep, he barely got to the Ice Beam. Very, very strong, and now it's 10% Diggersby versus 100% Diggersby.
Yeah.
What can I say?
It doesn't get any closer than that, because if you get all that free energy without having to give up a shield, then the table turns, right?
So that was a risky one, trying not to reveal the Diggersby in the back. Almost backfired there, but hey, It worked out, huh?
You know, I can almost guarantee you the Martos, like I calculated that. I knew I would be able to make it to the Ice Beam in time. The quick attacks wouldn't have done enough damage.
I mean, the face he made said that he didn't know that.
I did see a breath hold there.
Oh, I see why he was looking at his plushie the entire time. He has the team sheet of his opponent on there. So
oh,
he can
yes.
Plan out the line for the next game.
For Alligator, just carrying everything, right? The EV, the team sheet, the knowledge, the tournament. It is a dominant Pokemon.
And Shadow for Alligator is just has been the name of the game for the last few months, and now Nickname is still undecided. Actually locks in his line, and we're going to see Nickname versus Marto Galde round 2.
All right, best of 3, winners finals, Group B. Marco Galde versus Nickname. You got your pick.
Yes, we got the Emolga on there, and Emolga with Discharge and Acrobatics has the same pacing as the Shadow Drapion. Actually farms over a little bit, wants to threaten the Acrobatics, puts up shield immediately versus the Crunch, because that is just gonna almost take out Emolga if it hits.
Yeah, and there's a lot of charge move pressure that can come out here from this Emolga with the Discharge and Acrobatics. Oh, and the defense drop there from the Crunch, but the Discharge now, will it be protect shielded by Marto?
Oh, I don't know. This is a huge call, and he gets it right. This is still a lot of damage. Immediate pivot out into the Azumarill, trying to negate the energy on that Shadow Drapion, but Drapion just charges up so much more energy and goes into the Azumarill again.
Looking at the lineup, right? The players don't know, but we do. That Emolga sitting on the backline now with an Azumarill and an Annihilate and the Shadow Drapion so low could be the key factor in this game because it has so much energy stored up.
Yep, the Shadow Drapion is always a threat here, but especially if it's at 100 energy. This is so strong. And now we get to calm down a little bit. This is what I always love about these bulky mirror matches at some point, that with a lot of neutral damage, you know, you get to rethink your line. You get to think, hey, how am I going to win this game? You can calm down for a second.
Yeah, you got to think about your approach. And every meta that we have will always have these bulky Pokemon that come through to kind of calm things down, soak a lot of energy, right? So that your sweepers can come out and do their job as we see another play rough come through.
You can also recount the energy that your opponent has used before if you're unsure. So these give you a lot of time. This is something that Azumarill is particularly great for. Oh, immediate swap out into the Emolga after this. Goes for a Discharge. Wants to preserve the Azumarill in the back with a little bit of energy.
This is kind of tough, right? That Shadow Drapion has a little bit of energy. Deciding to shield as well, hoping to get to that Ice Beam to force the final shield of this game, putting Nickname in a very tough position.
I think you let it go. You can't really shield this because otherwise the Drapion just comes in and gets a Crunch off.
Uh-oh, here we go. Having to rely on Diggersby to carry it the rest of the way, but there's the Shadow Annihilate in the back.
That is perhaps an issue for Nickname, gotta be honest there. Also, we'll almost get to an Ice Beam here. This is very low, but I'm still not sure if Fire Punch is going to knock here, because this is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Open Great League, and it doesn't knock out at all.
Oh
this
my
is not even
goodness!
close.
Azumarill hangs on, doesn't get the Ice Beam off in time either. Went for an extra bubble.
Yeah, that might have been a little too much bubbles.
Might have been too much, but I think the Aqua Tails here are going to put enough pressure. And again, there is still an Annihilate that I think can dominate this endgame.
Yep, oh, we're putting up a shield here on the side of Nickname. He's going to go for just another Aqua Tail. He wants to get chip damage onto the Diggersby before he brings in Shadow Annihilate, because he knows that getting outpaced would be a problem if we don't farm down before. We have one shield for the Scorching Sands. Will this be attack debuff? This could be important.
Yeah, this would be important if they do get the debuff. Scorching Sands coming through. Does it get the debuff? Yes, it does. Will that be the make or break in this game? We are about to find out. Close combat. No, deciding to throw Fire Punch. Is that good? No, there's another shield. I got all excited for a second. It was a last shield remaining.
There's still Azumarill in the back. You could go into Azumarill. How much energy is on that Azumarill? Full counter down here. No protect shields remaining. Close combat is being thrown into the Azumarill, and this is going to knock out the Water Fairy type Rabbit.
I got ahead of myself there, thinking that they were going to be able to get it in time, but surely Annihilate and Marto Galde does the sweep 2-0 in the winners finals bracket B.
Oh, trying to catch charge attacks from Shadow Drapion onto the Azumarill has backfired 2 times for Nickname now in this matchup, because the Shadow Drapion just always expected the catch and was like, hey, I can just throw 5 Poison Stings and then absorb your energy with my own Azumarill, and then I have an infinite advantage.
Yeah, and both times we've seen Marto utilize that Shadow Drapion with lots of stored energy to dominate that endgame, which is where its power lies, right? The ability to spam those charge moves, especially in a meta where it can hit for a lot of super effective damage, whether it's the crunch into those ghosts or psychics or the water into the ground like the Diggersby, as we saw in that game. The pressure that it can put and why it's one of the top picked Pokemon in the current meta.
Yep.
And Marto runs it extremely well.
Zernik, on a scale of 1 to 10, how great was Emolga?
Emolga, you know what? It impressed me that it brought it, but I really wish he kept it in the back, knowing what we know from the lineup selection. I think in the end game it could have been very dominant given those 2 shields, but we did see it swap back into the Azumarill. I think this was the pivotal moment where it had to throw the discharge before getting hit with an Ice Beam, and now you're just kind of left with the Annihilate versus the Diggersby.
I love this from Otto Galde that he shielded up the Azumarill, knowing, hey, I can just throw an Ice Beam. I have at a decent amount of HP. I will get to another Ice Beam versus a potential Diggersby. And if you shield the Ice Beam back, I'm just going to bring in my Shadow Drapion and combo play you out of the game.
Yeah, the thing is there was a nice win condition right there. If, you know, getting the attack debuff was pretty crucial, but ultimately there was still a shield for the Annihilate, which Marto decided to save, knowing that even in a worst case scenarios, Annihilate can still do well with that Rage Fish attack boost.
I'm just curious as to if nickname was swap locked or switch locked. Because the Azumarill had so much energy and he let his Diggersby get countered down. He could have maybe gone for a combo play there, but maybe he was switch locked. I just don't remember anymore. It's happening so fast, everything.
Yeah, it's happening so fast. As fast as these battles are going, Nickname is going to be moving down in the loser's bracket, fighting his way back through the weekend, and Marto is going to continue on. Marto been a dominant player from the LATAM region this season. The most points of any trainer in Pokemon Go right now, and you just saw its performance of why.
I mean, he's won an IC already, right? And speaking of ICs, as it is tradition, we have Twitch promos for you guys as well if you're watching the stream. Oh, we have actually Twitch schedule right here, my bad. On Tuesday, we're showing some Pokemon, the series of X and Y, one of my favorite regions ever, colors, so beautiful. And then we have the Orlando Regional Championships rerun of 2024 on Wednesday.
And then on Thursday, we're going to be having the Pokemon Presents and the animation movie marathon. My kids at home will love that. And then on Saturday, we're going to have Pokemon Forever.
You know what? I agree. Pokemon Forever. But the animation movie marathon, I will enjoy that as well. I got to be honest there.
Yeah. And the thing is, that's what I love about Pokemon. It's a generational game, right? I grew up with it, playing with my Nintendo in the car with the street lights going over in order to see. And now my kids are playing Scarlet and opening up their cards in Pokemon Pocket and playing Pokemon Go. It is a family game, and that's what I love about it.
Yeah, but even I don't have kids, but we have neighbors' kids, and I gifted them Pokemon cards for Christmas, so they quite enjoyed them. So it's always nice to see the shining of in kids' eyes when they see Pokemon for the first time.
Yeah, and when you're at these events too, you can see families come, which is so nice to see. All ages from all around the world coming together for something that we love, which is Pokemon.
Absolutely agree. So when you were growing up, or actually, we have an interview from Pedro and Marto Galde, so let's go over to them.
Yes, I'm here with the Latino GOAT, Argentinian GOAT here. One of the most impressive runs over any season in Pokemon Go Play Pokemon. And now you showed us a great battle. What are you feeling right now?
I'm happy. Any result here would have been fine. I'm very grateful to be here thanks to 7-Eleven, which takes me to the tournaments. So winning the group is like the best thing that can happen. And I think I went undefeated today. I haven't dropped a single game, so that makes it... I think that's the first time I have done that, so good.
Yeah, you're doing great. I gotta ask the same that I asked to Pocket. So to Out of Pocket, how confident are you that you're gonna win?
So I don't do this like on purpose. Like I like to keep my head low, and you know, if it goes well, it goes well. But I don't generally put myself in the top contenders. But I have done very well recently, so maybe I could take it. Maybe not. We'll see tomorrow. Maybe.
I'll get a little spicy here. Which player would you like to face tomorrow in day 2?
I don't usually really mind who I play. You have to beat them all, and I never think about the player I'm playing against. I just think about the battle. So I don't generally have a specific player. I would like to play against Richie in winners finals because that would mean both of us would make it all the way. So that would be the best thing that could happen.
That's the attitude of our international champion. That's the attitude. And you know what? What else is great? Our casters. So let's go back to them.
Uh-oh, it's a takeover. The Group D winners finals is US versus US, Dunebug versus Sceptile Ice.
Oh man, this is going to be a great set of battles. And I see an old Pokemon that used to be dominant in the meta making its return here with Mantine.
Oh, I love Mantine. It's one of the coolest. I brought it to a regional, actually, once at the special event in Utrecht. And I'm going to be honest with you, I might have overcooked it with that one. I brought it together with Hakamo.
Yeah.
Did not work out the way I wanted it to.
You know, Hakamo is such a great Pokemon as well. Super spicy.
That is true. It is very, very cool. Was a lot of fun. And the games I lost were very, very close. But let's see. Sceptile Ice has made it to the winners finals with the Mantine. I'm quite curious to see if he's running Wing Attack or if he's running Bubble instead.
You know, he's running... I've got some insider information here. He's got Wing Attack, he's got Aerial Ace, and Ice Beam. So no Bubble Beam there.
All right. So I think that this is still... I mean, the matchups that Mantine wins, it probably still wins, right? Even after the Wing Attack nerf. Quite curious which matchups he's targeting, because of course Annihilate is a very, very easier one, I think.
You know, maybe it's just a way to spread your wings, right? With no lanterns in the meta, right?
Oh, yeah,
you know.
A Lantern was always very, very crucial for Mantine, and some Charger Bugs are in here, but Charger Bug is a little easier to handle than Lantern, to be honest, because you have not everything you do is resisted, and you can play around those Volt Switches better than you can do with the Sparks.
Yeah.
So that gives you some wiggle room to get energy and then swap out or something, but still the energy debuff on the Wing Attack is quite crucial. We've not seen Wing Attackers in the metagame for a
Yeah, they kind of fell off. But, you know, you mentioned something there, the Wiggle. And speaking of the Wiggle, Dunebug here bringing the Wigglytuff, which we've been talking about all morning.
It looks so.
I think a lot of traders are not prepared for it as much as they should be. And Wigglytuff has been dominant, whether it's been from Colin 6 or now potentially in Dunebug here in the Winners Finals Group D. We'll have to see if it is going to be as dominant as we have seen in the previous matchups.
Yeah, so if we're looking at the Pokemon of Sceptile Ice, Shadow Drapion, beatable with 2 shields. Primate, beatable all the time. Azumarill, it's a tough one. Diggersby, beatable with 2 shields. You have Icy Wind as well, great. Shadow Feraligatr, you eat those for breakfast. I think this is the main reason why Wigglytuff came back into the meta. And Mantine, I don't quite know. You might win this.
Yeah, I think it's an approach of, do you want to use it on the lead knowing your opponent doesn't have them an amazing answer for it and get some pressure down, or do you want to hide it in the back? And I think we're going to see it in almost every single game today, as we do have our first matchup. It's going to be Shadow Feraligatr versus Shadow Drapion.
And this is like a 50.5% positive lead for Sceptile Ice, because if you land a bait, you're good to go. However, if you can't land a bait, you're going to lose charge attack priority, and you're going to get Hydro Cannon, which is going to be an issue.
Now, see, Feraligatr, it doesn't need to bait. It just throws the Hydro Cannons. It puts on the pressure, as we will see the Aqua Tail now be thrown in. A great call from Dunebug. But I think the reason why he's doing that is he has Wiggly in the back. He's going to give it shields.
Yep, that is true. Sceptile Ice is gonna not be happy about this. Is going to outpace, of course, so he's going to get back a shield if he wants to. Dunebug actually considering to let this go. Nope, puts up a shield here. Poison Sting damage does add up. Immediate pivot out into the Shadow Feraligatr on Sceptile Ice side, but I think this is gonna be, we're going to almost 2 Hydro Cannons and then going into Dugong to soak up the energy.
That is very reminiscent of Colin 6's gameplay and Marto's gameplay, storing up energy on a very powerful sweeper, as we will see the Shadow Feraligatr now here in the mid game versus Dugong.
Yep, and Dugong is now going to take all of the energy, is going to take all of those Hydro Cannons, but is going to retaliate with an Icy Wind or a Drill Run.
It's going to be connecting there. Dugong, though, has lots of energy, going to be able to go for the drill run here for that neutral damage. Again, tough situation. Do you let it go, or do you give up your final shield to try to get switch alignment?
Yep, I mean, the Pokemon that you have in the back is the Mantine, not the Pokemon that you want your shields to be on. Oh, and we're going to get an almost farm down here from the Dugong, but the Hydro Cannon is being reached.
Great composure there from Sceptile, able to hang on and throw the Hydro Cannon at the right time, getting switch alignment, and there's the Wigglytuff now onto the field.
Charm, charm, charm. Drapion is being brought in, can throw at 4 on perfect timing. Very convenient with the Aqua Tails. However, the charm damage is just so much, and now Doombug even keeps his shield here.
Now, we want to watch out for a potential fast swap in, because there is the Feraligatr with, ooh, the charge move is going to be landing, giving up the final shoot, but that Feraligatr still has a Hydro Cannon loaded in the back for Doombug.
Yep, but there is only a Mantine in the back. Swaps in immediately on to the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff can now throw the Icy Wind, debuff the Mantine. This is an interesting matchup. I have no idea how this one goes.
Thing is, do you stay in with Charm, or do you swap out? No, we're going to see a swap out right away, and it is double Hydro Cannon, which is going to be doing a lot of resisted damage. Both of them added up, not one at a time, but we will see a shield right there on the first one.
Can we reach an Ice Beam? Because that one isn't resisted. Yes, Ice Beam is being reached, thrown into the Mantine.
Oh, beautiful throw right here, as this is going to be landing for neutral damage. Able to get the bait out with the Hydro Cannon, and now in a perfect position to be able to charm down, hopefully? Oh, no, I don't think so.
Ice Beam is going to connect onto the Wigglytuff, and Sceptile Ice pulled this game out of his head right there. That is backwards like he's Ash Ketchum, winning with Mantine and the Shadow Drapion. It looked like Doombug just has so much advantage because of the energy on the Feraligatr, but guess what?
Yeah.
Mantine doesn't care.
Mantine doesn't care, and Mantine's here to stay, is able to dominate that first matchup. I mean, we were kind of building that up. At least I thought the Wigglytuff was going to be completing that end game. But ultimately, it's those charge moves that really start chipping away at it, showing just, you know, it's not as tanky sometimes as we may think it is in these neutral matchups.
And the Poison Stings also did add up from the Shadow Drapion. This was really, really important for a Sceptile Ice in that scenario. Doombug has to find out a strategy to retaliate here, because this is very unlikely for Doombug. He's losing a game where he has a Pokemon that is just neutral or positive into every single Pokemon on the other side.
Yeah, and Doombug there only having one shield for the Wigglytuff in an even one shield matchup against his opponent. Had he had a 2-1 or a 1-0, maybe it would have been a completely different situation, as we see some replays right here. This was the swap into the Feraligatr mirror, loading up, and then the Ice Beam, Hydro Cannon, first bait, and then now the Ice Beam landing.
Doombug even called the Aqua Tail in the lead matchup, which most of the time, if your opponent doesn't have a great answer for that Shadow Feraligatr, means game over here. But resisting Hydro Cannons and dealing neutral fast attack damage with wing attacks really does help for Sceptile Ice to handle the Shadow game.
You know, I think that was a big tell, though, with Doombug not shielding on the lead. That was a tell. Wait, hold on. He's going to save his shields for a Wigglytuff. That is back there because Charm players in a meta like this, especially with your team. No, this is a thing. you give Wiggly shields. That is a tell. What your opponent does and does not do can be a tell, right? And seeing the no shield on the bait, it was an instant tell. There's probably a Wiggly in the back.
Oh, and now we're seeing Wigglytuff versus the Shadow Drapion. It is a matchup that looks bad on paper for the Wigglytuff, because Poison Sting is just super effective, but Charm does so much damage.
Yeah, as we're going to see the Aqua Tail now landing. Doombug hoping to still win this lead with the amount of fast move pressure that it can put down, but ultimately I think it's going to have to give up a shield here against this next Aqua Tail.
Yep, he has reached the Swifty. Oh, he does not shield this. Let's this go. Hangs on with 1 HP, perhaps?
Oh, he does! Able to hang on and get to the Swift in time. Now looking for switch alignment or shield advantage. He gets the alignment. Maybe he swaps out right away to maintain a sacrificial swap later on in this game.
Oh, and this is such a big farm down for Sceptile Ice with the double resisted Shadow Claws. Goes into his own Feraligatr. This is looking good for Sceptile Ice now.
Yeah, a head-on energy in a mirror match where there's not a lot of health difference.
Yeah.
And 2-2 shields. This is a great situation with the Azumarill versus Dugong in the back. Ooh, this is anyone's guess.
But the charm damage, those 2 charms that Doombug has done onto the Shadow Feraligatr, they might make a difference as well, because the damage of that is pretty high. Can you get the Shadow Feraligatr into farm down range here?
Oh, a beautiful swap into the Azumarill, saving all that energy and catching the resisted charge move. Great play here by Sceptile.
Yep, Sceptile Ice knowing exactly what to do. He's controlling Doonbug in this game, has the energy on that Azumarill. However, Doonbug has a shield advantage here, brings in the last unknown Pokemon, which is Dewgong, and Dewgong is not a Pokemon known for this incredible flexibility and those 1v3 scenarios.
Hey, I've seen it done before, and I think we might be able to see it again, but Dewgong right here with Doonbug, right? There's the Wigglytuff still in the back. That is, and Azumarill is a great Pokemon to easily catch a charge move on. So Sceptile needs to be very careful when he decides to throw and that he doesn't consistently throw at the same time, whether it's 6 bubbles or 7 bubbles or 8 bubbles. Yep. Don't do the same timing because Doonbug will catch on to that.
Yep, and Doonbug gives himself a better opportunity to catch by always over-farming with those drill runs because he just knows that Sceptile Ice can't wait turns before throwing because otherwise he would lose turns if Doonbug decides to throw at that point if he always has a charge attack loaded.
Yeah, drill run now coming through, going to be getting the final, no final shield, so this might just be enough to knock out, calling the Ice Beam. Oh, 1 HP, swaps out into the Feraligatr, which still has a ton of energy. 1 shield remaining on Sceptile, going to be using it right now. Needs to be very careful when he throws the Hydro Cannon because there's a Wiggly waiting to be swapped in. Sceptile still looking confident. Hydro Cannon now going to be thrown.
Yep, Dewgong is looking good here. It's looking healthy, but Sceptile Ice has so much energy. Can this energy be conveyed into damage? Because it is resisted. Shadow Claw, Shadow Claw, Shadow Claw, and there's a Hydro Cannon. There is no shield left on the side of Sceptile Ice. The drill run is going to connect.
Yeah, and I think Sceptile knew it here. He needed 2 more Hydro Cannons, and Doonbug, no, if I just get to the drill run and throw it, he's switch locked, he can't throw a charge move. It is a good game. So Doonbug making a great adjustment there in game 2, tying up the series as we're going to be getting into game 3 here shortly.
I love these games. Every time it looks like someone has the upper hand, the other guy just wins.
That's what we want, right? Yeah. We want to be surprised as the casters.
Exactly.
We have, and the viewers at home, we have all the information in front of us, but somehow we're still surprised by the plays.
Dewgong was crazy in this matchup, just taking on Azumarill with those 2 shields, because if you have shield advantage versus Azumarill, it just doesn't deal damage to the Dewgong.
And knowing that there was no Primate, right, on Sceptile's side, he could safely just load up with Dewgong, not need to fear it, understand that your matchups with your defensiveness, with the Icy Wind debuffs, the drill run neutral damage, that's why it's such a dominant Pokemon and has been for quite some time.
Yep, you just need to avoid those fighting type Pokemon here. You can see another Feraligatr Mirror Match, which is a bit more exciting.
I think that might have been the play of the game right there. That catch, that would have been devastating had it forced a shield on the Feraligatr, but instead it was soaked on the Azumarill, which was huge for Sceptile, but ultimately Doonbug still able to have his composure after that throw and come back and win the game.
Yep, that is true. I mean, this was also a very important one because you would barely hang on to that Icy Wind if you don't shield it. However, then I think you just get Ice Sharded down. So no more play for Sceptile Ice in that scenario. Debuffs are just being too strong sometimes.
Yeah. Now both trainers deciding what Pokemon they want to bring. We haven't seen Annihilate used yet. We saw the Mantine in game 1, which actually was able to take victory over that Wigglytuff, but will we see it here in game 3?
I do hope so. I love Mantine, and this is a crucial lead in the beginning. It is Shadow Annihilate versus Shadow Feraligatr. It looks on paper that Shadow Feraligatr deals super effective damage, but it can actually be countered down after a Rage Fist.
This is just so much damage that's going to be coming out. Whoever wants to invest the shields in order to get the farm down is going to be taken, as Annihilate now is going to be shielding, looking to go for that Rage Fist.
Yeah, what you can do here is just let it go on the side of the Shadow Feraligatr because it is dry, but it shields it up. So you want to deal more damage to this Shadow Primate. And you actually get to reach another Hydro Cannon, another catch on the Dewgong. But does this allow Sceptile Ice to just farm up another Hydro Cannon here?
I don't think so. I think the Ice Shards might just do enough. This is going to be close. Nope, not able to farm down, but Doonbug going, you know what, you can catch a Hydro Cannon in game 2, I can catch it in game 3. And now we're going to see the Azumarill come in, where switch alignment, or there's switch disalignment, I should say, right now. So Doonbug in a great position to soften up and weaken that Azumarill with the Icy Winds, and then maybe swap back out into the Wigglytuff.
Yep, that is perfect setup for Wigglytuff to sweep here in the back. But Azumarill is going to go for the next charge attack. Doombug already over farming so much, has drill runs ready. Maybe he wants to debuff any further. I know that if both Pokemon are at 100% HP, you want to go for 2 Icy Winds and then drill run, then you win the zero shield scenario where no player uses a shield. But now that the Dugong is chipped anyways, the next player up will take out, so you can go for the heavier hitting drill run.
Slight mistake on my end as well. There is no switch disalignment, my bad call earlier, but that's okay. Dugong right here, still in a great position to put down a lot of pressure with so much energy as the drill run is going to be landing. We see a fast swap now into the Shadow Drapion, and the Annihilate coming back in, hoping to get to that Ice Punch in time.
Oh, it's Ice Punch, it's not Rage Fist. Sceptile Ice recognizes that is going to take more counter damage, but that's a huge Poison Sting farm down here.
Yes, and that he needs all that energy if he wants to take down this Wigglytuff.
But the counter damage might be very important here, because Wigglytuff has a shield here and just needs to do so many less charms now.
Yeah, still a shield remaining. Aquatail will be landing as a no protect shield on Doombug's side, knowing that there's still a healthy Azumarill in the back, a Dugong to potentially catch a charge move. 3 Aquatails, though, going to be coming through in this matchup.
Yep, this is going to be really close, especially because the Azumarill also has a little bit of HP. Doombug decides not to shield here at all, goes for another charm, goes into the Azumarill. Azumarill also has a charge attack. Bang, is going to have to be shielded up. You have so much energy on the Wigglytuff. Do you have to catch on your Dugong?
I think you have to catch on the Dugong. You have to farm down right here. You have to have the Swift ready to go. No, the Ice Beam is going to be coming through. Sceptile Ice is able to clutch it up against Doombug.
Wow, Azumarill putting in so much work. There is, of course, also the Dugong going to come in here that might farm down the Azumarill, but it's not enough to reach an attack. Sceptile Ice has the Drapion, Drapion has the Aquatail, and that seals it. Sceptile Ice goes into day 2.
Moving on, storing the energy and securing victory, as Shadow Drapion has been a force in this tournament, and you have seen why time and time again, as Sceptile is going to be moving on from the winners finals Group D, and Doombug will be moving down into the losers bracket and fighting his way through.
I'm gonna be honest, one of the MVPs of this matchup for me was the Azumarill, because we have seen earlier with Nickname versus Marto Galde that trying to catch something on Azumarill didn't work because the Shadow Drapion just got to overfarm a lot. In this game, Azumarill absolutely carried. It got to multiple charge attacks that were always neutral, or not even super effective, but they were neutral, so that was enough to win the games. Azumarill did so much work there for Sceptile Ice.
Yeah, Azumarill has been a great Pokemon to have in your roster since the very beginning.
Yeah.
Its moveset hasn't changed. It's been very consistent. So if you've been like holding back at home of, powering up your Azumarill, it's like, we're 6 years in, like, do it.
At this point, do it.
Do it. It's such a great Pokemon, and why it's crucial to have, because you got not only the typing, the moveset, you have that bulk, and you can be very consistent, right? Get into that mid game, soften up, calm down your thought process, try to figure out what your next play is going to be. And again, these plays have been energy based, right? Having that extra charge move or one extra fast move in order to win has been so close, and the trainers that execute on that have been prevailing to day 2.
Yep, and honestly, the typing on Azumarill might be the best part, but also the coverage of Ice and Fairy type is going to hit so many Pokemon in the meta. There is barely anything. I think the hardest loss that you can have, correct me if I'm wrong, is Ariados. And even that isn't that bad, while it is not great. Ice Beam still deals 50% damage. You can soften it up to bring something in that could farm down the Ariados. So Azumarill is just the Pokemon right now for me.
Yeah, it's got the Ice Beam for those grounds, grass flyers. It's got the Play Rough for a lot of the darks or the dragons that we might be seeing later on within Adequance's Shadow Palkia.
I found the worst matchup for Azumarill. Toxapex.
Oh, yeah, Toxapex.
Can't play that.
Toxapex is definitely a tough one. But regardless, that's why you have a team of 6, right? And that's why some bench pressure can be so crucial in these matchups. I mean, you may have a Toxapex on your team and your opponent's like scared to bring that Azumarill, and you can play into that.
Yeah, but also we have seen that the Azumarill Diggersby core has been incredible in the last few events. And I mean, if you have a Toxapex and you bring it against that team, you want it on the Azumarill. If you get it on the Diggersby, you are in trouble, because resisted poison jabs really don't do that much, and yeah, Scorching Sands is an issue.
Yeah, Scorching Sands is an issue, and I love that it also has access to Fire Punch, especially for those grass-type Pokemon like we're seeing, like the Superior or the Jumpluff. Typically, ground-type Pokemon, you kind of like don't want to see a flyer, but that's why the ground-type Pokemon that are here have that coverage for some of the flyers, whether it's the Fire Punch for the Jumpluff or it's the Rock Slide on the Kanto Marowak for the other flyers. That's why they are rising to the top. It's your coverage that you have, not necessarily the typing, right?
And after the Fire Punch buff, Diggersby actually just closely loses to Mandibuzz. It's absolutely insane how good this Pokemon has become. But you know which player is absolutely insanely good? It's Sceptile. Let's give it over to Pedro and Sceptile.
You're right. You're right. He's absolutely amazing, Sceptile. You did a great job in the battle. Those battles were one of the tightest battles ever. How are you feeling right now?
Shocked that I did this well with a Mantine. I mostly ran it for fun, and now we're day 2. So it's still not hitting me. It's like, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that Mantine. It's like, what's the thought process? I know you said you had fun with it, but it still needs to have like some kind of a function, you know, in the team, right?
So when I saw Marto's most recent win, he had a team that was 5 times weak to Mantine, and I love Mantine, so I saw an opportunity. And I started practicing with it, and I nearly dropped it multiple times, but I kept with it, and here we are.
And it's working. It's working. And one last thing before we go. So you had Primeape against Annihilate. What's that? Why is that? You know, I've seen a lot of Annihilates, but not that much Primeapes, and I think he might be as good as the other one.
I just don't like Annihilate. That's it.
A straight up answer. I like it. I like Primeape too. And now we're gonna have, don't leave us, because we have a cool recap coming up.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang. As Pokemon Go entered its 2nd official season in the Championship Series, trainers from around the world were looking for their opportunity to rise to the top. While some trainers were looking to expand on their performance in the first season, others were preparing to make their debut. With the former Seniors Division combined with the Masters Division, top-tier trainers like 2022 third-place Worlds finisher Wadaj asserted their dominance against all age divisions. With 6 top 8 finishes in the regular season prior to Worlds and first-place finishes at the Hartford Regional and NAIC, Wadaj's prowess transcended age divisions and was a clear favorite going into World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Joining Wadaj in the exclusive back-to-back Worlds qualified trainers was Isaacson, the 2022 NAIC champion and highest finishing North American trainer at Worlds 2022 in 7th place. Although Axon had quite the extensive competitive resume, he was hungry for that world champion title, finishing the regular season with 4 top 8 finishes and qualifying for Yokohama, Japan with a first place finish at the Portland Regional. At Portland, Axon encountered a trainer who would change the balance of Championship Series competition, Rubik's Master. Despite being completely unknown, Rubik's Master in his first and only regular season tournament fought his way to the grand finals to face off against Axon. He lost in a grueling series, but his real victory was earning a World Championship invite. Axon mentioned in his winner's interview that of all the trainers he didn't want to face in Yokohama, Japan, Rubik's Master was at the top of his list. At the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, Wadaj and Axon sat comfortably on the winner's side of the bracket going into day 2 of competition, and Rubik's Master surprised many with his own place by their side as all 3 started the day undefeated. In the winner's semifinals, Axon and Rubik's Master got their fated rematch. Going into a decisive Game 3, Axon pulled off a game-changing Stone Edge catch on his Lantern, followed by a massive no-shield call on Rubik's Master's Mud Bomb bait attempt, solidifying his winner's finals matchup against Wadaj. The winners finals of Axon and Wadaj was highly anticipated, featuring a matchup between the 2022 NAIC champion and the 2023 NAIC champion. The best of 5 series seesawed back and forth between the trainers, culminating to a decisive Game 5.
Knockout Lantern and give Wadaj the first game win. Up and catch from Wadaj, taking the Thunderbolt on the Medicham with a great catch from its Axon there, sending in his Lantern to take the surf from Wadaj's own Lantern. The Altaria is so close, the Medicham just can't quite
Game 5 saw both trainers weave in and out between catches and switches with their Pokemon before Axen finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. He came to prove to the world that he could stand up against the likes of Wadaj, and in 5 close games, Rubik's Master and his signature Deoxys defense closed out the series. Championship Sunday featured the grand finals between Axen and Rubik's Master, a rivalry that seemed unavoidable. In Rubik's Master's incredible Portland and Worlds runs, he had only lost to one person. It's Axen. And of all the trainers Axen didn't want to face, his final opponent was that player, Rubik's Master. Relying on his signature Pokemon Deoxys defense, Rubik's Master tried to core break Axen's team, but Axen was one of the few trainers to bring Sableye, one of the hardest counters to Deoxys defense. Foiling Rubik's Master's plans, Axen headed into Game 4 on match point with the bold strategy of leading Shadow Alone Sandslash, doubly weak to Deoxys defense. Axen's gambit paid off, catching Rubik's Master's Altaria in the perfect lead scenario for Axen. Rubik's Master utilized his Umbreon as a safe swap, but Axen countered him with his Medicham. Rubik's Master responded with a resisted Ice Punch catch onto his Azumarill, but Axen kept the pressure up, and with some final Shadow Claws from Axen's Sableye, he solidified himself as the world champion of Pokemon Go. With the world champion title, its Axen proved that consistency and hard work are the keys to success. However, Rubik's Master's second place performance opens the door for newer trainers to enter the scene and show the world how an underdog can compete with the very best. Thank you for watching the story of a champion and the rivals he met along the way. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more about how you can join in on the action.
Here in London, we've got Pachirisus, we've got Charjabug's, we have Emolgas, and we have truly electrifying gameplay here at the 2025 European International Championships. Can't wait to see what the next matches are going to be.
One could say we are all charged up here in the venue in London. The battles have been incredible so far. We've seen some Titans take some early stumbles. For example, Colin and Dunebug losing rounds early on in day number 1. It's so tough, honestly, to make your way through this entire bracket because you can say, I've got 3 games, right? If I just win 2 of those, I move on. But these games are so fast-paced. They're shorter than Unite. The turns are so quick. It's arguably the fastest-paced game here the entire weekend, and these trainers have everything on the line every single match.
And they have everything to prove as well. Dunebug not out of the tournament, but he is knocked down to the losers bracket. We could still see him in day 2, perhaps day 3. But for sure, we know that Sceptile Ice is going on from that last matchup. I have to say, so far, we know ME Weedle last year won the EUIC. This year, EU has not made it in on the winner side of the bracket so far, but that will change with our next matchup with 2 Europeans facing off each other in the winners finals.
Oh, you're right. So by the rule of numbers, 1 EU trainer has to advance. I guess
that's how numbers work.
That is how numbers work. You confuse me sometimes, Amanda. I feel like you're switching allegiances, right? You're like, EU is definitely going to get in, and you kind of have a flatter tone when you talk about the out-of-region competitors.
How dare you? I don't know if people were watching earlier on in the day. I championed behind Lyle. Jeff's I championed behind Dunebug for those little competition clashes that we had, but now for the real deal, for the sauce, I really like to see how many different competitors are bringing different types of Pokemon. I mentioned it in the intro, but we've seen so many variations of electric type Pokemon on the field, and we're about to see another one too, because if you look at C. Leonardo's team, he's running that Unnovan Stunfisk.
I know our co-caster Leo was so hyped to see Zephy Mastix take the stage, and here he is, and he's paired up against C. Leonardo and that Unova Stunfisk that you mentioned, Amanda. But the question is, how viable is it? Honestly, at first glance, I like this Pokemon quite a bit. You've got a positive matchup into the Talonflame. You've got a positive matchup into the Bee-Barrel and the Clodsire as well. It's a little bit tricky, but there are some hard answers in that Gastrodon and Superior.
I tell you what, you're saying so many wonderful things. I know you are, but I'm just so much concentrated on the plushies that are on the stage here because Zephy Mastix was a regional champion earlier on, a previous season running that Gliscor, and now he's really relying the season on Gastrodon. He thinks it's it's here to stay. He's been using it not only in the Show 6 format, but also in Go Battle League. He really likes to play that Pokemon.
Yeah, I really appreciate as well how Gliscor is a flying type Pokemon, but it is riding on the back of that Gastrodon. So let's see if that Gastrodon can actually pilot Zephymastics through this round in the winners finals. Again, the winner of this series will advance to day number 2 and our top cut here in London.
Zeffy is a German trainer who did really well a couple seasons ago. C. Leonardo is someone that's very well known within the grassroots tournaments, but hasn't really made a name for himself in that Show 6 Pick 3 format on the main stage until recently. He's been doing really well. He's been top cutting. He's been showing everyone that this is his meta.
Let's get everyone in the chat involved. If you're one of these two players, which Pokemon are you bringing for sure? Is Zephymastics going to commit to that Gastrodon in the face of opposition like the Corviknight, like the Azumarill, or is C. Leonardo going to pivot over to that Wigglytuff, only fearing the Talonflame and maybe the Clodsire as well? So let's hear it in the chat. What do you think, Amanda? Which Pokemon do you think is a sure thing to come in this matchup?
For sure, it's what we've been talking about, the most valuable Pokemon so far. Shadow Drapion on C. Leonardo's side looks pretty good. It doesn't have fantastic matches across the board, but it has a lot of decent ones. Kind of needs to be wary of the Gastrodon, but its fast pacing allows it to hit back on almost everything, and the Galarian Corsola really fears it.
I think we're going to see the Primeape as well, if I had to guess, because that Rage Fist deals so much damage, especially because the Karate Chop fast attack on the Primeape allows it to pace even more quickly than Annihilate, its fighting type counterpart. So I think something like a Shadow Drapion Primeape core could actually be very, very useful there. But meanwhile, it's up to Zephymastics to kind of counter these strategies as they go. B-Barrel is not a Pokemon that you would think would be intimidating, unless your name is Gabby Snyder, but I do think it is going to be very useful in this matchup.
I have to ask you what your opinion is on this Unova Stunfisk. Do you think it has much play into the team of Zeffy? Because yes, it does hit well against the Barrel and also the Talonflame, but everything else pretty much negates that energy that it's going to be throwing.
I think it's got some really positive matchups, but also has some really, really abysmal ones as well. For example, if that Gastrodon is aligned against that Unova Stunfisk, it can only hit with a neutral Mud Bomb or a resisted discharge, right? It's not going to do much damage in that case. So I think it's a risky bring. I could see it maybe later on, maybe game 2, maybe game 3. I think it's a safer pick once you know what Zeffy's trying to do.
I think if C. Leonardo's been paying any attention to Zeffy throughout the season, he knows that Gastrodon's coming somewhere. Maybe it's enough to scare it off the field, but no, there it is. It's shiny, it's beautiful, it's faced against the thing it exactly wants to face against.
And look at the team here by Zephymastics. He's got the Talonflame in the back, which absolutely does not want to see this Unova Stunfisk, considering it is running both Fly and Brave Bird. So I think he's forced to stay in here with the B-Barrel.
We talked earlier on about ABA teams. This team is a little bit weak to that Stunfisk in the lead, but B-Barrel has the best matchup of the two of them because those Surfs are going to be doing a lot of damage. Yes, you need to protect shield up, but look how much that does.
I mean, that's nice, right? That's nice and well, but I think that this Unova Stunfisk will pace faster, and those rollouts are resisted by its typing. So one single shield here is so threatening because now the B-Barrel is going to run out of options.
Going ahead, just charging up a ton of energy on C. Leonardo's side. Basically at 2 discharges, now throwing the next one. Does Zeffy want to use both shields here? No, going ahead and let that B-Barrel go down.
Discharge will connect. Water type. B-Barrel does get KO'd. It does have the best buddy ribbon, but that's no use here. We're going to see the Mud Slap come through there from the Gastrodon, and now the Mud Bomb. But taking control, switch advantage here for C. Leonardo is massive.
And chip damage is very nice. Look at that. The Gastrodon is still in the... Oh, look, a quick pivot out. Will he be able to catch? If he's reading C. Leonardo's face, he knows that this is just a Mud Bomb. No shield use on Zeffy's side.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment there. If Zephymastics looks across the stage, he could see it as well. Now we see the Talonflame with 1 Incinerate lead against the Drapion, but I got bad news. I don't think Talonflame has that good of a matchup once this Drapion has the Aqua Tails locked and loaded.
Already one of them coming through, getting that Protect Shield. There is a lot of energy on Zeffy's side, but Incinerates are a little bit clunky. Doesn't want to go for another Incinerate and risk them going for another Aqua Tail in the meantime. Going straight for its charge attack here, getting the shield off of C. Leonardo.
When we look at this team for C. Leonardo, he had that Unova Stunfisk in the lead and the Drapion in the back. This is actually ABA weak to Gastrodon as well, so both of these trainers playing ABA weak and not the safest picks, but the Aqua Tail does connect into the Talonflame. Now we see the Gastrodon come back out, and Corviknight takes to the skies. I don't know, Amanda. What do you think?
At this point, you saw it on Zeffy's face. Not the happiest about how this is going, but this is good information to take away into game 2. You always got to find the positive side, right? Like trying to find that silver lining.
That was a long pause. I wasn't sure if you're going to keep going, but Corviknight powers through and sent attacks down to Gastron. Yeah, I got a little worried there.
I was trying to find the silver lining. Corviknight was like helping me find it in the sky. It took the game number 1, and C. Leonardo looking pretty strong already.
You know, I've heard some trainers actually train their Corviknight to look for coins on the street, and the Corviknight swoops down, picks those up, and collects those. You heard about that?
Well, I don't know about coins, but hopefully it's going to be picking up some championship points for him.
C. Leonardo's team, as you take a closer look, Corviknight was the star of the final moments of that battle. Ironhead Corviknight as well. I think there's a lot of merit to payback Corviknight. I think that's very useful, especially in a Galarian Corsola meta. But C. Leonardo feels confident. He's got his Wigglytuff. He's got his Shadow Drapia. Maybe he doesn't need that extra dark type coverage. But going into game number 2 here, Amanda, I mean, honestly, both players running ABA weak to a key Pokemon on the opposing side. C. Leonardo just made the better call there in our first match.
It's true. You talked about Corviknight really being a popular pick or being really good for him in that matchup, but let's talk about how much work that Stunfisk put in. Even accidentally throwing that Mud Bomb into the Talonflame still gave him so much extra advantage, having that in the lead versus the Bibarel.
Yeah, I mean, C. Leonardo absolutely able to put his Pokemon in the perfect position. He avoided the Corviknight versus Talonflame matchup. He avoided the Gastron into either his ground or poison type. I mean, come on, you know, it just worked out perfectly for him.
That was like a tongue twister. Perfect position for the Pokemon. I mean, I'm impressed with how you're doing here, Will.
Yeah, well, this is my day job, but I do hustle maybe some raps, you know. I think you're familiar with Pokemon raps as well.
I do like a good Pokemon rap. I'm hoping that Zephy can wrap up this next game. However, he's going to have to change his strategy a little bit. I do have to say, if C. Leonardo didn't play the Unovan Sunfish, which is a risky pick. Again, it doesn't do well at all against the Corsola, really. Against the Superior, against the Clodsire, I guess it does have the Mud Bombs to hit back. But yet, it did manage to find the 2 Pokemon that it needed to find.
That's true. That's true. And I think that going to this next matchup, Zephy has that Unova Stunfisk on the top of his mind. Does not want to be double weak to something that he knows C. Leonardo is going to lean on. So as we jump into game number 2, let's see what our trainers decided to do. Zephy looks at the screen. He says, well, here goes nothing.
As they were going to enter the field, let's see what this nothing is. It looks like a pretty good one for him. Karate Chop is going to pace very quickly for these Rage Fists, but look at this, they're not very effective in Corsola, and Corsola is very bulky. C. Leonardo hoping to make his attacks do a little bit more after this Rage Fist goes through.
3 Astonishes and 4 Karate Chops, and the Rage Fist is the product of that exchange. Now we see the Annihilate building to another, the Primate building to another Rage Fist. Gonna go for the second one here, and honestly, after the first one, Amanda, I feel like the second one's gonna apply a lot of pressure.
Even still, no shield from Zephy. Super effective down into the red, but he knows that actually those Karate Chops aren't going to be doing much at all. Getting a ton of energy on his side, forcing shields off of this Primate, which is already very low health just from fast attack damage alone.
Double resisting the fighting type fast attack is really, really nice here. Also, actually going to allow the Galarian Corsola to go for another Nightshade. C. Leonardo back up against the wall has to let this Pokemon throw and shield up that final attack.
Wow, double shielding there because he wants to power through, but there's 2 shields on Zephy's side. There is 0 on C. Leonardo's, but there, my friend, is a close combat.
I like this play. Oh, he actually no shields. He's got 2 shields, and he no shields at Gastrodon here, so this is a ton of damage. Double boosted! Ooh. Getting the knockout nearly, and now we see the a B-Barrel come in here. Gonna throw the Rage Fist bait. No shield from Zephy Massive.
Zephy's saying, okay, they both can't be close combats at this point. This is gonna do not very much damage, even though it's double boosted to that Bibarel against the world here. Bibarel 2 shields. Will it be able to pull through as the Corviknight takes the field here? We're gonna see how they want to play this out. Timing is very crucial in both of these, and this catch is even more so.
That was absolutely astounding. I was wondering why bring in the Corviknight when you got the perfectly healthy Azumarill on the back, but it makes sense now because he's able to catch the Surf on the water type Pokemon. And honestly, I mean, Zephy's really, really working from behind at this point.
Yeah, that was such a dirty catch. Good thing there was a water attack to be able to clean that off. But this Hyper Fang is going to do a lot more damage. Azumarill not at an attack quite yet. Look at this Hyper Fang damage, just so much. Going to try to throw another one. He knows that the switch timer is not aligned at this point. Wants to take that bubble damage, I guess, before he's throwing another.
There's still win conditions here. I mean, for Zephy Massix, he's he's going to land this Hyper Fang. He still has 2 shields. He still has the potential to catch on the Gastrodon as well. Does he decide to go for it right here, right now? He's got a decision to make. No, he goes for the straight rollout down.
This is the big moments here. Are 2 surfs enough? Will he be able to reach the next one, or did the sand attack damage go through? We're about to find out. This first one is connecting. No protect shields remaining.
Corviknight got 4 sand attacks through. Surf does connect. B-Barrel doesn't hang on, and Gastrodon comes out of the Pokeball, but it can't do much. See Leonardo with a 2-0 over Zephy Mastix and his Gastrodon.
Gameplay was fantastic by C. Leonardo there. You saw it at the beginning. You're really wondering, wow, you want to risk it on such a low health Primeape? It does have a lot of energy, but is it worth it? And then that close combat lands, and you say, that, you know what? That might have been worth it.
You can't forget that it's double boosted, right? When you throw the 2 Rage Fists into that Galarian Corsola, Karate Chop down, you know that Pokemon is really, really amped up. So I'm sure that Zephy Mastix, very talented trainer, is going to look back on this footage and say, I should have just given a shield. I should have just shielded the Gastrodon there, because it was just too devastating to lose not only my Galarian Corsola, but also put my Gastrodon down to 1 HP, and the battle's only halfway over.
Yeah, it was really good planning. I think maybe he was like, okay, fine, I will just sack the Gastrodon. The barrel with 2 shields is going to be able to power through, and you saw how close that was to being reality. It was basically 1 HP away. If it would have been able to survive that sand attack and get off that second surf, game number 2 would have gone to Zephy. So it is one of those, when do I use these shields? But going down at the end with 2 shields, you do feel like, oh, I could have utilized it at a better point.
Competitive Pokemon is absolutely a game of inches and sometimes even centimeters. Primeape, so devastating, unleashing this close combat in our replay of this series, and my goodness, does it slap.
If people were wondering, should I run Primeape or Annihilape, I feel like this right here is a good indication of why Primeape is so good, which is fast pacing with his heavy hitting attacks. C. Leonardo really putting on a showcase.
Great swap to catch the surf as well. Corviknight absorbs the first surf and the 4 sand attacks. Again, 3 turns for the rollout on the B-Barrel, and then 1 turn to throw a charge attack means that 4 of those 1-turn sand attacks went through. That's enough damage to pick up the KO and snuff out any chances of Zephy winning that game.
C. Leonardo looking in final form there in the winners finals. Going on to day number 2. As a reminder, we are in the winners side of the bracket, so we might see Zephy a little bit later. There's been plenty of really good matches, but we have so many different groups. I think that we have, I can't even count.
Yeah?
I can't even count that far.
I don't know, maybe a dozen?
Yeah, maybe a little over a dozen.
Over a dozen. That's an easy number.
Yeah.
We both know.
You keep talking and I will count letters of the alphabet.
Fair enough. So many groups, so many talented trainers, and some of them look very, very tough to get through. So those trainers that do make it out on the other side are probably going to be in a good position to succeed, but you never know. I mean, I made a prediction during our last casting I said, I think that the crown, the championship will stay in EU this season. I'm going to make another prediction.
Okay.
My second prediction. I'm ready. Okay. My second prediction is that the winner will not be a previous winner. We're going to have a brand new champion. We're not going to have a repeat. You know, as much as we like Emmy Weedle, we like Tonton Batus, I think it's going to be a new trainer that will rise to the challenge here in London.
All right. Well, Will's got predictions. We've also got drops for you guys. Go drops here on Twitch. It's what everyone loves. Look at this. We have a Jumpluff. I believe it's the Jumpluff inspired by Martel Galde when he won the Latin American International Championships. We're also going to get an Elite TM for those trainers who want to change those attacks properly for like a legacy attack that you can't get otherwise. That's what these are used for.
That's a massive upgrade to your team. Getting Jumpluff, which we've seen on the stream several times, it beats the Shadow Kanto Marowaks. Energy Ball absolutely wallops the Feraligators and Azumarill. There's so much play for that Pokemon, so absolutely connect your account. Complete that special research. You have to complete all those tasks to get the encounter and that Elite TM, which, like you said, you can use on other Pokemon. Maybe you need Rage Fist, like our co-caster for TCG, Emily. She needed Rage Fist Annihilate. That Elite TM is a perfect way to do it. But the perfect segue is actually down to the stage because we've got Pedro and C. Leonardo ready to tell us about that last series.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about the last battle. We're here with C. Leonardo. I'm going straight to the point. I want to know why Stunfisk. It was amazing. I don't think I'm criticizing it. I love it. But I want to know why.
Yeah, well, I believe Stunfisk is a nice core breaker. Of course, you don't have to bring it all games, but specifically for my team, just I needed a third great answer to Mandibuzz. I needed to core break all the Talonflame Mandibuzz potential lines. It's very good against Clodside as well. It wins the zeros against Annihilate if you have the breakpoint. It has play against Azumarill, Dugong, so it's a ground type. There's a lot of electric types, and that's why I liked it.
Yeah, it makes total sense. It was an amazing pick. And now we're going back to our amazing casters to see the rest of the amazing battles, of the critical battles that are next.
Absolutely inspiring to hear from C. Leonardo, and I'd love to hear the rationale behind some of these picks, because we all picked an electric type. All five of us here today are forecasters and hosts. We picked a different electric type, though. Who picked the Unova Stunfisk? It
was me.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
Shocking.
Now this guys, he'll literally be here all weekend.
I will, actually.
So,
actually,
yeah.
that is true.
So
Unless,
tune in.
Yeah, I think that's going to be true. Unless they yank me out of the caster booth. We'll find out.
Wait, time out. Is that an option? Is that?
Yeah, I heard like this big cane comes in and just yanks you out of the caster booth. Yeah, and that's it. And then they sub me out for someone else. So.
No, I hope not, but because there's so many battles that are going to be going on, I am loving the camaraderie that I have with you. I know we give each other a lot of grief, but you know what? You're okay.
I'll take it. I'll take okay. That's awesome. But these trainers are better than okay. I'm really excited to get into our next pairing as well as we line up our next set of battlers. I want to know what you're thinking in the chat. Do any of these unique picks, Marpeco, Unova Stunfisk, Pachirisu, do they have any merit? Or are they all smoke? We're going to find out here.
Yeah, we saw one of these trainers already playing earlier on. We got Beat Tenacity there on the left-hand side versus another trainer from the UK, Dean Oski, who's done very well in previous seasons. Really excited to see what he's brought to this tournament.
Dean Oski, I believe, was a champion at one point.
He was a runner-up.
Runner-up, exactly. Well, I'm very interested to see how these battles go. These trainers are both from the EU region, am I not mistaken?
They're both from the UK, so I'm really excited. I bet that they played against each other a time or two before. Dinoski is known for, like, I call it, he has big brain juice. Like, he has a lot of different team compositions. He just seems to know what his opponent is going to play and the playstyle to counter it.
That's an interesting combination of words. I've not heard that before, but big brain juice it is here from Dinoski. Excited to see what he does, and I like that he's got the notebook there. So I want to emphasize as well, when these trainers are looking down at the desk, maybe during a matchup even, they glance over, they're looking at the team sheets, right? They're looking over what their opponent has in terms of fast and charge attacks and maybe the remaining Pokemon in the back. And those 10-second moments where you're swiping your bubbles is a great time to get a refresher, but also before the match. Once you see the teams, take a couple notes, go through your methods, go through your steps. A lot of trainers maybe are a bit too shy to bring their own notebook up on stage, but you're absolutely allowed to do that. Take some notes on that first matchup that you are in, not previous matchups, right, of course, but the one you're in, you can definitely take some notes, which I think is important.
I always ask opponents and players, like, what are you writing down in a notebook? Because a lot of times people are saying, I'm keeping track of energy. So I know that they left with a certain amount of energy for a charge attack, so I want to know at that point if they're run away, if they're at the attack. Other people like to do something ahead of time where they make a bit of a matrix, where they look at all of their Pokemon and they see which one is going to be doing the best, maybe overall. Maybe there's a standout pick or two that you're like, well, I definitely want to bring these in the games because those might be the most impactful Pokemon for me.
That's a great way to look at it. I don't know if I'm fast enough to actually write down energy. I have enough of a time trying to keep track of it in my mind. But V Tenacity on the left side of your screen, Dinoski on the right. What stands out here? I mean, for V Tenacity, it's got to be the Goodra triple shadow combination, maybe quad shadow combination.
Quad shadows going on.
And Dinoski has to kind of rein in all that high octane offense, maybe with some bulky picks like that Glaring Corso or the Dunsparce.
I know a lot of people before Ice really came back into the meta like to use that Goodra as a safe swap because you can flip a lot of things that aren't going to be in your scenario. However, there's been so many Wigglytuffs that we've seen. We see a Dugong on the other side. Goodra definitely has a place to power through a decent amount of the meta, but it's not going to be that complete pick that's going to seal the deal for him.
Thunder Punch is a great coverage attack for those water types. But let's get right into game number one. What a dominant lead here for V Tenacity, sending out that dark type Shadow Drapion into the Glaring Corso. Counter swap, and he's in a great position.
Oh my goodness, he had the lead. He's got the swap. Let's see if he gets the game because he's going to be able to throw a little bit after this Icy Wind is going through. It's going to debuff. And oh my goodness, bonus. It's also getting a shield.
It is, but this Annihilate is going to ramp up. And if we learn anything about Rage Fist this weekend, it is that once this Pokemon gets going, it does not slow down. Charge attack priority tie there. Going for the Rage Fist, this will knock out. But Dinoski wants to land the Icy Wind.
I like this play, saying, okay, well, you already shielded once. I'm going to be able to get off another attack for sure at this point since you went for double. So it's your turn. Do you want to shield once again? We'll have to see if Ethan doesn't know he's going to let it go.
Yeah, maybe he thought he could have survived that, but does not. Instead, opting to come in with the Feraligatr. This is a game of energy, and Feraligator's getting juiced up. It's got about 5 Shadow Claws worth of energy, and now we see the Galarian Corsola come in.
Beast Nasty says, that's okay because my Feraligator's going to put on some boots and a hat and it's going to start to farm here, getting so much energy with that Shadow Claws. It's already at the Hydro Cannons. The Shadow Claws are doing super effective damage. This Corsola really doesn't have anywhere to go.
Doesn't have much utility at this point. Do we let the Hydro Cannon through? Dinoski says, I am going to allow it, and that KOs the Galarian Corsola. I gotta tell you, the pressure Vitanasi is applying is absolutely insane.
Going up to that Ice Beam and going for the Hydro Cannon. This is a risky play. Does Dinoski want to call it? Either one of these attacks are going to be the heavier hitting attack against it rather than anything that the Shadow Dropian is going to form. However, will he be able to get to an Ice Beam? No, he just wants this out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to allow this Feraligatr to stick around to farm anymore, as you said, but Vitanasti's got other ideas. He thinks he can close in on the Ice Beam here. Actually, excuse me, going for the Hydro Cannon. He wants some chip damage.
Chip damage will be a lot because it's still going to do more than those Aqua Tails, so maybe not being able to get to the full attack doesn't mean that he's still not going to be able to pull this through. The Ice Aerial Ace is already stored. Dinoski wants to get a little bit more energy. Knows his Aqua Tail won't be quite enough to knock it out yet.
Let's do some quick maths and recognize our win conditions here for Dinoski. He's got to land at least 2 Aerial Aces here to KO the Shadow Drapion, and then he's also got to take care of that Feraligatr. It seems like a long road to go, and meanwhile, the Shadow Drapion is going to pace that Aqua Tail so quickly. Aerial Ace connects. I don't even know if 2 would be enough, Amanda.
Yeah, Mandibuzz is bulky, but it can't handle all of this. It cannot carry it all on its wings here. This next Aqua Tail seems like a bird bath, but it's going to be refreshing enough that Mandibuzz says, okay, I'm going to go away for a little bit, and I'm going to think my strategy for game number 2.
Recalibrate, right? Get ready for game number 2. That Shadow Drapion lead into the Galarian Corsola was absolutely devastating. And then if you're Dinoski, you say, okay, I'll swap to one of the most flexible, neutral picks in the entire meta. I'll go to Dugong, and you can answer by Annihilate. So it was very, very tough there for him. But Beats Nasty made all the right calls.
One thing to point out about Beats Nasty's Shadow Annihilate is that it's running Rage Fist and Ice Punch. So you always want to go for that Rage Fist instead. A lot of them have been opting to run close combat, but when you're running a Shadow Annihilate, just boosting your counter damage, you saw how much that did. It was enough to get that Dugong so low, it didn't even need to threaten with the close combat.
Exactly. I think some of the best trainers in the world actually look at the game in several dimensions. They look at the HP dimension, the charge attack dimension. Sometimes you don't really need the extra damage of the close combat. You just need a little bit of coverage, and your counters and fast attacks will do the rest.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. Literally had 4 in a row to be able to put all the Pokemon out or down low. Vitanasti took game number 1, and Dinoski's got to rethink how he wants to play this.
I thought you were going to nail 3 rhymes in a row, and at the very, very end, you did not. But anyways, I'm sure...
we talked about rapping. I'm going to get better at it.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll recover. Going into game number 2 here, it looks like Vitanasti has an early lead, maybe a little bit of mental games at play as well, because after you win in such a dominating fashion, it can be really, really rattling for Dinoski. He might be unsure about himself or not exactly, confident in his next pick.
Now, we have to remember both of these trainers are on the winner's side of the bracket, so that means they've had a pretty phenomenal performance so far today. They have to see which one of these is going to carry it on into day 2 for sure. Starting into game number 2, on even footing, this is a little bit more of an even matchup. Let's see how these 2 trainers want to play it out.
Yeah, I really admire the commitment here from Dinoski to go back to that Galarian Corsola lead that actually really punished him in game number 1, but he is confident in this Pokemon. He's confident in his plays. Hydro Cannon coming through here. This Shadow Feraligatr really wreaking havoc on the team. I mean, Amanda, he's got to get rid of this if you're Dinoski.
Yeah, already at that Nightshade, getting the first Protect Shield. This Feraligatr, we see when there's just a little bit of red health, that's when Feraligatr lights up and say, ooh, I want to gobble this down. Swapping into the Dugong. Once again, Corsola into the Dugong. Very risky when we just saw that Shadow Annihilate on the other side.
Exactly, the safe swap. I mean, Dinoski's basically playing this exactly the same as he did in that game number 1, except he swapped out the Mandibus for the Dunsparce as his third choice. Now we see a Dugong counter swap, which also tells Dinoski there's no Annihilate in the back.
I actually think this was a pretty good play by Dinoski. He's running a standard ABB team, so he's running a Dugong and also that Dunsparce in the back, both of those weak to Shadow Annihilate. Dugong does have that better matchup, and it would be able to debuff it, come back in with the Galarian Corsola. But yes, you're absolutely right, Will. There's no indication that there is an Annihilate period. If you have a Dugong and you're swapping in your own Dugong to counter.
Yeah, and if you look at the Galarian Corsola being so weak to that Shadow Drapion, what do you do to answer it? You bring 2 Drill Run users, which is exactly the point that you made, which is so clever. Drill Run coming through here from Vitanasti is going to chip down the Dugong from Dinoski. Going now into the Dunsparce. Can't get the rollout through, but does catch this Drill Run.
Rollout will be doing super effective damage. We'll see what the switch timers are up. They're absolutely out there, and so is that Dugong saying, okay, drop in, do your thing here. Now coming in, it does have a little bit of an advantage, and those Drill Runs are going to hurt. Vitanasti has already used 1 shield, and he is using up his second here.
Yeah, this is so uncomfortable for Vitanasti because this is his last Protect Shield, and Dinoski has not spent a single one in this battle, which means this Dunsparce can freely rain down these Drill Runs, maybe pick up a KO, and carry that damage into the next matchup as well.
This Aquatail bait does get a shield, but Dinoski has almost the energy and saying, okay, it's worth it at this point. I'm going to get this Drapion out of the way.
I'm actually a little bit surprised by the shield there, but now that you know the Drapion's low on energy, maybe we see one more rollout and then the charge attack in order to carry some extra energy into the next matchup. That's exactly what we get.
Switch timer is up. No Protect Shields remaining. Super effective charge attack, taking out that Drapion, and Dinoski says, your move. Let's see what comes in.
Oh, but it's a Feraligatr. This Pokemon has been a menace for Dinoski this series, and the Hydro Cannon will connect. I think that this Dunsparce might barely hang on, and it actually gets knocked out.
No, it does hang on. You see it in the back still, but it's just like very, very low. Dugong coming in, does have a charge attack already going, and down goes the Feraligatr. Let's see how he's going to play this out. It's Dugong versus 3 very low health Pokemon.
Yeah, sorry, Michelangelo, it tripped me out as well. We're going to see the Drill Run get fired off here by Dinoski. Battle of the Dugongs back on the field, but that health advantage from Vitanasti is impossible to ignore.
Going ahead, he's charging up a little bit extra, but will he be able to Ice Shard down? This is going to be so dangerous at this point. He's got 2 loaded. He's got the Dugong that went down. You see Dinoski struggling here. Is it enough to knock out?
It's going to be very perilously close. He's got the Dunsparce. He's got the Galarian Corsola. Dinoski has a decision to make. Going to send in that Galarian Corsola. Astonish doesn't come through, but the Drill Run will, and I think this might be enough.
Drill Run number 1 for the Corsola here. It does go down. Dunsparce, which was just hanging on by a thread, gets it roll out through, but it's not enough. Vitanasti Drill Runs both Pokemon. He takes both games in this series.
Vitanasti, tenacious in his approach here at the European International Championships. Very, very clean plays. I've seen a lot of just absolute dominant victories from him so far in the tournament, and I think that he is a competitor to watch as we move through the bracket.
You saw him breathe a sigh of relief. Those were very close matchups, and I really admire the way that both of these trainers kind of stuck with their game plan. Galarian Corsola, Dugong swap. I mean, a lot of times I think trainers will be like, oh, they're playing the exact same team, but he mixed it up a little bit. It came very, very close down to the wire, but unfortunately for Dinoski, Vitanasti takes the games, takes it into day number 2, and, you know, takes it serious.
I was looking at the team from Dinoski, and I actually wanted to get your opinion on this. I feel like we've seen some teams that maybe have 3 shadows, maybe even 4 shadow Pokemon. We ask, are those a little too flimsy, a little too high offense oriented? Can they take hits? Can they win long series? And then on the flip side, we've seen some teams that feature Toxapex, Mandibuzz, Diggersby, Galarian Corsola, massive amounts of HP. This team from Dinoski seemed to lack potency. And what I mean by that is that there's no counter user, there's no Mud Slap user, so a lot of the time he didn't have like a direct, fast, immediate answer to some of these core picks like Drapion.
No, that's absolutely true. I mean, we saw Vitanasti when he got so much energy with that Shadow Feraligatr, that was fast attack damage.
Yeah.
And not only that, that Pokemon has a lot of charge attack damage when it gets up to that point. A lot of the Pokemon on Dinoski's team doesn't have that fast attack damage, which can be a little bit harder to farm down a Pokemon or do a little bit, you know, less damage overall.
I mean, if you look at the entire team there from Dinoski, if I'm not mistaken, I think that he needed 12 turns on every single one of his Pokemon to even get a single charge attack. That seems like an eternity when a 10-turn Shadow Feraligatr is just unleashing Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, and you've got a Drapion that's getting to Aqua Tail in only 8 turns. Well, you need 12 for each cycle. Feels like you're already a step behind.
They say sometimes, you know, the best offense is a good defense, but sometimes you really need to have that offensive pressure to be able to make an impact. Dinowski, however, he has made it into the winners finals. This was pretty much the last stage of day number 1. He's going to drop down to the loser side of the bracket, so we still might see a little bit more of him. I think all these trainers that we've been seeing throughout the day have been playing absolutely incredibly. Different team strategies than sometimes you would even see at a regional competition, or definitely different local cups and challenges.
Sorry, I'm listening.
Oh no!
I got
they hook
news.
Me out now?
No, they're not hooking you out. I actually have news from production. I know all of our Pokemon fans around the world are so excited for Pokemon Day. Let's give you a little teaser here. Look at this beautiful Sylveon card and the demo decks on the left side of the screen. Pokemon Day every single year is something I look forward to. I know a lot of folks are checking their calendars. What are we gonna get? What's gonna be presented? It's so much fun. I'm really excited for this.
Pokemon Day 2025. I think...
You think what? You think you're excited?
I think I'm excited.
All right, me too. I love the balloons and the artwork as well. And don't forget, there's also an illustration contest. Look at this. We got Feraligatr, Pikachu, and Toxtricity. Look at the artwork, though. Amanda, which one of these 3 artworks is your favorite? Because these are all so creative.
Yeah, what I was going to say is the one that stuck out to me most was on the right-hand side for the Toxtricity. However, I absolutely adore the Feraligatr one on the left-hand side. I think that is so cool. I love how the different artists can showcase different styles of work that also go under the Pokemon umbrella.
I've never seen Pikachu yawn while scratching its ear. That's actually really
adorable.
Really cute. It's very adorable, absolutely. And Feraligatr casually swimming. We're so used to seeing it in Pokemon Go, just like ripping and tearing and shredding and shadow clawing and hydro cannoning and ice beaming. It's just such a powerhouse to see it just kind of, you know, belly out,
relaxing,
moving through the water. Really refreshing.
Was that a joke? Like a refreshing, like a cooling water thing, or it just comes so naturally to him nowadays?
I don't even know what I'm doing it, you guys. I'm really excited to see our next set of trainers.
Who do know what they're doing. Let's go ahead and say that.
Much better than I do, for sure. I'm really excited to see our next pair of trainers as well. I mean, we're trying to get as many matches as possible, so we're kind of rolling through these matchups as they present themselves. And I mean, the action is so much fun. And again, I think the diversity of teams is something that I really admire. In Championship Series past, we might have seen, you know, a Medicham, an Azumarill, Lickitung, maybe the occasional Sableye. And that was kind of the formula, right? That was what everyone kind of mixed into their pot. Maybe there was one interesting pick. Maybe you say
something spicy.
Maybe just a little pinch of spice. Maybe the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, or maybe, you know, a Shadow Dragon, perhaps. That was like your way to break up the monotony of the meta. But in this current outlook, these teams are so different, so unique. And I think it's such a challenge as well for these trainers to adapt to what they're seeing on the field.
And you made a point earlier on how you think that there's going to be a new champion this year.
I do.
That's Tonton Batuz, Emmy Weedle. They're not going to be able to take it. But let me tell you one thing. Tonton Batuz, this is his season. He's been doing absolutely incredible. He's been in so many grand finals already. He's put unique teams in every single competition that he's played in so far, and he's top cut in basically all of them except for one.
I don't want to say that I manifested this pair, Amanda, but I do distinctly recall showing you the bracket, and I circled it. I said Tauntaun versus Lurgan. We've got our 2023 EUIC champion with that Shadow Charizard versus Lurgan Rocket, who won the first ever Pokemon Go regional in Liverpool, in this very country, with Cresselia.
Yeah, Lurgan Rocket is one of the trainers where he really knows the ins and outs of not only his Pokemon, but also his competitors. He knows that, if I happen to have a little bit higher of an attack, I know that I can do a little bit better against certain Pokemon.
Absolutely.
Because most people are playing them a specific way. Tonton Batuz, I mean, we can't talk about him enough. He's been playing absolutely incredible this season, and he is running a Steelix on his team, something a little bit different that we haven't seen quite as often.
I've got the perfect analogy for you, Amanda. If Tonton Batuz is a scratch cook, right, just tosses in the ingredients, seasons it to the taste, and goes with the flow, then a Lurgan Rocket is following the recipe to the T, measuring every single tiny ingredient of spice, every single facet of what he cooks up is very calculated. But I'm so excited to see these two chefs clash here in London.
Yeah, both of these trainers are super well known within the circuit. They are really, really good players. It's going to be an exciting match to watch. We talked about how there was different people from different regions. We had already some trainers from North America making it into day 2. We have some LATAM trainers. For sure now, ever since that last matchup, we have a European one, but both of these trainers are also from Europe. Plenty of chances to play against each other multiple times, and I'm really excited to see what they will do in this.
I think that we've talked a lot about what Pokemon we expect to see. I want to talk about one matchup that I think is going to be very interesting. We saw the Steelix there for Tonton Batus. I want to know how the Thunderfang Steelix versus Dugong matchup goes, because you're hitting that Dugong with super effective electric type attacks, but the Dugong can hit back with neutral Icy Winds or super effective Drill Runs.
And that is the real question. If you're the Dugong in that situation, do you choose to go for the Drill Run, which is super effective, that's going to be doing more damage, or do you want to make the Steelix be doing less damage in the future and throwing that Icy Wind? I think if you're Lurgan Rocket, even though it's not a typical matchup, he already knows how he wants to play that should those two line up.
Got a little bit of Tonton Batus lore for everyone at home. He's got the Dragonair plushie. That was on his EUIC 2023 championship team, and he's got the Sea King, which he was able to make it all the way to the grand finals. Did he win that tournament with Sea King? I think.
No, he came in second against Patoman in Gdansk, but it was, I mean, my goodness, making it all that way with a Sea King on your team. We do call him a Spice Master, so I will be very interested to see how he's going to be playing against this, because most of his team is actually rather meta, but that Steelix is definitely not.
Favorable lead here for Tonton Batus to kick off our series. He's got the Shadow Annihilate lined up against that Shadow Drapion. And look at Lurgan, he's staying in the matchup. There should be red alerts going off in Tonton's head. He knows that this Annihilate is good against something else in the back.
This Aqua Tail will even connect, even though it's bringing it down to about half health here, just continuing to farm away, going for the Ice Punch, which is going to be a little bit heavier hitting, but not going to boost the attack, and no shield from Lurgan Rocket's side.
This might actually KO. I think the Ice Punch does absolutely connect. That Shadow bonus on that Annihilate is just so potent, and now that he's a counter ahead, he's able to outpace this Annihilate from Lurgan Rocket as well. And these counters are double resisted, Amanda. I mean, can Tonton even farm down?
Well, I won't even see for sure, because he's going to swap into a Steelix. Very interesting play. Swapping in a Steelix. Again, everyone, if you're not watching, start watching, because this counter damage is doing a lot. This Rage Fist is making it do even more. But this Steelix wants to get that Psychic Fang and lower the defenses of the Annihilate.
And take the final shield as well, right? I mean, this is such a curious play to send in a Steel type versus a counter user, but Tonton might be cooking here. Psychic Fangs does take the final shield, and now this Annihilate is going to farm all the way down. Still 2 Protect Shields for the Frenchman.
Yeah, 2 shields on Tonton's side there. No shields on Lurgan Rocket, but a lot of energy on this Annihilate. Annihilate now has his defenses dropped, but in comes the Superior and saying, okay, my defense might be down, but guess what's coming up? My attack one more time. There goes a shield.
Swinging the pendulum of momentum back over to Lurgan's side. He actually is going to swap to the Dugong, and as we saw earlier on in the stream with Out of Pocket, excuse me, he is able to absorb a Frenzy Plant on Dugong here from Superior.
Frenzy Plant will connect. It's going to be doing a nice chunk of super effective damage, but will be able to outpace to its next attack here, going ahead and throwing that Icy Wind. Once you get that shield away, Tonton now down to 0 shields, very low health on the Annihilate. It's all down to energy at this point. It's all down to who can survive the longest.
Well, Lurgan is 12 turns away from another Icy Wind, so it's very easy for Tonton to absolutely Vine Whip all the way down. Now he's got the Frenzy Plant loaded. Tonton Batus switched a Steelix into an Annihilate, and he still wins this battle with Superior.
Frenzy Plant connecting here, knocking the Annihilate back into its ball, taking game number 1.
Wow. I mean, seriously, I got a very strange feeling when I saw that Steelix swap in. It was like, have you ever put like your right shoe on your left foot? And you're like, this is weird. This is not how this is supposed to go. Something's wrong here. That's what it felt like. But Tonton was perfectly comfortable as we take a zoomed in look at the team here. A few different options with the movesets for Steelix. You could run Crunch, you could run Earthquake. We actually see Breaking Swipe and Psychic Fangs, which are the lowest energy cost charge stacks this Pokemon has access to.
I also want to make one more point. Judging from what we've seen so far in the tournament, when we are seeing those Shadow Annihilates, all of them seem to be running Rage Fist and Ice Punch.
You're right.
But if we're seeing the regular Annihilates, most of them seem to be running Rage Fist and Close Combat.
Yeah, that's actually a stellar point. I think it says a lot about the bulk of the Pokemon and how these trainers decide to use them in certain matchups. I mean, if you know that you're not going to survive very long in a matchup, you might not have time to build to a close combat, so you might have to settle for the Ice Punch. But I don't think either of these trainers want to settle in this game number 2. Tauntaun is ahead 1-0, but Lurgan Rocket, one of the staples, one of the mainstays of EU Pokemon Go PvP. Amanda, how does he bounce back?
I mean, I think that you talked about settling. Lurgan wants to settle the score here, wants to settle the gameplay a little bit. He has to win this game to stay in on the winner's side of the bracket. He needs to take 2 games away from Tauntaun. Meanwhile, Tauntaun is sitting quite pretty here. He just needs 1 more game to secure yet another day 2.
That would be stellar, especially at an international competition. Tons of championship points on the line here that Tauntaun can pick up if he wins, but Lurgan Rocket might be able to just reverse sweep and send Tauntaun down to that loser's bracket. He's got to win 2 games straight. I think that it's worth every single second that you want to think over your team and figure out what to do here as Lurgan Rocket ponders his decision for this game number 2.
I mean, you've seen it happen before. We've even seen it happen today. Reverse sweeps are not that uncommon, especially in a game this quick pace, this dynamic against players who are this good.
Yeah, exactly right. Going to this game number 2, I do think that the Annihilate and Steelix core from Tauntaun was very, very good. How do you possibly break that up? You got to bring that Galarian Corsola, right?
It's such an interesting dynamic play between the 2 of them, because now that the first game has been played and they say, okay, I see what you brought. Do you bring something similar for game 2? Do you kind of try to combat how your opponent played that first game? It's all like on the field, but it's also in your mind. Here's a way to possibly try and do it here. We got that Talonflame out, but now against an Annihilate from Lurgan Rocket side, an immediate swap out into that Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion met by the Steelix now, and these Aqua Tails are going to deal a ton of damage. Let's see. This is not a Shadow Steelix. This is a non-Shadow Steelix, so this damage will not be quite as potent, but my gosh, it actually does quite a bit.
Yeah, super effective damage. At this point, I think we see a lot of times, yes, going for that Breaking Swipe. Breaking Swipe does have the potential to debuff the attack of the Drapion, but Drapion says, I'm going to be able to throw first. This will be super effective damage. Coming through here, your move, Tauntaun.
I think if you're Tauntaun, your decision of whether or not to shield hinges on this moment right here, because if you land the Breaking Swipe, there might be a potential to Thunder Fang through this Pokemon after shielding 1 more Aqua Tail, and that's exactly what he gets. So is Tauntaun going to let this through, or is he going to play for switch advantage?
Going ahead, charging up just a little bit extra on Lurgan Rocket side, throwing the Aqua Tail now. Tauntaun had a decision to make, and you're absolutely right. That's what he's going for, saying, okay, I know that I can survive this. It's worth the shield. I'm going to go for that switch advantage, and I'm going to give a parting gift to whatever comes into this Pokemon.
Coming in now with the Azumarill. Bubble comes through. You and I were talking about maybe Galarian Corsola being a nice core breaker pick for this game number 2, but Lurgan Rocket does not bring it. Instead, he's got the Fairy and Water type. We're going to see it pivot out into Annihilate to snatch up some easy energy.
Great timing by Lurgan Rocket, knowing he won't be able to get to another charge attack. Not only that, he's a little bit ahead of on energy because the Talonflame had swapped out as well. Great timing here, throwing this first Rage Fist, going to make sure it gets a little more damage. No shield from Tauntaun's side.
Pristine timing there. Rage Fist connects. We know the first one's going to be the weakest because it only boosts up from there. Double Fly is loaded though, and Tauntaun's about to apply a ton of pressure to Lurgan Rocket.
Getting that first one through, you see Lurgan Rocket looking over him saying, okay, I see what you're doing here, but guess what? I'm going to completely counter you down. It's worth 2 shields here. I'm coming out with energy.
Annihilate is ramped up. It's going to look to counter through the Talonflame like you said, Amanda, but the swap into Superior denies the farm down.
And he's shielded up a Rage Fist. We have to remember there's also Ice Punch on this. This is double boosted at this point. An Ice Punch could do so much damage if he's able to get to it before the Aerial Ace is loaded. Swapping into the Zumo, recognizing he's not going to make it there in time.
Yeah, pivots the plan, realizes that he can't quite survive the Vine Whip damage. Now he sends in the Azumarill to soak a Frenzy Plant, which is wildly uncomfortable, but Azumarill can do it. Now Azumarill's going to look to close in on the Ice Beam.
Going ahead, throwing it now, because no Protect Shields are remaining. This is, once again, super effective damage, but both of these Pokemon are bulky and can survive these attacks. Is it giving the Superior a little bit too much energy? No, Tauntaun doesn't want to risk anything. He's throwing the Aerial surprised.
I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, this looks like an easy farm down opportunity for Tauntaun, but he wants HP on the Superior to contend with the Annihilate. Here it comes. It doesn't have much left in the tank, and Tauntaun able to take down Lurgan Rocket 2-0 in the winners finals.
Tauntaun is really on fire this season. Like I said, he's been top cutting almost every performance he's been playing in. He's been playing a completely different set of Pokemon. He is showcasing regular Steelix here, swapping into a Shadow Annihilate and still winning those matchups. We're going to see plenty of Tauntaun in day number 2.
Lurgan Rocket falling to that loser side bracket, but again, I want to remind everyone that fellow is a staple of EU PvP, and I don't think he's going out without a fight. So I'll definitely keep an eye on that bracket to see if Lurgan advances through and makes his own way back to day number 2, because I bet he wants nothing more than a rematch versus Tauntaun.
You know, we talked about staple of the EU community, but he's also just a staple in general. He was our very first ever regional champion in the 2022 Liverpool.
Exactly. He did it with Cresselia and Diggersby Core. Not bringing the Cresselia to this tournament, but I do have a couple of friends that do believe in that Pokemon as well. A lot of the time, you look at the top usage charts, right? And shout out to our incredible production team for creating those graphics, because it's such a guide for these trainers as they move through the season and the meta. Looking at what's common, what they can expect to see is so important, because sometimes you can really pick up on core breakers or subtle hints in the meta, changes in the wind that other people might not see coming.
A lot of times it's really interesting to see the difference between the day 1 top 12 Pokemon and the day 2, because day 1 I think is a lot of general picks that trainers who maybe they're not as super familiar with the different Pokemon or the meta saying, okay, I know these are popular and so I'm gonna put it on my team. Day 2, day 3 is when really you start to see, oh my goodness, they started to do something a little bit different. I wasn't expecting that Pokemon. Or you really see a Pokemon that wasn't in the top 12, but now it's in the top because so many trainers who have an elevated gameplay know that they want to use that for a very specific reason.
I think the phrase I'm looking for is high performers, right? Some Pokemon are just absolutely high performers. You don't see, for example, Jumpluff in the top usage charts. It didn't even make it into our top 12, but I do think that Jumpluff will make its way into day number 2 in some very talented trainers' hands. Speaking of Jumpluff, of course, don't forget to connect your account, do those Twitch drops, and complete that special research so you can upgrade your own PvP team.
We see a lot of Jumpluff. Speaking of it, they're all running Aerial Ace in this, but I know a lot of people find it very interesting to run Acrobatics.
I'm an acrobatics fellow.
I thought you were going to say you're an acrobat, and I was like, show us.
Oh no, I'm not nearly that flexible. I like acrobatics on Emolga. I like acrobatics on Jumpluff. It's just so satisfying. For example, like in the Cloudsire matchup, if you win in acrobatics, it chunks away at a Pokemon that you're not supposed to hit that hard, and I think it always surprises your opponent when you do it. So acrobatics, Aerial Ace, you're going for that one-hit wonder. You just knock it out of the park, or maybe the consistent flying type damage of Aerial Ace. Depends on your playstyle and your team.
Well, one person I'm interested in hearing about his playstyle and his team, especially that Steelix, is Tauntaun Batuz. We're going to go ahead and get an interview with him.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with the European Spicy King, Tauntaun. How you feeling?
I was a lot stressed during the whole day, but now I'm a bit more relaxed since it's over. I'm really happy about this result.
I mean, there were a pair of awesome battles. I need to ask you, how did you get the idea of using Steelix? It's amazing. I love it. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. I love Steel types, but no one uses it. How did you get that idea?
So, playing GBL, I was trying Shadow D-Knight, and I faced a lot of Steelix somehow, and I tried it. I was like, okay, maybe it has something to do. I just have to cover him from Mudslaps and Cloudsire. And yeah, also I was anticipating a lot of Charger Bug and Wigglytuff, so I wanted to bring the Steelix just to cover both.
And it worked. Congratulations on making it in day 2. I hope to see more battles of you tomorrow. And now we're gonna go, don't leave us, because we're gonna go and see some recap talking about type effectiveness.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, Flying-type Pokemon are immune to Ground-type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Tauntaun Honoran, say that out loud 3 times in a row. Thank you, Speedy, for the explanation on type advantages and disadvantages, and we have seen so many great matches already.
We have, and what an amazing last set of battles that we saw right there. Steelix being such a unique Pokemon brought by Tauntaun Battus, who is known for his masterful gameplay and unique Pokemon, winning the 2023 European International Championships and moving on to the winner's bracket after taking down a legendary player in the community, Lurgan Rocket.
He seems almost unstoppable this season. What a performance at every single tournament in Europe that he participated. He made day 2. He was only beaten once on a day 1 by Colin Six's brother, Akilio.
Yeah, and using that superior in a superior way. We saw how well it can do with its moveset in this meta. Trending down, more like trending up, as we saw it perform so well, and we're going to be getting into more battles here shortly, but the meta has kind of shifted around a little bit. We still see the strong Pokemon in the Drapion, the Mandibuzz, the Annihilate, but we've seen some very strong Wigglytuffs or Superiors come through.
So what is your opinion on the Wigglytuff so far? Because I felt like while it was always very neutral against most team or had positive matchups, the players most of the time could stop it before it just wiggles all over them.
Yeah, I think it performed well in some situations, but other teams were prepared for it. I think Colin Six did a great job using it that we saw earlier in today's matches. And you have to, basically, if your team doesn't have, or your opponent's team doesn't have a very hard aggressive counter or a defensive counter to it, if you give that Wiggly 2 shields in the back end, it can really do very well for you.
Yep. It's a great win condition, as you said. It's just as charming as Colin Six, definitely. But speaking about charming, you guys have posted something on social media, so we can take a look at those posts. We always love to interact with the community. Honey Mew says, Pokemon London EYC, wir kommen, which is German for we're coming.
And the little Snorlax plushie, I love it.
Yep, he's a German PvE content creator, I think, mostly. So very nice to see you here as well, Honey Mew, at EUYC. It's just for everyone, I love this. This is not only about PvP. Then we have Maddox TCG.
Posting, been having a great time exploring in London, and now for what we're all here for. So good luck to everyone tomorrow. Excited to see you all this weekend. And be sure to hashtag Pokemon EUIC and hashtag Play Pokemon and share your experiences on social media. And this is actually at the Pokemon Center. I recognize that Bulbasaur.
And that great photo bomb by the Bulbasaur.
Yeah.
Right? Amlita Mew posts, si mi ven con mis... Psyduck and todos lados, saludenme. I got the same sweater.
You know, I've seen a lot of trainers picking up that unique clothing apparel right there with the Psyduck. It looks so, so cool.
Yeah, I love this. You know, yellow orange-ish is usually not my color, but this one I quite like on me as well.
Oh, and look at the Eevee from Bex XX, my fave, our fave as well.
Yep, that is true. Actually, my kitten looks a little bit like Eevee.
It does, wow.
That's a very cool thing. She also has this chest plush, and then Sophie again with the Eevee here, already winning at live. Hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Yeah, if you get to take a picture with Eevee, definitely do. It's very friendly.
Yeah, and these social posts are amazing. So if you guys are here at the event or at home, share your experiences, what you love, and what Pokemon are your favorite, as they're performing so well in all the different metas that we see here, whether it's with Unite, TCG, VCG, or in Play Pokemon or Pokemon Go. Yeah.
What Pokemon is your favorite so far in the tournament? What match did you like the most? Which upset did you enjoy the most? Because we already quite had some of those. So, what do you think is the best Pokemon in the tournament so far? I mean, we've not seen too many rounds yet. It's only 12 games I think we've seen on now.
Okay, so I think the best Pokemon right now has been the dominance of Dugong. I personally think, because of what it can do for your team, whether offensively or defensively, setting yourself up, it is so consistent and so strong, and we've seen it used by many trainers in a fantastic way. And I think while it might not be the hardest hitting Pokemon, the Annihilate close combat or the Shadow for Alligator Ice Beam into a Jumpluff, it does its job, and it's very consistent, and I love that about it.
Now, we had a spooky-themed tournament in the regional season, and we all dressed up, and I taped a Dugong plush to my shoulder, because you know what? Nothing is scarier than losing lead to a Dugong and getting debuffed in the process on your save. So that is really, really scary, because getting debuffed and not being able to swap out is just making your Pokemon so much more ineffective in the following matchup.
Okay, and we also have day one meta to look at for day one, so we can see the percentage usage here. Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Diggersby doesn't come at any surprise, those top picks. But towards the bottom, we see Serperior still hanging on and performing well because of all those water and ground type Pokemon in this meta.
Jumpluff has vanished out of the top 12. That is very surprising to see. Shadow Marowak is also like a niche pick with 22% here. No Kanto Marowak that is not Shadow in the top 12, even though it was just in the last special championships where it got in second place.
Yeah. And notice how there's 2 Annihilates. That's how strong it can be, whether you choose to go for just the base form or the Shadow Annihilate. Both are incredibly strong. And what we've also seen is unique movesets this weekend. Traditionally, right, you have the Rage Fist and the close combat, but a lot of trainers opting to go for that Ice Punch this weekend and giving that coverage option, because in a lot of matchups, you're still going to go for Rage Fist, right, to boost your attack. And you don't necessarily need that close combat for like a Registeel or a Lickitung, which aren't really in the meta anymore. You need that Ice Punch maybe for the Serperior or for the Jumpluff or for the Mandibuzz.
I think it's really just for those really difficult matchups, because usually you also in the matchups where it's good, you prefer to go Rage Fist. Diggersby is maybe something else, but you also hit Diggersby for super effective damage with the Ice Punch. But there is no normal type that you usually can't hit otherwise, except for with counters. So everything else just wants to be taken out with a Rage Fist and a few counters. And for those Pokemon where you can't do that, you have the Ice Punch. Azumarill is maybe an exception, but also going double Rage Fist into close combat versus Azumarill leaves you open to some other problems, really.
Yeah. Now, that's not a knock on close combat. We all know that close combat is an amazing charge move. We actually saw it land earlier against that Gastrodon after being double boosted. I could hear the gasps in the crowd, and I'm like a couple 100 feet away from them right now, and that's how big that play was.
Yep, the close combat was absolutely phenomenal. I hope that Zephy is aware that he can't take those two shields with him into day 2. But yeah, this is going pretty well, the tournament. We've had very, very many nice battlers. So who's already in day 2?
Ooh, we've had...
Out of Pocket?
Out of Pocket. Tauntaun Batuse just moved on. Yep. Marto moved on. Sceptile moved on, taking down Colin. That was a big one.
Oh, Sceptile took down Dunebug.
Dunebug, yes.
Colin
Thank you. Still, that was a great set of battles. And bringing, I believe he said was he the one with the Mantine?
Oh yeah, that was Sceptile.
Yeah,
that was pretty strong. Going in with a fun pick is quite funny, especially when you think that they make it to day 2, playing it versus a trainer like Dunebug, just beating them. Very, very strong. But hey, we have players seated, and that is a match that I love myself, because I go to the Dutch and the Belgian locals quite often to play cups and challenges. And now we have the Belgian trainer Kuifje versus Status Stan, and they have played each other quite a lot already.
Yeah, Status Stan has been so consistent over the years. It's a household name, very strong trainer, and definitely wants to push the envelope and win all of EUIC.
Yeah, and Kuifje is the player who actually made me think about Emolga. Because he said this might be a really great pick for EUIC. Still thinking that Corviknight might have a bigger impact than it does. But Kuifje has just also had a top 8 appearance. I think it was in Stuttgart. Didn't play in Birmingham because he had exams going on. Priorities, everyone. But yeah, he's definitely on the rise. He's one of the players that you should watch out for as well in the next tournaments. And he's doing decently well in the Worlds race as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing set of battles right here. Now, the trainers are getting setups. We'll have to see what teams they have access to, but I can only imagine it's going to be a lot of the top picks that we saw in the top 12 earlier.
Yep, that is true. Unless we maybe see an Emolga.
Yeah.
From Kuifje.
You did get that.
I don't think that he does. I think he stepped away from it last minute, basically. So I'm quite curious to see what he's actually going to run, as well as I'm curious to see what Status Stan is bringing, because, you know, he has his friends, he has his group of people that he plays with and scrims with and tests before those big tournaments. So maybe he's running a similar line as Colin?
Yeah, might be. And for those at home, maybe you're just tuning in, like, good morning, America, if you're just waking up right now. We've had an exciting day of events. The battles have never been closer, I think. There have been so many 1 HP games, and I think that comes back to the fact that only 50 trainers from Europe are going to be moving on. It's no longer a point threshold that you have to reach, right? If you know that, oh, I only need X amount of points, I've reached that, I can kind of relax and coast. No, because every trainer has to fight for their slot, and I can only imagine if you know that you're in maybe like 35 to 50 ranking right now, or just over, right, 55, 60, you need to be fighting to maintain that position.
Yep, and especially at EUIC, it gives you so many points to compete there. And there is not too many more tournaments, at least in Europe, going on until the World Championship. So we're getting closer to that point where you can say, hey, maybe Colin 6 is safe.
Yeah.
Maybe Tauntaun is safe because he's also qualified for regional. But
yeah, EUIC is always kind of like we're coming around the corner, coming into the final stretch before we see Worlds in Anaheim this August, which is going to be an amazing tournament.
Yeah. So, Kuifje and Status Stan, I think we can see some kind of teams already.
We can see 4.
Yeah, we can see the Primeape here. I imagine that he told me that he wanted to run a Shadow Primeape.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's maybe what it is, but maybe also not. So I don't know. And Status Stan, I saw Wigglytuff and Kanto Marowak, so that could be something going on here.
Yeah.
Is that
here we go. There's the teams both running Shadow Kanto Marowak, Azumarill. No surprise there. Double Shadow Drapion, double Dugong, double Galarian Corsola, and then the mix-up is going to be the Annihilate and the Primeape.
Oh, that is super funny as well, because yeah.
Basically, choose your fairy, choose your fairy, choose your fighter.
Yeah,
that's what we have right here in the mix-up. So now strategy is going to come down to what Pokemon do you think is going to have the best opportunity to sweep in these kind of situations if you're running the exact same team.
Yep, and actually on the side of Kaifia, it is Shadow Primeape and not the regular version of that versus Statistan. And I'm curious to see how this plays against Statistan's team, because Wigglytuff can't really play it against that. Corsola is also difficult, and Annihilate is also really tough, so I don't really see too much play for it.
Yeah, you know what's surprising? There's no Shadow for Alligator here.
Oh, yeah.
That has been dominant in this morning's matches, and now we're in the winners finals for Group H, and there is no for Alligator, which is surprising most.
You know what else is there, or is not there? That is a flying type Pokemon on both teams, but there's also Shadow Kanto Marowak, and that is very important. Kaifia has a little bit of an advantage when it comes to playing against the Marowak because he has Azumarill instead of the Wigglytuff. Because Azumarill hits for super effective bubble damage, and Ice Beam plus Bubbles always take out. This is a very dominant matchup for Azumarill if you don't want to go all the way and use 2 shields on both sides. So Kaifia might have a little bit of a Marowak advantage, but also there is the Dugong on the side of Statistan.
I can only think, looking at these lineups, that we see both fairies come, the Wiggly and Azumarill, in all 3 games. Otherwise, the Annihilate and the Primeape are just going to be running free.
That is also, I think, except for the Corsola, that is also a bit strong.
You just boom it out of there. You just boom it out of there. Just Rage Fist, knock it out.
All right, and there we are going to see a Wigglytuff versus Shadow Drapion lead for Statistan. We have seen this before. We know how this plays out, and Kaifia can just comfortably go for 4 Poison Stings and Aqua Tail.
Shadow Drapion right here, just getting to these Aqua Tails so quickly, and this starts to really add up pressure on the Wigglytuff, especially with the Poison Sting fast moves. Like, look at this, it's starting to get it extremely low, but able to get to that Aqua Tail just in time, and a no-shield from Statistan.
Yeah, this will barely not knock out, leave Statistan with a charge attack that he can throw. We've seen this before. Immediate pivot out from Kaifia, catching the Swift here on Azumarill, preserving the HP on the Drapion, and I like that.
Yeah, no energy though, so Shadow Drapion's gonna have to be careful later on, but we do see the Galarian Corsola come in with the Nightshade and Power Gem.
Yep, and Galarian Corsola is very strong against Azumarill. It is a neutral matchup, however, the pacing is just a little better for Galarian Corsola, and sometimes when you have enough HP, you can even farm down after the second Nightshade in 0 shield scenarios, and you exit with a whole Nightshade for the next matchup.
Really overloading on energy right here, looking to go for the Nightshade and then maybe a potential farm down. Might have to give up a shield if we see another Play Rough or Ice Beam come through, as the Corsola is getting low.
And Statistan does
decides to just double throw it. Wants to get shield pressure on or get the Azumarill out of the game.
And I think Kaifia is quite happy with that, having no energy on there, because he has the Shadow Drapion with this comfortable amount of HP. And he will outpace to the Crunch. Overfarms here, and the Nightshade is being thrown. You kind of have to shield that up, otherwise this was a waste of a Drapion.
Yeah, Shadow Drapion right here in a great position to overload on energy. We might see a swap. Yeah, we do see the swap into Wiggly, hoping to catch the charge move, but wasn't able to get it. I think the Shadow Drapion is wanting to get double crunches ready to go.
Yep, that was a little bit of free energy for Kaifia. Goes for more Poison Stings, has the Crunch loaded, is going to throw this immediately, knows he has 2. If this goes unshielded, it is going to knock out. I can throw a Crunch into the next Pokemon, whatever it is. Takes out the Corsola, and the next Pokemon coming in is the Dugong.
Now, if you're Statistan right now, you just gotta pray that you don't get that defense drop. That is gonna be crucial in this next matchup, but even then, you're getting a shield forced, and the Galarian Corsola on the will be able to have that Power Gem.
Yep, super effective Power Gem. However, you do outpace a little bit on Statistan's side. Kaifia needs to be smart about this. Do you want to farm up a lot of energy, throw maybe 1 Power Gem, and then swap out again to reset that debuff, or do you just go for it? He throws the Power Gem immediately. Do we shield this as Statistan?
This is tough. Do you think it's a bait? No, deciding to put up the Protect Shield and stopping the Power Gem right there. Now, like you said, the Switch Clock isn't up yet, so they can't clear that debuff right away, as the Icy Wind is going to be coming through.
Yep, and Kaifia decides to maybe shield this, maybe not. He hasn't decided yet completely. Doesn't deal too much damage. Maybe you get to another charge attack on that Shadow Drapion, but you have to throw here before the Dugong reaches the next Icy Wind. That is a little bit unfortunate before you can clear that debuff.
Yeah, but this is double debuff debuffed right here, so it's not going to be able to knock out. Dugong able to hang on. Shadow Drapion safe swap is available. We see the power gem be thrown right away. Statistan was anticipating a swap to catch the charge move, but unfortunately going to be met with the power gem.
Yep, Kaifi just knows, hey, I am quadruple 20 times debuffed. It doesn't matter. Power gem will always deal at least 20% of damage, so I can just stay in that matchup. I will outpace here. I will throw another one. Those icy winds, they were not debuffed, but they are just neutral against a Corsola from a Dugong, so it's not that much damage.
You can kind of see the mental process there from Statistan, knowing that, okay, I have lots of energy. He's going to need to swap to catch a charge move, right? Clear the debuff and knock me out with the power gem, but ultimately, he just throws the power gem right away. He was, double backing on himself and overthinking it. I think a little too much there at the end, but ultimately the power gem and the Corsola able to prevail.
And also, if you're only there with your Dugong on the side of Statistan, what are you going to do? You can't catch anything. You just got to keep tapping.
This is why a lot of trainers opt to keep a Pokemon in the back at low health, so you can be in situations like this where you can try to catch that charge move, because there's a lot of utility. Even if you don't have a lot of health or a lot of energy, you can still find use for that Pokemon.
Yep, here we can see Kaifius Galarian Corsola throwing power gems. It's been such a powerful charge attack ever since it got buffed. It was previously basically only used on Shadow Sableye, and now we see it on multiple Pokemon. We have also seen it on Starmie previously on the product.
Shadow Sableye, such a throwback. We haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still think it's kind of good. If you're looking at the teams right now, Shadow Sableye with a good enough appraisal that has basically a lot of attack, it can beat the 2 shields with Azumarill, so it can win those because you get a break point with your Shadow Claw, which means that you deal 1 more damage per Shadow Claw, which do add up. And if you're looking at the other Pokemon, it's great against Corsola, it's fine against Dugong because you have that power gem. It's great against Annihilate, so I think it has decent amount of play in the meta.
Maybe we see Sableye come back in future tournaments, but right now we are getting locked into Game 2.
Yep, Kaifi versus Statistan. Let's see where we're going with this one. There's Primeape versus Dugong, a superior lead for Kaifi.
Statistan not liking that lead, forcing the swap out now into Shadow Drapion, hoping to get to an Aqua Tail, but a catch on a Azumarill. What a beautiful play there.
And he also sneaks in the whole bubble here against that Shadow Drapion. This is huge, but Statistan now has a little bit of HP advantage in this matchup. He can basically decide if he wants to flip the matchup.
Now, there's still a Wiggly in the back, so the Shadow Primeape still has a threat to watch out for, but the Crunch now going to be coming through, hoping for that potential debuff so those poison jabs start to add up, and it does get it.
Yep, and also we can't forget that the Primeape has some more energy left. So even if the Wigglytuff comes in because you force switch as Statistan, if you have no shield, a Shadow close combat from a Shadow Primeape is going to be so huge.
That is going to be huge as another Crunch is going to be coming through. Will the Azumarill put up? No, deciding to let it go.
Yeah, if you want your shields on your Shadow Primeape, you barely get to the Ice Beam here, and the catch on the Dugong, and yes, that is very good, but now the Primeape just comes back.
Yeah, I was going to say the Primeape now can freely swap in, keeping the Azumarill alive for a sacrificial swap. You have loads of energy, Karate Chop energy gain, you have close combat to force that shield, and that's what we're looking to see.
Yep, close combat is going to be thrown on charge attack priority. The maximum amount of energy that Kaifi could get, he got. Connects the close combat, and that's it. Boom! Exactly.
Just gets knocked out right there. The Wigglytuff now coming in. Statistan down to his final shield. Does he give it up? No, another one. Boom, lands as the Wigglytuff will charm down.
That was a lot of damage of the charm as well, but look at that close combat. All of those close combats landing here, and this is a big farm down for the Dugong as well. Statistan looks up and starts talking to Kaifi because he knows this is a very desperate spot for me. He decides to shield this, or does he not? He gives up the game. Kaifi wins the match 2-0, and he advances to day 2.
Kaifi, what a great series of battles right there. Going for the close combat and connecting as both trainers celebrate each other's battles right there. Kaifi moving on to day 2.
And I also like that Statistan went for the no shield against the second close combat with the Wigglytuff, because basically at this point it was his only win condition. I think that Kaifi for some reason doesn't have enough energy and throws a Rage Fist for funds, and Didn't happen, but if you only have that one win condition, of course you got to go for it.
Yeah, you have to go for it because the second you go for the shield and it was the Rage Fist, well, now it's really over. But if it was Rage Fist and you know shielded, you have a potential opportunity here.
But even if you know even if you shield a close combat, the Dugong is in there with 2 shields advantage, and that's way too much in this situation.
That's why I think Dugong's the MVP of this tournament right now. It's so consistent and so strong, as we've seen in this battle as well.
Yeah, and also some people run Primeape with Ice Punch, by the way, because it just helps with Pokemon like Jumpluff. But I like to run the Shadow Primeape specifically with Close Combat again, just because Jumpluff has been dropping out of the meta just a little bit. We have seen that there is 20% superior roughly on day 1, but Jumpluff wasn't even in the top 12, even though we have Matogalde in day 2.
Yeah, and what I like about that too is you have the Karate Chop as the fast move, which is the nice energy gain, so that close combat is very crucial. Whereas the Annihilate, right, you have counter and Rage Fist, you can rely on that damage and then go for the coverage with Ice Punch.
Yeah, but Karate Chops, you need a few debuffs so they get really, really powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, here's that close combat again. Boom. Oh, so much damage.
Yeah, very, very powerful. And look at the charm. That wasn't enough to knock out. I think Statistan was also hoping that this could just knock out the Primeape immediately. But nope, there was a close combat. 90% HP gone.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen that before, right? With defensive debuffs, whether it's Mud Slap coming through on Annihilate in a previous battle or the charm right there, it just chunks so much health because those fighters are so frail, especially when you have defenses dropped. Those hard-hitting fast moves really chunk.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the Speediest Chief type advantages video. We have seen Bronzong farm down a Toxicroak. That was fun as well.
Yeah.
When are we going to see some Confusion Pokemon in the meta again? Where's Hypno? Where's Hypno?
Where's Shadow Hypno, right? I mean, this is kind of an opportunity to be in the meta a little bit. If you think about some of the Pokemon it can have targets for, right? The confusion damage into the Primeape and maybe the Toxapex, right, as well. And then you have the versatile move coverage with the punches and maybe even a Focus Blast in there, but you don't necessarily need it.
Punch is also getting stronger.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I think that Confusion, while it's great, deals a lot of damage. Shadow Drapion on every team doesn't help, and Galarian Corsola being an absolute threat also doesn't help, while Shadow Feraligatr, which is a very fragile target for confusion damage, has Shadow Claw, which is also dealing a lot of damage to you.
Yes, and that team, the last set of battles there didn't even have a Shadow Feraligatr in this tournament, and it has been one of the most dominant Pokemon that we have seen today, especially when given energy. There was Pokemon where they just sacrificed a Pokemon to go down, came in with Feraligatr, fully farm up, and then it just sweeps teams.
Yeah, and actually, you know, now that I think of it, Colin didn't even win his round. It was Bart the Gamer who brought the Shadow Feraligatr and then said it's a crime not to bring it.
Yeah.
But we have an interview ready, so let's take it over, Pedro.
Okay, we just witnessed a great battle. I'm here with Kerfie. Sorry for butchering the name. It's kind of hard for me. So, how you feeling right now?
Honestly feeling great. The battles have gone exactly like I scrimmed for, and I couldn't be happier.
So the crowd is feeling it. I want to ask you something. That Primeape did awesome, did amazing. How do you prepare, how do you practice for you someone that's like so fragile?
So I think you actually need to like almost scrim every matchup, know how it plays out, and to get yourself in positions where you're comfortable using it. Because if you have a Primeape on your team, a Shadow Primeape especially, it gets like charmed down and 4 charms by Wigglytuff, so it was really scary when I let it, but like, you need to be prepared for it, how to handle it, and then when you're comfortable bringing it, that's the position you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult Pokemon to use, but it has its rewards, right? Now, who do you want to face tomorrow and day 2? Is there someone like you want to, battle?
Not in particular. I'm really just looking forward to every opponent I play. Maybe like Colin and other people who speak Dutch as well. So I would look forward to a game like that, yeah.
Okay, I'm looking forward to your battles tomorrow. See you, and congratulations for gaining your... No, don't worry. For advancing to day 2. Now we're going back to the casters.
Kaifia already running off, wanting to celebrate with his friends. Deservedly so.
Yeah, deservedly so. And like you said, he's, knowing how to handle the Wigglytuff, which has been a threat today, going for the close combat, not fearing with Primeape when you're faced off against the Wiggly, and his skill has shined through.
Yep, he's a phenomenal trainer. He's really on the rise. He's had a tough last season, but this time around he's really performing well, doing well with those Worlds points as well. And then we have two more trainers that we're going to show you soon. And one of them has a special place in my heart because I have casted with him so many times already. It's Nighttime Clasher versus Alfonso.
This is going to be a great battle. I remember when Nighttime Clasher came over to Liverpool to invade Europe and ended up winning, beating Tomahawk UK. And that's what he likes to do. He likes to come over, rattle the cage a little bit, and take it home for the USA.
Yep, and I remember that I was doing the ceremony where I wanted to give him his medal, but he had to run off because he was missing his flight.
He had to catch a flight. He was in and out. I swept. All right, time to go home.
Yeah, and then he missed the flight.
So and then he missed the flight, yeah.
He didn't even get it. Could have been his great moment on stage. But I mean, he had his great moment on stage when he beat Tomahawk UK in that grand finals. What a performance. He brought his Skarmory, and I think he was one of the first people who ran Annihilate with Night Slash instead of Ice Punch, and people were giving him weird looks about it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great move for that meta.
Or was that Tomahawk?
That was Tomahawk that was running it. Tomahawk was running it.
Okay, credit where credit is due, sorry.
Yeah, Tomahawk was running it. It was a great move for that meta. The potential boost as well, the baits as well were pretty huge.
Yeah.
And but ultimately, the meta is shifted, right? You have Rage Fist now. If you're not running Rage Fist, like, Rage Fist is so mandatory right now. It is so good. And then you get the option, right? Do you want the coverage with Ice Punch or do you want the close combat?
I mean, the absurd part about it is that you have a high damage fast attack encounter that doesn't generate energy as quickly as other attacks do. And you have the Rage Fist, which is a cheap attack that deals decent amount of damage and boosts your attack. And what resists fighting and ghost types? I think nothing. Huh?
I don't. You're doing neutral or super effective everywhere. So.
Everything. I mean, dual types are a whole different story then. But still, this Pokemon is so incredibly strong right now. That's why it's almost on every team. I think it's on every second team, basically. And or every third team, rather. But you have to be prepared for it.
Yeah, you do. And we do have the players ready right now to battle. So we're going to go ahead and head over to the stage and see what Pokemon they are using.
Oh, that's a whole lot of shadows. And Nighttime Clasher is on the Shadow Annihilate. And what am I spotting on top of his team there?
That is Zapdos.
Yep.
Oh, man.
So Zapdos is a very, very interesting pick. Before this meta, people have basically only played Shadow Zapdos because it was harder hitting. But a regular Zapdos, if you have the right appraisal and it's really defensive, it can actually win versus Galarian Corsola in the two-shield scenario where both players use two shields. So you were actually able to always force your way through switch advantage and then basically determine the alignment of the game. So that's very, very cool.
Yeah, and it also helps out too is there's a lot of Shadow-type Pokemon being run on teams, whether it's the Shadow Drapion, the Shadow Annihilate, or the Shadow Feraligatr, where they take that extra damage as well, so you don't necessarily have to be Shadow yourself. You can just have the safer matchups and still dominate.
Yeah, but also when you're looking at the defensive course of teams, Azumarill, Dugong, yeah, you see what I'm hinting at?
Yes.
A lot of water types, so that is a lot of electric type damage. And I think against the team of Alfonso, the Zapdos is incredibly safe. So let's see if he brings it. Doesn't look like it for game one. Instead, he gets a horrible lead against the Ariados.
Now we do see the Shadow Drapion swap in. Now the Ariados is looking to go for that lunge, but not before the Aqua Tail here from Nighttime Clasher.
Yep, that way you don't lose extra turns. Goes for the Aqua Tail, deals a little bit of damage and is going to get debuffed in the process immediately. Now Alfonso has the option to farm up more energy and then swap out into another matchup.
Oh, that lunge just does so much damage and the attack drop as well. But we are going to see a little overload right there and a charge attack priority, but I think he didn't get it in time. The lunge now is going to be coming through, forcing the shield here from Nighttime Clasher.
Ariados naturally has higher attack than Drapion, and Drapion then won't win the charge attack priority. I had a brain lag there.
That's all right.
Nighttime Clasher had to use a shield there, gets off the crunch, and now we see a swap out because that would be a nasty farm down, but this swap out into Dugong is answered by the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, and the Shadow Feraligatr, though, down shield, so these drill runs are really going to start adding up, and the Shadow Feraligatr is doing all resisted damage with its charge moves, so this is a tough position to be in.
And I like that no shield from Nighttime Clasher because usually if you want to play the zero shield scenario with Dugong versus Feraligatr, you win if you throw an Icy Wind first.
Hydro Cannon now going to be coming through, and it does land, chipping the health right there, but there's still a Wiggly and a Diggersby in the back, as we will see another Icy Wind this time coming through, hoping that if Nighttime Clasher wants to commit, he's going to get the debuff.
Yep, and now he shields. The debuff is applied. Nighttime Clasher didn't throw the Hydro Cannon before, is now over 2 Hydro Cannons here. It still takes Dugong quite a while to get to the next move, and I think this Hydro Cannon might knock out despite the debuff.
Thing is, Nighttime Clasher's in a position where he has 2 strong Pokemon still in the backline, so he could swap out with that stored energy if he sees fit. And the Diggersby is actually a pretty good option.
Yep.
Oh, no, just decides to throw.
Wigglytuff comes in here. I don't think I saw a Charm going through. Shield is being put up against the debuffed Feraligatr, but it is still such a powerful Pokemon. And now we bring in the Diggersby. 1 shield up for Alfonso. This is a good spot to be a Wigglytuff in.
Yeah, Scorching Sands, though, going to be coming through, putting a lot of pressure on the Wigglytuff. A no shield right there. Maybe expecting the Fire Punch, but going to be met with that heavy ground-type neutral damage.
I always love it when there is different languages and we can see the names of the enemies. Viento Hielo is going to be used by the Wigglytuff here. No shields is going to apply super effective damage and a secured debuff here. But is Alfonso still in the prime spot here? Because Ariados is so incredibly low.
I mean, Nighttime Clasher could go for double Fire Punch here to try to delay that switch clock, get a shield as well, and maybe come back in with loaded energy on the Diggersby, because I think he's 1 fast move away from a second Fire Punch.
I think he can just stay here, go for the Fire Punch, throw a Scorching Sands.
Oh!
Yep, and this is going to for sure take out the Wigglytuff here. No shields left remaining for Alfonso, and there is only an Ariados with an incredibly low amount of HP, and Aqua Tail is being reached anyway, so Nighttime Clasher leads this game.
Wow, I think Nighttime Clasher was able to hang on to all 3 Pokemon right here in game 1, keeping them all alive. That's masterful play, keeping them alive, utilizing their energy and shields correctly to find yourself that win condition.
Yep. I know my game. I know my...
Like I said, he flies over here to rattle the cage of EU as a North American player.
Yep, Nighttime Clasher has evolved so much. I remember first time meeting him, he was as clueless as I was back in the day about the game. I gotta be honest with you, he was insisting on using Togedemaru.
Oh, Togedemaru. Very spicy and fun Pokemon.
Yeah, I think he could run. If people are running Pachirisu, you can also run Togedemaru.
I mean, yeah, it's got some play. But yeah, we saw the Feraligatr right here. I mean, right there, getting the Hydro Cannon, I thought he was going to swap out to clear the Icy Wind debuff, but I think he noticed that, you know what, I might not make it to that switch clock in time. I'm just going to have to throw, and he got a shield anyways, which I think is huge.
It's true, and here we can see the finishing blow, the Aqua Tail that took out. Oh, there's a Corviknight plush. Where is Corviknight, actually? Why don't we have a Corviknight on
That's a psych out.
It's a great answer. That's a huge Corviknight, by the way. It's a great answer to the Ariados as well. One of the few that we're having. Basically, any Steel type is, actually, right?
Yeah. Well, Steel Flying, now you get that coverage, right, with the Sky Attack. And you have that Iron Head, potentially, for the Wigglytuff as well.
And Trailblazers don't do anything. Lunge is also not great. This flying defensive typing against Ariados charge attacks is also great. So that's a really, really tough one to overcome for Ariados.
Yeah. Now, let's see how they decide to adjust here in Game 2. Nighttime Clasher showing masterful play in Game 1. Alfonso is going to have to make some adjustments, try to trust in some other Pokemon, maybe sacrifice 1, give 2 shields for something for a sweep. We'll have to see what they decide to do.
And I think that it's maybe time for a Zapdos from Nighttime Clasher. I still like it against the team of Alfonso.
Yeah.
There is some prime spots where you can bring it in, but we're going into the next game, and the lead is going to be Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Drapion.
All right, this is going to be an interesting lead to see how they decide to play it out, as Shadow Drapion is one of those Pokemon you want to keep alive throughout the whole game because the energy that it has can be very useful in a lot of different situations. So let's see when someone decides to bail or who decides to keep it alive.
Yeah, and I think that Nighttime Clasher will definitely have to bail because he just lost the charge attack priority, and that is incredibly important in this mirror match, because if you get knocked out by the Aqua Tail and you can't retaliate, that is an issue. However, I do think that the second Aqua Tail might not knock out Shadow Drapion from Nighttime Clasher.
We do see a Power Shield given up by Alfonso to stop this next Aqua Tail, but will we see a swap into Feraligatr to try to catch the resisted charge move?
Oh, this might be the...
Yes!
Yes! Oh! Nighttime Clasher gets the catch. Nice prediction, Zionic here. No shields, the Aqua Tail. But now, this is still a very comfortable amount of HP for that Shadow Drapion. You could just safely stay in so much energy. You're forcing shields back.
This is this is why, like, a beautiful catch right there, going on the double loaded charge move. If you're not going on one, you're going on the next. But Shadow Drapion is going to take advantage of that right now, forcing a Protect Shield from Nighttime Clasher and a swap out with Stored Energy. Both Drapions on the back line.
Yep, and that is just negating the energy of the Shadow Feraligatr, swapping in Dugong, saying, hey, you're still going to deal a decent amount, but at least it's resisted.
Yeah, as Dugong right here looking to load up a little bit, but Shadow Feraligatr firing back-to-back Hydro Cannons right here without an Icy Wind debuff yet. So this is going to be, if Dugong's not careful, oh, we do see a swap out back into the Shadow Drapion to catch the Icy Wind, saving the Feraligatr.
So what that tells me is that Nighttime Clasher identifies Shadow Feraligatr as more of a win con here. Maybe tries to bring it back out immediately after just avoiding the charge attack, and is going to try and throw at a charge attack priority after 6 Shadow Claws against the... Oh, you can even go for 7 Shadow Claws. Ooh. It's so dry. No, it's 6.
Yeah, he can go for a health. Oh, decides to go on charge attack priority right here, not having to force himself to give up a shield. Maybe he's reading a Diggersby in the back because we have not seen the Azumarill in play yet.
Yep, and the Azumarill is going to come in here. Of course, this is going to be the big problem for him because he has the Diggersby in the backline, and Diggersby would like to see a Mirror Match. It would like to see Ariados or Wigglytuff, but Azumarill is just so tough to overcome.
Not only Azumarill, but you have the Ice Beam, the Bubble, and the Aqua Tail still left, and only 1 shield remaining.
Yep, and I mean, you have to shield this. Ice Beam is just a very powerful charge attack. Azumarill is going to commit into it. Excelente, the Rayo Hielo.
Oh man, I don't know if Diggersby has what it takes, but I have been taken by surprise before, as we will see the Scorching Sands come through in a shield, or Protect Shield being given up by the Azumarill.
Yeah, but there is also a shield on the side of Alfonso, so he's not entirely defenseless. Goes to throw the next Ice Beam into the Diggersby, and it's going to be a very long one here.
I think the Shadow Drapion might have an Aqua Tail ready to go. Do we see the swap out just yet, or if he's going to stay here, force the energy from Diggersby first, then swap? No, he just swaps out and goes to the Aqua Tail right away.
Very well played as well, chipping down the Diggersby so that you're making sure that it doesn't hang on to the Aqua Tail and get a move off against the Shadow Drapion. Now the Shadow Feraligatr gets brought in, but gets Poison Sting down. We're tying up the score. Alfonso 1, Nighttime Clasher 1 as well.
Alfonso making a great comeback right there, utilizing, like I said at the beginning, the Shadow Drapions are some of the most crucial Pokemon in these battles because the energy that they have and where you spend it is how you can get your wins. And right there, we saw a beautiful swap anticipating that, hey, Nighttime Clasher has to throw a Scorching Sands at some point. I'm not going to let him build up to 2 because that's when I lose. So we're going to go halfway through. We're going to do a little cheeky Aqua Tail and come in and get the knockout.
I really like those combo plays. It just shows that the players have their game plan ready, basically. And yeah, they are willing to execute it. And now Alfonso is considering the next line. He made a very good call with the Azumarill in the back versus the Shadow or the regular Diggersby. I was going to say that Shadow Diggersby doesn't exist, but it doesn't.
Now, I think Nighttime Clasher, we saw him decide to give shields to Feraligatr. And I think that was because he was maybe potentially reading the Diggersby on the back line for Alfonso instead of the Azumarill. And the second he saw the Azumarill, I think he knew, like, missed team read on my end. There's really no comeback here other than going for the double charge move, and that's what we saw Alfonso capitalize on that moment.
But I think the bigger problem in that situation was perhaps that he had the Diggersby himself and another Pokemon, because Diggersby has big problems versus Azumarill. So the charge attacks are all resisted. Shadow Drapion and Azumarill and Feraligatr have good play versus Azumarill. There we see the perfect catch here.
That was a beautiful catch. And that's something good for Nighttime Clasher to note, because trainers, we're creatures of habit, right? Yeah. And so if Alfonso's deciding to throw on double charge move and not right away, and you know, that's an opportunity here in game number 3 to decide, wait, okay, maybe there's an opportunity. If I see him building up to 2, I can do it again.
That is true, but maybe Alfonso also decides to swap it up. But now we are ready for game 3, and we see a lead Diggersby versus Azumarill. This is a very positive lead for Alfonso. Immediate save swap into the Shadow Feraligatr, answered by the Wigglytuff, and this is what Wigglytuff wants to do. It wants to wiggle all over Shadow Feraligatr.
You know what I like right here, though, is the Wigglytuff is on the field, and it's going to be its pressure is going to be put down, right, by these Hydro Cannons, and he can get 2 Hydro Cannons. Oh, I thought we saw Zapdos for a second. Sorry, I was getting really excited. I thought I saw Zapdos on the back line because I was like, if he can get a shield down, he can go 2 shields with Zapdos to sweep.
Yep, and now we're going to see a Swift Shadow Feraligatr. Will not get a shield here from Nighttime Clasher because we're just gonna get one shield back. You can actually just keep it instead. Goes for the Diggersby. Big farm down here. You're going to be hit with a Swift, which is fine for you, I guess, because you have a lot of energy that you can throw at the
Good read by Nighttime Clash right there, knowing that it wasn't the Icy Wind, that it can safely let it go, get a lot of energy. So it wasn't Zapdos, but it's Diggersby, and a lot of energy here can go a long ways as we do have the Azumarill come in.
So are we going to see a debuff here? This could be very important for Nighttime Clasher in the procedure. Is it going to be debuffed? It is not. Let's try again.
All right, so this is interesting. Both trainers have the exact same Pokemon left remaining, Azumarill and Diggersby versus Azumarill and Diggersby. So I think this is going to come down to who decides to give the shields and win. We do see an attack drop as well.
Yeah, tries to go for a catch here, doesn't get the catch, but Alfonso still decides, hey, I want to bring in my play rough here. I want to chip this Azumarill so I can go into my Diggersby because it looked like a bad lead for Nighttime Clasher. Guess what? In the end game, we have the same situation.
This is so tough. You can't stay in with your own Azumarill there, especially after being debuffed. So you're forced to come into a losing matchup.
Yeah.
This is kind of a difficult situation.
This is so interesting, especially because the safe swap of Nighttime Clasher was so hard countered by Alfonso with the Wigglytuff onto the Shadow Feraligatr, basically just charming down, reaching a Swift here. And we see a Scorching Sands on the other side, and Nighttime Clasher decides to give up a shield.
Oh, deciding to invest in the Azumarill, knowing that they're tied 1-to-1s in the shields as another Scorching Sands is going to be coming through. But can Alfonso get the attack debuff as well here on the second charge move?
Oh, will he or will he not? He won't! And Nighttime Clasher goes to throw another Ice Beam into a shield this time.
Oh man, do we see another swap out now as switch clocks are back up? Will we see a charge move try to be caught as the both trainers looking to go for the Scorching Sands? We do see the swap and a hold there, but a charge move now coming from Nighttime Clasher. Is this going to be Scorching Sands?
Yep, and Alfonso holding on to that Scorching Sands is kind of important for him because he could swap out now if he wants. Oh, there is an attack debuff as well, and we're still throwing regardless. I do not know if this is going to knock out in the middle.
Oh my goodness, this is such a back and forth. Come on, the Scorching Sands going to be barely not KOing as the Azumarill comes in, gets the bubble down, and Nighttime Clasher has his back against the wall, but Azumarill with the shield can still make things happen.
Yep, Nighttime Clasher, he needs to not knock this out now and then farm down completely against Alfonso. He has one shield left remaining, but this is going to be a very tough farm down in the Azumarill mirror matchup.
This is such a tough call because you have to shield this charge move regardless if it's Ice Beam or Play Rough. It's Play Rough in this circumstance because now you have to try to farm down, but I don't know if it's going to happen.
I think this could be the full farm. This is going to be the full farm down for Nighttime Clasher. Does Alfonso have a charge attack ready? No, it doesn't. Nighttime Clasher yells out a yes because he connects that Ice Beam onto the Diggersby.
Nighttime Clasher going to be taking game 3 with the Ice Beam, getting the aggressive farm down and knocking out the Diggersby.
Even the best trainers sometimes lose track of the energy in perfect manner because he looked at Alfonso was like, you got the move? And he doesn't. Nighttime Clasher connects the Ice Beam and he wins the Azumarill Diggersby Chaos matchup.
Oh my goodness, what a back and forth right there. Both trainers knowing that in this matchup, right? We talked about it earlier. They're both going to be bringing fairies. We both saw the Diggersbys, and they had to go back and forth. And ultimately, Nighttime Clasher got the aggressive farm down. Azumarill from Alfonso was one fast move away from forcing the charge attack priority.
This was exactly what he needed. Every star ever aligned for Nighttime Clasher because he just could get the perfect farm down with his Azumarill so he can knock out the Diggersby. One damage less on the Ice Beam would have lost him the game.
Yeah. And that Diggersby actually for both trainers did well in this series as Diggersby has been kind of like a great answer to a lot of the meta Pokemon and honestly a great Pokemon to have to soak a lot of damage. And as we can see, the Scorching Sands there coming through. And this was the aggressive farm down by Nighttime Clasher, and look at him. He knew that he was able to win with the Ice Beam. So excited now. Alfonso devastated because it all came down to that final moment.
Yep, and again, very important for Nighttime Clasher that he got the attack drop on the Diggersby earlier because that means that his Diggersby could hang on to the next Scorching Sands. Then Alfonso swapped into the Azumarill, took 2 more quick attacks, and therefore he was in perfect farm down range.
Yes. What What an amazing series of battles right there. Nighttime Clasher moving on through the winners bracket, and Alfonso going to be fighting his way through the losers bracket this weekend. Our day feels like it would be over, but it's nowhere near. We have so many more battles left.
Yep, and I can't wait for even more of them. We have seen so many phenomenal trainers. We have such great trainers in Europe, and they are coming from all over the world as well. And then you have to basically... Some people are losing in day one already. Big names that you would never think could.
That just speaks to the level of competitors that we have here and the drive to be top 50 in EU. That is huge. We haven't had that before in previous seasons. A lot of trainers would come to EUIC. I have enough points. I can kind of relax and chill. Your mentality kind of goes down a different caliber, but now everyone is fighting. Everyone is scrapping to be in the top 50. And so these top trainers are now having to make sure their A game is always there.
You know, what I also love is that we're seeing new talents emerging from the pool of players that we're having. Sometimes you see that the same players win over and over again. We have known Colin for years now. Lurgan Rocket is an absolute legend of the game, still performing well. So is Tonton. But then you also have players like Gaifje who just come out of nowhere, practice for a long time, and now they're making it on the big stage and they are winning.
Yeah, these battles have been incredible. And the unique twist that we've seen in EU with the Wigglytuff coming in, or some of the other, like a Molga, like we saw earlier. I always love that. No offense to any of the other regions, but EU likes to bring that extra little spice and mix things up. And we have so many more unique Pokemon in battles. Like we saw in Adequins, who I believe hasn't been on stage yet today, as he's fighting in the second half, but his Shadow Palkia has been dominating, so...
I was gonna say, he's also basically the inventor of Wigglytuff because he made it to a special championship title and second place at Worlds with a Wigglytuff. But when we're speaking about unique, what else is unique? Interviews with Nighttime Clasher. Pedro, take it away.
Yeah, I'm here with the one and only Nighttime Clasher. Incredible battles. I was in the edge of my seat until the last moment. How were you feeling at that moment?
Honestly, like when I saw Azumarill on my Diggersby, at that point, like I thought the game was over. Like halfway through the game, I was like, this game is done. Like I have no more play here. So when I saw his Diggersby, I got like extremely excited because I was just not expecting that.
Yeah, I love how it turned around at the end in the last battle and was decided by 1 HP. That was amazing. I want to ask you about the Zapdos. We couldn't see it, but I want to know what's the thought behind it.
It's just so strong, like against many of the cores, like Azumarill, there's Jump Bluff, there's Annihilate, Feraligatr, and I've been bringing it almost every single game. It's just been so instrumental in my success today.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it, but I believe you. I love Zapdos. I was Team Instinct for a while. I love him. One more thing. So I saw you use the strong core of Azumarill Diggersby. Why is that core so good?
Well, my opponent didn't have Serperior, which is one of the main problems for that core. Otherwise, it's so bulky, you can bully through most matchups. Azumarill for the fighters, Diggersby for literally everything else. It just works so well together because you can outbulk in basically, yeah, again, every matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it worked. And I'm so happy that you're advancing today, too. I'm eager to see your next battles. And now we're going back to the casters to see one of the greatest battles of the day.
Pedro, we're going to have a little talk about your team change there, leaving Team Instinct.
Yeah, I don't get why you would ever do that.
Why would you do that? But Nighttime Clasher made a lot of sense there with the Zapdos, as I do have the pin here representing. I wish we got to see it in that matchup, but ultimately he's been dominating with it the rest of the day.
He said he brought it in almost every single game, and then when he gets on stream to showcase the great power of Zapdos, he just doesn't do it. I'm kind of mad.
Well, he had a great reason, right?
Yeah.
There was no Serperior, so he just fought his way through with the Azumarill and Diggersby, and Diggersby, he said, just be used for everything. It's like it's like the new Lickitung kind of from last year.
Yep, so Serperior should be on the rise again because Azumarill Diggersby core is everywhere. It's just so incredibly good. But it was already a bit announced by our host that we were going to have one of the greatest battles of the day, and that is true. We have Marco's Shiny versus Snorek coming up, and those are two EU trainers who have made it onto the big stage a lot of the time already.
Yeah, these are going to be some very intense battles as we are coming through, doing all these bracket winners right here. And I just had a little sneak peek. You might have saw me look. There is another Zapdos coming.
Yes!
Maybe we get to see it. We'll have to find out when it comes comes to their... I'm going to root for Zapdos, so... I would love to see the Zapdos sweep. It is such a strong and unique Pokemon and an original Pokemon as well.
I mean, it's just a Kanto legendary, so that's always really cool. I mean, it's my second favorite legendary. Can you guess what my favorite is?
I mean, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's Ho. Also, my only perfect legendary that has full appraisal on everything, a 4-star as we call it.
You know, I think the stars have aligned here because Zapdos is my only perfect Shadow legendary.
That is so cool.
And unfortunately, it goes, I believe it was 1511 combat power, so it's just over.
Can't use it. Huh?
And a lot of trainers have been saying, why don't you power it up all the way? And I'm like, do you know how much Stardust it costs? Like, do you know how expensive that is?
Yeah, we're PvP players.
We're PvP players.
Broke on Stardust.
Constantly at 0.
I actually hit precisely 0 one time.
Oh, same. Yeah. Oh my goodness. There have been so many times. But here, we got the team rosters right here, so let's go ahead and check that out.
Oh, another Pidgeot on the side of Snorlax. That is very interesting. And we have the Shadow Drapion, and it's Shadow Pidgeot as well, by the way, as well as Shadow Annihilate.
We did see the Zapdos on... Oh, here we go. So we got the Zapdos, the Shadow Annihilate, the Diggersby, the Galarian Corsola, Azumarill, and Shadow Drapion. Very consistent. Those last 5 is what we've been seeing really pretty much all day.
Yeah.
Mix and match, tweak in there maybe a Shadow Feraligatr instead of the Zapdos.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I mean, that's a lot of shadows on Snorlax's side.
But I mean, if Marco Shiny just listened to Nighttime Clash, then he might bring Azumarill Diggersby because there is no superior. That's exactly what's happening. But Snorlax has the advantage here, and we see Zapdos as a
safe. There it is. The Zapdos swaps in, and what do you come in with?
You can't answer this.
You can. And Marco Shiny knows it. If the Azumarill is not swapping out, he's like, wait, hold on. Am I about to unleash the powerful charge moves from the legendary Pokemon?
And now after the shield, he goes into Shadow Drapion, goes for a Drill Peck already. This is the cheaper charge attack. Snorlax lets it go. If this was the Thunderbolt, he would be in great trouble. But Drill Peck, it can hang on very well to that. There's going to be another Drill Peck trying to throw on the charge attack priority. Shielded up by Snorlax.
Wow. The thing is, Zapdos now low enough where the Shadow Aqua Tail is going to be really dangerous if you get any lower. And looking to overload just a bit on energy, throwing the Aqua Tail just before. And Marco Shiny deciding to give up the second Protect Shield now, investing all in Zapdos. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I like that as well. He can throw here, or he can try to catch an Aqua Tail.
What a beautiful catch, recognizing that Snorlax doesn't have the best answer for the Zapdos, storing energy, soaking the resisted charge move, and Azumarill now on the field in a great position to farm down.
Yep, that is the perfect HP on Drapion for a farm down. Has 3 bubbles advantage, but Snorlax has the advantage of a shield that can be used now against the player off, but you might also want to keep it for the Zapdos that even has a Drill Peck stored.
Yeah, this is such a tough situation to be in because Shadow Feraligatr is so glassy. Whether it's a Play Rough, a Drill Peck, a Scorching Sands, it's all gonna hurt, and if you let anything through, now fast moves are gonna be dominating.
Now the question is, can you knock out with 2 Hydro Cannons? Because Marco Shiny is at the next charge attack, and Ice Beam even will knock out at this point. Are you going to throw on charge attack priority? Another bubble coming through. Are you knocking out the Azumarill with this Hydro Cannon?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I think Azumarill stays on. Oh, it does go down, but that's okay. Energy dry. Zapdos can come in, get an aggressive farm down. There's only 1 shield remaining, and Azumarill and a Shadow Drapion both. I don't think the Azumarill threw the Ice Beam and bailed out. Yeah, it has. It's energy dry. Here we go.
You basically have to no shield this, hoping for a bait. He gets to shield the Thunderbolt, which is great, but I think that Marco Shiny just easily reaches a new one and next one, and he could go for a potential catch here. Oh, he gets thrown down by the bubbles. Marco Shiny not reaching the next Thunderbolt here, and all of a sudden, this is looking so fantastic for Snorlax. He gets to the Ice Beam. It's Azumarill versus Diggersby.
That's the dangerous thing about Zapdos is those fast moves add up so quickly, and he had the Drill Peck. Even for that chip damage, could have been so useful. Now, will we see the Drapion catch the charge move?
Yep, and he really, I mean, he doesn't even need to catch this charge attack. He just needs to land an Ice Beam, hoping that this doesn't debuff, of course, for Snorlax. The question is, how close is the Shadow Drapion to another charged attack. We're going to connect the Ice Beam here. This is undebuffed damage.
Wow. So it went from Zapdos potentially sweeping this game to the Shadow Drapion now doing the combo play with the Aqua Tail, which is loaded, which is, again, time and time. Shadow Drapion with energy hidden in the back is sweeping games. Or not, that wasn't a sweep, but you know what I mean. Finishing off games.
Snorlax is just absolutely chill right there. We were discussing a little bit with Vanny, another or a judge who is a player who has been so successful in the past. And Snorlax has been very successful in this season. He has had quite some appearances in the 24 season on stream as well. But this, in the 25 season, the performances of Snorlax have picked up. He has made several stream appearances and Top Cut appearances.
Yeah, and we've seen that Annihilate again with Ice Punch this time. All the trainers are like, I saw what the Kanto Marowak did. We need to make sure we stop that with the Ice Punch or the fear of Jump Bluff, right? Mark, they knew Marto was going to be here.
You know, I think that's it a little more because actually versus the Kanto Marowak, usually everyone shields everything in that scenario, but you want to go for those Rage Fists so that your counters knock out, because in the beginning, Mudslap does more damage than counter. After one Rage Fist, different story.
Yeah, I was thinking more like you get an aggressive farm down, now you have the coverage move for a Marowak that has to come in, right? But
that is true.
Yeah, the coverage is key. Coverage is king when it comes to this meta, and you guys can make sure to share all your posts on social media as we are on all the platforms this weekend.
We also see this nice monitor in the background. Look at this Gyarados.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love. And we also have the animated sprites there on the side, which is amazing to see in the Annihilate Shadow. I really like what they did where it's around the box, showing just how powerful it can be.
Yeah, again, you can use #PlayPokemon for your social posts. Let us know whether you like the new moving sprites and this new shadow animation that we got there.
Oh, this is so good. Now, I think the last battle is under review right now, which is totally fine. But man, the Zapdos, I mean, we saw that, okay, he recognized that it wasn't a hard answer. He's investing shields, but unfortunately that last bubble right before the Thunderbolt, that would have been huge.
And it could have helped him if he just went, like he took the chance trying to reach for the Thunderbolt, didn't get it. If he threw a Drill Peck there, could have made a difference.
Yeah. Oh, if he threw that, that neutral damage, right? But I guess he was trying to risk it all to get to that Thunderbolt, which is a make or break in a lot of these situations. Like we saw with Nighttime Clasher, right? You have to go all in if you're going to win.
That is true. And also he had the Aqua Tail stored on the Shadow Drapion, so basically a little bit of chip damage on the Azumarill won't help you. You have to kind of really farm it down all the way with your Diggersby after connecting a Thunderbolt. So I really like that he went for this approach. And Snorlax is just, he's very calm and collected.
Calm and collected right now. Had a great game one, and we will have to see. But man, bringing 4 Shadow Pokemon as well. Did you notice that, right? You have the Azumarill and the Diggersby, right? A solid core if there's no superior. Very bulky, very versatile. And then 4 Shadows.
Yep, just absolute power, wants to rampage through teams there. Or just bring Azumarill and Diggersby, chill out a little bit and put your shields on another Pokemon, which could either be Shadow Feraligatr or Shadow Drapion or Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, and we've seen, you know, the core of Azumarill and Diggersby, but we have seen superiors dominate, right? Tauntaun Patoos did so well earlier today against Lurgan Rocket, winning the group finals right there, knocking Lurgan down, which he's definitely going to be fighting his way through the loser's bracket. But superior, we saw it trending down, right, from player usage. But now it's like it's needed. If you don't have it, the Azumarill Diggersby is just way too strong.
It's really strong. I'm thinking of possible core breakers there. So what you need to be, it has to be grass types, right?
Yeah, bring back the victory bell.
And Jump Bluff is not doing the best job at that because, okay, Fire Punch is a problem that all of the grass types have basically, but you're double weak to Ice Beam. And in the zero shield scenario with a regular Jump Bluff that has low attack in the appraisal, you don't knock out with 2 energy balls, so you actually lose the zero shield scenario.
Yeah, and we have seen that the
nice. We're going to get
this is the replay of what's being contested right now. So the Azumarill comes in. Here's the first Thunderbolt. There's another bubble that goes through, and this is why I think we were kind of taken by surprise. I thought Zapdos would have been able to survive, but the Thunderbolt's going to come through, get shielded by Snorlax.
So far, so good. All right.
All is good.
I like this. I enjoy it.
Yes. Now let's see. Oh.
All right. Was that Was that 2 bubbles after 1 Thunder Shock from Marco Shiny? I think I might have missed the important part actually.
That might have been it.
Yep. So if 2 bubbles go through after you do 1 Thunder Shock, that's of course not the way how it's supposed to go. So getting an extra bubble in, leading to more damage, and you can farm down the Zapdos afterwards before reaching the next Thunderbolt. That means you got a rematch.
Yep. So we are gonna reset and rematch, and Snorlax still composed, knowing that he has. The thing is, right? Great call by Marco Shiny, knowing that, you know, my Zapdos should have survived there, should have been able to get to the Thunderbolt, raising the flag, and that's ultimately what you need to do, right? If you see something that you
say something.
See something, say something. That's what the judges are here for, and our judges are world class.
Yeah, exactly. Also world competitors like Annie.
A lot of them are previous competitors.
Yep.
Most, I think all of them are.
Yep, and now let's see if we get a rematch with the same teams or with different teams, maybe same lead. We're going to go into game 1 once again, and it is Shadow Annihilate versus Azumarill, and that is on paper a bad matchup for the Annihilate. Snorlax agrees and swaps out into the Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, Shadow for Alligator now coming in, but the Azumarill maybe wants to do a little chip and dip, but ultimately the Hydro Cannon is going to be landing to a nice little chunk of damage against this Azumarill.
I also like that he overfarmed. Usually when you safe swap a Shadow for Alligator into Azumarill, you can throw immediately after 5 Shadow Claws on perfect timing. However, then your energy dry and you're giving your opponent the chance to just swap out immediately.
Yeah, Snorlax now investing the first Protect Shield, and we do see the Shadow Drapion now swap in, but he's going to have to throw that Hydro Cannon. He throws it right before he's able to get to the crunch.
I like this. There is no Shadow Claw damage except for the first few. That is still so much damage. And now Marco Shiny, he might get to 2 Aqua Tail. I think that even though I like this, this might have been a big mistake because Snorlax might be able to farm down completely before he reaches the crunch.
Yep, you give for Alligator an inch, he'll take a mile as he's able to farm down the Shadow Drapion. And now we see the Zapdos with 2 shields. Oh my goodness, there's no shields remaining for Snorlax.
Yeah, but 2 Hydro Cannon on Snorlax Shadow for Alligator, so you're going to get those shields back immediately, but that is going to be a huge farm down. And look at the Pokemon that Snorlax brought. It is Azumarill. It is the Annihilate. Marco Shiny is going to be so free to choose where he wants to put his energy.
All right, here we go. The Azumarill swapping in, loading up on energy. And this is a beautiful situation to be in because you still have your own Azumarill to swap into if you want to after throwing this Thunderbolt because you have no shields remaining, so you might be able to catch that Ice Beam.
Yep, you can also, you don't need to try and catch, right? You can just go into your Azumarill after this one, and you're soaking up the energy anyways. Your opponent is switch locked already. You don't need to catch when you can just safely play it.
I mean, the catch is always a little bit more fun, but yeah, ultimately you're right. Soaking the damage on the Azumarill is the play right here and can easily outpace to the next charge move and have loaded energy for that Annihilate that is still yet to come out onto the field.
Oh, and he's going to throw an Ice Beam here. Could have thrown on Charge Attack priority as well for Snorlax, but decides not to. Ice Beam is going to connect here, takes out the Azumarill, and now the Shadow Annihilate is coming in. It's going to be connected with a Play Rough. That is tons of damage.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Annihilate, no Protect Shields remaining, barely hangs on and is not able to get the farm down.
Yep, and now Snorlax is in with the Shadow for Alligator. Gets 2 Shadow Claws in, 3 away from the Hydro Cannon, but the Drill Peck is reached by Marco Shiny.
Marco Shiny, knowing that Zapdos is his Pokemon for victory, clutches it up right here, getting to that Drill Peck in time, knocking out the Shadow for Alligator.
This is Zapdos Masterclass from Marco Shiny, showing how it's done. Shows how these creative picks in the metagames can work, because sometimes you're sitting across someone who doesn't have a single real answer to your Pokemon, and you're like, hey, you know what? This is my game. I will dictate how it goes, and you have no say in this.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about all the unique Pokemon that you can bring, whether it's in the top 12 or, you know, so far ranked down that no one even thinks about it, what it can bring to the table, what it can do against the meta, because a meta forms around if you can core break that, like we're seeing with the Zapdos right now, that's how you dominate.
Yep, I think as well, in the 2-shield scenario, Shadow Annihilate with Rage Fist might be able to counter down a Zapdos.
I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I don't think there's a lot that can stop the Annihilate in that kind of situation.
But I mean, it's resisted.
Yeah.
It's resisted, but still.
But I mean, that's how powerful Annihilate is.
That is true, and there we can see the bubble down here. No swap from Snorlax, but knows that this wouldn't have changed much. I think Marco Shiny wins that game with the Zapdos. Zapdos here going to Drill Peck away this Feraligatr.
Yeah, I love that play right there of giving 2 shields to Zapdos, and you called it the second the Zapdos came on the field. We're like, oh, it's got 2-0 shields. Here we go. This is what it's been set up for.
Yep, this was Zapdos' moment to shine, and let's see if it's going to shine one more time. In game 2, we're seeing a lead, which is going to be the Shadow Drapion for Snorlax versus the Zapdos, and I think that's the best that Snorlax can get.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough situation because the Zapdos right here, while hidden in the back, right, with 2-0 shields, a bit tougher time when you're on the lead because those Poison Stings are really adding up.
Yep, and basically it outpaces as well because you can hit with an Aqua Tail. Goes for the crunch here, gets shielded up. There is a defense debuff. Don't know how much that matters in this matchup. Goes to throw a Drill Peck, which will be shielded up. Now, are we going to see another Drill Peck right after to win charge attack priority?
Let's see. No, we see a swap out to catch on the Azumarill as the Aqua Tail is going to be landing, and Marco Shiny able to soak that damage. So now, if you're Snorlax, you gotta overcharge right here before swapping out.
I was gonna say, this is dangerous. The good thing for Marco Shiny is that he got a bubble through on the catch here, so he reaches an attack before, but now Azumarill is being swapped in after loading up the Shadow Drapion with energy.
That's the story of this weekend. The Shadow Drapion is just so powerful with so much energy, and without, you know, the hard-hitting Mud Slap from a Shadow Kanto Marowak on a team to really threaten it with fast moves, you can easily overload. We've seen multiple trainers have 100 energy maxed out before swapping out, and especially in a situation where you have 2 Azumarills on the field, you have time to think about it.
Yep, and now we're thinking quite a lot again. Marco Shiny has full energy here, and is going to throw the Thunderbolt just before the Ice Beam is being reached. Snorlax can now decide, will I let go of my 50% HP Azumarill, or will I shield this up? Gives a shield to Azumarill when he has Shadow Feraligatr and Shadow Drapion in the backline. Call me crazy.
Oh my goodness. Crazy.
Thanks.
No, the Ice Beam is going to connect, taking out the Zapdos, and now Diggersby and Azumarill are all that are left, but sometimes that is all you need. The Shadow Feraligatr, while a great typing against the Diggersby, if you have a 2-0 shield, maybe you can make something happen.
And now there was a little bit of an overfarm. The Azumarill was already maxed out on energy, going for another bubble in that mirror matchup. And now actually they're pacing to the same time. There's going to be a catch, but do you want to catch a play off on your Feraligatr?
This is going to be tough. Now the Feraligatr in a great position to potentially farm down, but the Diggersby is going to come in right away, and this is now such a tough position to be in because that Hydro Cannon is not going to be one-shotting.
Yeah, and the Diggersby has a shield as well. Snorlax doesn't have a shield, so he can overfarm 4 more quick attacks safely before, I think at this range, maybe even a Fire Punch. I wouldn't necessarily risk it, to be honest. Okay,
you can risk it. You can go for it. That quick attack get enough damage. And the Fire Punch now going to be taking out the Feraligatr, and that Play Rough was crucial to set up Diggersby in this position.
Yep, Diggersby dictating here. However, there is 2 charge attacks on that Shadow Drapion. No Protect Shields left remaining on the side of Snorlax. So when Marco Shiny wants to throw a Fire Punch, he's going to connect it. However, there's also a catch option right there.
Yes, Switch Clock is up here for Snorlax. So will he be able to catch the charge move? Will we see a swap into Azumarill? He's looking to swap both trainers, catching him off guard as an Ice Beam comes through. But Marco Shiny, oh man, this is tough.
This is so huge for Snorlax because now he has energy left on that Shadow Drapion. He is going to outpace with his Azumarill against Marco Shinies. He needed to predict a combo play here. He couldn't because it's just so incredibly tough, and Snorlax takes game 2 with a Play Rough.
I think Marco Shiny had it right there with the energy on Diggersby. I think he was so concerned about the Azumarill catching the charge move he didn't want to throw, and then ultimately that is what sealed the deal because we saw the counter swap in with the Ice Beam, catching him off guard, and that's what you can do to overcome some of these battles, even up this series, as Snorlax and Marco Shiny are tied 1-1.
And I think if the Azumarill has an Ice Beam in the back, you wanted to catch the attack and then feint to the attack because this is threatening damage. Ice Beam, Azumarill is bulky, but it can hit hard.
Yes. Oh my goodness, what a comeback right there. I wasn't expecting. I thought this Diggersby was going to clean house, right? With its moveset that it had, with the energy that it had, and the Pokemon remaining. All you had to do was throw 2 charge moves, and it's basically over because of how low health they are.
But there's just so much water damage everywhere. That is speaking for Diggersby, that it's such a top-tier pick in the metagame on half of the team, even though almost every team has a Azumarill. There are so many Shadow for Alligator, and there is so many Shadow Drapion that hit you for that super effective Aqua Tail. So Diggersby is just an absolute powerhouse, overcoming most matchups with type disadvantage.
Yeah, Marco Shiny using Zapdos once again, catching that charge move on Azumarill was a huge play in the early game.
Yeah, but still Snorlax was able to then just overfarm for an eternity. Here, shielding up, he's using those. We've seen this from Mato Galde before, using a shield on your Azumarill. And now we're going into the next game. We've seen an incredibly fast pivot here as well. We have Diggersby on the Shadow Drapion locked in.
Yeah, I didn't catch the leads right there. Did you see them?
I think this was a Zapdos from Marco's Shiny, and might have been for Alligator.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, it looks like Zapdos. We see a little bit of health there, which is great to know, right? You see the health on the right-hand side as the Diggersby looking to go for the Fire Punch and does get a shield.
I think it was Azumarill lead for Snorlax then.
Okay.
Because then Marco Shiny could swap the Diggersby onto the Shadow Drapion. Has 2 shields, but there's also 2 Aqua Tail on that Shadow Drapion.
Okay, Aqua Tail gonna be able to connect. The Diggersby hoping to get to this Scorching Sands, but no, charge attack priority. That's huge, forcing a shield now from Marco Shiny.
Yep, and now you can just let your Shadow Drapion go if you want. You would concede the switch, however, so you can make an argument for using another shield here. However, he lets it go, and this is a comfortable farm down range for Azumarill, actually.
Yes, and do you want to... No, he's going to swap out right away into the Azumarill, and we do see the Diggersby counter swap in, but this is why Zapdos has that Drill Peck. Is this going to be doing so much neutral damage as Fire Punches now are going to be coming through?
Yep, let's see how much Fire Punch does, because I have no idea. I'd say 35%.
33.33, I think. Repeating, of course.
Might be the exact case. Now we're going to Drill Peck here. Drill Peck will also deal a sizable amount of damage. You're, of course, outpacing on the Zapdos, but you're outbulking on the Diggersby.
Yeah, now lots of energy here. They're going to throw the Drill Peck right away, hoping for that charge attack priority, but the Diggersby going to be overloading on energy and looking to no-shield this next Drill Peck.
That is, of course, the dangers of a frail Pokemon like Zapdos, even though you have type advantage versus the Azumarill. If the Azumarill gets a big farm down before, you can't win that matchup at all. Ice Beam is just too threatening. Fire Punch connects. Zapdos gets dropped out of the sky, and now we have Azumarill and Diggersby versus Diggersby and Azumarill.
This is... I'm having deja vu. We have Azumarill and Diggersby on both sides, finishing off Game 3 as the Scorching Sands is going to be coming through, but ultimately it's going to be how you can manage the energy right here at the very end as both trainers have 1 shield remaining.
Yep, the thing is that Snorlax has a very healthy Azumarill, while Marco Shiny is banking more on them. They both have very healthy Azumarill, so it's looking very even.
It looks so even. Again, it's going to come down. I think the Diggersby for Marco Shiny has a little bit of energy. I think that where it's going to come down to is which one gets to the charge move first.
Yep, there's also a shield on both sides. Snorlax just decided to use his shield on his Azumarill. That is the Pokemon that is supposed to win him the game here. Marco Shiny says, hey, you know what? Let's do the same thing.
Let's do the same thing. This is now where it's going to come down to the wire, where the plays can be made. Maybe a catch on the play rough. Let's find out.
Both players are tapping very close to the Diggersby. They are pacing at the same time. This is so incredibly close. Another play rough connecting. Time to breathe through for Marco.
This is going to be coming down to the wire. Play rough coming through. Both Diggersby available for a sacrificial swap. And we see the next play rough. Oh my goodness.
Waiting a turn.
They're both waiting to make a play.
Yep, Snorlax waiting a turn, locking Marco Shiny into the bubble animation. Diggersby is being swapped in here, but this is so much damage that he's doing with bubbles. Snorlax is almost at the charge attack. Goes for a Fire Punch, takes an extra quick attack for damage.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna let the Diggersby go down, but does he have enough energy on his Azumarill after farming down with bubble to be able to win? I don't think that's the case. I think Snorlax has the charge move, 1 fast move ahead, and Snorlax is able to get to it in time, winning the series.
Play rough versus play rough versus play rough versus play rough. Snorik defeating Marco Shiny. Both trainers using the powerful and popular Diggersby Azumarill core. We've been seeing so many endgames now where these two Pokemon were the only 4 Pokemon on the field.
Yes, and so many games where the final match comes to one fast move. Every single time it comes down to it. And oh my goodness.
This is so confusing.
It's confusing, but it's fun to watch because you know you're hanging on the edge of your seat watching how this is going to play out because you know both trainers need to utilize that swap, soak energy, and race to that final charge move.
Yeah, and again, Diggersby is such a champ for playing so well into all of those water-type fast or charge attacks. This Pokemon is an absolute powerhouse. Scorching Sands giving that little extra kick with the 30% debuff chance as well.
Yeah, and the Fire Punch being a great versatile coverage move that you have against the meta, maybe baiting that we saw in many matches, and then having that chip damage in neutral.
What do you think about Purified Diggersby with Return instead?
Ooh, that could be spicy. We love, there hasn't been a lot of Steel-type Pokemon really in the meta, and that Return is very hard-hitting.
I mean, if there's Steel-type Pokemon, then you throw...
Well, you throw, yes.
I think you're fine there.
You're fine with the coverage, but my brain just instantly went to what resists it, but yeah.
But then there's also an interesting steel type like Alolan Sandslash, where you would rather go for a Fire Punch because it's double super effective. But Alolan Sandslash not here in this match. We can see a KO with the Scorching Sands onto this Drapion, and now we're seeing Scorching Sands, Scorching Sands, Scorching Sands, Scorching Sands.
And so many debuffs as well today, which has been pretty crucial in a lot of these matchups. But yeah, coming down to the wire, both the Azumarills and Diggersby basically at the exact same pacing, same shields, same energy, and it literally came down to one bubble. One bubble.
Yeah. If this bubble didn't knock out the Diggersby, would have gotten to a charge attack priority event that would have made it even more close. But this way, we didn't go for a basically 50-50, but Snorik got the big W here with the energy advantage on Azumarill.
Yeah, what a close battle. And Nighttime Clasher said it perfectly. If there's no superior on your opponent's team, Azumarill and Diggersby core is so dominant in this meta.
Yep, there is basically no Pokemon that really core breaks it. You have, of course, neutral play against those Pokemon. If you're bringing in a Wigglytuff, if you're bringing in a Shadow Drapion, even though that's not really neutral, it's just very dangerous. It has more flexibility than Diggersby, but Diggersby always threatens a knockout with these Scorching Sands. But if you have neutral play against the best Pokemon in the meta, that are the bulkiest, they have great fast attacks and charge attacks, it's going to be tough to beat them with neutral play.
Yeah, well, talk about great play. We have an interview now with Pedro.
Yeah, Cyanek, you're absolutely right. In this match, we only saw great plays. I'm here with Snorik. You know, that battle, the last battle was amazing. What's happening in your mind right now?
I'm pretty happy. Yeah, as you could see, my team is really weak to Zapdos. And of course, I had to face it 3 out of 4 matches. So yeah, I'm glad I beat it. Yeah, it's my worst matchup, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, you did great, you are going great, and you are going to continue doing great. I want to ask you something. How do you face unknown menaces like Zapdos? You know, it's something that you don't see every day. So how do you face against a Pokemon like that?
I knew Zapdos will be played in this tournament, so when I created this team, I was like, maybe I need to change something. Later I scrimped. Later I scrimped against it, and yeah, I figured out it can't beat everything. So I can go triple weak, try to outspam it, get it away, and then the other weak monster should do the work in the back. So, yeah.
It definitely worked. Congratulations. I'm eager to see you in day 2. And now we're gonna take a break, but don't leave us, because we're gonna see some cool clips about our second, our second finalist in Last Worlds, Inadequates.
Inadequates going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequates. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive, to try and confuse my opponents with some of the playstyles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
but in comes Giratina. Inadequate says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Liu, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just stopped at almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequates.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht special event.
It wins the MP! Martijn is your special event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, it's very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
Then it looks like Inadequates is gonna take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion. It's Axon. He's a very humble, a very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the world championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
You know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina's on Lickitung, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
The first Pokemon game that I ever played, that I started with, was Pokemon Yellow. That was one of the first generation games, and you had a Pikachu following you, and I really liked that, just that concept. The favorite Pokemon of mine of any generation is Giratina Origin. Call me a normie, I like a legendary Pokemon, but it's just been so good for me, not just in Pokemon Go, but also in the main series. I really loved Pokemon Platinum, where Giratina got its own role in that story. The furthest I've ever traveled for a Pokemon event, kind of tough to decide because I've been to the World Championships in Japan, which was about a 16-hour flight, and then Hawaii had an 11-hour flight and a 5-hour flight. So I go anywhere for Pokemon. The player that I look up the most right now is Colin Six, my fellow Dutchman. There's always a discussion going on within the Netherlands. Who's the best Dutch battler? I would say right now that's Colin. He's been so consistent in so many tournaments. I haven't played for a while, since the World Championships. It was Stuttgart and then Toronto. But in the meantime, Colin has been so successful, and I really respect him for that. The most memorable match that I had on stream, I have 2 of them actually, which is both the grand finals of Utrecht and at the World Championships in Utrecht. Just winning, bracket resetting against Pablo Dinas was amazing, and the support that I have, and that same support. I remember the 23 World Championships, the crowd wasn't as filled as was 2024, and I think that I had a big part in that. I'd like to believe that, and I really love the support that I always have. People that stay up late, but they still come up early to watch me. Beautiful. I usually don't eat much on the day of a tournament, and when I do, I like something dry, just like fries without any sauce or something, just to fill up a little bit and have some more steam for the next battles. But generally, I don't eat a lot on tournament days. That is whether I'm playing or shoutcasting. I think the correct answer to what I would like to eat is fruit, but I do like a bag of chips. Depends on what flavor, of course, but I also like an apple, actually. If I have a good-looking apple, I'll eat that too. The favorite city of mine that hosts a Pokemon tournament event, call me biased, but it is Toronto. It's so easy to access. Food is great all over the place here. One thing that I like about North America, everyone speaks English. Like in Europe, there's so many languages. So yeah, I would say Toronto. I don't really have a favorite type of music. I just like anything that doesn't give me a headache. So that can sometimes just be something chill. Fun fact, I listened a lot to one of the Pokemon songs, I believe it was We Came to Win, on the flight from San Francisco to Hawaii. I'd like to believe it had some influence.
So nice to hear from Inadequates, our World Championships runner-up. I heard a rumor that he is in this very venue, and he might be coming up on the stream very soon, so make sure to stay tuned. Speediest Chief 2 with the one, the only, Amanda Lundberg.
And I also prefer fruit. How about you?
Not apples, though. I
Not
think
apples.
That's a low-hanging fruit, pun intended.
That's a literal low-hanging fruit.
Yes, exactly. I think you go for something, I don't know, maybe like pineapple could be good.
Chat, while we have you here on the subject of pineapple, a lot of Europeans do know this about me. I don't like pineapple on pizza. I actually don't like pineapple much at all. That's not my fruit. What do you guys think? Do you put pineapple on your pizza? Let's, one's in the chat for yes, two's in the chats if you're smart.
Yeah, we're going to go look back and count the numbers. So make sure to type those in because we're going to keep records and we are going to post the results on social. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much, Chad. And we're not talking about pineapple berries. We're talking about pineapple.
Yeah, real pineapple. And also, let's talk about players. We talked about pineapple. Now let's get into the players who are actually making it very far in day one of this tournament. Here in London, we have San Hudigo.
San Hudigo versus Richie 1409. This is a very interesting clash because we have one of the best trainers from LATAM versus one of the best trainers from Spain or España.
That's absolutely true. Both of these trainers played at the Latin American International Championships. Richie doing very well in that tournament, getting third, and then doing even better past that in another event. He's here to see how he can make it on in the EUIC, but he's going to have to go through a lot of tough competition here first.
Looking over at the teams, I like this Morpeko from San Hudigo. Look at the matchups. It can land Aura Wheel against the Drapion, Aura Wheel against the Azumarill, Dark type Aura Wheel versus the Galarian Corsola, Electric type Aura Wheel versus the Pidgeot as well. I think that Richie has to lean on Annihilate and Diggersby, but once you apply that much board pressure and you kind of anticipate the Annihilate from the Diggersby as San Hudigo, then what do you do then? Bring out maybe the Azumarill Morpeko core? What do you think, Amanda?
I think that is not a bad plan at all. Also, if you guys are just joining or keeping track, how many different types of electric Pokemon have we seen so far today? We've seen Pachirisus, we saw Charjabug, we just saw a Zapdos on the side of Marco's Shiny
We
play
did.
just recently, and now we see a Morpeko.
Morpeko is that one electric type that I really wanted to see compete because we are in a ground-heavy meta. Lots of Clodsire, lots of Gastrodon, lots of Shadow Kanto Marowak, but seeing this Pokemon come out is really, really going to be fun. Richie, incredibly talented trainer. I saw Richie win an event earlier this season. He was actually playing Galarian Corsola and Primeape core. Now he's opting for the double ghost of Galarian Corsola and Annihilate instead.
Double ghost, what does he like most? I think he's liking a possible another top cut. We'll see if he can make it into day two to keep those dreams alive. Once again, we are on the winner's side of the bracket. This is the winner's finals. Whoever wins is guaranteed into day number 2. And look like these trainers have just time to lock in and decide if they're going to start playing.
I see what you did there, Amanda. We were talking about ghost-type Pokemon, and you said who's going to stay alive? All right, come on, chat. We've got some underrated, sneaky puns making their way into the stream. But like you said, these trainers are almost ready. I think they are locked in. Let's see what we got. Richie, 1409 on the left. San Hudigo on the right. Vamos, trainers. Let's go.
Jumping right into the battles. We have Talonflame against Shadow Drapion here. Want to see how these two trainers want to play it out because Shadow Drapion does pace so quickly, but you're watching those Incinerates just start to burn through that Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion Aqua Tail is such a threat, especially because that Shadow bonus does mean that it's going to make a greater impact against the Talonflame. First one will connect. San Hudigo lets it through. It looks like a little bit of a visual inconsistency there, but he's able to land another Incinerate and then the fly.
Going ahead, you get that shield off of a Richie's side here because he does have a lot of energy on that Drapion, and it looks like he's going to go, but a quick pivot now from San Hudigo into the Azumarill now to be met with the Galarian Corsola.
This is a very close matchup between these two Pokemon. It's basically neck and neck. I don't know if Azumarill exactly has a neck, but if it did,
I was just gonna, I don't even think either have them next.
Yeah, I would say maybe toe-to-toe between these two Pokemon. They're both incredibly bulky, dealing neutral damage across the board. However, the shield advantage for San Hudigo, if he decides to deploy it, can mean that he's going to win control switch advantage.
Nightshade coming through here, does a nice little chunk to the Azumarill. Azumarill is a little bit ahead on energy at this point, and I think a Play Rough will do a nice chunk, not enough to knock it out, and no Protect Shield from Richie's side. He's still got a lot of energy of his own.
I like the Azumarill sprite behind Richie's shoulder. It's kind of like dancing, taunting him behind his back, and San Hudigo has it on the field. Power Jump thrown. Oh my goodness, what a swap by San Hudigo.
San Hudigo knows what he's doing here. This is not going to be doing much damage at all, and it was much more energy, forcing Richie now to swap out into the Diggersby. But guess what? This is one of Cloudsire's harder counters here, and Diggersby is going to be able to reach that Scorching Sand before the Earthquake was even reached, throwing right at charge attack priority, knowing that even though this is a bulky Pokemon, it's still going to have a harder attack.
My goodness, absolute crispy timing there from Richie 1409. Scorching Sands does pick up the debuff, and you saw the reactions, the body language on stage. Sanhudigo is not happy with this result. He knew that if he was going to win this matchup and flip this scenario, he needed help, and that was not the kind of help he wanted.
Richie going ahead, just charging up. You're going to see he's going to charge up a little bit extra again, throwing once again. He knows his timings. He knows exactly when Sanhudigo wants to throw here, throwing another Scorching Sand, saying, oh, maybe I'll get a double debuff, but if not, it's still super effective damage. A quick pivot out, but he already clicked the button.
Yeah, click the Earthquake here, so it will go off in the charge attack priority tie. Clodsire giving a parting gift to the Diggersby. The question is, oh, actually going to swap out immediately. I was going to wonder if he's going to farm a little bit extra. Galarian Corsola comes in. What timing from Richie to throw the Astonish and then the Nightshade.
Going ahead, getting that last shield from Sanhudigo too, because he's got a decent amount of energy onto that Talonflame. He's basically got 2 flies now loaded. He needs to be able to incinerate down. He's able to. He's got some stuff loaded, but Richie still has a shield. He has to decide where it's going to be most impactful.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. I was just going to say, I think you send the Diggersby out here to soak the first fly. You no shield this one. You go ahead and bring in the Drapion and look for some Poison Sting damage. Undercharging, but not quite enough. And now the Drapion, I forgot, Amanda, how loaded this Pokemon is.
Going ahead, using that Protect Shield here. There is basically 2 Aqua Tails already loaded, but there are many Pokemon on Sanhudigo's side left. He needs to farm completely down. He is able to. There's no Protect Shields remaining. What will be enough? How does Richie play this out?
This is very, very tedious. Waiting down the switch timer, Sanhudigo wants every resource available, including a swap. Timer's up, Peekaboo doesn't fall for it. Here comes Richie.
Richie with the crunch. That's enough to take out an Azumarill at this range. You see Sanhudigo throwing his head, shaking it a little bit, saying, oh, this is not what I wanted to happen. In comes the Clodsire. Down goes the Clodsire as an Aqua Tail is released.
Richie had a response to every question, right? Crunch into the Azumarill, automatically clicking that Aqua Tail into the Clodsire, even though the Clodsire dumped all of its energy against that Diggersby earlier, and there was really no threat of a charge attack being ready anytime soon. But you know what? Richie wanted to move on from that game number 1 and see what he can do in game number 2.
Plushies have really taken to the stage here. You saw him holding his little Snorlax. There's a lot of support on Sanhudigo's side as well. I have a question, Will. Where was the Morpeko?
You know, that's a really good question. We didn't see that, and honestly, in an earlier series with Dunebug, we didn't see the Toxapex until later on in the series either. So a lot of these trainers are actually keeping their ace, so to speak, up their sleeve until the moment really calls for it. But this team from Richie was not very favorable to the Morpeko. He had the Drapion, he had the Galarian Corsola. Those, you could argue, are pretty solid targets, but the Diggersby would have been very, very tough for Morpeko to beat.
I think Richie's play of that Diggersby was absolutely fantastic this game, recognizing where the energy was at on the Clodsire and both times going for that charge attack priority, meaning even though he had the energy to throw the Scorching Sands earlier, he wanted to match the timing of the Clodsire so they would throw at the same time and the Clodsire wouldn't get any extra fast attacks through.
I couldn't have said it better. These trainers are absolutely on point. Richie in top form. I like to talk about tables Richie versus main stage Richie, and honestly, they might have fused and become the same because he is playing at a high level no matter where he is in the venue.
We talk about how trainers come from different regions and sort of take the title. Richie was actually the first person to do this, coming into North America from the LATAM, region.
Yes.
And being able to secure a victory. Back in 2022,
he beat Auburn, right?
I believe so.
In the grand finals. I do recall that, actually. Yeah, Richie, incredibly, incredibly talented. A little bit surprising, I must admit, to not see Talonflame on his team. He seems to be a trainer that plays that Pokemon from time to time, but he does have that Shadow Pidgeot. So my question for you, Amanda, is as we look at this team, is there any play for that Shadow Pidgeot from Richie? Or is it kind of mid?
I think it looks pretty good into the team, to be honest. The Ariados wants nothing to do with it. Clodsire, it can take some of it, but still needs to throw those charge attacks. And Azumarill, even though you would think it has a decent matchup, the pacing of it is just so slow, and the fast attacks from the Pidgeot do so much damage. Plus, you have that potential, ooh, am I going to bait with a Feather Dance and lower your own attack, or am I going for that heavy-hitting Brave Bird?
I was mainly looking at the Shadow Pidgeot because the Diggersby for Sanhudigo has tons and tons of play. It can hard wall that Galarian Corsola. That Scorching Sands can devastate the Shadow Drapion as well. So I don't know. Maybe this is like trying to be 2 steps ahead of your opponent, bringing something like a Shadow Pidgeot. But I really appreciate this close-up look at the team and the movesets. I'm telling you, everybody at home, if you are curious about competitive Pokemon Go, go ahead and take a screenshot of the stream right now, build something like this, and then bring it to a local cup or challenge and see how you do.
That's a great idea. One point about that Shadow Pidgeot, because it is open team sheets and we get to see the movesets, you know, I said that there was a Feather Dance. There's not even Feather Dance on that Pokemon. It's running Aerial Ace. But a previous point made about regular Annihilate running Rage Fist and Close Combat still stands. Richie, I think, is also running that.
Yeah, you're really in tune with the movesets here and what these trainers are thinking, so I'm excited to see if that Annihilate does hit the field, how much impact it will have. I think one of the main obstacles, though, to Annihilate play is going to be that Ariados. That's such a difficult Pokemon to get past, but you know what? I think we're queued up, Amanda. This is game number 2, Richie versus San Hurigo.
Richie just needs to win this game to secure his day number 2. San Diego could reverse sweep it. We could see him win. Let's see. It's a great lead here for him with an Azumarill against that Diggersby. We might see a quick pivot out by Richie.
Yeah, we see this pivot into the Shadow Drapion, one of the most flexible and versatile Pokemon, and we see it hit the field immediately in the face of a tough lead for Richie, 14-9. Crunch coming through.
Crunch is not going to be doing that much damage to the Azumarill. It's really the Poison Sting's fast attacks that are going to be doing more, but he ends up getting the defense debuff, and that does a ton, and this could end up flipping the favor more in Richie's side.
I think that San Hurigo's doing something very clever here. He wants to get a Protect Shield before he makes the switch out. Now, the challenge for him, the problem, is that both of his Pokemon in the back, Talonflame and the Clodsire, are slow to pace their charge attacks, and they can't really apply the kind of pressure that he needs to KO the Shadow Drapion.
Look at this. Crunch doesn't do very much, but a double debuff, and that's going to do a ton. He might be able to fast attack down. No, wants to go for the Aqua Tail just to be safe. Get the Azumarill out of the way. Doesn't want to use another shield.
We talked about this earlier with Dinoski's team. Not having a hard answer to Shadow Drapion can be so punishing in this current meta, but the Clodsire is going to do its best coming out onto the field now.
Coming in, going to have to take an Aqua Tail, but there are 2 Protect Shields left on his side. He needs to decide when he wants to use it. It's not going to be this very first time. I think at San Diego's part, he's going to see, okay, is he going to use another shield on this Drapion? And then from there, we'll see how I want to play it out.
I'd be really surprised, to be honest, because we did see the Diggersby lead, so working with the information that we have, we know Richie has a hard answer to the Clodsire, so he might be willing to let this go and then bring in his ground type instead. But you're right, actually, Amanda. We see a shield. A little surprising.
And not only that, it was sort of a bait with that Sludge Bomb. Now in comes that Talonflame. A quick swap out into the Corsola, one of the bulkiest Pokemon. And Incinerate did go through first, so he will be able to get a little bit of energy, but a Power Jam is going to do so much damage. He's at the energy. This is just Nightshade, but it's getting the shield.
Honestly, this is starting to look spooky. A dream turning into a nightmare here for Richie, because the 2 shields mean that this Talonflame is really unbothered by anything that he's going to try to throw at it. You can see him taking some notes as well about what he's seeing on the field, but my gosh, these flies are going to start raining down, and this is going to get really close.
One more Incinerate goes through, going for the fly. Great timing by San Diego's side here. This will be enough to knock out the Corsola. And though there is a lot of energy on the Drapion, we have to see how these 2 are actually going to do it. There's a full health Diggersby in the back.
So what do? Do you bring in the Diggersby and try to catch on the Drapion? Do you bring in the Drapion first and try to throw the energy? Richie's got a decision. He comes in with his ground-type Diggersby. We know that a Brave Bird is going to hurt, and San Hurigo can reset the debuff if he chooses to swap. But here comes a charge attack from Richie.
Now, I think San Diego knows this is just a Fire Punch, but he still wants to get as much energy. He wants to maximize his Talonflame to that full potential because he knows that the Clodsire doesn't do very well. A quick pivot by both at this point, catching the Aqua Tail onto the Clodsire, but he's still not happy about it.
He's not happy. Sour grapes on his face there. That Aqua Tail connects, and now we see the Talonflame come back, but it's got so much energy. Can it Incinerate down? No! He's going to have to throw the fly.
He has to throw the fly. This will definitely be enough to knock out the Drapion, but there's too much health on that Diggersby, I think, coming in. I don't even think a Brave Bird at this point would be enough.
A hope, a prayer, a Brave Bird across the stage. Let's see if San Hurigo can close this matchup out. Diggersby is so bulky. Here it comes.
He takes it on the chin, and it looks like Richie has taken this series 2-0.
Richie, durable, flexible, just incredibly talented, and is able to kind of pilot his way through a very difficult situation there. I mean, when you see a Talonflame go up 2 shields, you think that the runway has been cleared and that Pokemon is going to wreak havoc. But when you have this massive HP product, when you have a Galarian Corsola and a Diggersby, that's too much for a Talonflame to peck through, let's be real.
I mean, I think Richie did know exactly how he wanted to play out those matches. He's been doing really incredibly well this season. He's been a player who's been around since the very beginning. Some seasons, some metas are a little bit more certain players than others. Tonton Batuz, one of our previous EUIC winners, was saying before that was really his meta. Last season, he felt like he didn't have very many good performances at all, but we've seen him do so well here this season, and I would say the same goes for Richie. Richie has been almost unstoppable this season. Every time he goes somewhere, he's top cutting. He's an opponent now that a lot of players are fearing to play against.
I was actually walking backstage before this series took place, and I had just a couple of moments to catch up with Richie. You know what he said to me?
Hi.
Well, first he said hi.
Okay, okay. Well, nailed it.
Yeah, you nailed it. Okay, so you guessed right. He said hi, and the second thing he said was, I'm excited for the matchup, but who I really want is Marto. I want a rematch. He says, I want to recreate the LAIC matchup that we had. I think it was the winners finals is where they met. So seriously, Richie's not even looking at the medal. He's not even looking at the championship points. He's got one target, and that is his teammate and friend, Marto. And he's doing everything he can to push his way through this bracket and meet him.
Both of these trainers, they've been going to so many events together. They've been playing against each other, and it's almost like they're trading. It's like, it's your turn, my turn. Can I have it this time? But I think that Richie absolutely is saying, I came so close. I know that I can beat him. I played against him so many times. I want a chance at this international championship to prove it.
Yeah, I can't say enough kind things about Richie. He's a very warm person. I remember in previous seasons, he was kind of like, I don't want to say the cheerleader, but he was kind of picking up the team morale. Like you said, when they traveled to events, Richie was always clapping, cheering on his friends. And then we found out, we learned real quick that Richie can also play and play really, really well. And he's been doing that, like you said, this season, winning a championship series event already, and then actually making it pretty deep here in the Europe International Championships. I believe that was the winners finals. He's able to punch his ticket to day 2.
He's going into day 2. Also, if you happen to see Richie, I'm not guaranteeing it, but he might have a Halucha for trade for you, because I met up with him at not last year's LAIC, but the year before that, begging anyone because I needed it for my Pokedex, and he said, you know what, Amanda, I've got one for you, and I've been walking it. It's too big for Great League, but it's my Ultra League Halucha.
It's an incredible Pokemon, so much fun to use, and I would love to see it become viable competitively one day. Fighting and flying, a very unique typing combination, and of course that Pokemon can only be encountered in Mexico. So a nice kind of reward, a kind of souvenir you could take home from EUIC, and that's just another benefit of being here at the event. Even if you're not on stage constantly, even if you're not a champion, you can still take home some really important memories.
I mean, we're talking about regional Pokemon that you can't find anywhere else. There's a couple here as well. We have Mr. Mimes in Europe. We have Sojourners. And I mean, I think that is one of the coolest looking Pokemon. I know that Pedro, our host, has been talking a little bit. He went to go to a very special place to see it.
Yeah, of course, Pedro is a very renowned, prolific content creator. He said, I had to go. Actually went all the way to Stonehenge in order to find that Pokemon for the picture-perfect AR snapshot, and it's absolutely glorious. So I cannot wait for him to make more content that inspires Pokemon trainers around the world.
Well, Pedro is inspiring. Richie is inspiring. You know what would be even more so?
What?
A moment with both of them together. Can we make it happen?
Let's see.
Yeah, you're right. He inspires me a lot. He's a really good friend. We've been traveling together this year. He's been doing great. 3rd at LAIC, top 8 at Merida, and now day 2 at the European International Championships. What's in your head?
I'm really happy to make day 2. I mean, it's my 3rd consecutive international I'm making day 2, and to make it on the winner side of the bracket. I'm just really happy to be here. It's my first time playing in Europe, so overall I would say I'm very happy about it.
I'm so proud. I'm so happy that you made it. I want to know something, though. I couldn't see Pidgeot, but what do you bring Pidgeot? What does it do?
I think it's a good core breaker. I mean, there are some teams in which it's really good. There are some other teams in which it's kind of iffy. So I think it's a good core breaker, and I expect it to bring it on stream tomorrow.
Hopefully I can see it and watch it, because it's going to be great. It's a really cool Pokemon, an OG, and I just want to say something. The Corsola you used is the one I gave you. I gave it to you.
Yeah, actually, it is a funny story. I went with Pedro to Stonehenge, and he traded me a good Corsola. I was using a lucky Corsola, and now I'm not using it anymore. So if I'm here, it's in part thanks to Pedro.
No, it's nothing to me. You are really good. You deserve to be here. You have earned the place amongst the best, and I couldn't be prouder. Dude, you're doing great. Now we're going back to the casters.
What a fun story that is. Not only were they able to get a Stonejourner at Stonehenge, Richie also got a Galarian Corsola usable here for EUIC. Galarian Corsola, one of the Pokemon found in a 7-kilometer egg. You have to hatch those Pokemon if you want to have it viable for PvP or a little more bulky. A lot of trainers like to trade them with low friendship trades with the, to get a perfect appraisal they want to use for their own Pokemon.
Amanda, I can only go so long before I have to talk about myself. And I just want to say that I actually had a really, really nice trade for a Galarian Corsola in Mexico City as well. Shout out to Benji Praise, who actually traded me a very, very good spread on my Galarian Corsola that I'm very, very proud to use. And I'm sorry, Benji, that I didn't trade you a good one back, but maybe we'll make it happen one day.
Galarian Corsola, we saw it earlier, it is in that top 12 usage for day number 1 here at EUIC. It's a very popular Pokemon right now. I do know for a fact that on the team of one of the opponents coming up, it will be there. And that team seems like a little bit of a conventional team, but they're playing against someone who's running a very unconventional team and very well known for doing that. We have Welton up against Inadequates.
This is going to be a treat. We've got Inadequates. Let's just read off these teams real quickly. Inadequates with Clodsire, Superior, Talonflame, Wigglytuff, Gastrodon, and Shadow Palkia.
Weird. That's so strange. That was on my caster predictions of like what maybe someone could be bringing to EUIC.
Moving on, Welton with Dugong, Superior, Azumarill, Galarian Corsola, Shadow Drapion, and Shadow Kanto Marowak. So one thing really stands out to me for Inadequates' team, and it's not the Palkia. It's the absence of Shadow Drapion. What's going on?
That is a really good point. Also, I was going to say without the Giratina, kind of his staple Pokemon, what he was known to bring. Shadow Drapion is everywhere. That is true. But Inadequates often wins or plays unconventionally. So he plays teams that are a little bit off meta, yet he still does really well with them because people aren't quite sure what to expect. I don't know how many trainers have scrimmed up against a Shadow Palkia and know all the counts, know the damage output that it does, know if it wins at charge attack priority, which I'm going to go ahead and say it most likely will.
He's got a thing for dragons, right? We just saw that feature video a few minutes ago about his run with Giratina Origin form, taking on our world champion back in Hawaii, and now he's got a new dragon to play with, so let's see if it can wreak some havoc. The space-time Pokemon is on its way, and we're going to find out how it does against Welton's team.
Both of these trainers are no slouches. They know that they both have been able to make day 2 performances before. Everyone knows that both of these trainers are really good, and I'm really excited to see how this is going to start out, and it's going to start with a Dugong versus that Wigglytuff.
Wow, look at this lineup. We've got the Superior and Shadow Palkia in the back for Inadequates, and then we've got Shadow Drapion and Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back for Welton. So at this point, we're going to see the Ice Wind get fired off, but I got to give Wigglytuff a slight edge in this matchup.
Wigglytuff does have that swift, a little bit quicker pacing than other charge attacks. It has Icy Wind of its own, but I think if you're Inadequates at this point, you can charge up a little bit more. You're going to probably go for that swift, and it looks like he is right before that next charge attack is going to be loaded.
Seeing the Dugong in the lead is a great sign. I think if Inadequates is trying to clear the runway for that Shadow Palkia, he's only looking out for the Azumarill after this, and guess what? It's not in the back for Welton.
Going ahead, throwing this Icy Wind here. No Protect Shield from Inadequates' side. Not quite enough to knock out the Wigglytuff. Going to get one more Charm before going down. And now I think this is what we're going to see. A Superior, actually. But if you're Welton, you're really happy because that's going to avoid your Alolan Marowak.
See the head shake from Inadequates as well. He recognizes that this Dugong is going to get to another Icy Wind, which puts him super behind. But look, he's actually going to no-shield the super effective Icy Wind. He's saving all of his shields for the Palkia, and it's a Dragon Breath Palkia.
Palkia enters the field, but this Mud Slap damage is absolutely no joke. Great timing here by Inadequates. Doesn't want to let an extra Mud Slap go through at all, forcing the shield off of Welton because the Aqua Tail damage from this dragon will do a ton of damage.
We're going to see the Palkia farming up to another charge attack. Will it get there? Will it? No, it actually gets KO'd by the Mud Slaps instead, and now it's all up to Superior. Bone Club bait here coming from the Shadow Kento Marowak, but if you're Inadequates, you gotta respect it.
I mean, 2 shields, you gotta use them at some point, and this Superior is the only Pokemon left on the field and not a lot of health left on it. 1 Protect Shield now, going for that heavier hitting attack, and Inadequates shields it up, saying, okay, I at least have to see what is in the back.
Inadequates really hoping for that Azumarill, that 3rd Pokemon, that ABA strong to Palkia in the back, but he's not gonna get his wish. Welton brings in the Shadow Drapion, and this is really, really tough for Martine on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, no Protect Shields remaining, although Frenzy Plants don't really do that much damage to the Shadow Drapion. Not that effective, still in the green. Even though another one is loaded, it will not be enough. You see Welton nodding his head.
Nodding his head, a knowing nod, as I like to say. Second Frenzy Plant connects. Shadow Drapion hangs on by a pincer, fires off its Aqua Tail here, and I think this is going to be enough.
It's not very effective, but at this range, Welton looks like he's going to take game number 1 off of that Shadow Palkia and off of Inadequates.
Speaking of off, I think that this game went a little bit off the rails early on in the matchup. I think that Inadequates wanted something else, some other result with his Superior versus that Dugong. I think he got outpaced to that 3rd Icy Wind, which is a little bit tricky. You might be conferring with the judges.
You saw his face at the very beginning, too, the matchup between the Wigglytuff and the Dugong. So I think it's always important, if you think something doesn't quite go right the way that it should, that's what our judges are here for. We're going to have a quick review over everything before deciding whether we go on to game number 2 or if it will be a rematch.
As we confer with the judges, we're going to take a closer look here at Welton's team. Looks like he's got Dugong, Superior, Azumarill, Galarian Corsola, and the Shadow Drapion and the Shadow Kento Marowak. So a couple of really viable cores here that I like. I like the Shadow Kento Marowak Dugong core. I think that's actually very well-rounded. I like Azumarill and Superior. I think that's a very solid team. Grass and Water have always paired well, canonically speaking. So I'm excited to see what he decides to do, but we're going to take a little refresher here.
Yeah, so we are getting some confirmation. Thank you from the production team. The match is under review because of that 1-turn lag on the Superior switch-in that we did mention before. So we're just going to have a quick look at that. But let's go ahead and talk about the team compositions, because you saw from Inadequates as well, recognizing, ooh, do I really want to be able to take all this damage? Maybe I didn't want this to go, and maybe I should have even came in with my Palkia just to get up a ton of energy at the beginning.
Yeah, and I think these trainers also have everything down to a science. They know exactly how the fast attack counts fit together, almost like a puzzle in their mind. So when you see something like this, and you see that Dugong on the 5 Ice Shard cycle to the Icy Wind, needing 15 turns, you sit in that Superior, you think, I only need 12 turns to the Frenzy Plant. And you don't get there. You're saying, what's going on?
Yeah, just want to make sure, give a little bit of a puzzle for this. If you look at Welton's team, it's very conventional, right? I mean,
it is, yeah.
These are the Pokemon that I would be like, you would name off any of them and I'd be like, yeah, of course. Yep. Those are probably in the top 12 Pokemon that are used, and that they're used for a reason, right? They're good Pokemon in this meta. They're things that play well against each other. You know, you have some good cores that you want to play. How do you play against a player like Inadequates when you're like, okay, I know that they're going to bring something probably weird, something different, something that I'm not used to seeing?
Yeah, exactly. I think we saw this earlier on in the stream with the Pachirisu that made an appearance on stream. That was a little bit off kilter, kind of offbeat. Now the Shadow Palkia is offbeat, but it's not nearly as cute. That thing is menacing. It deals so much damage with the Dragon Breaths, and the Aqua Tails, like you said, could absolutely devastate a ground type like that Shadow Kento Marowak. So it's got a lot of potency, a lot of potential, but getting it in the right position is the challenge that Inadequates has been dealing with all day long. He's been able to do it quite consistently, though, actually reaching the winners finals. And I like this close-up look of the discussion at hand.
So we're going to see both of them tapping here, coming in. This is near the end portion of the game, swapping in, having to shield up here the Mud Bomb.
We're going to see the Bone Club get fired off here by the Shadow Kento Marowak. Shield from Inadequates as well. We kind of knew this was going to happen because Superior was basically his last Pokemon at this stage. But right here, I think, is when we are going to get a better look at what he's actually conferring with the judges about. But regardless, it is the Dugong versus Superior matchup to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, I think that if you're looking at these team compositions, if they were to play it over again, because if the match is going to be one that is going to be rematched, you don't have to play the same teams. It's like that game has been completely erased. do you run with a similar strategy? Or do you say, okay, now I kind of have some information about how my opponent plays, maybe I want to play something different?
I mean, some trainers are known for playing the same Pokemon over and over again. Once you have a winning formula, you don't need to deviate too much. Maybe you just need to execute a little bit better. And other trainers like to switch things up. They like to keep their opponents on their toes. I don't know. I mean, Amanda, if you were competing, what would your approach be? Would you be the one switching your team constantly, or does it depend on the matchup?
It really depends on the matchup. I have only played actually in one tournament, but it was very recently. And it also depends on your opponent's team, right? I mean, sometimes you might have a core that you like to play or think that will do well, and then you actually look and say, oh, this Pokemon actually, in my case, it was a Dugong, is good against 5 of the Pokemon on the other side. I'm gonna need to bring it. It's just deciding where to put the certain Pokemon as well. Like, do you lead that Shadow Palkia with 2 shields and just hope for the best? Hope to just power through anything that you're gonna play? Or is it better in the back when shields are already gone on the other side, and then you can really start ripping through with all those charge attacks?
You've seen the high risk, high reward, but also the immense downsides to playing a Pokemon like a Shadow Palkia. If you recall back to Hawaii in the World Championships, the final fated match between Inadequence and Yakai came down to a Lickitung versus a Giratina origin form. So, like you said, you can either kind of keep your ace in the back, your Dragon-type Shadow Palkia in the back, or you can just kind of send it right onto the field, see what it can do, make headway for the rest of your team. It really depends on execution, and you just have to kind of line up things correctly and have the right read going into the matchup.
Honestly, that's what I love so much about the Show 6 Pick 3 format. It's a little bit different than what you see just typically in-game. Go Battle League is what we call a blind 3 format, where you just pick 3 Pokemon, and you don't know what your opponents are bringing, but there's a lot of different options on the field, but they're limited to 3 of them.
Exactly. We're going to take a closer look here. This is the point that I think is being reviewed. Superior comes in, should get the Vine Whip there, and it does. Gonna try to pace up here to the Frenzy Plant. Looks like this Dugong already had a stored Ice Shard, so that's 9 turns, and then it reaches 12 there after the 4th Ice Shard. So I don't know, this is a very, very close situation, and Pokemon Go, despite how quick and chaotic it can sometimes look, is a turn-based game, turn being a half second. So it is, turn-based, but it's based on actual, real, physical time in the world.
And think about that. That's how fast you have to react to things, because if you sit and wait even a second to decide what you want to do, 2 turns have already gone by. Your opponent can get energy by then, and a really fast reflexes help a lot of these trainers out.
Yeah, I actually see a little bit better here. Shout out to our production for the incredible replays here, the closer looks. I do see what Inadequence is talking about there with the Superior versus the Dugong. Yeah, I mean, if things go the way that he envisioned in his mind, he's able to lock in the charge attack priority tie versus the Dugong, and of course, maybe force a shield, get the KO, move the pieces around a bit more. But instead, what actually happened in the matchup was he was behind, so he had to take that Icy Wind and eventually, ended up losing the game. So,
and not only that, the Icy Wind ends up lowering your attack of your opponent. So then the Frenzy Plant that does go through from the side of the Superior would not be doing as much damage.
Not as effective, right? It's definitely reduced potency in terms of the charge attack, but shout out to our incredible judging team as well. A few of you eagle-eyed viewers out there might recognize the trainer that's actually just taken off the headphones. That is our first EUIC champion, right? So some of our best players are actually reviewing these matches and helping us to sort through this. So I'm really, really confident in our team.
This is, again, the winner's side of the bracket in day 1 in the largest competitive format that we've had so far for Pokemon Go. 400 competitors here at EUIC, but only one of them can still be called champion.
Exactly. Only one will rise to the occasion, and we're going to see which one it will be. But right now, we are working through this situation here. We have moved the review to the head judge. Head judge is going to take a closer look at this as well, and it looks like we might have reached a resolution.
And we'll see. In the meantime, between this, let's talk about Inadequence, because a lot of trainers know who this man is. He is a trainer who's not only doing really well in tournaments, he's also a fellow caster, and he got 2nd place at Worlds in Honolulu in the 2024 season.
It's true, we were there. We actually saw it with our own eyes. It was incredible. As you see, the score looks to be 0-0, which means we are going for a fresh rematch situation. That first game basically has been scratched. We're going to start this series at a base level, 0 wins for each trainer.
Yeah, well, I saw Inadequence was playing against Welton. I said to everyone, because we have this little room that where all the casters are kind of sitting, I said, this game is going to be so good because while Welton is not as well known as Inadequence, he's such an incredibly good player. He's been making day 2 quite often now in Europe, and he's someone that is just like, wow, even though the team composition is maybe not as spicy, maybe not as flamboyant, he's playing his Pokemon well into perfection.
I think that's really, really important, right? You don't have to have the flashiest picks. You don't have to have the most inventive, creative team construction. You can just kind of play your Pokemon better than your opponent. That's an absolute key to competitive Pokemon Go. But as we look to this series, basically we're starting from game 1 here. What do you expect to see? Do you expect to see that Shadow Palkia run it back?
I think Shadow Palkia has a decent amount of play, but at the same point, we saw it just completely get farmed down by the Kanto Marowak.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that great of matchups against Azumarill either. So, I mean, at the same point, is it risky to run it? We'll have to find out. We're jumping in. Fresh new game 1. We're taking to the skies here, Will. We have a Talonflame versus Dugong.
This is honestly a very unusual team to see from Inadequence because we have a 5-turn Incinerate user and then 2 3-turn users in the back. That's Charm, Wigglytuff, and Mudslap Gastrodon. This is a fast attack-oriented pressure team.
And we're going ahead, going for that Icy Wind. It will be able to debuff the attack of the Talonflame. Talonflame is running both flying attacks, so both Fly and Brave Bird. And you know what? Inadequence's going straight for that Brave Bird, that heavier hitting attack, but it will end up debuffing his defenses. No protection from Welton. It does connect. It goes straight down into the red, and now a Fly to boot.
Massive damage. Another Fly coming through here. This will absolutely KO the Dugong. Does Welton want to keep it in the game? Yes! He thinks it's got some more utility.
Going ahead at this point, swap out though. Inadequence doesn't want to have any more damage to that Talonflame going into the Wigglytuff, but now the Wigglytuff is going to be debuffed, but will be able to charm down, but we see a quick pivot from Welton now into that Drapion.
Coming now with the Shadow Drapion, and as you take a look at this back line, I like more and more the pressure that Inadequence is applying to the opponent here. Gonna go for the Swift, some meaningful chip damage against this Drapion, but since that Icy Wind debuff is still in play, it's not gonna be that threatening.
It doesn't threaten all the way, but look at this forcing Welton to throw here because the charm damage and the swift damage, even though it's debuff, is really starting to chunk. And at this point, Inadequence's gonna let that go down. You can see he's like, oh, I didn't expect him to completely undercharge, but that's what he wanted to do. He wanted more farm on this drop.
Oh no! Devastating play. Welton loses all of that energy down the drain because the Mud Slap comes through from Inadequence's Gastrodon.
I tell you what, it was a great idea from Welton there saying, I'm gonna undercharge, I'm gonna get some extra energy, and Inadequence comes in and just slaps down that response saying, that's okay, I don't want you to have it.
Inadequence turned off the lights on that Drapion. Now he goes for the Earth Power against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and I think Welton sees the writing on the wall. There's no way to recover after losing what looked to be almost 100 energy on his Shadow Drapion.
Sometimes you have a plan, right? You say, oh, I'm in the driver's seat, I know exactly what's gonna happen, and then there's a little like icy patch in the road, you do a little skid, and you're like, well, my goodness, that was not what I wanted to happen.
Exactly, right. Very, very difficult for Welton there. And I think that Inadequence, again, taking full advantage of some very creative ways to apply pressure. We see so much Poison Sting in Drapion. We see so many Shadow Claw for Alligators. We don't really see Mudslap and Charm on the same team, and with Incinerate to boot.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the team. You know, when you were saying, does Shadow Palkia really have that much play? And in a team with a Azumarill, I would say maybe it sometimes does, but Inadequence actually doesn't have that strong of an answer overall to Azumarill. You're running both a Palkia and a Talonflame on the team, while there's some neutral picks with that Gastrodon and with the Wigglytuff. And I'm just quickly checking to see, yes, his Clodsire is going to be on Sludge Bomb and Earthquake to be able to hit back a little bit harder to the Azumarill. It's still a very risky play.
If I'm not mistaken, I think both the Wigglytuff and the Clodsire are 2 components of his World Championships run in Hawaii. I think those 2 Pokemon he has borrowed from his previous team and brought them here to London, but the other 4 are new look.
Now, I know that Inadequence, he makes fun of our co-caster who's actually on the video game this weekend, Blue the Pikachu, because her favorite Pokemon is Gastrodon, but the blue one. And because of this, Inadequence always says, no, no, no. I'm using the pink one. The pink one is my favorite. Just to like taunt Lou a little bit. And it does look like he does have one on his team. I'm not sure if it's going to be the blue or the pink, or if we'll be able to see. I think we just saw it. It was a pink one, right?
Yeah. It's so funny too, because like in our caster booth right now, we can actually see Lou over in the VG booth, and only if she knew how Martine was trying to break her heart here.
I think he tells her all the time, but man, I tell you what, Gastrodon is really putting on a show here. That really won him the game. Being able to get that mud slap and negate all the energy that Drapion had and just start to do the same for the Marowak. But guess what? That game's over. We're hopping into a fresh new game, and it was a quick swap out. We had a Gastrodon against a Superior in the lead.
Yeah, Gastrodon versus Superior, you got to hit the eject button there if you are Inadequates and get right to that Talonflame. Looks like the Aqua Tail will come through here on the fire and flying type. It can deal some meaningful damage, but Talonflame can hang through. I think Inadequates really want switch advantage, but it's going to be tough to take it from this Drapion.
Inadequates is one of those players who even if he loses the lead, sometimes he does very unconventional things to win that mid-game matchup or to be able to get the switch back in his favor. Sometimes you have to wonder, do I want shield advantage or do I want actual switch advantage here? And it looks like he's going for that shield. He has a lot of energy saying, okay, if you shield, I shield, I'm already at another attack. Well, is Wilton going 2 shields down? Yes, he is.
Think about the alternative, right? If you give up this middle matchup as Inadequates, then you just allow that Superior to line up against your Gastrodon again. It can be really devastating, and now he's going to have to settle for that regardless because Welton is able to farm down. Looks like the Mud Slap did come through yet again, though, and it looks like Gastrodon might get the better of the Shadow Drapion in game 2.
At least this time the crunch can go off. He has a potential for a debuff, and he gets it. Not only that, we had that great matchup at the beginning of the Superior coming back in here, but oh wow.
Whoa.
Well, I like this play by Wilton, but Inadequates has some pretty good timing. A lot of trainers expect a really good matchup to come in and automatically swap out. Wilton was expecting Inadequates to swap immediately into the Superior, and he would have had the advantage because it would have been switch locked. It didn't happen.
Yeah, and he actually no shields the Icy Wind here. I wonder if this Gastrodon hangs on, if Inadequates actually switches out. No, it actually can hang on through the Icy Wind, and now he's got the Superior lined up against the Dugong. Frenzy Plan might be enough here at this range.
Oh, but Inadequates waits a turn very carefully. He knows that Welton's win condition would be catching that Frenzy Plant onto the Superior. Wants to throw this flying type attack, this aerial ace, because it's going to do a little more damage. Inadequates still in the driver's seat, even though there's 2 Pokemon on the other side.
And he wins charge attack priority. That's actually huge because now he knows if he pushes this Superior to the limit, he will get to fire off his aerial ace first. He's got to land 1 more to get the KO, but he also needs to be very careful to overcharge. He needs to load a Frenzy Plant or close to it in order to deal with that Dugong in the back.
This super effective damage is going to be bringing it down to the yellow, and he knows he wins charge attack priority. He knows that the switch timer isn't quite up yet, and he has to throw right away, but will he be able to outpace that Dugong? That Dugong has quite a bit of energy.
Inadequate's already looking over across the stage at Welton. I think he believes he's got this game in the bag, but let's see. Dugong comes out, it's got a lot of energy. Ice Shard damage is applying. Is the Superior going to race to the charge attack? Does it have the Frenzy Plant? Yes, it does!
Oh, it looks like he was so calm and collected, even though we were getting down to the wire. I was getting sweaty back here saying, I don't know if he's gonna make it. He does. He gets the Frenzy Plant, and Inadequates takes that game by the narrowest of margins.
Trusting in his Pokemon, Inadequates knew that the Ice Shards would not be enough, and he proved it to everyone else in the venue. Let's see the bow there from Inadequates as he hugs it out with Welton and moves on.
Inadequates once again taking it to day number 2 with a very interesting pick. That Shadow Palkia on the team. We did see a little bit in one of the games. Very interested to see if we'll see more play of it tomorrow. But in the meantime, congratulations to him, and congratulations also to Welton. Again, not out of the tournament. Anxious to see how he'll be doing on the loser side of the bracket.
I'm honestly surprised, and this is why I was so shocked to see Dragon Breath. I'm honestly surprised it's not Dragon Tail. The Dragon Tail Palkia I thought was going to be the anticipated, the expected, the standard play for that Pokemon, but Dragon Breath is actually much more flexible. A lot of trainers prefer the 1-turn fast attack because it allows you to time exactly when you want to make a switch or exactly when you want to throw a charge attack. It's much more wieldy against Pokemon like Talonflame or against another 3-turn fast attack user like Galarian Corsola, so maybe he prefers that flexibility because he already has Incinerate,
I was just going to say that.
Mud Slap, and Charm on the team.
I mean, when you're using 5-turn attacks, when you're using 3-turn attacks, sometimes you to have a little bit of that just one turn attack pressure to be able to time things a little bit better, know that you're not going to get caught up in a charge attack at that time. And Adequance is one of the people who is very interesting with his team building, so it doesn't surprise me that he chose to do this. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of the team. We didn't get to see the Clodsire at all.
I don't believe we did, no, and I think that's because of the answers. You know, you've got Ice-type Dugong, you've got the Glaring Corsola, which has a decent matchup against it. You've got Water-type Azumarill, and then you've got the Aqua Tail Pressure for Shadow Drapion, and that's not even to mention that you've got a Grass-type Superior and the Mud Slap Shadow Kanto Marowak. So a lot of us are wondering why Clodsire kind of fell out of the meta, and then we take that and we look at the, you know, quote-unquote conventional team from Welton, we say, oh, that's why, because Clodsire's got nowhere to go.
A Clodsire, nowhere to be found in that, but I would say that Frenzy plant, that bow at the end by Inadequance, setting his name in stone for EUIC day number 2. I have to say, I predicted Shadow Palkia. That's all I have to say.
Oh, come on. You can't keep going with this. I mean, chat already knows. Chat knows that you had insider information. Come on.
Me? This girl?
Yeah, okay. Well, moving on. We have a really exciting pair. I'm very excited to see these trainers because I think one of them, nicknamed the Reverse Engineer,
I already know who you're talking about.
He's one of the most inventive trainers in all of EU. If you know the name, let me know. He took a Shadow Gyarados to the World Championships and made it within the top 16. I mean, it's one thing to play life in normal mode. It's another thing to play in hard mode or expert mode, and I feel like bringing a Shadow Gyarados is the last thing I would have expected someone to bring at Worlds.
The way that I always describe it is it's hard to catch some sleep when, even though ZZ is playing, because it's so exciting. His gameplay is so interesting, and he's always playing some pretty spicy picks.
Okay,
Is it
Amanda,
good? Is it good?
honestly,
Like it?
that one was great.
Okay, thank you.
That was actually very, very clever. I appreciate that.
I'm taking my page out of Inadequance's book, and I'll give a bow.
There you go. We also appreciate all of you at home on social media sharing your posts and getting involved. Remember to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We would love to show your posts during the stream. I think that we do have some really nice social engagement here as well. Welcome to the Play Lab. TCG, VGC, Go, and Unite are all featured here.
Life Giving does some really nice cartoons. I don't know if you guys have been familiar with the previous cast. She did some really fun cooking drawings between the different Pokemon players and casters, and I'm really excited to see that she is here as well. And let's go on to Sophia. I think we saw this. I had a great time cosplaying at Lou the Pikachu, but that's great. Look at this. I thought they were the same. I thought it was Lou.
When I was walking through the venue hall, I saw, I didn't know her name was Sophie, but I saw Sophie walking down the hall and I said, her hair looks incredible. Like, what is that? And it's so cool to see her post here on social, and that neon Pikachu is such a vibe. That's so, so cool. I mean, EUIC is an incredible event, and being together with your fellow Pokemon trainers is unforgettable.
Yeah, this is my Pokemon EUIC tournament thread. Wish me luck. Go ahead, follow that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. There's a ton of really nice things underneath it, and I absolutely love this stage setup. We saw in the past with that other photo right outside the Pokemon Center with that neon Pikachu. There's so many cool things here at the site.
Yeah, I want to correct myself earlier. I said use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. That's for the regular, events that we have all season long. Use that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Don't get it twisted. That is the tag you need to get your social posts featured on stream. So we would love to hear from you.
And keep them coming, guys.
Yes, please. Whether you're in the venue or watching at home, we really love for you to be engaged and let us know you're enjoying the show.
Now, I mean, if you're watching, you already know that you have been able to get involved in certain ways. You guys got to pick the very first matchup of the day. We had Crimson K19 playing, winning on stream. After that, I mean, we were having Twitch drops. We were able to get to jump up through special research that you can only get from watching this stream.
Yeah. I mean, I'm honestly going to pull up the channels, and if I don't start seeing follows coming through, then I'm just going to throw my phone or something.
Well, don't do that. Then we have to go get it, and we're attached with these headsets.
You're right. I can only reach 5 feet around me in diameter. Our trainers are taking the stage here on the left side. You might recognize him. That is Z Zoilas. He's going to take on Snowman. Is that how you say it?
It is
Snowman.
For the sake of our own sanity, it is a Snowman, but it's hard to pronounce because it is Dutch. He's in contention for being one of the best Dutch battlers. Able here, looking at taking on to winners finals here in day number 1. It is Dutch for Snowman, so a lot of times people opt to say that just because it rolls off the tongue a little bit easier for us non-native Dutch speakers. Even still, I'm very excited to see. what he has to play.
Amanda, do you remember when we had a French trainer on stream and you pronounced her name like Lasudius? Why did you do that?
Was that me?
Check the records. Check the history. No, that was really fun, and thank you for correcting me on that name as well. I definitely want to make an effort to get all these trainer names correct, especially in the EU region. But Zizwilus is always an entertaining trainer to watch. He's got some of the most advanced technical skills as well. If you recall back to LAIC last year, he was actually able to throw 3 Dragon Breaths in the midst of a Volt Switch, right? Volt Switch coming at him. 3 Dragon Breaths, a swap, and then on the charge attack his opponent threw, get an Incinerate through with his Skeledirge as well. Absolutely phenomenal understanding of...
And catch the mirror shot, wasn't it?
And catch the mirror shot. I mean, my goodness. And then that Incinerate damage is already applied because the Magnezone threw the mirror shot. Just...
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. He's one of the most fun competitors to see play, and he's been doing quite well this season. He's already had quite a few top cuts. He's been in the grand finals of multiple regional events. Will he be able to take that success that he's had in the season and apply it here at EUIC? This is what we're here to find out. He is on the winners finals, Group M. Look at that, Group M. We have so many. This is like what would be the 14th group to be playing. No, 13th.
Thanks, Dan, for doing the math earlier as well. Zizwilus is rocking that Talonflame and Charjabug core that we alluded to in our previous rotation. I think that's a very strong duo. But as you look at the team, he might have kind of a Wigglytuff issue. I mean, he's got a Primeape, a Diggersby, and a Glaring Corsola. All 3 of those Pokemon would struggle against a Charm user with a normal typing.
I tell you what, I completely agree on the Primeape and the Corsola. Diggersby is actually not that comfortable because the quick attack damage does add up. If they potentially get that Scorching Sands debuff or anything, I mean, they're going to outpace to all of those charge attacks.
That's actually a great point. I think that's also super important that you mentioned that, because a lot of trainers will look at the typings and they'll say, oh, well, water beats fire, fire beats grass. If I, have a bad lead, I guess I'm going to lose because the typings are tough. But there's so much more than that to this game. And I think a lot of it is the neutral damage. Even when you're in an abysmal matchup, if you chip away, if you keep on persisting, you can open up win conditions. But if you give up, then the game's already lost.
Yeah, but you make a great point about the Wigglytuff. Because the Wigglytuff is on a team, you would never I don't never say never, but you would most likely not risk running both that Primeape and Corsola into the same team composition. That makes it a little bit easier for Snowman's side to be able to decide, okay, he's either going to play the Primeape or the Corsola. I'm never going to see those 2 together. What can I potentially do to play around?
That's the thing, though. I mean, I really like those 2 Pokemon as a core, as a duo. I feel like they complement each other so well, but you're exactly right. When your opponent has like Core Breaker like the Wigglytuff, it's very, very difficult to get around that Pokemon because it's just such a wrench in your plans, in the gears of the Reverse Engineer.
Reverse Engineer maybe has to reverse a little bit more, do some tinkering with the gears to see what he wants to bring to this matchup. These trainers are getting locked into battle. We'll have to see how they want to play this out. Again, winner's side of the bracket. Whoever wins this matchup, guaranteed to go into day number 2. I don't blame these trainers for taking a little bit of time. They're doing a fist bump. Yeah. They're getting ready to go.
We see the fist bump there between those 2 trainers, and we are ready to lock in. One of them's taking just a couple extra moments, and we are on the precipice of an incredible matchup. Winners Finals, Group M, Zizwilus and Snowman.
We talked earlier on about EU trainers. We're going to see 2 of them go out of here at the finest. We have that Diggersby up against the Azumarill. Great lead for Snowman's side.
Looks like a relatively positive matchup, but Diggersby can make a lot of headway. No swap out from Zizwilus. Again, start kind of learning this, everyone watching at home. This should set off alarms that your opponent has a negative lead and they're not swapping out. That's a good sign that there might be something like, I don't know, a Talonflame in the back?
Perhaps a great catch here by Zizwilus. This isn't Ice Beam. This is not going to be doing that much damage at all, and it's taking all of that energy that was stored on the Azumarill, but now a quick pivot into the Corsola on the Snailman's side. Zizwilus, meanwhile, just continuing to just get a little more energy before throwing that Play Rough.
Yeah, absolutely. This matchup is very, very close. As we mentioned a couple times before, both Pokemon are dealing a lot of neutral damage to each other. Play rough coming through here onto that Galarian Corsola, and you're going to see it just kind of chips a little bit. I think Azumarill might need at least another one to pick up a KO.
Meanwhile, 2 Nightshades already ready on the side of Snowman. The first one being thrown now. No Protect Shield used by ZZ here. He knows he can take it, but can he take another one? Because it's basically ready to go.
Looks like Galarian Corsola is going to fire the Nightshade. This actually is going to come really close to KOing this Azumarill. It might need only one more Astonish after this. Let's see. Azumarill hangs on, but it's got the Play Rough as well.
Play Rough going to be thrown here. You know, there's times when say you throw in a little bit of shade. That's exactly what Corsola has been doing time and time again. It's literally throwing shade at its opponent. They're able to take out the Azumarill and still come out with a little bit of energy.
And that's what you've been doing to me our entire cast, so I think it's really fitting. This quick attack damage isn't going to add up very quickly, but it is going to gain a ton of energy for the Diggersby, so we'd see the pivot from Snowman into his own Diggersby and the swap into the Talonflame from Zweilous.
Great play here. Fire Punch is the thing to be thrown, but at this point, will it be doing much impactful damage? Still no Protect Shield used on this by Zweilous' side. Fire Punch will go through. Those quick attack damage is going to start adding up as well. But as you can see, a Fire-type Pokemon not very effective. Now going for the Scorching Sands.
Scorching Sands, again, this is a Flying-type Pokemon, but in Pokemon Go, you are still going to take a little bit of damage, and that Scorching Sands doesn't trigger the debuff, which is actually good news for Zweilous. He's going to go ahead and throw his charge attack here.
They're going for the Brave Bird. This is a heavy-hitting attack, and though Diggersby is quite bulky, it's going to do an absolute ton. This is not quite enough to knock it out, though. Going for a fly.
That's honestly a heartbreaking situation for Zweilous. He wanted the knockout. He wanted the energy. He didn't get either of his wishes, and now the Azumarill's going to come in. Oh, he actually pivots to the Diggersby. The 2 charge attacks, Amanda, helped to reset the timer, building in win conditions. That's why Zweilous is so good.
Yeah, he has a ton of energy, but there are 2 shields left. 1 shield left. He now does get the attack fall, so this Ice Beam that will be coming through will not be doing as much damage. It's still super effective. We'll have to see how he wants to play this out here. Going to get a Protect Shield off of the Azumarill here because there's so much energy loaded.
Exactly right. Diggersby in a tough situation, trying to dig its way out of this negative matchup against the Azumarill. This is how we actually started the battle, and now we're back in the saddle yet again. Diggersby looking for another Scorching Sands, but there's not a switch available yet for Zweilous, so he's got to throw.
I mean, Diggersby has such a bad matchup against both of the Pokemon here. Well, I mean, of course, Corsola has a bad matchup against it, but it's not lined up against it right now. But the Azumarill, I believe, is double debuffed, and there is a shield left on Zweilous' side. He's managed to kind of play around the fact that there's a Talonflame and a Diggersby against an Azumarill.
Yeah, he's actually making this matchup really close.
Goodness.
Scorching Sands, and you see the slight smirk from Zweilous. He doesn't allow himself a full smile, but he'll settle for the smirk. Scorching Sands connects. Galarian Corsola in the back, and Diggersby, oh, he makes the catch as well. Here comes Talonflame to soak the Power Gem. Thanks, Talonflame, you did a great job.
This is salt in the wound here. Power Gem connecting, taking out the Talonflame, but the Diggersby is going to be able to reach a Fire Punch. Those quick attacks aren't doing much damage. This Fire Punch is minimal, but is going to be enough at this stage.
Yeah, you see Zweilous kind of loosening up now. I mean, honestly, if you look at the damage intervals and the pacing, probably didn't even need to catch that, but he wanted to show that he had room to stretch in that matchup at the end. And again, this was tough. This was a Diggersby lead with Talonflame in the back, and you run into an Azumarill straight from the jump, and that is a very tough position to be in, and Zweilous is not even phased.
Sometimes we've seen it happen actually quite a few times here at EUIC. People are running risky lines that are A, B, A weak to a certain Pokemon. So both of the A Pokemon weak to a specific one. In this case, it was that Azumarill. Zweilous managed to play his way around it magnificently. I do think that double attack fall from the Scorcher Sand did help him out a little bit, but sometimes all you need is a little bit of luck on your side if you've also got that skill.
Exactly. If you have the talent, if you get a couple of lucky rolls, it can absolutely flip the entire situation. And you can see Snowman, look at the body language there. Hand on the face, he's saying, oh no, this is snowballing into a really bad situation. But you know what? Series isn't over. We're headed to game 2.
Yeah, well, again, a little bit We're getting a little bit fancy here on the side of Z's Wireless. You can see him grin and raising the eyebrows as he connects that power gem, taking out the Talonflame, but still able to fire punch down the Corsola at the end. A good nod.
Yeah, you can see Z's Wireless. You know, if I was a professional lip reader, he said something like, oh, you know, I got a little lucky there. Snowman's like, cool story, man.
Cool,
let's go to game 2.
Story.
Yeah, let's go to game 2. We're going to settle this.
And if you're looking at these two teams, one of them is running a Primeape and one of them has Annihilate on their side. We actually, though we've seen them on a lot of different teams, we haven't seen them ever play out and interact together.
Well, guess what, Amanda?
Oh!
I've got good news for you. Game number 2, the Apes are on the field. It's Primeape versus the Annihilate. And guess what, Z's Wireless? ABA week to the lead again.
Once again, ABA week swapping immediately into the Azumarill here. It's not the first Rage Fist you have to worry about. You know what? It's not even the second Rage Fist. But the pacing gets a little bit bad sometimes, and now with an Azumarill coming in of his own, I think Snowman is in a decent position here.
I think so as well. We're going to see the play rough get fired off here. Azumarill's back on the field, but what I can't take my eyes off of is that Primeape dancing right behind Wireless's head. I mean, he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's saying, put me in, put me back in, coach. But at this point, he's saying, no, this is not where we want you quite yet.
Exactly.
Going ahead, taking another play rough here, but that's what Azumarill is good for. It paces a little bit slow. It hits kind of hard at this point, but when an Azumarill mirror match, a lot of times it comes down to which one has more damage taken and which one wins charge attack priority.
I don't know if there's anyone better at manipulating the switch timers than Z's Wireless, and this actually allows him to come in back with the Primeape, but you gotta shield everything, especially a play rough from the Azumarill. However, he's eking out an advantage. Sometimes you can't get all the yardage you want back. You have to take just a couple of feet, and those extra karate chops are gonna help him tremendously in this matchup.
Hugely so. Karate chops, fast pacing, Rage Fist boosting the attack. It's gonna start doing so much. Look at how much damage that did. Heavy damage. In fact, you saw it right on the screen.
No Berserker needed. We're gonna see the Rage Fist from the Primeape, and it's gonna get shielded up here by the Shadow Annihilate. But I do think that the Annihilate is going to close in on a counter down, or at least the Rage Fist to get the KO.
One more Rage Fist coming through.
Wait.
Shielding it up, because at this point, look at that. Primeape is so low, but it has to have some energy. The switch timers are once again almost up. He's able to punch down. He's going to be able to threaten whatever comes in with another Rage Fist or a potential close combat.
What is Z's Wireless cooking? And can Snowman hang out in the kitchen? We're going to see the Azumarill come back. This Rage Fist actually might be threatening, and Snowman's gonna let it through.
Going ahead, letting it through at this stage. We're gonna see if it's able to knock out, not quite, a quick pivot now into the Corsola, hoping to just completely farm down, but now being met by its hardest counter in the Diggersby, and you see, oh, he doesn't want to play it out.
Yeah, I think that match snowballed out of control, and Snowman says, you know what? I know how this is going to end. Winners, finals, Group M, Z's Wireless with a swift 2-0 off the back of being ABA week to the lead in both games.
Again, this is just a testament to saying don't give up. Just because you lose the lead does not mean that you are going to lose the game. Z's Wireless has pulled it out time and time again, not only in this tournament, in regional competitions before. Sometimes he loses the lead, he loses the swap, and yet somehow, Will, he is still able to win that game.
I just don't understand. I don't understand how it works. It's one of those things that you see it and you're like, okay. I don't get it. Show it again. How? How did that work?
It's like a magic trick almost, right? Where it's coming out, it's like, wait, no, one more time. I just need to see that one more time.
It's like, you know, being at a party and the music's too loud and somebody says something, you're like, and you're like, oh yeah,
Wait, time out. That's what you do to me all the time.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day, guys.
That's true. Looks like Wireless is going to move on to the Day 2 top cut here in London. That's a position he's pretty comfortable being in. You know, top cut Z's Wireless is something we see pretty often. One thing I will say about him as a player is that Z's Wireless seems to always be able to crack the code about the current meta, but he kind of fizzles out when he reaches the grand finals. And he's admitted this himself. Sometimes his matchups don't go nearly as smoothly as he would hope once he encounters another team that has also cracked the code in a different way, right? I think B-Barrel, he was able to reach the grand finals with this season, but it just could not find an opening in the grand finals. It was a swift 3-0 for his opponent. So my question for him, and I think he's going to look to prove everyone wrong, is can he make it all the way?
That is a good question. He has done it before. He was a special champion.
It's true.
So he does definitely have that capability. One thing I want to point out is both of these trainers were from EU. We sort of saw a momentum shift. So later in the day, we've seen a lot of EU trainers make it onto day 2. At the beginning of the day, we saw a lot of LATAM players. We saw a lot of North American trainers making it on. There's still a couple more groups that are going to be playing it out. But would you call what's going on maybe a Continental clash?
Is there a better segue than that? I don't know.
Roll that beautiful footage.
Welcome in, trainers, to a very special skit. This is called the Continental Clash. EU versus NA, but this time there's a twist.
Now, I am Lundberger. I have been casting in EU for quite a while. And you, my friend.
Casting in NA, Speediest Chief 2. And the twist here for our segment is that I'm representing Team EU today, and Amanda...
Well, I'm obviously looking forward to NA winning this epic battle.
But before that, our competitors are also friends, and we have an awesome trade set up between these two trainers. Let's give them an intro while we flip down to this stage, right? We've got the Triptondo. I call him the Van Gogh of Pokemon Go from the Netherlands. And your candidate here, Amanda, is somebody that a lot of trainers know as well.
Yeah, someone from NA, but also from Canada. So he is actually one of the few players who won 3 regional competitions in one season. We have Lyle Jeffs III, or Lyles Jeffs, depending on how you want to call him. But look at these two trading here. We got a Wobbuffet for an Anemoris.
It's all about where you place the S, and the S is for special. Here's our special lucky trade. Fingers crossed by Triptondo. We want to see those perfect stats come across the board here. A purified Wobbuffet and an Anemoris. How do we roll? Whoa! Unbelievable. Triptondo actually got it. A perfect lucky Wobbuffet. That's going to be great in the Great League.
Yes, I think that since it's purified, it is running return, and that is the only way to get that charge attack. It's what you definitely want for your Wobbuffet. Triptondo, I don't know if he's going to win the match, but he definitely won the trade.
Did he use all of his luck, you know? And because I'm representing Team EU, I'll say no. That's just the beginning of what's going to go down here, Amanda. I think Lyle Jeffs is really talented. He's got no ground to stand on here in the EU.
I don't know. He just flew in, and boy, are his arms tired, but not too tired to tap. He's going to go ahead. He's going to take this matchup. I can feel it in my bones.
You can feel it. All right.
I feel it in my bones.
These teams are going to be interesting because we did see Lyle Jeffs actually win a Championship Series event with Shadow, Kanto, Marowak earlier on in the season, but Triptondo is kind of a wild card. And I think he's kind of reading what Lyle likes to do. I think he's got a good plan in place. I won't tell you what it is, but I've got some inside information.
Yeah, I know if you're going to be on his team, I'm sure you will know a little bit more than me. I do know the last time we actually saw Triptondo play was at NAIC. Now we're here at EUIC. He did really well. I believe he got like 17th overall. Wow. So, I mean, maybe the ICs is really where his luck shines.
Yeah, I think Triptondo's actually been behind the scenes a lot, kind of watching the players, helping to set up some production things. So he's definitely in tune with the meta, knows what's going on. Shadow, Drapian, of course, he's got to bring answers to because Lyle loves playing that Pokemon. And I'm sure Triptondo is going to mud slap it right off the field.
I remember the first event of this regional season, Lyle Jeffs played a Shadow Drapion, and we were both casting that, and we were amazed at how he played it. So I think that you're absolutely true. It's going to be seen on his team. It might even be seen on the field. We have a Diggersby versus a Galarian Corsola.
This is a great lead for Amanda and Team NA because Lyle Jeffs able to stay in this matchup. Now the Diggersby is paired up against the Azumarill. Triptondo is kind of in a tough spot.
Yeah, going for that Scorching Sands here for a potential debuff, but also just wants to get some damage out of the way here. But Azumarill so tanky, able to take it, still charging away, and now Lyle Jeff's own Azumarill comes in.
This is something that Lyle likes to do a lot, you know, the old chip and dip strategy, but what he doesn't realize, Amanda, Triptondo's going to take full advantage of that switch timer. It's going to come up a lot earlier for him. He's got that Superior in the back, and I think Lyle Jeff's Azumarill's in trouble.
I mean, at this point, we also remember these two, they're only going to be playing a best of one, so if there's nothing to take home for next game, they have to lay it all on the line here. Play rough coming through, no Protect Shield, and Azumarill is still in the game on both sides.
Oh, throwing the play rough here, Triptondo trying to chip down that Azumarill, but I do think Lyle is close to the Ice Beam. Amanda, I'm calling that Triptondo's going to send in a Superior at any moment and try to get an advantage.
At this point, look how much energy there is on the Azumarill, though. Do you really want to take that risk? Because you know you might have to take an Ice Beam. Looking like they almost threw at the same time here. A Play Rough coming through. Still no Protect Shield on Lyle Jeff's side.
Well, he's going to throw the play rough here, winning the charge tag priority tie. Triptondo is going to land that damage, and now Lyle Jeffs is going to fire back. The thing is, though, Amanda, look, I think Triptondo is going to lose this Azumarill, but his Superior can come in and farm down an energy dry Azumarill. Actually, the swap by Lyle, but look, Superior actually has a good matchup here as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, Lyle Jeffs, even though that Glaring Corsola is pretty bulky, has to shield up this Frenzy Plant. It does so much damage at this point. Lyle Jeffs, he's not out of it. I still have confidence in him, but look what just now comes in. I'm a little bit nervous.
Nah, look at this. We've got the Galarian Corsola mirror matchup here. Triptondo needs energy, though. He's a little bit behind in the matchup already because the first Nightshade does come through. A lot of damage, though, Amanda. I think he's going to get to this next Nightshade and actually threaten Lyle Jeffs' Galarian Corsola.
Coming at it and actually throwing the attack right away. He did have a shield, so there's potential that he could just farm down. Look at this. Absolutely no Protect Shield used here. Super effective damage. So low at this point. And is he even going to throw? No.
Well, I think what Lyle Jeffs is trying to do is trying to quick attack down the Galarian Corsola. Double resistant quick attacks. Got to throw the power gem here and try to get back to the timer. Let's go, Triptondo.
What a play by Lyle Jeffs. So he knows that even though this quick attack isn't going to be doing so much, those fire punches are going to be hurting that Superior there. He's got an Azumarill at back for a potential safe swap or a sacrificial swap. In comes that Superior only to get punched.
I'm telling you, Amanda, this doesn't look that good for EU. Triptondo is going to try to pull through here, but all of that energy on the Diggersby means the fire punches are going to rain down on that grass-type Pokemon. It's going to deal so much damage, and plus, Lyle still has the catch available, so he could reach for the Azumarill. Triptondo isn't going to fall for it, though.
Knows he has to put up this Protect Shield. This would do a lot of damage, enough to knock out the Superior at this point, but he's got energy of his own. He's building up. Great timing by Triptondo there, throwing right before the attack is available, but oh, Jeff says that's okay. I've got that shield.
He's got that final shield of the game, though. I think Triptondo applying a lot of pressure here. We're going to see a Fire Punch queued up at any moment, but the switch timer is also almost up for Triptondo. It might be after this Fire Punch, he might be able to swap here.
Look at this. Both of these still have so much energy. No more Protect Shields either for Triptondo at this point. Frenzy Plant is loaded and gets the catch. Huge play by Lyle Jeffs.
I'm going to be honest, man. It's not looking that good for Team EU right now because all that Frenzy Plant energy went down the drain. Diggersby's ready. He has the Fire Punch. Waits a turn. Lyle Jeffs might be getting the better of EU in this round one.
Heating things up. This punch will be enough for NA to take game number 1 here. Will, looks like I might be a little bit in the lead.
Yeah, it looks that way for now. I mean, a little bit of a tough matchup there for Triptondo, but let's throw some respect on his name, right? That lead situation, Diggersby into Galarian Corsola, that's so abysmal for the Ghost-type Pokemon Galarian Corsola. So I think Triptondo did a great job to make that match close.
I mean, that was absolutely close, and if Lyle Jeffs didn't end up getting that catch at the end either, Triptondo looks like he was kind of in the driver's seat for a while. Both of them waiting, both of them not quite sure when to throw, but I'm gonna take it. As the NA support, I'm gonna take it.
All right, man, I do think you won that best of one that we saw between Lyle Jeffs and Triptondo.
Welcome back, everyone. We are so close to finishing day 1 of the European International Championships for Pokemon Go, and we have more battles to come. 3 more winners finals, if I'm not mistaken,
yes.
And those are huge, trust me.
Yes, and this next set of battles is a clash of titans, as we're going to be having Arceus Aurelus versus M.E. Weedle. The teams look great. The competitors are top-notch, and these battles will be going down shortly. But man, today's meta, we've seen that, Superior has been trending down, but it feels like Superior needs to be mandatory with the Azumarill Diggersby cores.
Yep, that one is absolutely unstoppable so far in this tournament. Every time we have seen no Superior, this was basically an instant lock-in, which is very surprising. This is also something that I think comes from people not playing Ariados so much anymore, because Diggersby has some issues with it, and Azumarill also has bigger problems with it. But Diggersby, for some reason, is good against Feraligatr. It's also good against Shadow Drapion. It's so powerful.
I like the nighttime clashers. Like, Diggersby just does Diggersby things, Like, it's just that strong. And in this meta, it has the right moveset. It has the bulk, much like Lickitung in previous metas. That normal typing really helps out, especially against the Ghost-type Pokemon.
Yeah, the quick attack is so good. Fire Punch buff was very strong. Scorching Sands as well. And wait, whoa, what is that? Is that Azumarill and Diggersby on the same team?
Well, I'm looking at the Steelix and Superior, the strong, unique Pokemon that I think can do very well. We saw Tauntaun Batuse dominate with Steelix earlier, utilizing it as basically a sponge and softening up a lot of Pokemon with the Psychic Fangs, and the Superior being mandatory, I think, on a lot of teams right now with how many cores we see, as we are getting locked into Game 1.
And we can already see the leads here in his Shadow Marowak versus Steelix. A nightmare for Emmy Weedle, a great dream for Arceus Aurelius. Swaps into the Talonflame. Talonflame save swap is not something you see every day. Now the Shadow Drapion is slowly catching up with energy with all of those fast attacks.
You know, even with the Aqua Tails doing super effective damage, this is still a great position for Emmy Weedle. Put a lot of pressure down with the Fly charge move, right? And the Incinerate damage, look, already below 50% HP and still hasn't thrown a charge move. So Talonflame has a lot of utility here, even though it's facing off against a super effective charge move.
Yep, and you have to throw immediately here, giving a full Poison Sting to that Shadow Drapion, but now the Drapion can go for 2 more Poison Stings, is now at double Aqua Tail. Emmy Weedle has the next Fly loaded as well.
Ooh, deciding to no shield right here. The Aqua Tail is going to knock out Emmy Weedle. Fine to let the Talonflame go down. Looking to come in with Steelix, which again, getting hit for super effective damage with the Aqua Tail.
And not playing Shadow Steelix makes the Drapion matchup better. Usually because you're more able to tank these charge attacks, but now because you're not Shadow, you're not farming down because before Arceus Aurelius reaches the second Aqua Tail.
This is such a tough situation to be in. Your whole team being weak to Aqua Tail. Your whole team being weak to Dugong now, and in the back with those Ice-type moves as we see the swap in, even shields. Diggersby gonna try to its best, but ultimately Ice Shard and Icy Wind is gonna be dominating this matchup.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius already celebrating here. Hey, you haven't even beaten 2 Pokemon yet from the 3 that Emmy Weedle brought. But yeah, this is looking phenomenal for Arceus Aurelius. Emmy Weedle doesn't even bother to throw the charge attacks anymore. Just he takes his time now to think about the next line he could run.
Yeah, I mean, what was in that burger earlier that Arceus Aurelius ate, right? In that segment? Absolutely dominating Emmy Weedle, which last year won the European International Championships here with Skeledirge. So do not count him out just yet.
Yeah, but where is Skeledirge?
Not in this meta, but it is coming up with Community Day. So.
Oh yeah,
and that shiny's really nice.
That is going to be really cool at the 8th of March. However, I think the biggest issue that Skeledirge has right now is that Mudslap is good.
Mudslap and Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, that's also a thing, yeah.
Shadow Drapion is just everyone's problem, it seems like.
At least you resist the Poison Stings.
Yeah, you still got that, but I mean, you don't even need to get baited, right? You just go. You can go Aqua Tails.
Yeah, that is true. But you can withstand 1 Aqua Tail at least. However, no Skeledirge here, unfortunately, for Emmy Weedle. However, that would also not help him against the Kanto Marowak lead. Nice call from Arceus Aurelius here. This was just a very classic alignment-dependent game, answering the Talonflame with the Shadow Drapion. Look at the save swap of Talonflame. Very well played by Emmy Weedle, figuring that Arceus Aurelius might not bring the Shadow Feraligatr, but yeah, Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, I think Arceus Aurelius got a lot of use out of that Shadow Drapion, right? I think it was like 4 or 5 Aqua Tails he was able to get off, and the whole team taking super effective damage. Emmy Weedle might need to make a little adjustment, either bringing in the Superior or bringing in the Azumarill, maybe even both, right? Needs that defensive option because you want to be able to soak that damage.
Yep. Arceus Aurelius has a lot of momentum as well because he just came from a 3rd place at a LATAM, either regional or special championship. But now he's looking forward to defeating the current reigning EUYC champion, Emmy Weedle, who has some tricks up his sleeve, I can only imagine.
And Emmy Weedle actually having the pose as well. I know you trainers can't see it, but he has it equipped right now, which is a great pose, winning EUYC. That's fantastic.
Yep, I mean, he's also a world champion in the seniors division, so he has basically won it all already.
Yes.
But he just wants to go for double titles at this point. However, he needs better ideas to play against Arceus Aurelius than this line that he just brought, because you just got hard countered.
So let's see what adjustment they decide to make. I think we might see Azumarill in this next game, but who knows? Arceus Aurelius has a great line. That Charjabug as well is a huge threat, especially for double flyer that Emmy Weedle is running as we get into game 2.
Oh, and this is looking good for Arceus Aurelius again. The Shadow Drapion versus the Superior. Not as bad of a lead as before. Weedle goes into the Steelix immediately, and Arceus Aurelius says, you know what, before you get even close to a charge attack, I can throw an Aqua Tail.
Yeah, that Aqua Tail gonna do a lot of chip damage right there as the Steelix looking to go for the breaking swipe here. Let's hope they get that debuff.
Yep, but actually, if you look at the line that Arceus Aurelius brought, I think this is where he wants the Steelix to be, because Charjabug has enormous issues with the ground typing and the steel typing, and Dugong has enormous issues with Thunderfangs.
Yes. So Weedle probably reading that as he's looking over at the roster going, wait, why isn't he swapping anything in? Surely that is on the back line. Sure enough, we see the Dugong swap in, going to be able to get to a breaking swipe in time.
Okay, but that one is very, very interesting to me. Arceus Aurelius saying, hey, I want this Shadow Drapion on my side because it's still in an HP range where it definitely can't be farmed down. We're using that time to swap in the Talonflame onto the Dugong.
Yeah, Icy Wind now going to be coming through. Arceus Aurelius decided to save that Drapion, but the Icy Wind going to be chipping some neutral damage as Weedle is going to decide to let it go.
Fortunately enough for Weedle, this is not too much damage. Is now going for a flying type charge attack. Is this a Brave Bird or a Fly? I did not even see that. Brave Bird connects and boom, takes out the Dugong, even though it is debuffed. But now we're seeing those Volt Switches. Look at that.
Oh, able to get to the next Brave Bird in time, I believe. Yeah, and a Rifle Shield there by Arceus Aurelius. There's no way you let this one through now.
Nope, you have to shield this one, but Volt Switch will knock out here. And now the Steelix is so low, you have to bring in Superior into this energy loaded Charjabug. This is an absolute nightmare for the Superior. Has to shield up an X-Scissor.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. There's so much energy on the Charjabug, and having, again, 2 Flyers and an Azumarill, it makes sense why Arceus Aurelius decided to bring it here in Game 2. There's a lot of utility and coverage, especially with the Superior matchup.
Yep, now Weedle goes for an Aerial Ace. Usually, Frenzy Plant is the more efficient charge attack in that scenario as well, even though it is resisted. However, I think with a few Vine Whips and double Aerial Ace, you actually get to knock out, super effective damage. 50% swapping in the Shadow Drapion here. Now it's going to be answered by the Steelix, but an Aqua Tail is reached immediately.
Oh, no, unfortunately, this is going to be, is he going to save he has to save the shield. No, he's going to use it right away. He's going to trust in Steelix, hopefully to maybe get the Thunderfang farm down, but I don't think he's going to get it in time. No, charge attack priority.
Yep, but Weedle has the Superior, so if he can get a farm down with 4 Vine Whips, which I doubt, he is going to be able to get a lot of energy here. Can you actually get this farm down? No, the Aqua Tail is reached.
Oh my goodness, 1 health point there on the Shadow Drapion as the Aqua Tail is coming through, barely able to survive and knocking out the Superiors. Arceus Aurelius doing a 2-0 sweep.
Yep, and he celebrates again. This is what we want to see. Arceus Aurelius, such a fantastic trainer, is falling down, sitting down. Let's cool down for a second. Let's just sit down here. Defeating Weedle, the current reigning champion in the winners finals on stage, must be a very, very special feeling for him.
Yeah. Arceus Aurelius couldn't be happier right now, is moving on. But again, Weedle, previous EUIC champion, top competitor here in this series, so do not count him out. He's going to be moving down to the losers bracket, but what a strong showing there.
Yep, Arceus Aurelius won the Dortmund Regional in the 2024 season before Kazim took over the title of Dortmund Regional Champion, and he won against the final boss, Colin, in the grand finals there. That was a phenomenal showing, I want to say, but lately Arceus Aurelius has struggled a little bit to perform in Europe, and now he's just absolutely back on track, baby.
Yeah, he is back on track, and he's moving on to the to Saturday. But what did you think about? We've seen 2 Steelix now. What do you think about it in this meta?
I like it. You have a decent play versus the defensive core of Azumarill and Dugong. However, once there is a Diggersby involved, it gets a lot tougher. And I'm very torn because you have other targets as well. All the flying types are decently good for you. You beat the Jumpluff as well. But it's polarizing, I want to say.
Yeah, it's polarizing, and we've seen it not really do as much as it could with Weedle there in that final match. But on the flip side, Tonton Patus used it very well against Lurgan Rocket earlier in today's series.
Yeah, Tonton Patus is just a phenomenal trainer. Again, I've said this earlier as well. He has performed so well in every single European tournament this season. He has top cut every single time, or at least day 2'd here. And he just can't be stopped. And Arceus Aurelius today also couldn't be stopped, winning 2-0, convincing, calling the lines of Emmy Weedle perfectly, just going in with those hard leads.
Yeah, very quick battles as well, dominating with the Shadow Drapion as we see the replays here from the final set. And yeah, that Shadow Drapion has been dominant today. And again, the full farm down with the charge bug right there was huge, as all that energy was able to be used into the Superior.
Yeah, and you know what? I love Talonflame. So I got myself a plushie at the Pokemon Center. Actually, got it for a friend. What did you think of Talonflame today? We've seen quite a few.
I think Talonflame has an opportunity to really shine, especially with teams that have Wigglytuff on it, right? You're going to have that resistance to Charm while still having great coverage. There's no more Lantern. Yes, you have like Feraligatr that you have to watch out for, but you're still hitting very hard with Sky Attack or Brave Bird, which I think has been the moveset that all the trainers who are running Talonflame today have been using.
Yep, and I mean, if you have a decent amount of energy advantage, if you get a huge farm down, you're actually able to flip the Shadow Feraligatr in 0 shield scenarios or 1 shields, maybe even in 2 shields if you go in with 100 energy. And yeah, that's basically the story of the game right now. You want this energy advantage on your crucial sweeping type Pokemon like Shadow Drapion, like maybe a Talonflame, like Shadow Feraligatr more typically, or you just bring an unbeatable defensive core in Azumarill and Diggersby. If there is no Superior around, there's basically nothing that core breaks this.
Yeah, it's kind of been a very polarized set of matches, right? Yeah. You either have the Azumarill, Diggersby facing off against each other in the late game with that third Pokemon kind of wrinkled in, or you've got the insane sweeps of, you know, such close battles. Shadow Feraligatr used so well this morning, those Hydro Cannons and Ice Beams landing for so much damage.
I keep trying to think of Pokemon that can beat the Azumarill and Diggersby core, and now I'm thinking about Corviknight, because you actually can get to a point where Corviknight deals 1 more damage to Diggersby per sand attack, which makes a huge difference. You're sacrificing a lot of bulk if you go for a Corviknight with that specific appraisal. And then you also do not win against Azumarill anymore, because usually if you have a very defensive Corviknight, you actually get to live with 1 HP against the bubble farm down, and you reach the Iron Head, and you get to knock out the Azumarill afterwards. So this is kind of a core breaker-ish. Kind of until it gets punched with fire, right? Yeah, maybe not.
No, it's okay. I mean, we've seen other flyers do great as well.
Tropius.
I was gonna say Zapdos, but
I mean, I think that Zapdos actually might lose to Diggersby just because of the double resistance of the Thunder Shocks, and you have to go for that Drill Peck, which is not as efficient as the Thunderbolt, but I think I'm onto something with Tropius here.
With Tropius?
Razor Leaf?
Yeah, you think a Razor Leaf coming back, they just add on a Victory Bell with it. Why not?
Yeah, actually, any Razor Leaf. But then we're back to the Superior thing, because I'm just now talking about good grass types.
I think grass types are needed in these types of metas because of how good the water typings are, right? It doesn't matter what tournament format it is. Water types always are prevalent because of the versatile movesets and typings that they have against the meta, and that's why you see multiple of them. Whether it's Dugong, Azumarill, Shadow Feraligatr, they all do phenomenal. Even Toxapex has made it into this tournament, which Azumarill is like trying to avoid at all costs.
Yep, that is definitely true. So if you're bringing Toxapex to a tournament where Azumarill is extremely strong, you're always threatening the defensive core of your opponent. However, you're going to make the games more alignment dependent, because every Azumarill is covered by strong Toxapex answers, like for example, Diggersby.
Yes. Now, do you prefer games when you're battling yourself? Do you prefer games that are, you know, heavy alignment and you kind of structure yourself there, or do you like the risk-it-all sweeps with predictions kind of games?
Oh no, I like the prediction style, because for me it's much more fun, much more engaging. Honestly, if it's Go Battle Week, I might go for some alignment-dependent scenario teams there, but I really like that. Even though, you know, I'm not up there, I'm not the greatest trainer of all times, so I might have the shorter end of the stick if I play these very skillful, very energy-dependent strategies, but it's so much fun, and every time I lose to a player that's better than me, I can go like, hey, I see what they did there, I can learn from that.
Yeah, and what we saw today is amazing energy management. I've seen so many trainers utilizing the Shadow Drapions energy to perfection, especially like keeping it at like 5-10% health with 1, if not 2 charge moves ready to go, hiding it in the back, and that was the key to victory every single time. The second they swap out, I'm like, well, that thing's going to come back and win the game.
Yeah, but it's like you can write a script for this, right? You have to have Shadow Feraligatr or Shadow Drapion, and then you have to win the lead with it. And then if they swap into their safe swap, you bank a lot of energy, and then you bring in your answer. It's like great, right?
And so many times if you win that lead and maybe the Azumarill swaps in, they just sit there and just load up, knowing they can sit there for a few bubbles, take a little bit of chip damage, but you know, having 70 to 100 energy ready to go and come back in later is amazing.
Yep, definitely. So with those Pokemon like the Shadow Drapion, even if it's resisted against the crazy bulky Pokemon like Azumarill, crunches will let up. Hydro Cannons will let up, especially if you pair together with good fast attacks. So keeping this energy on your finishing Pokemon is going to be key. But now, let's focus on the match we have in front of our eyes. We have Nesabethan versus Howie.
Yeah, this is going to be a great set of battles. I see another Azumarill and Clodsire there. Clodsire's been on a few teams, strong in recent tournaments, and I think still strong and relevant now, but if I was to choose a ground type, right? It's ground poison, but if I was to choose a ground type, I still have to go with Diggersby.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that actually the usage of Clodsire has dropped a lot before this tournament because there is Shadow Feraligatr running around. Shadow Drapion, yes, doesn't have a good time with an Earthquake. However, you still have very flexible options because it takes you 8 Poison Stings. That's 2 Aqua Tails for you. So you can shield up an Earthquake. You can throw 18,000 Aqua Tails into the Clodsire. I mean, you have to throw.
I mean, one of the matches earlier, I think, was about 16,000 Aqua Tails thrown. So
exactly. I mean, if we count them together from all of the matches, we might as well exceed this number.
Yeah.
But Clodsire had some trouble, as well as vanishing amount of Ariados in the meta, which was a prime target for Clodsire. I think people learned to play around that. Shadow Marowak was in there as well. Was Diggersby getting stronger was also a problem for Clodsire. I'm glad to see it come back, though.
I think it's got a great moveset. It's got great bulk. It does its role well, and it doesn't necessarily have to force those hard switch advantages. As long as you can soak a lot of damage, maybe get a shield in return, because the Shadow Feraligatr is so frail, right? It doesn't want to take double charge moves. There's no way it's going to survive that, so it's going to be forcing that shield. You then set yourself up for a late game win.
That is true. Clodsire can force out some shields from the Shadow Feraligatr, but if the Shadow Feraligatr has some shields, it can also put itself in a position where we've seen this before. It has multiple Hydro Cannons stored. It will switch out at some point.
I think everyone watching has experienced it firsthand of what Feraligatr can do. The second it got Shadow Claw, we all used our TMs, gave it that move, and just had so much fun. And if you haven't tried it yet, please do. It is an absolute blast.
My Shadow Feraligatr actually it's a really, really good one. I love it so much. It's one of the first Pokemon I caught since I downloaded Pokemon Go.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, the second I saw it, I was like, right, I need 4. Right? I need 2 Shadows, 1 for Great League and Go Battle League, 1 for Ultra League, and then I need 2 normals for both. There's 4 investments because this Pokemon's so good, I want to make sure I have all the options.
And now even the other fast attacks got buffed, right? Ice Fang is buffed, and I played against it in a cup. And as I save swapped Azumarill, and they save swapped their Feraligatr on them, and on me, I thought, okay, I lost this game, but then they had Ice Fang.
Yeah.
So that was good for me.
If you're Dragonite, you don't want to see that, but we do have Bibarel here as well.
Oh yeah, I love it.
That is some spicy, spicy water normal.
Ever since it got Rollout and Rollout got the huge buff, I have been in love with Bibarel. I built it immediately. I played it in GBL a lot. I played it in practice tournaments a lot, and it is so much fun to play with. And Adequance has been super successful with it over in NA, and now we got a huge lead for Nesabethan, bringing the Kanto Shadow Marowak versus Ariados.
Wow, that Mud Slap damage, my goodness. Basically at 50% HP by the time the first Trailblaze is coming through and deciding to no-shield.
Yep, you can let this go because this won't knock you out, nor will the Poison Stings in the process. And look at Shadow Marowak as well. This line that Howie brought is so weak against it, actually, because everything, like, when shields are up, this is so tough to beat.
Yeah. And no, not able to get it in time. The Mud Slap able to take it down, and now you look at the remaining Pokemon. I think you got to come in with Bibarel.
Yeah, but the problem is now there is a lot of energy on the Marowak. Your rollouts won't farm it down, and Mud Slap will damage.
Thing is, if you're Nessa Beathan right now, you have to be reading, why did you come in with that Pokemon? Should I swap out and keep it alive? But ultimately, doesn't have to, right? The Shadow for Alligator with Hydro Cannon, the Shadow Drapion with Aqua Tail can do just fine against the Clodsire.
Because you have to see that it's Clodsire. Otherwise, they would have brought in Wigglytuff or Talonflame or Azumarill. All of these solutions are much better. And he knows it, so he keeps the Shadow for Alligator in the back there. Of course, Bibarel, one of the few Pokemon that completely wall the Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, but the Bibarel is still going to fight back right here as we see the Surf land for a good amount of damage, getting the Shadow Drapion relatively low, but Shadow Drapion going for the crunch.
Yep, and you kind of want to shield that up because, again, there is no fast attack pressure on that Shadow Drapion from the Clodsire as well. Clodsire seems to be in such a tough spot here. Nessa Beathan has multiple shields, and now this is a tough choice. Let's it go.
Risking it all, letting the Shadow Drapion go down, coming in with his final Pokemon, the Shadow for Alligator with Shadow Claw. And the thing is, that's a normal typing. Shadow Claw is not going to get it down in time.
Yep, but you are so powerful in terms of the attack of Shadow for Alligator that a Hydro Cannon is going to knock out so hard here. So you can overfarm if you want. You can get this energy up, and I think Nessa Beathan is very well aware that he is one shield up against the Clodsire with his Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, I think he's predicting that pretty hard right now as we do see the Clodsire come in, and Nessa Beathan knows, I am good to go. 2 Hydro Cannons, and we should be a good game.
Yep, charges up to 2. Howie is trying to compete there, doesn't get there, of course. Shadow for Alligator's pace is so much faster, and we're going to seal this for Nessa Beathan with a double Hydro Cannon.
I think this whole game unfolded in the first, like, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Why did the Ariados stay in? There's a reason.
Yep.
And Nessa Beathan read straight into that, saving the Feraligatr with 1 shield, knowing that it's got to be the Clodsire.
Yep, and Howie just went so weak to that Marowak. He just, I think he made a prediction saying, I have Azumarill, I have Talonflame. My opponent is not going to bring the Kanto Marowak, but I do think that Azumarill and Talonflame aren't enough to scare away the Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, no, not at all. Nessa Beathan did a great call there in game 1. The pressure that the Mud Slap brings and the coverage that Rock Slide and Bone Club provide makes it a top meta option as a ground typing, especially where Shadow Drapions are just running around free.
Yeah, exactly. It's, I think, the best ground type right now. Gastrodon is, of course, also in competition. Inadequence is running the Gastrodon. I think Zephy Mastix, who went on to day 2 in the losers bracket now, is also running that Gastrodon. Lou's going to be pretty excited about that. Gastrodon is still lacking that big major event win, by the way.
Yeah. Gastrodon has an opportunity. The second we saw the Mud Slap update, my first thought went to Gastrodon with Body Slam, with the Earth Power. I'm like, oh, here comes another Mud Boy.
And I remember that people were saying, hey, Shadow Marowak could be cool as well. And then everyone else was like, yeah, maybe. And then we saw what it did.
You know, as a Marowak lover myself, I personally love a Lowland Marowak. I can tell you what, if a member of your family is winning, you root for them, okay? Shadow Kanto Marowak, you take it all this weekend. We would love to see it, as it's such a cool, original Pokemon.
Yep, that is true. I love Kanto Marowak as well. It's so, so strong. And I'm going to be honest, what the craziest thing is that it's a really good counter for Shadow for Alligator as well, because if you have 2 shields, you're going to completely Mud Slap it down.
Yeah, and even some of the fighters we've seen earlier today, where the Primeape was double debuff with close combat, and the Mud Slap did like 40% of his health in 1. It was beautiful to see, and that's what's so powerful about hard-hitting fast moves, right? We've seen it with Charm and Razor Leaf over the years, but now we've got Mud Slap up there on that caliber of very dominant.
Yep, that is true. It is just like, it's like Charm, but better.
It's just better.
Way more energy, a little bit less damage.
The thing is, I don't think you want Charm to be better, too.
I completely agree, but now, that's a lead for Howie, because he's standing there with his Talonflame versus an Ariados, and Nessa Beathan can't like that.
Ooh, Nessa Beathan has to swap out quickly into the Shadow Drapion and going to be able to get to this Aqua Tail very quickly, waiting for a swap out, but not coming, so he's going to be forced to shield right here.
Look at how Howie's team, there is no hard answer to that Shadow Drapion, so it's very tough for you to lead weak into Shadow Drapion, because once it safe swaps, it's going to get an energy advantage. The good thing is here now, you have done a lot of damage already with those Incinerates.
Yeah, getting it to 50%. Ooh, that's a lot of damage right there. And the defense drop. So the Aqua Tail is a great option here for Nessa Beathan, as a Protect Shield is going to be going up.
Howie needs to shield now as well. Match the shields here. The timer is also misaligned, so if you keep up the shields, you could bring in Kanto Marowak and then later on farm down. Rock Slide will always be threatening a Talonflame.
Yeah. Charge move now coming through. Going to be knocking out the Shadow Drapion. And will we see the... no, we're going to see the Mirror Ariados fight.
I like this. He's going to be able to take a lot of the energy of the Ariados, because let's face it, you're aligned to a Talonflame with the Ariados. It's not going to be your main win condition. The problem is Kanto Marowak is also not the best against the Talonflame. He's trying to Mudslap down here. Almost gets it here.
And we see a counter swap for both trainers into the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Bibarel. So this is going to be very interesting, as the final shield is being given up on the Bone Club.
Oh, and that is big, because now there is no shield anymore for Howie. He needs to outpace it. He gets to 2. Is that a charge deck priority?
I don't think it was. I think it was 1 turn behind. Let's see. Let's see.
If you
Protect Shield going to be coming up, blocking that Surf.
Yep, double Surf would be huge here. Yep, we get off. Oh, no, wait. It was charge deck priority.
It was,
Does this knock out? Because then we might have play on the side of Nessa Beathan. Then he has no shield. Nope, we go to get to that double Surf. Oh, doing a rollout for good manner and almost getting out. Would be crazy. But now we have the Talonflame in the back, sitting pretty against that Ariados.
Yeah, this is going to be great for the Talonflame, swapping back in. Those Incinerates are going to be adding up. The Fly is ready to go, and Nessa Beathan knows it, as the Talonflame is going to be getting the knockout.
Yep, Howie went very, very weak to that Kanto Marowak in the first game. Doesn't happen to him again, has the Talonflame in the back. And of course, if the shields are even, we have a little bit of an energy advantage, maybe even. Bibarel is so good against the Kanto Marowak, because yes, Bibarel has no fast attack pressure, but once the Surfs connect, it's great.
Yeah, that Surf is a great charge move as well, especially in a situation where you need that low energy. If you don't have that Aqua Tail, right? Surf's kind of like the next best option besides Hydro Cannon, so we'll take it.
Yep, Howie, you see him here with his team. It's a Sludge Bomb Clodsire, so no Stone Edge for a possible Ariados. He's not been on the big stage that often, but he's a legend in the grassroots circuit, so he's a very well-known trainer.
Yeah.
Very strong performances this season as well. Howie is trying to get that W versus Nessa Beathan.
I wonder if the Sludge Bomb was brought instead of Stone Edge to handle the potential Fairy Rise that we see with Wigglytuff, and also get that grass coverage, right? So you can handle the Jump Fluff and the Superior with super effective damage, and the Azumarill.
Yep, Superior is a big shout for that one, because Jump Up you can also beat with Stone Edge.
Yes, that's what I mean. The broad coverage that Sludge Bomb can provide for you,
The Charmers like Wigglytuff are also not really your biggest problem. Stone Edge Earthquake is also good for that, but Superior is really tough if you're running Earthquake, and it's rather easy when you're running Sludge.
Yes. Now you get that great coverage, the hard-hitting move. Both trainers looking to choose their final roster of 3 as we're going to go ahead and go into the battles here shortly. But, oh man, we haven't seen, no, we haven't seen the Shadow Feraligatr just yet, have we?
I don't think so, but we want to, I want to see Azumarill from Howie. The lines that Nessa Beathan brought have been kind of strong against it, or weak against it. So Kanto Marowak is not the best choice against an Azumarill. The Shadow Drapion has play against Azumarill, but I think that Azumarill is a little bit better there if you don't get debuffed immediately. And yeah, Ariados is a different story. We don't talk about that one, but still, I think that the Azumarill for Howie could be a nice surprise in the back to work as a possible closer.
Yeah, and that actually both trainers getting locked in, so we're going to be getting into Game 3 of the Winners Finals. Here we go.
Yep, and the lead is going to be Shadow Drapion versus Ariados, and this is a difficult lead to play out. Usually, if you want to win Switch in this one, and you're playing versus you think what is a high attack Ariados, you have to go Aqua Tail first and then Crunch after you get debuffed.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Nessa Beathan decides to play this. Will he invest the shields, or will he try to do some chip damage and then a healthy farm down with the Marowak?
And I think that this might be a very defensive Ariados because it really didn't take much damage from the Aqua Tail. So it's possible that a Crunch won't knock out after this debuff, which would leave the Ariados at very little HP. You soft lose against them, then you get a farm down on something.
Let's see if Howie decides to use the Protect Shield. He will. So blocking that Crunch damage, overloading on energy, now in a great positions, but have to throw that lunge just before the Aqua Tail comes, able to win the charge attack priority.
Yep, Nesabithan lets it go. This is a non-debuffed Azumarill. It is looking strong, has a lot of energy. Shields up for Nesabithan though, and I think with those shields up, with this shield that you can use, you can try to go for a Mud Slap down.
Yeah, I think we get a healthy Muds. Oh, no, decided to come in with a Azumarill instead, maybe doing a hard team read. Maybe there's a Clodsire in the back. He's thinking that the Shadow Kanto Marowak will have much more favorable matchup, right? Knowing that it has access to Sludge Bomb like we talked about earlier, as the Trailblaze will land there.
But now the energy on the Azumarill is, or the energy of the Ariados is so good, goes unshielded here, so that will mean that Nesabithan will immediately have to swap out into the Kanto Marowak to get some farm, some advantage, and Talonflame is not going to love an advantageous Marowak. Nesabithan is nodding. This is all going according to plan, question mark?
2-to-1 shields, Shadow Kanto Marowak looking to carry this game as the first Rock Slide is going to be coming through in a shield given up by Howie.
A very important shield call. If you call a bait in this situation and you get hit with a Rock Slide, it's all over.
Yes, you have to shield right there, knowing that you got to put the pressure down here with the fly, hoping that you can get to the second one in time. Let's find out.
Does Nesabithan go to a Rock Slide? No, there is going to be a fly before, so Nesabithan is actually not going to be able to overfarm too much because he has dwindling HP there.
Yep, and the lower he gets, the better Bibarel has a chance to win, and even the Poison Stings are going to be adding up from the Ariados.
Yep, and now he has to throw immediately after one Mud Slap to not get the damage registered. Could have overfarmed a little bit more, but the damage would be so important here. Bibarel comes in. This is going to be very, very tricky for Nesabithan. Waits a turn, so Bibarel is also going to be low.
Yes, very great play right there, making sure that the rollout was thrown so he could throw the Bone Club safely, knowing that both Pokemon are going to be swapping at the same time in the Wombo combo with the Play Rough from Azumarill, catching Howie off guard. This is going to be knocking out the Bibarel.
That is so good. Azumarill taking up so much energy from Ariados, but Ariados gets to farm down. Ariados actually move. The Trailblaze is being thrown, and the Marowak will fade. Howie is going to advance today too.
What a comeback. 1 HP in a dream. Howie overcoming all obstacles to win Game 3.
The game plan of Nesabithan was great. Howie looked so defeated when he saw the combo play. The Play Rough taking out the Bibarel, but then his Ariados worked over hours.
Gosh, even Howie, you can see from the cameras that Nesabithan was so happy in the position he was. Howie kind of started to look defeated, but the second he got the farm down, surviving those bubbles and getting the charge move off, oh, what a comeback.
Oh, that was huge. Howie, congratulations on making day 2 at EYC. Nesabithan still has losers finals to play, so we can also still make day 2 here. But Howie, what a play after misreading the line that Nesabithan was going to bring in the first game, completely losing to the Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you're Nesabithan in this situation, you can't even really be mad. You played it like perfectly, and your opponent just survived. And it comes down to the defensive stats that you were talking about earlier that you noticed with the Aqua Tail damage that clearly came in with the bubble damage as well right there at the end.
Yeah, afterwards I wasn't too sure anymore if it's maybe still attack-weighted Ariados because Howie decided to shield up the Crunch, but maybe he also just said, hey, I want this Ariados to be on the field. I want to debuff whatever comes in afterwards. I have a lot of energy, and I'm giving Nesabithan the chance to shield afterwards, maybe matching shields, or I will have an Ariados that will go wild, and it did eventually.
Yeah, oh, what a comeback. Almost every single set of battles today has been that close.
Yeah.
And
almost.
Some of them have been a bit more cushiony, right, because of like some dominance of certain Pokemon in certain matchups, but I think it's been that close because these trainers know that there's no more points or no more points entry. You have to be top 50, so everyone is fighting to the very last second, which makes for such great battles that we see, just like the last one.
Also, this is the tournament with the biggest prestige in Europe, right? It's the European International Championship. It's not only about going to the World Championship, but it's also about the glory of winning EUYC, being the European International Champion. But you know what's also very glorious? It's winning the Speedburger segment.
Marto Galdo, one of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my start of Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started getting nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon Go. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Azumarill survived that with a very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time.
It means the world. I never expected to win it. It feels so real. This win is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season. It doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the Grand Finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yekai. Yekai sent me to the loser's bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Marto Galdo is your 2025 Latin America International Champion.
Welcome to the 2025 EUIC edition of Speedburger. I am Lundberger here, and I am alongside my co-host, Speediest Chief 2, and we have a special guest in from Europe. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
I'm Arceus Aurelius. My real name is Marcus Borger, which is very close to burger, actually. So we have a couple burgers here, is what I want to say.
All right, well, Marcus, this is a very fast-paced game. Speedburger is the name. We're going to read off some questions for you, trivia questions related to Pokemon, and you have to answer them quickly so you can snag your ingredients and build the perfect burger. Are you ready to start?
I guess so.
All right, first up, most important part of the burger is the bread. Let's go ahead and secure that. According to the Pokedex entry, this Pokemon is smooth and moist to the touch. Its yeasty breath ferments the air in its vicinity.
Whoa, yeasty breath? I have no idea, but maybe yeast, I'm gonna say some mushrooms, maybe Shinate?
Maybe bread related.
Bread related? What Pokemon is bread?
That was recently
Like a Fido, for example? Like a Fido? Fido? How do you say Fido. Fido. I mean, English pronunciation is not my game, but I'm gonna say Fido. Fido.
All right, okay, we'll give it to you. We'll give it, it's a warm-up round at the beginning. We are already burger related. It's already in the name. For your lettuce, what grass-type Pokemon is typically paired with Bastiodon in a classic Go Battle League team?
It's my least favorite Pokemon of all time, but I know that James loves it. It's Victory Bell.
Very, very well done. So we have the bread, we've got the lettuce. Let's go ahead and lock down some of the toppings that are so, so important for a tasty burger. Name 3 regional Pokemon that can be found in Europe, but nowhere else.
I'm gonna go with Mr. Mime, Mime Jr., and Sigilif is the Middle East as well. Klefki.
All right, there is your ingredients. You've secured basically everything except for the sauce on top. So for the sauce, who had the sauce last year at the 2024 EUIC, winning the whole tournament, and what spicy Pokemon did he use, if you remember?
I remember the spicy Skeledirge from Weedle, and it was an incredible run, and I'm here to stop him this year.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I think you secured all the ingredients we need. Let's see what we cooked up.
All right, so that was the European edition of Speed Burger with the burger, the Borger, and the Chief too? Join us for the next one. In the meantime, we're gonna enjoy.
Well, back to Pokemon action.
What a good time.
Yeah, well, I say, yeah, we are back to the Pokemon action indeed. We're nearing the end of day 1. So many fantastic battles have been going on, but we are not done yet.
I'm so excited to approach the end of day number 1. A few trainers are making that final push, trying to make top cut and get into the winner's side bracket for day number 2. And guess what, Amanda? I think our trainers are already locked in. We might have a Lyle Jess versus Pokémon showdown on the horizon.
Can't wait to see how this will be going on. This is going to be the winners finals for this group.
This is going to be really exciting. Pokémon, of course, one of the best trainers in EU, hailing from Spain. And then we have Lyle Jeffs from Canada. Really tough lead there for Lyle Jeffs as he led a Galarian Corsola into the Mandibuzz. Now we see the counter swap Dugong met by the Wall Rain. I am digging this team from Pokémon.
Going for that drill run, and they're going to see if it will connect with Patoman's Wall Rain. This is a Shadow Wall Rain. It's going to be taking 20% more damage if it connects. It does, but still healthy in the green. Gonna have to go for that Earthquake, though. That heavier hitting attack as those Icicle Spears aren't going to be doing minimal damage to that Dugong.
Great timing by Pokémon, and great choice of plushie on the stage as well. Gotta love Psyduck. Earthquake does get shielded up there by the Dugong. And now Lyle Jeffs has an interesting decision to make. Gonna throw the drill run here, right?
Gonna go ahead, throw that drill run one more time. As we saw before, it's not gonna be enough to knock out, but it is going to get it very low.
I like the Shadow Wall Rain. It's such a versatile pick. I think Leo and I both agree that this Pokemon had some utility in the current meta, and it's definitely serendipitous to see Pokémon playing it out here. Lyle Jeffs using the final protection of the game, but he might be able to Ice Shard down, so Pokémon denies that by switching in the Azumarill.
Going ahead, going for that Icy Wind. It's going to debuff the Azumarill at this point, but the switch timers are now misaligned. He's able to pivot back into a Pokemon that has much more comfortable matchup. There's a Corsola versus Azumarill rather than against that Mandibuzz.
Yeah, we see the weakened, the weakened Shadow Wall Rain in the back there. Now the Azumarill versus Galarian Corsola. I've said it time and time again, this matchup is actually very close because these Pokemon do pace at similar intervals, and the Nightshade and Play Rough, they both chip away.
But guess what? There's 2 shields remaining on Patoman's side. Meanwhile, no protection shields remaining for Lyle Jeff. Gonna have to go ahead, take this full Play Rough. It is debuffed, so it's not gonna be doing as much damage. Meanwhile, talk about damage. There's a lot of energy on Lyle Jeff's side and forcing that shield from Patoman.
Amanda, I just took a peek at the back line here. Dugong and Wigglytuff, and the final Pokemon for Patoman is the Mandibuzz. This looks dire for our trainer on the right side of the screen.
No Protect Shields not needed when the Wigglytuff will take the field. The Foul Play not even enough to knock out at this point, and now a Power Gem is going to go through. This is going to do heavy damage to the Mandibuzz, even though it's a very bulky Pokemon. Going to have to take it. Super effective.
Air Slash is coming down onto the Wigglytuff, but the super effective charms are fired off in return, and this looks really, really bad for Pokémon. He's going to go ahead and fire off the Aerial Ace here, but I gotta say, Lyle Jeff's Dugong and a Wigglytuff duo is just too much for this Pokemon to overcome.
Aerial Ace coming through, but speaking of still being in the green, that's where the Wigglytuff is staying and has a ton of energy to go through here. Last Protect Shield from Patoman's side. The Swift would be enough at this point to knock it very low.
I have a suspicion this is an XXL Wigglytuff. I'm not exactly sure, but it does look a little bit larger than life. Play rough coming through here from the Azumarill. This is actually going to bring the Wigglytuff very deep into the red, but it does manage to hang on.
Bubbles are coming through. Charms are coming through. He is at an attack, but will he be able to bubble down? No! Simultaneous KO at this point. There's still a Corsola and such a healthy Dugong in the back.
Walrein running out of gas, unable to do any more damage, and Lyle Jeffs is able to take this game number 1. This is really a very close matchup between two incredibly talented trainers, and you can see the emotions on stage. Lyle Jeffs, when he's up against a really good opponent, he always has this like sigh of relief after the game is over, almost like he's been holding his breath the entire battle, and then he allows himself to actually relax after the game is done.
Lyle Jeffs is a very humble player. He knows that he is good, but he also knows and doesn't discredit his opponents. He knows that Patoman is well known within our whole region of Europe for being one of the top players, also playing some I would say conventional things, but the Shadow Walrein is not something that we've seen so much throughout day number 1 here in London.
That Pokemon almost looks like it's in place of like a Shadow Feraligatr, for example, because we typically see the Azumarill and the Feraligatr, maybe with that Shadow Drapion as well. So the team building here from Patoman is definitely very interesting, but Lyle Jeff's got a ton of flexibility, a ton of bulk, ton of neutral play. Pato actually means duck in Spanish, so it does actually fit, right?
Yeah, he always brings that Psyduck, and Psyduck seems to be the mascot as well of EUIC, so maybe a little bit of energy on his side. Once again, winners finals. This is one of the last groups of the day. There's so many battles that have been played already, so many day 2 contenders. Both of these trainers hoping to have their names up in that. Lyle Jeffs coming in from Canada. Patoman, as we talked about, a Spanish player.
Yeah, Patoman wanting to reverse sweep here in the winners finals, Group O, I believe. My goodness, we are reaching deep into the bag for these matches as this stream concludes, but this is going to be really exciting because Lyle Jeffs, I'm sure a lot of trainers in Canada are rooting for their fellow competitor here. But he's got a tough opponent. I mean, Patoman, one of the best, one of the brightest, one of the most challenging people to take down.
And again, Wigglytuff, one of these Pokemon that just seems so dangerous in teams that have 2 very weak Pokemon to it. Mandibuzz does not have much of an answer, like we saw earlier, and Corsola actually doesn't do well against it either. Lyle Jeffs, on the other time, he had that Corsola against the Mandibuzz. It's really the foul plays that would be doing more damage. Since it's on Air Slash, the fast attacks can be taken by the Corsola.
Exactly. Corsola can absorb a bit of damage along the way, but we're moving along here in our series. This is game number 2, Lyle Jeffs and Patoman. Let's see who comes out of this series. Patoman needs to win 2 straight to keep himself on the winner side bracket.
He's locking in. It looks like he maybe found a different target here in the lead. We have that Dugong against the Galarian Corsola on Patoman's side. Both of them content to stay in at this moment. See who will be able to throw first, who wants to be able to shield, and who maybe comes out on switch advantage.
Well, this is a answer to a question you didn't ask. Who wins the charge tag priority? It looks like it's Dugong actually against the Galarian Corsola here, as Patoman did press on that power gem. He's going to get debuffed by the Icy Wind, as is tradition, but he's going to look for the power gem in return.
Even though it is debuffed, it's going to be super effective. Lyle Jeffs shielding that up, keeping that Dugong healthy, and seeing now what it wants to do in the back with that Corsola. They know that they pace about the same, and knowing that he wins charge attack priority, he even goes and throws 1 ahead here, double debuffing the Corsola, saying, get it out of here.
Here's the question though, after being double debuffed, do you swap to clear this debuff on the Galarian Corsola? No, actually, Patoman waits the turn, lets the Ice Shard through because he wants to nail this Dugong with the power gem.
Wants to make sure that it is going to connect. Connect it does, but when it's double debuffed, even if it's super effective, it's not doing so much damage. Going ahead, getting up to yet another Icy Wind, swapping out, trying to get a snipe, but there's such a quick swap by Patoman here into the Shadow Walrein. Going ahead, trying to get up to those Icicle Spears or perhaps an Earthquake to knock out the Wigglytuff.
What do you think about this play, Amanda? I mean, this was really fast. We saw the Walrein switch in. Great timing there by Patoman after the swap, but what do you think about not sending in the Azumarill? Because these these charms are seriously chunking down this wall ring.
I think maybe Patoman's thinking Azumarill could have a better target in the back, be much better against, like, say, that Shadow Annihilate than perhaps a Wall Rain would be, and maybe thinking he's trying to lure out the Azumarill, so he's coming in with the Wall Rain. And look at this, shielding up an Icy Wind. That's going to debuff. So now at this point, there's no Protect Shields remaining. Will this Earthquake still knock out?
I don't know. I think Wigglytuff might hold on here. Earthquake connects. Shadow Wall Rain can't get the job done after the debuff, and the charm does come through. But this Wigglytuff is so weak. Actually, hold on. Azumarill gets the bubble down.
Wow, Wigglytuff was tough, but not tough enough to hold on to get to that Swift in time to throw at the Azumarill, getting some meaningful chip damage. Azumarill, on the other hand, has quite a few bubbles advantage now coming against a Drapion that has no Protect Shields to its name.
Exactly. Only one Protect Shield in kind remaining for Patoman. Does absorb the first crunch. No debuff. It's actually very helpful because it means you're not taking too much damage from the Poison Stings. Recognizing that it's going to take 2 charge attacks regardless, he actually throws the Ice Beam here against the Drapion, and now he's got some extra energy to carry over.
Going ahead, taking this next crunch, I think it will be, you have to decide when is going to be the most effective attack that you want to shield up here. I think he's thinking maybe if I get a crunch debuff later, I will end up shielding that up and going for a combination play on the side of Lyle Jeffs. This is the more effective attack. This is a Drill Run, which would do nice damage to the Azumarill at this point, getting that last Protect Shield off of Patoman.
Such a mind game, right? Because Lyle Jeffs has been throwing Icy Wind after Icy Wind, and now he goes for the Drill Run, and Patoman makes the right call because it's too dangerous not to. Play Rough does connect, reaching for that Corsola, swaps in, goes for the Nightshade.
Nightshade will be able to connect. No Protect Shields remaining. Both of them were nodding, but Patoman says, no, I know how much energy I had left. That Wigglytuff came in, and I was able to swap out, and I'm able to tie up this series.
Nice way to get it done with the Nightshade. That was a resisted charge attack, but the Galarian Corsola had just enough punch to get the KO there. You would have thought maybe the Power Gem, but Power Gem does cost more energy. So if there's any moment that Patoman was uncertain if he had the Power Gem, tapping on the left side of the screen could have triggered another Astonish and led to a game loss. So right call there to throw the Nightshade.
And it was just enough to take it out, just enough to get these two game 1-1 going into a decisive game 3 here. We've seen the Continental clashes going on. We've actually seen Lyle Jeffs play a team against our former EUIC champion, Emmy Weedle, in a little sketch that we did. But how is he actually playing during the real tournament when he needs that grit to be able to make it into day 2?
Taking a quick look back as our trainers get queued up. Game number 1 of this series. Lots of Dugong, lots of Icy Wind, but it looks like the Galarian Corsola also made a massive impact. I like the 3-turn fast tag pressure coming from this team here from Lyle Jeffs.
It was a great play to shielding up the Icy Wind on the second one, but still the Earthquake not quite enough to take it out. This game was just back and forth, almost a tango of who had the most energy, who knew where the other Pokemon were at. Luckily for Patoman, he had that extra shield at the end there to protect up the Azumarill, to knock out that Dugong, and to do that combination play.
Yeah, really heads up there because that Drapion is just so fast. If Lyle Jeffs was even given a moment of hesitation by Patoman, he could have clutched up an Aqua Tail and flipped that entire game. So the awareness here by Patoman, young, but definitely very experienced in the field. We're going to see how he does here in game number 2, though. Again, needs to win game number 3. Both of these trainers to stay on the winner's side bracket in Top Cut.
Once again, this is a double elimination tournament, but even so, they've been battling all day. It's almost to the end. Both of them want to know that they can relax for the rest of the evening. Take it easy. Go into day 2 on that winner side of the bracket.
Exactly. Staying on the winner's side is an easier route because you have less battles and less opportunities to make mistakes, but only one of these 2 trainers will be able to achieve that. I do think it is going to be a big moment here. We're going to get a little drum roll going as our trainers get queued up, but as you can tell, they're taking their extra moments to lock in the team, to figure out what they need to do, because this is probably the most important matchup of the weekend so far.
I mean, both of these trainers are comfortable in this scenario. They've been in this seat before, knowing that they have to do some things to be able to secure their win. So I don't blame them for taking a couple extra seconds, but it is now Pokemon literally go time, because we're getting into game number 3. We've had the Dugong against the Azumarill.
water types on the field, a very neutral matchup, and it also can be a frustrating matchup at times because the Dugong is just going to slow down the Azumarill, and it's going to outpace every time as well, and also would win the charge attack priority. So you saw Lyle Jeffs building up to these 6 ice shards and trying to catch that play rough, but I don't think Patoman gave it to him.
I think Patoman also knowing that it loses charge attack priority, saying, okay, I'm just going to go for some extra bubbles, then basically at 100 energy now before throwing that first play rough. Yes, it is debuffed, but it's still going to do some meaningful chip damage and force Lyle Jeffs to either throw another attack or swap out.
Let's look at these backlines here for just a moment as these water types play it out on the field. We see the Wigglytuff and Galarian Corsola for Lyle Jeffs. We see the Shadow Kanto Marowak and Shadow Drapion. Honestly, Amanda, this Shadow Drapion might wreak havoc on the back line here for Lyle.
I want everyone to pay attention to how Lyle is playing this Dugong versus Azumarill matchup, because I think we will see this a lot throughout the weekend. If these two are paired together, even though the Drill Run is more effective, Dugong has a much better matchup if they first go for 2 Icy Winds to lower the attack of the Azumarill. And now you see 2 Icy Winds have gone through, going for that Drill Run, which will be a heavier hitting attack.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, Amanda. I definitely hope that traders are taking notes. Drill Run does connect, but it was a charge attack priority. But after the double debuffs, Lyle's actually comfortable letting this play rough through. I think it might not be enough.
I don't think it is. Yes, no, he's just going to hang on for a little bit more. He's at that Drill Run, and this is how you comfortably win out that lead matchup between a Dugong and an Azumarill, going for 2 Drill Runs after 2 Icy Winds are able to connect, lowering that. But now this is just farm for that Shadow Drapion.
Oh no, the Shadow Drapion is hungry and it got an energy lead. However, to Lyle's benefit, the Protect Shields are still in play, which means he can hide behind them as the Drapion spams off these charge attacks, but he's not going to shield the first Aqua Tail.
Yeah, well, you don't need to shield the first one. You know that your charm damage is actually doing quite a lot. You will need to shield up probably this next one if you want to stay in it, and that's exactly what it looks like Lyle's going to do. He wants to see that third Pokemon, wants to see what's going to be in the back. The Drapion definitely has a good play against both the Wigglytuff and the Corsola, so I don't blame Lyle for staying in.
Curious timing there by Lyle, actually going for the 2 charms, which have been 6 turns. He allows a free Poison Sting through because he really wants to make sure he gets off the Swift. Now we see the swap into the Marowak. Galarian Corsola versus Shadow Kanto Marowak in even shields, Amanda.
Yeah, Swift swap, say it a couple times here, flipping, flopping the Pokemon that are coming in. Nightshade now being thrown onto that Marowak and getting a Protect Shield off of Patoman's side.
Nightshade is a threatening charge attack at this point in the game. Shadow Kanto Marowak needs to respect it. Astonish does come through. We see the Bone Club getting fired off by the Shadow Kanto Marowak. This is going to be a very close matchup, but I have to get the slight edge to the Galarian Corsola because of that added bulk. It still has a Protect Shield remaining as well. Shadow Kanto Marowak has a lot of work to do.
And well, this is one way to start it. This next Bone Club's going through, getting that Protect Shield because Lyle is at an attack of his own here. The switch timers aren't quite up. Is he going to go for another? No, straight away wants to go for that Nightshade, wants to get that Marowak off the field, but this is still dangerous. No Protect Shields and a Drapion with potential energy.
We saw that Galarian Corsola topple the Shadow Drapion in the last game. Now, this Shadow Drapion's got the Aqua Tail plus some extra energy, and I don't think that Corsola has any energy at all. So this Shadow Drapion might be able to close out this game.
You saw Patoman, he crossed his fingers there. He's saying, I think I can make it. I think I can get up to it in time. 1.6, 2 more. He gets to it. He gets to the crunch. He's making sure he's tapping those bubbles. He's up in his chair. He's taking game number 3.
Patoman pops off, and the Spaniards are right behind him as he clinches up his winner side bracket Day 2 invitation with an incredible win over Lyle Jeffs, one of the best in North America.
Patoman is a player that everyone knows. He was someone who was consistently good, consistently getting top cuts, making it into grand finals, but it wasn't until Gdansk last year where he was able to get his first victory. But that's not his only victory since then. He's really been on a tear.
You know, we talk about puns, we talk about the poetry of the competitive circuit. I do recall that Patoman lost to Zweilous in his first Grand Finals appearance, and then he came back and actually won it, but he was playing Shadow Alolan Ninetales with Charm. So as I like to say, second time's a charm.
Boo.
No, come on,
No,
chat.
it was good.
It was good, right? Come on, chat, let me know.
Patoman is really fun to watch play. Also because he's so emotive, right?
He is.
Like you can tell in his expressions when he thinks he's doing well, and you can see how much it meant to him when he won earlier on. Like honestly, when I watch players and I see how much it means to them to do so well, it really makes me like feel emotional inside.
Yeah. It's so sincere, right?
Exactly.
You can see the emotions in real time. Reminds me a lot, honestly, of Emmy Weedle. Emmy Weedle is also very emotive on stage, very expressive. When things don't go his way, you know it. Because he tells you, he's shaking his head, he's like, oh, I'm not in a good position. But these trainers are so talented, they find a way to win. We did see Emmy Weedle fall earlier on in the stream. So again, trainers like Lyle Jeffs, trainers like Emmy Weedle are not immune to losing in day one of EUIC because the competition is just that good.
I mean, this is exactly how Lyle wanted to play out the matches for game number 2 with the Dugong against the Azumarill, but unfortunately for him, even though he won this, it just gave the exact amount of farm that Pactoman needed to be able to win in the end game. If you think about that, he wouldn't have been able to reach that crunch had he not been able to farm down the Dugong in such a fashion.
Honestly, you nailed it. I mean, the 3 poison stings make all the difference because that Glaring Corso was only 1 Astonish away, and you can see the crowd behind Pactoman as he got that momentous victory against Lyle Jeffs. I just have to say, like, getting a win like that over someone as talented as Lyle Jeffs, it has to push your confidence to an all-time high.
And Lyle Jeffs, obviously, very, very good trainer. He's going to drop down to the losers bracket. As we're like winding out the day, we don't get to always see the losers finals, but a lot of trainers who we saw earlier on still made it on to day 2. Lurgan Rocket has made it on to day 2. We saw him lose earlier on stream. That doesn't mean that he will end up losing again. We're going to see him maybe perhaps even in a grudge matchup.
I'm looking actually at the forecast here for upcoming matchups. We might actually have a trainer that we just spoke about trying to make day 2, and that might be the reigning EUIC champion. So the question is, can Emmy Weedle push through that loser's side bracket and continue his run of success?
I think a lot of people are cheering for him. If you're already someone who has been a contender, a reigning champion, a lot of people say, yeah, I want to make sure that he can stay on top. I know you made a prediction earlier that no one who has already won is going to win again. And a lot of people just like to also prove you wrong. So maybe they're cheering for him just for that very reason.
So do it. So do it.
So do it.
We need one of our...
That's the way to do it.
We need one of our champions to power through, but only time will tell because the competition is definitely fierce, and a lot of these players are unpredictable, not just in their teams, but also their play styles. So there are so many hurdles that you have to get through. And honestly, again, when you're running track and you're jumping hurdles, you can't start looking 4 hurdles ahead or you might stumble and lose the race.
Yeah, you got to take it one step at a time, but you still have to keep up that fast pace. You have to keep up the momentum. The minute you slow down is the minute that someone might overtake you, and that's exactly what all these trainers are worried about. They got to stay in that good position. They got to make sure that they know where they're going, but that people aren't going to overtake them, that they're not going to be taken by surprise.
Yeah, you actually have to have a certain mindset, right? Balance, offense and defense cannot be too passive. And we've seen that in some tournament appearances before. Trainers might have all the answers. For example, earlier on in the stream, having a charge attack loaded on an Ariados and then seeing the swap, getting scrambled, stumbling for just a second, opens the door for your opponent to go ahead and take that victory. So these trainers need to be on top and in their ultimate form because we are approaching the final set of the day, I believe.
And if we're looking at grudge matches, or not even necessarily grudge matches, but someone who has lost on the winner's side, now playing on the loser side. Before he was playing on the right side, now he's playing on the left. We've got Snowman up, and he is playing against a player blissfully.
Yeah, I want to apologize to everyone. I did misread the text there. I do believe Emmy Weedle is in losers round 8, so if you are tracking the reigning champion's progress, make sure to check that bracket using the link in the chat. But for right now, we're going to see Snowman take on the next opponent. If you recall, Snowman had a tough time earlier on against Z Zwilas, the reverse engineer, running ABA in a maniacal fashion.
Yeah, I
was still able to win.
I talked to Snowman a little bit after it, and he told me I just mispredicted what it was in the back. The first time, I didn't realize it was a Talonflame. The second time, I was predicting that it was a Talonflame, that he was actually using it to lure out my Corsola. So I was keeping my Corsola in the back, and then when it was a Diggersby, I just knew it was game over.
Yeah.
Fortunately for him, this is a completely new opponent, and both of these trainers definitely want to make it into day 2.
I think that a lot of the success in the championship series can come down to, yes, energy management, matchup knowledge, finding flexible ways to win, but also the line calls and developing your team is so critical. I mean, I like to say it from time to time, but some of these battles are won on the lock-in screen.
Absolutely, or even in the mind before you start playing, you're like, ooh, I know that my opponent usually runs this, so I'm gonna try to counter because they play a certain style, and then your opponent just completely mixes it up. And I know we've been on the winner's side of the bracket basically the whole day. but I love watching loser side because there's just so much more on the line. This is go big or go home moments in a double elimination tournament. If you lose that second game, unfortunately, your run is over.
Exactly. I feel like it's almost like you get knocked down a level, you know, proverbially, so to speak. But once you get to that loser side bracket, it's really a wake-up call. You need to keep on winning to keep yourself in the tournament, and not just to win, Amanda. It's so important that we re-emphasize to earn those championship points, climbing higher and higher. Even if you don't win first place, finishing within top 64, top 32, you get more and more points, and that can help you in the long term qualifying for the World Championships. There's so many reasons to keep on battling.
Absolutely. Both of these trainers are in the running. They're in contention already for championship points. Top 50 players of Europe are guaranteed spots for Worlds. Not only that, maybe you want to take an easier route. Maybe say, I should just win EUIC, automatic qualification, and that goes up until 4th place.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of trainers...
Easy, quote, easy.
I'm sure they wish they could press that button and just absolutely win. But let's take a closer look here at the teams. We've got Snowman versus Blissfully. Blissfully, we have not seen on stream yet, to my knowledge. They're actually bringing Corviknight on their team. I gotta ask you, Amanda, we saw Corviknight to start the stream. Wasn't overly impressive because it couldn't find the right alignment. Can Corviknight make an impact here against Snowman?
Well, you see that it does have a Wigglytuff, and that is a great matchup for the Corviknight. The first one wasn't able to find it, but Blissfully is a great player. He's played probably against Snowman a couple times in other EU regional competitions. Very excited to see what they're bringing on stage against each other today.
Let's find out. Our trainers are just about ready to lock in, but again, this is a high-stakes matchup. This is the losers finals for Group M. It would be such a heartbreaking situation to make it this far just to fall short. So these trainers are going to give it everything they've got. Snowman versus Blissfully, game 1.
Best of 3 matches. First one starting up now. We have an Azumarill against an Annihilate. Great lead for Blissfully, but I think that Snowman knows exactly how he wants to play this out. Also pay attention to it since it is a shadow. It is, again, running Rage Fist and Ice Punch as its charge attacks.
You know, Amanda, sometimes you get something right and you don't ever let us forget it. I think that I'm noticing a trend here. See, Rage Fist is going to connect into the Azumarill there, trying to buff up the attack. And the Shadow Annihilate, honestly, already has this Azumarill almost at half health, trying to make the catch. We see the swap into Azumarill.
Azumarill to soak up the damage from the opposing Azumarill. This time, Blissfully, he still has a little bit of energy to its name, but at this point, I think, yeah, exactly. He's going to want to swap out. He's going to go get a little bit of energy on that Drapion now that he's chipped it a little bit with his own, getting up to basically a crunch and a half before throwing his first charge attack on nice timing.
I almost wonder if Blissfully realizes that there is likely to be a Wigglytuff in the back because he is keeping that Corviknight waiting in the wings, no pun intended. We're going to see a charge attack here from the Azumarill. Play rough. It's going to take this Drapion deep into the red. Blissfully needs to decide HP or shields. He chooses the latter.
It's going to go ahead and get up a little more energy. I think at this point, he might get bubbled down if he doesn't throw quickly here. This Aqua Tail, is it even enough, Will? I don't even know.
Aqua Tail, I think, actually will be enough at this interval against the Azumarill, and I was incorrect. We're going to see one more Poison Sting come through, though, and Drapion does get the job done. Sometimes, you know, there's an exclamation mark at the end of the sentence.
Yes, and actually, and I tell you what, he came out with a crunch, so he knew exactly what he was doing, but that's not what you want to throw into the Wigglytuff, which is now taking the field.
Controlling switch advantage is vital here for Blissfully. Crunch does trigger the debuff as well, swapping the Corviknight counter swap back into the Azumarill. However, Shadow Annihilate has energy stored.
You can see Blissfully, he's actually not sure how he wants to play this out because this Rage Fist is already ready, even though it is just ramping up energy now. These counters are going to be doing so much more damage. Going for an Ice Beam, wants to get the Protect Shield. 2 Protect Shields remaining on both of these opponents' team. First one now being used by Snowman, but we've seen Annihilates just completely ramp up and punch down.
Snowman knows that if he shields once, he can get all of the counters all the way down, and now it's just the Corviknight. We've seen this matchup before on stream, and it usually does not go the Steel and Flying type's way. Finally going to use a shield here. Blissfully protects against the Rage Fist.
Blissfully shaking his head. It's not going as blissfully as he would hope for this moment because look how much damage this is doing. This is the 3rd Rage Fist that is now being thrown, and this is the last Protect Shield on Blissfully's side.
Yeah, some of the best fighters get stronger as the fight goes on, and Annihilate is one of them. The counters absolutely absolutely wrecking this Corviknight Sand Attack, not doing much at all, and it stumbles out of this matchup with red HP, but it's got the double Iron Heads.
So first Iron Head gets that last Protect Shield from Snowman's side. There's little HP left on the Corviknight, but will the next Iron Head be enough? It is super effective, but Wigglytuff is a pretty bulky Pokemon. Will it be able to do it?
2 Sand Attacks into the Iron Head, trying to chip down this Wigglytuff. Iron Head super effective. It's not enough damage. It's heavy, but it's not enough. Wigglytuff says heavy is the crown as I take down that Corviknight with Charm. What a wild ending to that game.
Charm was enough at this point, but Annihilate really did the heavy work in that matchup. And you could see Blissfully's face when that first Rage Fist was thrown into that half health Azumarill. He was like, I really don't know what to do. You never want to shield up the first Rage Fist because the other ones are going to be heavier, but that just allowed him to farm down the Azumarill and get so much more damage onto that Corviknight.
There are matchups, there are win conditions, and then there are just straight up battle conditions. And I feel like the battle condition that Corviknight needs to avoid going forward is being in a shields up scenario versus Annihilate, because if it can't get through, if it can't land a Sky Attack, if it can't pressure the Annihilate, it really is a liability more than it is an asset. So at this point, I would honestly expect one of two things. The Galarian Corsola to show up, to start to pressure that Annihilate with fast attack pressure, or another Pokemon that can spam off charge attacks and take down those shields, maybe even the Annihilate of his own.
I really want to point out something as well. Their team is very, very similar. The only main difference they have is that Blissfully has that Corviknight and Snowman has that Wigglytuff. And on paper, Corviknight is much better, but the shadow version of the Annihilate is able to do things that the regular one can't be able to, and that includes countering down things, because that extra 20% damage actually is very impactful once you start getting that Rage Fist and boosting your attack.
Everyone who's still tuned into the stream, I have a little secret here, a little bonus to divulge to you. A lot of the change in terms of gameplay when it comes to Shadow Annihilate is in regards to what Amanda just said, countering down. You're not going to straight up win a lot of matchups a lot more differently, but you are going to be able to land a single Rage Fist counter down, a single Ice Punch counter down. It allows you to carry so much energy into the next matchup, and I think that Blissfully needs to understand that when he sees that Annihilate on the field, he can know exactly what Snowman is trying to do.
And I think he tried to play it out well. He knew there was a possibility of that Wigglytuff in the back. He was saving the Corviknight for it, but unfortunately for him, Snowman just was able to dance around very quickly, knew exactly how he wanted to play his own Annihilate, and took it to the limits.
Push it to the limit, as they say. Game number 2, we're going to see Snowman versus Blissfully. Let's see if this one has a happy ending for our trainer on the right.
Snowman just needs one more to be making it into day number 2. This is not maybe the matchup that Blissfully is hoping for, but those Aqua Tails are going to be doing some nice chip damage, some nice impactful damage. Probably going to throw right before the Scorching Sand is available. And guess what? Snowman not even bothering to throw on charge attack priority.
Blissfully kind of running into an ABA issue as well against the ground type, because he can't exactly switch in that Galarian Corsola for obvious reasons, and then he's got that Azumarill, which is his only answer really to the Diggersby, so he's got a tough spot. This is a Fire Punch bait. It Blissfully takes the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
He takes it. He's not happy about it. He's got a lot of energy throwing that Aqua Tail before, but now another Scorching Sands is ready. Do you really want to go 2 shields down when you just saw how much damage that Annihilate could do if it starts ramping up? Already at another attack. This time it is a Scorching Sands. This would be enough to knock out the Dropion, and you can see Blissfully making a decision. He is going to go for that double shield.
That Diggersby just has a pesky amount of health. Even if you no shield, bring in the Azumarill and try to bubble down, it gets off another Scorching Sands, and Blissfully does not want to get set up in a negative position, so he's willing to give up that final shield and KO the Diggersby, controlling switch advantage.
He does have a little bit of advantage now. He's going to go for an Aqua Tail bait of his own. The Crunch has potential to do a debuff, but guess what? He gets that shield off the Annihilate, but Annihilate wants to start ramping up energy, so it wants to stay as healthy as possible. A quick pivot now into the Azumarill.
I think I'm starting to see a light here, a light at the end of the tunnel for Blissfully, because now that Diggersby is off the field, his Galarian Corsola Azumarill core is going to do very, very good against the Shadow Annihilate and the Azumarill from Snowman.
Despite all of its rage, Annihilate has one shield left to its name. He's going to be able to throw it here. I think we're going to see the Protect Shield because he's just got so much energy. He's going to be able to hit another Rage Fist and probably get to a third before Azumarill even gets to another charge attack.
I think what you were trying to say there, Amanda, is that despite all all of its rage, Azumarill can still put Annihilate in a cage. It's going to fire off this Rage Fist into the Azumarill, but Azumarill can take it. Does a lot of damage because it's ramped up so high. And now he's going to look for another charge stack. The Ice Beam is pending. Can Azumarill get it? No, the Rage Fist is ready, and the counter down comes first.
You see Blissfully looking up, he's grinning, but he's grinning through the pain here because this Annihilate has so much impact now. That Corsola doesn't want to take a Rage Fist. Oh, but this is the play that puts Blissfully back in the game. A little of a peekaboo play, as we call it. Putting in one Pokemon, then quickly swapping out another to catch the attack.
Little 2-0 butters peekaboo, but you saw the amped counter damage. That was one KO, or excuse me, one counter for the KO on that Shadow Drapion, and he still gets another Rage Fist. Snowman is furious.
It's going bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Super effective damage. That Corsola is almost gone. Azumarill comes into play at the very end saying, okay, this is a bubble down. Snowman going to day number 2.
You might as well call Azumarill the janitor, just coming in to sweep up after that incredible showcase by Shadow Annihilate. Honestly, this is probably the best showcase of Shadow Annihilate we've seen all day long. And it took an incredibly talented player like Zeus Wireless to send Snowman down to the loser's bracket. The Snowman coming back with a vengeance.
He says, you know what? I'm not ready to be out of this tournament yet. Okay, I had some, some miscalculations about what was in the backline against Zeus Wireless. Those are my mistakes of the day. I'm not making any more. I'll see you guys in day number 2.
Incredibly well played by Snowman. That Shadow Annihilate can be so fierce, and as Amanda keeps on reminding us, Ice Punch and Rage Fist on the Shadow variant seems to be the play here. So I don't think many Ice Punches were actually used in this battle, but it was there. It was available if needed.
I'm thinking, obviously not being able to get to the close combat is a good reason to be running that Ice Punch, but with so many jump bluffs and superiors, it does hit back a little bit harder when there are no shields left. So I think that the Ice Punch is a really smart play, especially if it's something that needs a little bit more damage like that Shadow Annihilate.
Sorry, I saw that 4th Rage Fist connect into that Galarian Corsola, and it felt like a gut punch, seeing how much damage, because you build a Galarian Corsola because, oh yeah, it's bulky, it's very sturdy, it can stay in matchups a long time, and Rage Fist isn't that powerful, right? The first one doesn't hurt that much. The 4th one, absolutely devastating.
I mean, and that is so true because on paper or at the beginning of a matchup, people always say, yeah, Galarian Corsola is a great counter to Annihilate because those counters aren't going to be doing much to it at all. You can shield up the Rage Fist. It doesn't want to take the Nightshades, but shields down. Like Blissfully had to go at the beginning because he shielded that Fire Punch and the Scorching Sands, just left Annihilate completely open to wreak havoc against the rest of the team.
Exactly. Snowman played that perfectly. That Annihilate, I'm going to look out for that in day number 2 on Saturday. This has been a really fun stream, Amanda, but we are approaching the end, as you are well aware. We're going to take a look here at some very interesting slang because, as you know, the British have their ways and we admire them very much. Let's check out some of those keywords and see if we can make sense of them.
I'm going to learn some phrases.
Hey trainers, it's the European International Championships in London, and what better opportunity to test some of our trading card game casters on their Britishisms. These weird things that we say here, every region's gonna have them, that kind of only make sense here. Let's see how much they know. All right, starting off, Adam, Pablo, telling pork pies.
Telling pork pies?
Yeah.
Is that like telling a lie?
It is. Yeah, it is. Had you heard that?
I had never heard that.
You never heard that? Okay, nice. Now, before I tell you more about that one, let's do the second one because they kind of make sense together. Having a bubble. Having a bubble. What do you think, Pablo?
Like you're having a laugh at someone?
Good, very good, very good. Now, these are 2 examples of Cockney rhyming slang. So, telling pork pies, you substituted pork pies for lies. So some people could say telling porkies, for example. With having a bubble, that's having a bubble bath, having a laugh, sort of thing. And like you could say going up the apples and pears, which means going up the stairs. And so some people will just say going up the apples to mean the stairs. So it only makes sense if you know. It only makes sense if you know. Okay, moving on from that, a cuppa.
That's a coffee, right? Specific
tea. More British, Adam. More British, not coffee. Let's make it more British there. Cup of tea. Exactly. Okay, Pablo, keep your hair on.
Like don't exaggerate or think more straightforward?
Close. Yeah. More specifically. Oh.
I like that guess. Is it more like hold your horses? Does it mean like be patient?
You're both kind of there. It's don't panic. Keep your hair on. Don't worry about it, you know? Yeah. Okay.
And hold your horses, right, would be an Americanism.
Hold your... Ooh, I don't know where that one's from, actually, because we definitely say it here. We definitely say it here. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that one. All right. Wind your neck in.
Like calm down? Like calm down.
Calm down? What do you think?
I think it means to kind of keep your eyes to yourself, mind your business.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. This one I'm actually not so familiar with, but yeah, stop being annoying, stop being nosy. Yeah, exactly. Wind your neck.
Yeah, I don't know if they say it over here, but where I'm from, we call it rubbernecking.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Thank you for that. You learn something new every day, don't you? Think of Raging Bolt, Frigoroth, that could be told. Wind your neck in. All right, final one here. Knackered.
Completely tired.
Yes, very good. Very good. Are you knackered from those Britishisms?
I wish I would have got the coffee one.
Yeah, well, you need it now. Because you're a little bit knackered, aren't you? Good, this is how we use these. We learn from our Britishisms. Fantastic, traders. Very shortly, time to get back to the action at London. Maybe we'll hear some of these Britishisms in the next bit.
Blimey, that was a bit British, innit?
I think Blimey is Australian.
Oh, no. I was curious why it wasn't in the quiz, you know?
Yeah, a lot of good information there. You know, I've been in the UK for quite some time, and some of those I've never even heard of, so yeah.
Gotta be born here to know, though. Wind your neck in, Zionic. Wind your neck in, okay?
Oh, man. Well, coming off of the last set of battles, we saw the Annihilate from Snowman absolutely dominate with a triple boosted.
It's gotta be knackered now after Rage Feasting all over Blissfully. It was so good. I know that Blissfully had the Corsola in the back, but he had to swap out the Drapion. So basically, Snowman could just wait on the Azumarill, just punch.
Yeah.
Kept countering.
And it was actually very close, right? The Azumarill almost got to that charge move, able to get the full farm down, and then the like 95% HP Raging Fist. That was...
Yeah.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Corsola.
Now, we have more battles ahead of us. We have Radek versus ME Weedle in a loser's final showdown. Winner moves on to Saturday. Loser, unfortunately, is going to be hanging it up for the weekend.
This is the lower bracket now, the losers bracket. So whoever loses is out. From now on, it's single elimination basically for them. And ME Weedle is the current reigning EUYC champion. Won with the Skeledirge last year. It was so good against Dunebug as well. And now we're seeing them, ME Weedle versus Radek. Any picks that stand out to you?
Well, we see the Jumpluff come out. I thought we would have seen a lot more Jumpluff this weekend, but I think we see more Talonflame. But, you know, I think we'll find out right here as we get into game one. We have Jumpluff versus Azumarill on the lead.
And that's a very interesting matchup, because if you have quite some attack on your Jumpluff, you can deal one more damage per Fairy Wind and then knock out with Fairy Wind's +2 energy balls. Otherwise, if no shields are used and you don't have attack on your Jumpluff, Azumarill is going to win a zero shield scenario.
You know, this is another thing why Azumarill is so amazing this meta and just a great generalist. It has coverage for most Pokemon, whether it's neutral, super effective. The Ice Beam, going to be able to land, does quite a bit of damage right there.
Yep, and ME Weedle is going to be quite happy to see this Jumpluff over there, because he has the Superior lurking in the back. However, Superior has a harder answer in the back, and that is the Shadow Drapion.
The thing is, if you're Radek, you got to be wondering, why is he staying in with the Azumarill? I got to swap out, keep my Jumpluff alive, as we do see the Mandibuzz swap in.
Oh, and now that's great. He has a charge attack stored on the Azumarill. Quick reaction on ME Weedle's side brings in the Mandibuzz. That is now not with resisted fast attack damage, because players are opting to bring the Air Slash version of Mandibuzz. And now we are pacing so incredibly quick to the Aqua Tails on the side of Radek.
And I like seeing the Air Slash back. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Snarl Mandibuzz has been so strong for so long. But the Air Slash is really nice in situations like Grass-type Pokemon or the Annihilate or Primeape that have been very dominant this weekend.
Especially those that's very good against them. And of course also the Shadow Drapion, because you're dealing big amount of damage with those fast attacks. 1300th Aqua Tail today.
Yeah, we're getting into 6-digit numbers of how many Aqua Tails have been thrown. But we will see a counter swap once again into Dunsparce, met by the Superior.
Yep, and Superior, this is a neutral scenario, but Superior is so strong in this one because it has this super strong Frenzy Plant, same type attack bonus boosted, one of the best charge attacks in the game, whereas Dunsparce has to hit back with the Rock Slide, which is not exactly the strongest charge attack.
This is such a unique battle. Both trainers having low Pokemon, and then Radek choosing to go for the swap outs, keeping everything alive, but having more optimal energy and a little bit more health on the back end with his Pokemon.
Yep, and Weedle, of course, still has the Azumarill in the back with the charge attack. However, it is so low that I think you can't use it for a combo play. Otherwise, the damage will register earlier before you can get your charge attack off. So you have to be wary of that.
Goodness.
Now Dunsparce is going to go for another Rock Slide. Goes unshielded as Weedle going for the full farm down here.
Oh my goodness, deciding to go for the full farm down. We see another swap into Jumpluff, met with the Aerial Ace right away, and all shields are still remaining. The first one's finally being used.
Yep, and now that Weedle has gotten the charge move off himself. Oh, another Aerial Ace, another charge attack was stored. Radek, you have used one shield on your Jumpluff. Will you use two?
Oh, deciding to go for two. Now having access to that Fairy Wind fast move might prove to be beneficial, but is met with the Air Slash damage. Has to throw the Aerial Ace just at the last second, but Weedle still has 2 Protect Shields.
The bulk of Jumpluff is so good. Air Slash is super effective. What? I don't care. I'm going to be pacing so fast, but the Aerial Ace is reached before the Aerial Ace on the other side, but it's going to be thrown from Radek. Another shield invested. Are we going for a full farm down here?
Goodness, all Pokemon are extremely low. Weedle's committing to the farm down, has stored energy, no Protect Shields remaining. Shadow Drop in and a Rock Slide coming through, gonna be knocking out the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, but that means Superior can come in, farm down the Dunsparce, and then Azumarill also still has a charge attack left over.
Switches up, we see the counter swap, the Ice Beam comes through!
Yep, he did get the damage registered. Swapped at the right time. Ice Beam is going to connect onto that Shadow Drop here, knocking it out. And now there is going to be a farm down on both sides. The Azumarill feigns, the Dunsparce feigns, but the Superior reigns superior.
Wow, that was such a unique battle. We haven't seen anything like that today, where both trainers are constantly swapping, not going for switch advantage and doing a hard farm down, just dancing around, using that lower switch timer, and using that energy. And Weedle, as you saw, had more energy banked compared to Radek, and was able to capitalize on it. The quick reflexes, keeping the Azumarill alive with the Ice Beam was the crucial play in this game.
And honestly, Zionic, those were the most unsatisfying shields I've ever seen in my entire life. It was just Aerial Aces from bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, if you're quantifying like what is the most optimal energy to be blocked, or the damage to be blocked,
it's not that.
It's not what we saw right there, but it was what happened, and ultimately it came down to quick reflexes and decision making in the very last moments of this game.
Yeah, if you're summarizing this, both players should have shielded in the beginning with Jumpluff versus the Azumarill. However, that would have been bad for Weedle, because then in all other shield scenarios, Azumarill loses the matchup versus Jumpluff rather hard, so you want to play zeros.
Wow, what an I feel like that was kind of uncomfortable to battle in, right? Because it's so unpredictable what's going to be happening. This is that moment where we swap in and gets the Ice Beam. That was incredible.
You have to outdance your opponent, but if your opponent is Weedle, he's a master dancer. He's a dancing Rob, basically.
As Weedle looking to secure victory in game number 2, win his way back into Saturday in EUIC as we get into game number 2, Azumarill versus Azumarill.
Well, now you get to, we talked about this earlier, you get to think a lot when you play this matchup because you just have the time as it's not that fast paced. However, if you haven't seen the backline of your opponent, there's not too much to think about, right?
Yeah, there's not too much, but you have to consider, like, do I keep the Azumarill healthy? Do I keep it with energy? Am I going to need that? Will I need that Ice Beam once again to land on a potential Jumpluff, right?
Yeah, exactly, because Weedle, his Azumarill looks so good into the team of Radek. You know, there is Azumarill for the mirror match, okay. Digger Spear is very strong. The energy is valuable on Shadow Drapion. It's very valuable on the Shadow Annihilate. It's good against Dunsparce. And if you land Ice Beams on Jumpluff, that's a party time, basically.
Yeah, and maybe we see another dance of energy and health as we get down to the final wire here, as both trainers looking to go for play rough.
So I would love Riedel to switch out the Azumarill. However, once he does that, it's going to be very tough to beat the Azumarill of Radek because he has Mandibuzz in the back and Superior. Superior is doing great against Azumarill. However, if Azumarill then of Radek's side swaps out, it's going to be on the Mandibuzz later, which is going to be big problems.
Yeah, I think Weedle might be considering coming in and getting a healthy farm down with Superior, right? Those Vine Whips are going to be really adding
1 HP?
up.
1 HP.
1 HP and a dream. Weedle able to hang on and forcing a shield. This is the exact situation I think Weedle wants. Shield advantage, farm down with Superior.
Yep, that looks pretty strong because even if Shadow Drapion is better with so much energy, I mean, you can freely invest a shield here because you're running Mandibuzz in the back. Like, Superior is your hardest hitting Pokemon. You want to give it 2 shields.
Right, and even worst case scenario, right? Shadow Drapion, maybe decided to no shield. That's still okay. Superior is very tanky, 50% HP remaining, but there's a lot of energy here, and even Shadow Drapion does not want to see that energy in the area. Yeah, we did see Aerial Ace clicked right there. Going to be doing super effective damage against Jumpluff.
And honestly, now that I see it, there is Mandibuzz in the back. You know, your Superior hits harder with these Frenzy Plans. However, Mandibuzz is so good against Jumpluff and even better against Shadow Drapion. Actually, I'm not too sure if that's the right way around, but it's good against both.
In a 2-to-1 situation right here, I think Weedle is in the driver's seat and can really dominate this later game matchup as the fast move damage and Aerial Aces will be coming here shortly.
Yep, and at some point he will have to shield. If you want to have the shields on your Mandibuzz, there is nothing better to shield than Aqua Tail from a Shadow Drapion. So at some point he will have to start shielding. For now he says, hey, I'm fine with keeping my shields around for flexibility later.
Yeah, now that he knows the line as well, knowing that Jumpluff's in the back, you know, I think he needs to keep the Mandibuzz somewhat healthy, so we might see a shield on the next charge move if the Shadow Drapion decides to shield here.
Yep, that is so well played out by Weedle as well, because this looks like it's barely going to knock out, just so close. That was so good. Perfect on energy. Radek had another Aqua Tail, but he fainted here.
And this is a perfect situation to be in 2-to-1 shields with fast move pressure from Air Slash. Flyer on Flyer, but ultimately Mandibuzz has that better moveset.
Yeah, and also you have an Aerial Ace stored on your Superior in the end game there, so he's just looking very good here. Weedle is playing this calmly.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Mandibuzz now loading up, looking to go for the back-to-back Aerial Aces. Now, might not be the better moveset like I mentioned, because there's still the Fairy Wind and Aerial Ace spam, but it was the 2-to-1 shield advantage, which was so crucial.
Yep, we're going to farm up more. Actually, the Jumpluff is going to outpace here, but Mandibuzz is extremely bulky. Jumpluff doesn't have a lot of attack. Aerial Ace is not the strongest attack. Will we hang on? Barely! Now, can we get to an Aerial Ace? Yes! Gets the damage off. This is super effective damage on the Jumpluff.
And can easily now swap into the Superior, knowing that the Jumpluff is low on energy, and get to the Aerial Ace in time to secure his victory, get his ticket into Saturday, as Weedle is not done yet.
Yeah, Group N stands for Weedle right there. Gets the match win here. Quick 2-0. Actually, it was absolutely not quick because all of these Pokemon were so incredibly bulky and they were just sitting around for ages not shielding anything.
Yeah. And both trainers did exceptionally well there. I loved that game 1 that we saw. The dance of energy, and ultimately you got to keep track of all of that. How much health your opponent has, how much energy they have, how close they are to that extra charge move, what optimal plays can you be making while simultaneously handling what is happening in front of you at that moment. It takes a lot of preparation to be able to do that so quickly.
And that's where the Azumarill Mirror match comes in, because then you can plan those matchups out, those game plans that you can have here. We see the highlights, Mandibuzz hanging on to a little bit of HP. Weedle already celebrating, knowing, hey, I have so many Aerial Aces, I'm going to throw all of them.
Yeah, that Mandibuzz hanging on right there. Radek knew, and he's like, oh man, he thought he had it with the Aerial Ace, but just hanging on. That's been the story of this weekend. Just hanging on with 1 HP in a dream. So many games have come down to that exact moment. And that was only one set of Valors. We have a couple more coming up very shortly.
Yep, these trainers have been phenomenal with this. Radek also with a great performance going into the losers finals of EUIC. Very, very strong. Multiple trainers have made it to day 2 that we haven't seen today because, of course, in a tournament there's as many losers finals as winners finals. So tomorrow you might be surprised to see some familiar faces as well that haven't won on stream to get their ticket to day 2.
Yeah, no, it's also great at home if you're watching. We do have Go drops that you guys can claim. Ooh. As we see right here, Jumpluff right there to celebrate the 2025 Pokemon European International Championships as well with Elite TM.
Yep, you can never have enough of those. Elite TM, extremely valuable. This one looks like a charge TM, if I'm not mistaken.
And we also have Community Day coming up with the Skeletors, which was dominant with Emmy Weedle last year at EUIC. Not in the meta right now, but I definitely could see a comeback, and its shiny variant is absolutely spectacular.
And also, even if you don't want to play Skeledirge, I'm in love with Fuecoco, so you can just play this Pokemon all day or just collect it, have all the different versions of it, which is basically the normal and the shiny one, but still, you get what I mean, right? You can have huge ones, you can have tiny ones. We want all the Fuecoco.
And you can also utilize this time if you haven't gotten enough candy, maybe for your Ultra League Skeletors, which is great in the Go Battle League, which a lot of these trainers practice and play in. It's a fantastic Pokemon to have on your roster.
Listen to the man. Corviknight has been an absolute menace in the Ultra League as well. And you know what's kind of good against Corviknight? It's Incinerate Skeledirge. You can even play Blast Burn, probably. I don't know if it's the confirmed charge attack. I just assume that here.
Yeah.
So no promises made, but it's still looking very strong, even with Shadow Ball. It's a good Pokemon.
But we have our trainers ready on stage. We're rapid firing these battles as they're going to be getting into it shortly. We will have Nessa Beethan versus Angelo in this next set of battles.
Can't wait. We've seen Nessa Beethan before. He lost to Howie in that winners finals, and that was one of the closest matches we've had all day because Howie, he already thought he was out of it. He was shaking his head saying, goodness grief, why didn't I get this win? Why didn't I get the knockout? But then the Ariados, it put in so much work, and we're seeing so many Ariados here as well as a Quagsire, and I love Quagsire.
You love the Quagsire, not Shadow though, but still dominant nonetheless. And I like this double poison approach that we're seeing with the Shadow Drapion and the Ariados, because the Ariados there, right, you don't take as much damage from those Mud Slaps as the Shadow Drapion would. So it's a beautiful setup based on what your opponent is running.
Actually, the regular Quagsire is the first Pokemon that got me to Legend. So I have a very nice history with it. Mine was shiny though, I'm just saying, so perfect. Had a community day back in the day as well, where you got Aqua Tail. It's one of those charged attacks that you need an Elite TM for, in case you were wondering, why would I need an Elite TM? I have plenty of regular charged TMs.
You know, if we're telling stories about Quagsire, my Quagsire that I use for the Go Battle League, I caught back in Argentina.
Cool.
Where Marto won that grassroots tournament.
Ooh.
Yes, I caught it. It was very good stats that I wanted for the Go Battle League, and Trainer Tips and King IV were both there, but it ran away right after I caught it. I showed them, I'm like, look, you guys need to catch this, and King ran out of the building like, where is it? Which direction? I'm like, it's down. It looked like it was around the corner, and he booked it. He took off running, trying to get it, and it disappeared, so they both didn't get it, but I did, and I've been using it to this day.
So actually, I have a story similar to this as well, but let's look at the teams first for a moment again, because Kanto Marowak was very strong for Nessa Beethan versus Howie. How do we rate it here? Because Angelo actually does have a flying type. He also has this Azumarill that is so powerful in that matchup. Shadow Annihilate can also be problematic with the counter damage. Rage Fist boosting the attack. Quagsire also enjoys itself some super effective charge attacks in that matchup.
Oh yeah, this is anyone's guess. If we know Nessa Beethan though, top competitor here in Europe, I imagine we see maybe the Shadow Feraligatr, that Shadow Kanto, or Shadow Kanto Marowak that has been dominant for him. Unfortunately, wasn't able to secure that victory against Howie at the last second, but could still be strong in this matchup.
You know what I think? I think you kind of need to bring the Kanto Marowak because Ariados is a menace against.
Yeah, you got Drapion, right? You got Annihilate. You got the Ariados, Azumarill, not so great, but you can still do some great damage there. You got the Rock Slide for Mandibuzz. It's got great coverage here.
Yeah, but also otherwise you leave the Ariados of Angelo completely unchecked. You have Dugong, which has a bad matchup into Ariados. You have Azumarill, which has a bad matchup against Ariados. You have the Shadow for Relegator, which has a bad matchup against Ariados. I don't know why I do this voice. You have the Shadow Drapion, which is rather neutral. If you have to swap it in there, it gets a little bit more difficult if there is a little bit more advantage. And yeah, I think you kind of need the Shadow Marowak there.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing it in all three battles because its coverage and utility is top-notch. As we do get into the first game, we have Quagsire on the lead versus Azumarill.
Yep, so this is good for Nesabethan. The Shadow version of the Quagsire is a little bit stronger against Azumarill because the two Stone Edges get closer to knocking out Azumarill. But this one, I think it also gets knocked out by two Plyruff, so this is not the best matchup for a non-Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, now Angelo here looking to do some chip damage. We may see the Quagsire just be sacrificed and then come in with a farm down and kind of get a feel for what Nesabethan is wanting to do with his Azumarill.
Yeah, I can see that, and let's see how well Nesabethan handles the energy on the Azumarill, because the Stone Edge is going to be reached soon. Angelo might just want to go for a big...
Oh, going for the swap, and Nesabethan holding on to the energy, but can throw Playrough anyways. But we're going to have to keep an eye on that Quagsire, as it has a lot of energy for this endgame.
And Quagsire is really threatening, especially with the energy against the Shadow Marowak. Nesabethan just says, hey, you know what? I'm cool with your Azumarill there.
Now swapping into the Shadow Drapion here. But behind on energy, these Playroughs and Ice Beams are going to be really hurting.
Yep, that was a quick change of plans. They're going into the Shadow Drapion, but now Angelo is going for an Ice Beam, and it's called by Nesabethan. That is so big in that matchup. So he now has energy advantage. He's going to go for another Crunch. Almost has the second one. Defense debuff.
Let's see if it does get the debuff. Azumarill able to hang on just fine, and now going for, I think, the Ice Beam once again. It's going to be enough damage anyways. And Nesabethan deciding to no shield. Is he going to put all his faith in the Shadow Kanto Marowak?
Oh, this is a difficult farm down. Bubbles deal damage. Angelo can swap out, but you also don't want to bring in your own Azumarill, right? Because it doesn't really do too much damage. So can you actually get to the farm down before the Ice Beam is reached? No, but he catches it on the Azumarill. That is so huge for Nesabethan.
He catches it, able to survive this charge move as well. It's going to be so resisted, and having energy on the Shadow Kanto Marowak with plenty of health, as we do see the shiny Ariados come in.
Yep, great catch. However, you are switch locked with your low HP Ariados versus, or low HP Azumarill versus Ariados, and this Spider Pokemon is going to have a field day here. You can throw after so many Poison Stings. Don't even need to. You can just shield this up. Keep in mind, there's a lot of energy on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but there's more energy on Ariados.
I don't think there's enough shields on Nesabethan's side to stop two Trailblazes and two Aqua Tails.
Actually, it might be Angelo throwing immediately a lunge. Nesabethan is considering, are we not shielding this, Nesabethan? This is a bold call. He gets the shield here. It deals a lot of damage. Keep in mind, Quagsire also has a lot of energy. Maybe, I think.
It does, he does. He has loaded energy. He has two, I believe, two Aqua Tails. There's going to be very close to two Aqua Tails. We see, yeah, double Aqua Tails ready to go. The Quagsire is going to be dominating the Shadow Kanto Marowak right here in the end game.
Yep, we're going to see another charge attack throw here. We get to the Rock Slide here of Nesabethan, knowing, hey, this is probably not going to be my game anyways. Might as well have a little bit of fun, and Angelo knows it. He enjoys it. He's going to throw the Aqua Tail to knock out Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in the lead, right? We saw the Quagsire versus the Azumarill, and I mentioned that Angelo might want to read this and go, you know what? Do I need to keep all this energy on Quagsire and save it for later? And once again, stored energy in the back is what has been dominating this tournament.
I love this game.
Yes, it is so much fun.
Yeah. Angelo, just not the most known player in the European circuit, at least. So he is the new name to the stage that we're having here. And yeah, took a game off of Nesabethan, who has been also really successful lately. Very strong start here. So what else does he have in the back? We saw that Ariados was really good against the team of Nesabethan. That's also why Howie has brought it constantly. Nesabethan kind of needs to get his own Ariados onto the Ariados of Angelo. or the Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, I think that's kind of tough. I think it's because the Quagsire, I mean, like I said, they had 4 charge moves that all do super effective damage against the Kanto Marowak. There wasn't enough shield, so you need to figure out how to handle that in different ways instead of leaving all the pressure on the Marowak with 2 shields at the very end.
Yeah, but it seems just very hard to handle. The Ariados might go crazy once again here. Angelo is already locked in immediately, basically, while Nesabeaten is still taking a sweet time to come up with a different strategy. Maybe he's going to change up his team there. Angelo patiently waiting. I think he's already tapping. He just doesn't want to miss out on the start of the game.
Yeah, Angelo locked in there. Nesabeaten has plenty of time. Got to figure it out because this is what determines, this makes or breaks the next, if he makes it to Saturday, right? Or if he's knocked out of the tournament, as we get a replay right here. This was the Shadow Drapion, no shielding those ice beams, and the Kanto Marowak trying to come in with 2 shields and handle the whole team by himself. A beautiful catch there by Nesabeaten, but ultimately, it wasn't enough.
Such a nice catch, but it just enabled the Ariados to ramp up to the moon and trailblaze everything, leading into the Quagsire. Aquatailing everything. The Aquatail counter just goes up and up every game.
Every game, I'm telling you. By the end of this, we're going to be over 1 million Aquatails thrown at EUIC. It is such a great charge move to have.
But where's Shadow Dragon here when we're talking about Aquatail Stone Collection?
Well, I think with the slight nerf to Body Slam, right? Yeah. You know, you might not be able to run that, but there are plenty of dragons that have been in this meta that we've seen today. We've seen multiple Gudras, right? We've seen the Shadow Palkia, but what we're about to see is the next battle.
Oh, that is such a huge lead for Angelo if he wins the charge attack priority with the Ariados. And Nesabeaten wants to find out, and he finds out, and he's not happy about that. He has to give up a shield here. Angelo is going to give him a shield back. I'm pretty sure about that one. But after that, the Ariados is boosted. You're on even shields. You lose a turn while swapping. This is looking tough.
Yeah, this is tough because even if you swap out into something else, you're going to be taking quite a bit of damage from the boosted Ariados.
Yeah, but you can try to catch on your own. Ariados here tries to catch on the Shadow Drapion, which is not a Pokemon that appreciates those boosted lunges.
Man, this Ariados is starting to ramp up as it can easily overload on energy and swap back out into Quagsire, catching that neutral damage Aquatail.
Just the Quagsire and the Azumarill in the back watching the Ariados going, put me in, coach, put me in, I want to do someplace too.
Oh man, Quagsire now in a great position to get a healthy farm down, can easily let the crunch go through. He's going to be low, right? Or the Aquatail deciding to go for it right here. He's going to be low, but he's going to have plenty of energy on the back end, especially in this one shield situation.
Look at the bulk on Quagsire. Actually gets the full farm down here. Yeah. 2 Aquatail ready. Going up against the Shadow Feraligatr that gets to win the charge attack priority. Now the question is, can you actually withstand that? Yes, with a shield, very easily.
Yes, and as the Stone Edge was actually queued up for the charge attack priority, so this is going to be knocking out the Shadow Feraligatr if it decides not to shield Nesabeaten. What is your decision here?
Yep, he actually lets it go. Hopes for a bait. There it connects. Ariados is being brought in. A shield up here against Quagsire. Ariados. Oh, tries to go for a catch. Doesn't get it.
Ooh, able to get the lunge off in the mirror match, which is going to be very crucial for how much damage the next charge move is going to be doing.
Look at the posture change on Nesabeaten. A catch on the Ariados means there's something in the back that's weak to Ariados. He's going to be able to outpace. He doesn't have to shield this here. He can get the debuff back with the Trailblaze later on in the matchup. Nesabeaten has a lot of play here.
He does. 1-0 shields. Ariados is ready to sweep. Quagsire's low, and Azumarill is just sitting in the back.
Oh, he's going for another lunge at this point. The Trailblaze might have not knocked out, so good shout there. Nesabeaten is going to ramp up with those Trailblazes quickly. Perfect timing after 4 Poison Stings.
All right, now he still has his Shadow Feraligatr as a sacrificial swap as well, so let's count that as 2 shields remaining as we do see the Trailblaze land. This is getting very, very close. Ice Beam now going to be thrown.
Ice Beam is not going to connect in that scenario. You have to shield here. Nesabeaten taking some time now. How much energy does the Quagsire have in the back, if any? Because you also have to... Oh, tries to go for a catch, trying to predict a combo play there.
Ooh, able to get the Trailblaze off in time. This might, I think Angelo's very happy about that. The Quagsire might have more energy than we think. Azumarill was actually able to survive as the Ice Beam now is going to be connecting, and Angelo knew it. He knew that the Trailblaze was not enough damage, and Angelo is going to be moving on in this tournament.
Oh, I love how close Beefton made that in the end there with the Ariados looking so strong all of a sudden. But Angelo just trusted in his Azumarill. Azumarill, king of the court, the probably best Pokemon in the Open Great League in the moment, and it just showed why.
Yeah, and we saw the posture change right there, right? Nessa Beethan was very happy about this situation, 1-0 shields. He saw an opportunity to win, but then Angelo knew the second that Trailblaze was thrown, he's like, that's not enough damage. I can still win this.
And I think Nessa Beethan went for a catch attempt because he has thrown one Trailblaze already, so it wasn't debuffed anymore. It wasn't a debuff clear. But Angelo was nowhere close to an Ice Beam, so possible miscount from Nessa Beethan, which is super understandable, first of all, because of the pressure on that stage, and also they've thrown so many charge moves in this whole matchup. It's easy to
And the time of day. It has been a very long tournament. We are definitely in the evening time, and these trainers have been here since the very start of the event as we look back at some of these replays.
Also, look at this lead. Losing charge attack priority in the lead versus Ariados is always so incredibly tough. Ariados is so dominant when it wins the lead, able to boost itself, to debuff everything from your opponent. Ariados is just a menace.
And this Stone Edge, what a beautifully lands charge move, chunking so much damage there on the Shadow for Alligator.
Up, and there is the not knocking out Trailblaze. Angelo celebrating it, throwing his fist in the air. There we see it again. We love these emotions. Ice Beam knocking out the supposed hard counter to Azumarill. Ariados getting in the 2-0 W.
Yeah, and those extra bubbles is what really was needed. Nessa Beethan desperately tried to get that catch, but not able to get it. Instead gets farmed down, and that's what secured the victory to be able to get that Ice Beam.
Because if you get a few more Poison Stings in there, you have your Trailblaze ready, you farm down the Ariados, the Azumarill, with the Ariados, and then you throw Trailblaze into the Quagsire, and we all know how that's gonna go.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a good time, but who is having a good time is everyone at this event. So if you guys have been having a fantastic time, be sure to share on social media. Use the hashtag Pokemon EUIC, as this is an all-weekend event. It's only Friday. We got 2 more days ahead of us.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Especially Championship Sunday is always so special. Zionic, are you having a good day?
Yes, I am having a good day. I feel like I've had like 10 cups of coffee with how intense these battles have been. Like we mentioned before, actually I've mentioned many times today, but I know a lot of viewers are just tuning in. These trainers are competing for the top 50 in EU, and every point counts. So all these trainers are fighting to the very last moment, and there have been, I think, way more games this year that have ended with 1 HP in a dream than I've ever seen before in a previous tournament.
Yeah, and that is not a made-up stat. That is an absolute fact that Zionic just dropped here.
Facts.
But there is not also the PvP aspect of the game. Of course, Pokemon Go is something to go out and collect, and what better day to do it than the Go Tour.
Yes, Victini. I actually love the V-Create damage right there, if you can get that move on it. And some great items as well that you can get.
Look at that Lucky Act having a great time. Then this orb on the left side, and then we have Kyurem White and Kyurem Black. So good in the Master League, and of course, raid attackers.
Very, very strong. And if you guys have a look at your trainer clothes as well, I was having a look earlier when we were backstage, and they actually have new apparel that you can wear from this event, which is really cool.
Honestly, Thunderous, Landorus, and Tornadus look like they just dropped an album. This is a very, very cool rap crew, I think, there. And I aspire to be as cool as Tornadus.
Yeah, you just throw black and white on there as the color instead of all color, and boom, album drop.
Yeah, right. Actually, Landorus is the coolest one. I want to just mention that. Now we have, of course, the 12-kilometer X. Sandile is really, really strong, has been strong in the Love Cup. It's also not that easy to get for the Open Great League. And then we have Wallaby, of course.
Yeah, Manabuzz has been very strong this weekend and strong through all of the tournaments that we've seen this year and last year, actually, and Pikachu hats.
Which one's your favorite?
Oh, the one on the left, definitely. But my daughter will make me choose the one on the right.
I love the one on the left as well, but I just love how cute the ears are, you know?
Yes, of course. And we all have those Pikachu collection. At least I do. I have far too many Pikachus with hats labeled by every year from different events.
Which one's your favorite? The favorite Pikachu costume. Also, let us know.
Okay, my favorite Pikachu costume is something that's like super original. It's the balloons. The balloon in the background floating. I love that one.
Oh, I do like that one as well. However, I much prefer the spooky season ones.
The spooky? Okay.
Yeah, so everything that is spooky with costumes, I really just love that. Also, Driftblim with the hat.
Yes.
And the little cloud on it, which is, I think, part of Driftblim, but it's like on the hat. I love that so much.
Yeah, there are so many cool Pikachus. I'm sure a lot of you at home are like, no, it's Libre. That is the best.
Yeah, Libre is cool, yeah.
Libre is, and it's useful, right?
You got a shiny?
No. Do you?
No, absolutely not. I'm so far away from a shiny Pikachu Libre. I think that Adelian, a very valuable member of the community, of course, a valued co-caster, has plenty of those.
What?
Yeah, I think he has 3 or something.
3? Jeez.
That might not be true.
And I've hit Legend like 13 or 14 times, and I still haven't gotten one.
I think I'm on my 5th Legend hit, and yeah.
Okay, that's understandable if you're at 5, but I'm in double digits.
Yeah,
and I haven't gotten it. Yeah. Oh,
sad.
More Pekko!
Mike's going in with more Pekko here. We got caught off guard here. And this is a very dangerous team to be up against. Lyle Jeffs with a very meta combination. And then you have Ariados and more Pekko. And you're like, hey, I have an answer to both of those Pokemon that are supposed to core break teams. I have the Kanto Marowak. But why would Mike not include hard answers to the Kanto Marowak if he's bringing more Pekko and Ariados? Yep, he has Jumpluff. He has Talonflame. He has Azumarill. Difficult one.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope we see more Pekko. That would be really fun because it was my spicier pick from Caster Predictions because I want to see those Aura Wheels land.
I'm going to be honest with you, Zionic.
No, don't be honest with me.
I think
fuel my hopium, man.
Okay, so not every reason why I wouldn't play more Pekko at the moment is on the team of Lyle Jeffs. there is a counter user in Shadow Annihilate. There is a charm using Pokemon in Wigglytuff, and there is the best mud slapping Pokemon in the game in Shadow Kanto Marowak.
You know, if there is a sweep here by Mike's with more Pekko, I'm going to need an apology from you.
Yeah, you'll get one. You'll get one. No worries. But this is a great lead for Lyle Jeffs with the Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Ariados. This is where you want to have it.
Oh, man. This is going to be an interesting lead matchup as we see the Ariados overloading on energy, trying to catch the charge move, that Rock Slide on the Diggersby. But now Dugong is coming in to answer.
Yep, Dugong is incredibly strong against Diggersby. One of the few hard answers that we're having that is not Annihilate or Primeape, even though Primeape also has issues against it. But Scorching Sands connects. Are we seeing a debuff?
I think everyone has issues against Dugong. That's why it's so great.
That is true. It's just so good all the time. Mike's looking at the camera, thinking over his strategy. No, yeah, I have some plans here. What are the possible plans that he could have here? You're soft losing to that Dugong, and then you're farming it down with, I guess, Talonflame or the Ariados?
Well, if you can kind of force the energy here from Dugong, you can come in with Talonflame and then do a really healthy farm down.
Yeah, that is true.
Yep, there's the energy. Going to be 4 Ice Shards away.
Yeah.
Let's see, and that's enough health for Incinerate, I think.
I think
it's going to be close. Oh, no, there's the swap into Talonflame to try to get that farm down, but an answer into the Shadow Drapion.
Yep, and Lyle Jeffs is pacing so quickly to these Aqua Tails, even though there is one Incinerate advantage on the side of X. Mike's going to not connect that fly. Of course, you're going to protect your Shadow Drapion. 2 more Poison Stings to the next Aqua Tail that is being thrown here.
Oh, man, and this does so much damage. The Talonflame deciding to let it go.
Yeah, I think it can take one.
Yeah, it can take 1, but it cannot take 2. And if you don't put more pressure on the Shadow Drapion here, then it's just going to be able to farm you down.
That is so well played by Mike as well, because look at the HP on that Shadow Drapion. I think it's almost completely out of energy, and it is rather low here. I don't think that you can get a farm down.
Oh, going for the Trailblaze right here. I like, you can see him smiling. We like this play because a win condition is having that boosted attack to be able to sweep this game, and it's going to be enough damage. And now we see the Shadow Kanto Marowak coming back in, looking to go for a Bone Club.
Yeah, I would advise for a shield here on X Mike's side. He is going to shield this one up, of course. You're rather low on your Pokemon though, and Mudslap is going to deal a lot of damage. Trailblaze is going to be shielded correctly. If this was a lunge, the farm down would be much harder for the Shadow Kanto Marowak. However, we just boost our attack so much. Possible catch here?
Oh, here we go. No, just goes for it right away. Lyles Jeff maybe lost a bit of count because surely a double boosted Ariados is going to boom the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Takes it out, but maybe a farm down here on the side of the Dugong. Dugong looking so good here, and there is no HP on the Diggersby. Gets to the Fire Punch. No shield on the side of Lyle Jeffs. X Mike's going for the KO.
What a comeback. Lyles Jeff was like, oh, I got it. I have the Dugong. It is over. But X Mike's was like, no chance. One quick attack and I have the Fire Punch.
We love those games again. You've been saying it time over time again. We have those close wins here, and X Mike's just super happy about that.
It's literally been every set. Every set of battles, almost every single game in those set of battles has come down to the wire like that. I have not seen... Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
It is so much fun right now. So let's go into the analysis corner after this first game. The line was, I think, Shadow Marowak, Shadow Drapion, and the Dugong. Only one of those was weak to the Morpeko. So I think that it's really hard for Lyle Jeffs to...
Okay. It is hard, but do I want it to happen and to see an epic sweep because you're not expecting it? Yes. Is it going to happen based on the team dynamics that we see at play?
Yes, sure. Surely it is.
Likely not, right? These trainers are fighting to survive and get into the Saturday's bracket, right? To continue on, because again, this is the loser's bracket. This is a double elimination tournament, so one more loss in this series and it's all over.
Lyle Jeffs is locked in. I think X Mike is going to follow soon. The players have locked in. Let's go into game 2 of Lyle Jeffs versus X Mike. And the lead is going to be Shadow Drapion on the side of Lyle Jeffs and Azumarill on the side of X Mike. Everything is open here.
Oh yes, everything is open. Talonflame in the back, Diggersby in the back. There's that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Kanto Marowak.
Almost the same Pokemon.
Kind of not really. Arrow's like, yeah, I love the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. That's my jam.
Crunch is going to connect, and X Mike is just going to be super fine with that one. The resisted charge attacks. There is much better uses for a Shadow Drapion in this meta, let me tell you. Also, the Talonflame is looking so good in the back. You just can't allow any kind of farm on that Marowak.
Now, this Shadow Drapion, will Lyles Jeff decide to keep it alive with a lot of energy or let it go down and throw the double crunch right here?
That's going to be very... Are we going to see a debuff as well? Because that would put the Azumarill into the knockout range here. We're not going to see a debuff. Tries to throw on the charge attack priority. Is Mike going to give up a shield here to preserve the charge attack he has on the Azumarill? Nope. No. He just thinks that probably one Incinerate is going to help him a lot more than an Ice Beam or a Play Rough. Gets one Incinerate advantage against Marowak and against Dugong.
Uh-oh. Talonflame looking strong right here, and having the Diggersby on the backline with Dugong out on the field might be an opportunity for Diggersby to potentially win this game.
Oh, X Mike is going to go throw a Brave Bird. It is unshielded by Lyle Jeffs. He's dipping out into the Diggersby. It asserts so much pressure with these quick attacks. Yes, of course, you have a type disadvantage now, but you just want to soak that damage. X Mike is set on winning with Talonflame.
Yes, knowing that, you know what, the Dugong's on the field, I don't care. I'm going to swap in the Diggersby. I see the Talonflame as my potential win condition, and if it's the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back, guess what? I'm going to Scorching Sands.
But I love what Lyle Jeffs did here as well. He just went out into the Marowak just after debuffing the Diggersby, because now Diggersby is much less of a threat, but it debuffs the Marowak as well.
Oh my goodness, a no shield, no protect shield now from Lyles Jeff, but there is a lot of energy on this Marowak as we see the Talonflame switch clock coming back up, going for the Bone Club.
Yep, Marowak has so much energy. Will a debuff Bone Club knock out the Diggersby from that range? It doesn't. Brings in Talonflame immediately. Is going to get those Incinerate off. A big amount of damage. Bone Club is going to be shielded up immediately. Laljevs needs those baits right now. Mike can easily give them. He has 2 of those shields. Can he farm down the Marowak?
I don't know. Let's see if he decides to go. Oh, no! The Incinerate damage went through before he could get off the charge move, and now 2 flies are ready to go. Mike, only 1 shield remaining, and Lyle's Jeff is going to let it go. Mike is going to be moving on in this tournament, going 2-0.
X-Mike with a upset against Lyljevs, one of the best trainers that there is in the world in NA. And X-Mike from Germany just steps up and gets to day 2 of the EUIC 2025.
I love the strategy there at the end. You'd be like, whoa. Why is the Diggersby coming into a dugong? Why would it do that? But ultimately, you recognize your potential win conditions, and the Talonflame was it.
Oh, that was so good, knowing, hey, I can throw a Brave Bird here. My opponent is likely not going to shield this. He expected the Marowak in the back because it is so necessary against Morpeko and mainly against Ariados.
Yeah, and when you got to recognize, right, based on the dynamics of these battles, if your switch clock, your switch out is available, the odds of Brave Bird being thrown from a Talonflame, I think, rise significantly because you can get out of that matchup from the debuff. But if you're switch locked, then it gets a bit dicey because will they actually risk it all to land that damage? Or are they going to be safe and go for fly?
Yeah, most of the time you're going to see a fly. Sometimes Brave Bird is going to connect through no shield. And then you're thinking, hey, I took so much damage there, but this opens you up for a palm down against the Talonflame later. Did not happen in this scenario because the switch timer was up. And here we're going to see the Trailblaze from Mike in game 1 against the Marowak. So much damage. And then we thought it was over again, but Mike, he just actually got to that so important Fire Punch.
Yes, able to get to that Fire Punch right at the last second. The Ice Shard went through. Had the Fire Punch energy not been there, it would have been all over in game 1, and that is momentum tide shift.
Yep, X-Mike just won 2-0 against one of the best trainers in a world, multiple regional champion, and X-Mike just takes the W here for Europe.
Didn't even need to bring the Morpeko.
Yep, it didn't need to. You know, it was always there, like in the back pocket.
It was always there as an ace up your sleeve in case it went to the 1-1s. Throw out something spicy they're not prepared for. But ultimately, Mike's really dominated with the Talonflame and the strategy approach as well.
And I think that the farm down there with the Incinerate was incredibly important for X-Mike, because if it just hung on to 1 HP, would have maybe gotten another Bone Club bait. Then you do one more Mud Slap, and the Incinerate damage after that doesn't register yet. Even though you're at 1 HP, you're going to be able to throw a Rock Slide and take out the Talonflame. So X-Mike, really good farm down there. Precise.
Yes, precise. And what do you think about Talonflame now that we've seen it more often in this tournament as opposed to like so many more Mandibuzz running around or Jumpluffs?
I think it just needs the right team comp around it. I think you have to make Shadow Feraligatr for your opponent rather unattractive. You have to give Shadow Drapion a tough time as well. Azumarill as well. I think that you need to pair it up with Ariados because Ariados has decent play against all of those. So you have to bring your opponent into a situation where they think, hey, I need to lead strong against Ariados because losing lead against Ariados is so crucial. And then you come in with Talonflame, you lead against a Marowak, you get the advantage, you get the momentum, and you're bringing your opponent in just such a headache situation in the team building immediately.
Yeah, and what I love about it too is the fact that not only do you have your great matchups, but in terms of the other flyers, you can put out so much more offensive pressure, right? You have Incinerate for Jumpluff. Tell you what, Zapdos, even though it resists the flying type moves, it does not want to get hit with a Brave Bird or the Incinerate damage that we see and from great farm downs and whatnot. So I think Talonflame is really strong this weekend, and with all the Wigglytuffs that have been kind of pushing their way to these finals, whether in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket, you have that fire typing to resist Charm.
Yep, and if you're bringing Talonflame and Ariados against a team with Wigglytuff, you're taking away one of their big picks to break your team's core. So that is also really strong. It frees up something like an Annihilate against other teams that are specifically preparing Wigglytuff for it. So maybe another great pair for this duo. Good trio then, I think. But I think we have said enough about this. We're tossing it over to our analyst lounge, to Pedro, Will, and Amanda.
Yeah, so the action has ended for today, sadly. But we had a great day. How are you feeling about what we leave today? I have no words, and apparently I can speak now.
Hey, listen, I completely understand. I'm in the exact same boat as you. Today was an incredible day, and what I really liked most about a lot of these battles was that there's some new contenders that are going to be in this for the European International Champion. A lot of people, some well-known names, didn't even make it onto the stage. There was 400 competitors here, our largest tournament to date.
Yeah, just to continue Amanda's point, we had very talented trainers like Emmy Weedle fall to the loser side bracket. We just saw Lyle Jeffs actually get knocked out of the competition. When we look at EUIC, we look not only at a halfway point in the season, but we also think about some of the best trainers in the world clashing for the first time in an international environment, and it can be very, very challenging. So I think our bracket for day number 2 is going to be incredible. Leading the pack, we've got Out of Pocket, but also some incredible names like Tonton Batus, Z Zweilis, Richie1409, Marto Galde, and Patoman, and so many more.
Yeah, this is just the winners side of the bracket. We all still have the people who have played on the loser side. A lot of them that we didn't actually get to see on stream. We got to see the end ones there. We got to see Emmy Weedle. We got to see Max play. But I think that everyone is in for a treat tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of good players that came up from the losers bracket that made day 2. I got a lot of friends that made it. Javier, this is the first time that 2 Peruvian guys made it to day 2. So congratulations, Peru. Maybe they'll take the crown from Europe. I don't know. I know Will. Will doesn't believe that the crown is gonna get out of Europe, but I'm a firm believer that Latam's power is gonna overpower that. Wow. Yeah, it's gonna take the throne.
That's a bold call, Pedro, but crazier things have happened. I'm really excited because I think any of these trainers in our day 2 bracket can go all the way. The loser side bracket's always very fun to watch, so make sure to stay tuned and follow all of the action. Follow along with the bracket as well, but make sure to tune into the show. Most importantly, we see the start time is 9 a.m., 1 a.m. Pacific time. So if you're a night owl or a very early riser, I think you can tune in either way. I can't wait to get underway with our next set of battles for tomorrow. But how can people stay involved, Amanda? They gotta follow us on socials.
You have to follow us. You have to make sure to be using that hashtag play Pokemon EUIC for this actual event to see all of the different action that's been going on. We've been loving all the different social posts that we've seen. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Let us know who you're supporting, who you want to be seeing in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, there's a lot. I saw a lot of people tagging and sharing their experiences. I think UIC and internationals in general are such a good place to make memories, to meet new people. There's so many people that came here as a spectator, and they're gonna come back next year to play because it's the starting point. I always say this is like an amusement park, but Pokemon themed. That's what I feel when I come here to these events. You know?
Yeah, you get to meet new people. You get to collect all these different spawns. I was collecting some Stonejourner throughout the day.
Yeah.
And then I was talking to different people. Some spectators were saying, you know what, I didn't have the chance this season because, you know, it filled up. 400 spots already completely filled up. Next year, I want to compete at EUIC. But even if you're not competing, there's so many side events. There's so many things going on. I agree. It's sort of like a Pokemon amusement park.
I just want to add one of my favorite Pokemon commercials of all time. It came out a few years ago, but it was about watching competitive Pokemon on TV. And you saw these trainers at home, and they said, I can do that. I can do that. And it went through each scene, and these young trainers saw the greatness that was before them. They said, you know what? I can battle and try my very best as well. That's what I think these competitions are great for, because we have thousands of people from around the world watching the gameplay and saying, you know what? I can do that. And I want to see them here next year.
Yeah, so many different stories, so many different backgrounds coming all together. That's what makes Pokemon special, you know? That's the public and that Pokemon has and the age gap that Pokemon has makes it that almost everyone, not almost, everyone can be part of it and share with these creatures that we love so much.
And everyone, you literally do mean everyone, because we've had so many people. We've had fun interacting with the chat. We had the chat do the first community stream of the day. today. And we're also reminding you guys, make sure you're following because there are Twitch drops for this channel. The longer you watch, the potential you have to be able to pick up a jump bluff and also an elite TM.
I want to remind everybody, you need to make sure that your account is connected on the official Twitch channel. Get the special research because you have to fill out, you have to accomplish those tasks that are laid out before you so you can acquire that jump bluff and that elite TM. So if you need maybe Rage Fist on your Shadow Annihilate or Hydro Cannon on your Feraligatr, that's a perfect tool to do exactly that.
Yeah, and there's drops not only for Pokemon Go but for other games. We got the TCG one, and you can redeem this code now in a Pokemon Trading Card Game Live to get this beautiful EV card.
And TCG drops are not the only drops that have been going on. We also have some more for the other different games. Look at this. Look at all the different cards you can get for watching the different channels. But I mean, let's be fair. You're going to be sure that you're watching Go.
Yeah, Sylveon, Glaceon, and Leafeon, all terrestrialized, beautiful cards. And as we know, Ogerpon, probably the mascot, I would say, of the event here this year.
Yeah, I mean, we had a great time today. We shared unbelievable moments, and I'm sure the rest of the day, I mean, the rest of the weekend will be as great as today, maybe greater. I'm really hyped up for tomorrow and for Championship Sunday. That would be something to dream for.
Yeah, well, we saw the top 12 Pokemon of day number 1, and that's like the more generalized options of the Pokemon that you would see. Okay, all these trainers, these have risen to the top. It's going to be interesting to see what the day 2 meta brings.
Exactly right. We've seen such variety in the teams. Pedro, I know you've been keeping track of all the trainers. I admire so much your interview skills, asking about specific plays, specific situations. I can't wait to hear more insights from those trainers.
Yeah, and talking about all trainers, we got something for VG trainers too. We got some drops. We were talking about this backstage. Jump Bluff is really good in Go and in VGC. We got Marco Silva's 2025 LAIC winning Jump Bluff, and you can redeem it now with that code that it's appearing right now in screen. It's really crazy that EUIC in Go and in VGC was won by Jump Bluff.
Yeah, Jump Bluff is really reigning supreme. We haven't seen so many of them on screen today. Maybe we'll see some of them tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to those plays. There's been so many fun plays that we've seen so far today. But guess what, guys? Tomorrow is where the real big action is, and then Championship Sunday is where it all goes down.
Exactly. I can't wait for Championship Sunday because speaking of drops for all the games, we do have all of the major titles getting their grand finals. So we've got Unite, Pokemon Go, Pokemon Trading Card Game, and Pokemon VGC to wrap things up. I can't wait.
I can't wait too. So I think it's time to say goodbye. We've been here with you guys 12 hours?
About 12 hours.
Yeah.
All day.
12 hours. 12 great hours. I'm so thankful to be able to share these great battles with you guys. I'll be here all weekend. Hopefully you too. And see you next time. Tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Make sure to tune in.
Bright and early.
9 a.m.